degeneration of the technological society, we have been acted upon by forces of such power that few, if any, of us can understand. Extensive information gathering on every American, human experiments with drugs and psychosurgery, electronic surveillance, the era of the computer, invasion of privacy, growing government and corporate power over our lives, a people plagued by dehumanization, loneliness, and violence. Dramatic? Perhaps. But we are losing control of our technology and our lives. Not so long ago, people in a similar situation did not awaken to the forces around them. Are we so unwise as to do the same?
Behavior control. And then you change it up every alienated, paranoia, enemyless, wiretap, dead acts, dossiers, medical records, social security number, credit record, national security.
With another agent, Pat Webb. Pat was an explosives agent. So we kind of opened the door just a bit to the cabin. And as we opened the door, we were both pretty much overcome as we looked across the cabin at the shelves that were built on the other side of the door. We could see coffee cans and bottles and jars, and they all had labels on them, and they were very meticulously done. You could see that some were labeled with the name of certain chemicals. One of the things we saw was a hooded sweatshirt, that was hanging up there. And the cabin smelled as if you might start to think, if you really think about this. This is a person who lived in this cabin. They had a cutaway spot on the floor to go to the bathroom in if he needed to. Had built fires in the cabin.
Mid-City, Los Angeles. Your cover sitting great on the keyboard. Working away. Focus, you got subtitle. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work. Who would have thought that I would slaughter these jerks? The first full-time clocking serial microphone rocker. They used to jump on the stage back in the day wearing a stocking. To conceal my identity in any stereotypical venue. Never will I reveal the serious way that I feel. I'm on job time, all I do is talking to the steel. Use my style to hide and conceal. Profile every guy while they smile and just say that I'm real. Bad luck strikes in 3, all of you will agree. I didn't have a heat shield, they rained triplicate on me. But it's squares versus circles, then, and if you can compare front and back are differentiated by a 90-degree square circle. If you know what I'm talking about, you know the code, work it out. Forced entry, I was disguised as a sentry. I gave not a care, life is an adventure to me. I obtain secret money and manufacture inventions, fracturing the line between space and time dimensions. Restructure the torque and the structural integrity, so I can walk on water while the returning surface tension. This making me an acolyte of the greater unknown, the word shark, king of these murky seascapes. Within my patriarch society, you cannot dethrone the intricate degree and climate that I seize from the police state. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on, satellite, work with me. I gotta go to work so I can work it out. Come on, computer, make it work. Come on.
I'm packed up, ingredients stacked up, my laptop downloaded their military cookbook PDF. Elements, everyday chemicals at my reach. Household bleach to extract the potassium chlorate. Boiling on a hot plate with hate, recipe for disaster. Plastic bomb blaster, I mix up 5 parts wax to Vaseline. Slowly dissolving gasoline, add to potassium in a large metal bowl. Heat like dough, so they leave real slow. Gasoline evaporates, cool dry place. I'm strapped up, cross my chest, bomb belt attached. Deeply satisfied with the plan I hatch. Electrodes connected to a gas cooker lighter. Switch in my hand, the situation demands self-sacrifice, hitting back a vice with a £50 price. Numb, but the hurt is gone. Gonna build a dirty bomb. Use this privilege and education. My PhD will free me. Made off the ruskies for weapons grade uranium. Taught myself skills from Pakistan. Iran upgraded in stage 2 of the plan. Rage, a thermonuclear density gauge. Stolen by the Chechens from a base in Georgia. I get some cobalt 60 from a foodie radiator. So easy to send the infidels to their creator. It takes a dirty mind to build a dirty bomb. Simplicity is numbing, genius is dumbing down the situation to a manageable level. To make the world impossible to live for these devils. A suitcase of Semtex, a mobile phone trigger. Blow them all to hell for $1 million figure. I'm a legitimate scientist, paid by the government with your finances. I got a private room in the White House suite, so I can develop according to presidential brief. The Megatron, Don Gulf War veteran, foremost proponent of the neutron bomb. At the center, atomic, surrounded on all sides, wrapped in layers of lithium deuteride. The bomb detonates, causing lithium to fission into helium, tritium, neutrons into fission. The blast causes shockwaves that melt body fat. Uniquely though, they leave the buildings intact. I made a 25 mega bomb daisy cutter, a great blast radius with very little clutter. There's less radiation, so you get a cleaner bomb. Sure money, people, it costs $1 billion.
Saddam Hussein's trial is a milestone in the Iraqi people's efforts to replace the rule of a tyrant with the rule of law.
Well, as Margaret said, I'm a position on the death penalty.
Well, no, I want your position. You're the Prime Minister. You've
Yeah.
been Prime Minister for 10 years. She's been Foreign Secretary for 5 minutes. Do you think Saddam Hussein should be executed?
Excuse me, thank you very much. I've just said she set out the position for the government yesterday. Yeah, and that's all I want to say on it. right? Our position on the death penalty is well known, but actually,
So should we
I think I've just said our position on the death penalty is well known. We're opposed to it, as Margaret said
And you
yesterday.
oppose his
So that is
execution,
so. Obviously, since we're opposed to the death penalty, we're in exactly the position that she
You
described.
oppose his execution.
But, excuse me, that is just enough. Thank you very much.
بدلالة المادة أولا ثانيا ثالثا رابعا قدام حسين مجيد نحن أهلها بالسجن 10 سنوات لارتكاب إبعاد السكان أو النقل القسري للسكان كجريمة ضد الإنسانية.
Science, internal 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 science.
It becomes undulate. It becomes wave-like. It becomes an activity. It becomes a movement rather than being a thing. It becomes a verb rather than being a noun. It becomes transparent.
It's physically impossible to truly explain the inner workings of this complex mechanical bioorganism that are rest within. A vessel composed of bone, flesh, and muscle, which will decompose when it grows weary of the involuntary life support theory. But clearly that point is yet to be marked in history's dark pages reserved for heretics, mystics, and sages. And those vanished because they were too advanced for these primitive ages. Beyond the confines of material cages, we make material manifest, but we are the microcosm of the masters of the multiverse and all dimensions ideals and concepts beyond cognition. Some care rather to create conflict through competition, consequently revealing a disposition towards self-destructive behavior. Beware, because you might be at risk. Syntax error, reboot the system, discorrect the neglect, and eject the guilty suspect. One of the many hordes of parasitic insects who infest the host and later feast upon his peace of mind. Combine the awareness of transcendence with the frustration of existence, and you might just understand internal science. You might just understand.
Internal science. Internal science.
It becomes unhinged. It becomes wave-like. It becomes activity. It becomes a movement rather than being a thing. It becomes a verb rather than being a noun. It becomes transparent.
Bringing it back down to human standards, people don't know what they can do. They might find out something special if it's okay and it's safe. We put you on a different threshold. Look out for these newer shapes coming from another dimension. You can't capture on tape. Time-lapse photographs. There's no way. You just wait. I'll walk over to 11 o'clock and vibrate your slow plate. That's how I operate. Operate into a room and then you might evaporate. Reappear inside of a tomb with a crocodile speaking in blues there to watch you. In a windowless wall that's wormhole blown, and different magic on the door that you try to walk through. If that was me, I'd rotate out supernaturally. In a few years, once I get my naval planning here, you will see me airborne without one glare or a stare. We're here to help the world out of the situation that we're in. Internal science is what I'm about. Living from your next of kin, TV lab, ST waste. Let's begin.
Internal science. 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 Internal science.
It becomes unhinged. It becomes wave-like. It becomes activity. It becomes a movement rather than being a thing. It becomes a verb rather than being a noun. It becomes transparent. Rather than being a thing, it becomes a verb rather than being.
Greetings and welcome to The Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Today we got our friend Pill Eater here talking about NRX philosophy. And I got my own. Hey, what's going on, my brother, man? You doing okay and your family is okay?
Yep, everything's okay. Hear you loud and clear.
That's good. Yeah, I had to switch out this microphone cord. And yeah, thank you so much for joining. And yeah, how would you frame NRX philosophy for the common people? I already got some people. I said NRX in my Discord, and people are like, what the fuck is NRX? Extremely educated people don't understand the the abbreviation. But yeah, let's
NRX. Well, aside from looking up on Wikipedia, I guess N, Neo, X, cross, reactionary, in the same vein as SXE, like straight edge. And I got my variant.
Yeah.
And I got my own variant, AXA, Asian cross aesthetics. So let's just say that X from straight edge has influenced a lot of things.
That's interesting. Straight edge is a movement within punk dealing with a sort of, and it's funny because it deals with a sort of conservatism within the punk movement. Isn't that funny, right?
Right. Like, or at least trying to do virtue ethics to the highest pedigree against decadence and hedonism.
And I'm a huge fan of I think it's the Ian guy from Minor Threat. Yeah, what a excellent musician. I mean, this guy went on, he's in the band Fugazi, he's in the band with Ministry, Palehead. Not a lot of people know about that one. He made an industrial band too, fucking excellent band. You know what I mean? So this dude was obviously came up with this straight edge movement. It's a movement to not do drugs, keep people away from drugs within the punk movement.
There's also other factions too. There's also Friends Stand United, which is more like the activist party that beats up people who break laws. There's
Oh, that's interesting.
There's also Vegan Reich, the band, which mates eco-fascism with straight edge, and
Yeah,
a lot of
and
that.
then
That a
there
lot
we
of that
have,
is.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah,
And a
there
lot of
we
that's
have
just a
another.
precursor to Antifa stuff. But go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it's a little bit tied into this hyper. So the eco-fascism is like hyper socialist slash anarchist, and then it ties into the Kaczynski type of stuff too.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But I guess, long story short, straight edge is important because it's a form of philosophy that has hyper awareness about community, organization, and being your true self. The thing offshoots also like positive hardcore. Positive hardcore is about criticizing straight edge people who don't live up to their credo. So there is this kind of line of correcting and correcting, which I think ultimately we would see Antifa coming from that in the 90s, from more of the hard left faction, trying to assume that people are bad because they say mean things. But the intention wasn't Soros funded. The intention was helping the community. And that comes from Friends Stand United. And remember, it isn't just drugs, it's also promiscuous sex, sex trafficking, violent behavior, which is ironic. Basically, they try to put virtue into ethics and get their anger out and make sure it's morality above all else.
Yeah, and then ultimately, what it reminds me of is the token rebellion of the modern kind of counter right sort of religious enthusiast of today. You know, that there's a kind of token rebellion happening among kind of religious people, and it's this kind of Christian, Muslim, Jewish token rebellion where it's kind of, you know, and that's how it fits into neo-reactionary. I think that's how
Right.
the kind of
digression aside, we could see that NRX comes from SXE, straight edge, but coming from the likes of
I wasn't
Moldog and
expecting
Nickland.
I wasn't expecting that as an answer at all. So I'm delightfully surprised at that framing.
I mean, it's relative because its origins means that it is one, a radical movement, two, something that is underground, and three, against the norm. And so NRX, like SXE, would follow a subcultural lifestyle of abolishing liberalism, what we see that oppresses us.
Now, is there actual root etymology? Is there actual root etymology in that based off of the neologism of Nick Land? Because I think he may have coined this term, or is that right? Okay.
And the reason why Nick Land refers to it as NXR is because he himself was influenced by raver culture, and he was into electronic music, and he was trying to come up with a term that was kind of catch on to like kind of a secret club of sorts, kind of like free techno or like spiral tribe. Kind of like what was cool in the 90s was like collectives of ravers, quote unquote, having communes and talking about futurism. It's like Alvin Tofen's Future Shock book, you know, and you've seen a lot of that, like you mentioned Drexcia or Ux 88, you know, kind of a lot of that spiritualism in there too. Not that we're talking about Ux 88 like 1488, but like 88 as in like an 808, or like 1988 is the beginning of something, you know. So there's a lot of new number play, and I think that's again directly from musical subcultures, which you know, the late Mark Fisher added on into his work, which was his friend Simon Reynolds, and they were all in the same Warwick scene. And long story short, in the last 15 years, NXR or neo reaction has been this catch-all term to, instead of what Land is saying, but eventually produced by Mulbug, to refer to just reactionary tendencies against what they call the cathedral, a term by Eric S. Raymond, delivering it from cyberpunk internet culture, and again, assuming that things were better off with the previous operating system, quote unquote, you know, that being monarchy or something. And that might as well just be like a PragerU boomerism, you know? And it's the kind of fallacy we're seeing, especially with some ideals of straight edge culture where, you know, vegan Reich will argue eco-fascism is good is because animals should just roam the earth and we have to be Luddites, whatever. But again, there's no Hegelian dialectic. There is no way forward. It's just remain in a cave. And I'm seeing that problem already with NXR, and I think a lot of people are fed up with it now. But that just shows really quickly where this line of thought is coming to. And now we have xenofeminism and all that.
Yeah, let me for the common listener, let me phrase the things in the best possible rudimentary level that I could grant. I guess in the very instance that you meet liberalism, you have at the very far left, you have anarchism. And then on the very right, you know, as anarchism is basically no laws, you know, on the very right, you can imagine a situation where you get to a degeneration of laws into things that are rudimentary, like customs, families, businesses, those types of medieval like sort of things that tether society together. Well, that's what the reactionaries kind of think in a very like kind of like libertarian sort of sense, that the society should go back to those much more fundamental things like family and you know, class and society and tribe and those kind of things. So you could imagine on the right a sort of lawlessness, as on the left a sort of lawlessness exists. And you can kind of see that the political spectrum is that way, not a line, but a kind of a circle. You know what I mean, right?
Two important terms to think about: reactionary and contrarian. Both
exactly,
are two different things. Okay, reactionary means let's go back to an older system. If we're in liberal capitalism, we should go back to a bartering gift economy system. That would be reactionary. Contrarian would mean whatever you stand for, we do not like. If you're a liberal, I'm a Republican. If you're a Republican, I'm a liberal. If you're this, I'm that. If you're into that, I'm out of it. Just like that one Christopher D. Babylon record.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite lines. Yeah. Yeah,
that's a contrarian line. That would be a contrarian line.
And also, I noticed he has a poster in the back that says, "If you're gonna go out like a motherfucker." It's like
so I'm trying to connect
this. Do it in style. Right?
This goes back to Nick Land, raver culture, the Warwick School, electronic music. We can see that this early punk subculture was flirting with, you know, straight edge being reactionary. Let us go to a better place in time when things were right. Maybe PragerU talks about 1950s America. That's reactionary. And then contrarian being that, you know, I just don't like you because you represent that. Therefore, I should do this. Hence, what Molbug would be doing, and not just reactionary. So you have like Dime Square being a bunch of liberals not liking their liberal parents or their liberal jobs. So they're going to just say the opposite, like an opposite defiant disorder. That would be contrarian. And I think we're seeing the best of both worlds today. And we're confusing the reactionary with the contrarian and the contrarian with the reactionary. And we're not seeing the Hegelian dialectic way forward. I mean, this is kind of a big criticism of its own, but I just wanted to point out those terms really quickly. So neo-reactionary would be, how are we reactionary in the terms of liberal technological capitalism?
Well, and we're all defense and we're no offense, and we don't realize that the best offense is a great defense. And it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, I just see all this shit going on. I'm like, you know, everybody's being tricked into thinking that being ironic, contrarian is the way to win. And it's like, well, when people are putting on theatrical productions and you take them as serious, and then you become a contrarian to attack this theatrical production that's been put on for your eyes only, and then, you know, the average person isn't aware of what's going on, what's really happening. Well, you're becoming your own worst enemy, and your enemies start laughing at you. That's kind of what I see going on as well. I mean, I
want to read something about this Eurasianism for Pill Eater, because I think
there's different types of Eurasianism. We're not talking about Alexander Dugin, and we're not talking about Dugin Eurasianism. We're talking
Yeah.
about racial and sexual Eurasianism.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to bring it to that level with Dmitry Mitranovic. Have you ever heard? You know, the guy who started the Black. Huh?
I came across the name.
Yeah, and he's basically one of the fathers of this Eurasian concept, along with the Gurdjieff fellow. You know, G.I. Gurdjieff, right? And both Alan Watts and Dugin and these kind of people, these Esalen Institute, like Russian intelligence types, they really study a lot of this stuff.
Alan Watts is pure Eurasianism. That was the early Eurasianism.
That's right.
That was
He's literally
the first one. Yeah, he was like Asian studies major turned CIA informant turned New Age. So he saw that back in the 50s, and I think what he did was good. I think he was just trying to tell the West how to think in Eastern terms, and I think he did a lot of good. But eventually, like you said, it's just going to benefit BRICS, Dugin. I see sexual Eurasian, whatever. And there's a lot of ties we could put into that, but he's kind of like a forgotten canon of history in a weird way. Watts.
Yeah, I think these 3 paragraphs will just blow you away on this Wikipedia article about Dmitry Mitranovic. It says here, the utopian and messianic ideas of Mitranovic influenced by philosophical concepts of Husserl and Peter however you say his middle name, Ouspensky, who actually, basically was the guy who Alan Watts and Gurdjieff really, it's like Gurdjieff, Ouspensky.
There's another
Alan
guy
Watts.
called Kuraswamy.
Yeah, that's right.
One.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, Kuraswamy is a huge one that's into the tantric Buddhism aspect.
Yeah, the art people liked Kuraswamy a lot. So like John Cage was citing
the Dadaist. The Dadaist.
So in acceleration terms, the chance of a rhizomic happenstance happening, that's Kuraswamy. So that's more on the eco-fascist side.
Yeah, that's right. And this is what he says. He says, the esoteric doctrine of G.I. Gurdjieff, this guy Gurdjieff right here, funny looking fellow there, the rascal guru, as a lot of people called him, he would play tricks on his followers, the psychoanalytic school of Freud, Jung, and Adler were brought to the attention of the public, not only in periodical The New Age. This was this Alfred Richard Orage. This guy was a prominent Satanist. But then it says, in 1927, Mitranovic was entrusted with the founding of Adler's Society, the English branch of the International Society of Individual Psychology. Okay, this paragraph's not so important. I'll skip that. But this is the really important one. It says, Mitranovic advocated a metaphysical utopia based on Plotinus, Clement of Alexandria, Lao Tzu, and Jacob Bohm, who Hegel considered the most important German metaphysician. But
I just want to say something really quick, which is that I don't know a lot of the stuff that you just said, but every piece that I did understand lines up exactly with my own research. And it's like, it's so weird to see like all these strange connections with like Hegel and, the Gurdjieff and all these like weird little things that you wouldn't put together. Mitranovic, like,
well, the ideas of Gurdjieff and especially these ideas like of Kuraswamy, of this tantric sort of practice, in this left-hand path practice, it's mainly about seeing the body, as Gurdjieff called it, spiritual machines. He actually coined this term, spiritual machines. And it's funny that Kurzweil uses the same term, in the age of spiritual machines.
Right. And then when we talk about left hand, right hand, it was Julia Sevla that said left hand is literally left-wing politics and right hand is literally right-hand politics.
Right.
Black.
Right. Like this stuff was like
and so I think
the
with the Kuraswamy to Evola pipeline we're talking about, these were pranksters using chaos magic, which would help the Church and Satan and Anton LaVey, which we do see new forms like the Partridge Family Temple or the Process Church, which is basically the whole point is to use chaos magic and prank the normies, quote unquote, and normative society until accelerating results happen. And I think this is like kind of where we're coming from, where the punk subculture of that past gets into the prankingness of knowing certain Max Bavarian power knowledge and applying it against everyone's will. So I'm seeing that trend here.
Yeah, totally. Let's get up into this video here. This plenary. I think we're like only 5 minutes into this video. We'll play some of this and let me know if at any moment you want me to pause it and comment on what this young woman is saying. She's interesting. Yeah.
I'm gonna
blessings, Neuro.
I'm gonna be gone in a few minutes because I got to get ready for some stuff. But I want to read 2 quotes, one from each of your books, if you don't mind. And these
For sure.
These are random quotes that I just picked up, and I think I just literally picked up 2 random pages in both books that I haven't read before. So here's the random quotes. First from Machine's book. Some Gnostic sects even wish to kill God and reinvent him. Mainstream Christian historians have pointed out that many early heresies and heretics helped expound and influence mainstream Christian teachings. One does not have to look far to see that the Jewish heretics have seduced Christian teachings, and that Christian Gnostics and Hermeticists have not only influenced Jewish traditions, but also originate from the same traditions. So that's the first quote. And here's the second one from Pilleader's book. Here's the second one. So from Pilleader's book on, that was on page 119 of Machines. This is on 191 of Pilleader's. So on Pilleader's book, here we go. So this is from the chapter Asian as a Social Construct. Do we use the word Asian as an ideological weapon to describe the benefits of belonging to one egalitarian whole? If so, this means that the singular Asian race is Eurasian in detail and is anything but an Asian one because it adapts the Western influence of liberal egalitarian term of blank state malaise. What then is race? And so we're kind of dancing around both of those topics. I just think that's kind of fun.
I believe that 100%. If white is just a malaise, then Asian is a malaise. So you can't call someone Asian if it's just not Chinese, Korean, or Japanese. It must be something of culture and aesthetics.
Yeah, and the more you see the influence of Freemasonry into Islamic modernism, I could show you guys a little bit of what I was seeing from a channel I was watching today, about these influences of people of the Wahhabi sect, you know what I mean, right? And then you have also different influences of the Kabbalah and the mystical traditions on the Hasidic Jewish community. Actually, Mitronovic says Europe was given the special task of making the Jews white. This is a quote by Mitronovic. Right. That's very strange. You know,
Noah
right?
Gashianev.
Yeah,
or Tim Wise.
Yeah, and then you can go to Christianity, and you go to these thinkers that I just looked at, like Jacob Boehm, totally creating a form of Christian mysticism, that was then taken on by these thinkers like Hegel, and Leibniz and these kind of guys, this kind of Rosicrucianism. But anyways, let's go to this video here. But yeah, both of those quotes, excellent quotes, blessings, guys. Thank you guys for joining us here. And we're gonna get up in this video here. We'll go for about 20 minutes here, and then I'll take a little break and I'll play Pilleader's breakdown of Keith Woods while I do a little prayer. But yeah, thank you guys. And we like that video. Me and Neuro were watching it earlier.
It was like 3 years ago, that one too.
Oh,
I was just predicting it. I was like,
my God,
I don't like this Woods dude. He reminds me of the Distributist. He's one of these other cultish occults. Now look where he is. He's like on top of the whole. He had that big Andrew Tate, Nicole Fuentes gang of 17 group on Twitter. I'm like, yeah, he's bad news for sure. And then he makes a video and he's like, oh, I went to the Vidare Castle. That doesn't make me bad. It's like, you might as well say you went to Bohemian Grove then.
Yeah, and these people, these diorites are just noticing it now. You know, they're like so late to the game. So me and Nura also noticed that they're just now picking this up. Stuff that you claimed years ago was coming down the pipe. You know, so it's obvious sentiments. And then I got a perfect video for our smoke break for Eurasianism. It'll be Legend of Zelda: The Prophecy from Ocarina of Time that I put to Venetian snares. so check that out real quick. I made a little video.
Yeah, Trevor Brown is classic Eurasianism, I would say.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Right.
The art of Trevor Brown, especially those doll albums. Yeah.
And also, can you deny Eurasian futurism in the Ocarina of Time game? Right?
No, you can't deny that. Yeah,
it's totally
and you can't deny it with Venetian snares, Trevor Brown type of sadist play either. That's very much an AXA subculture. Back to straight edge.
That's right. So we got it all coming for you guys in a minute, and then we'll get back to this video here. But yeah, and then we'll open up a panel, and I'm sure, Pill Eater, you could. Then if I open up the panel, you could leave at any time you want. I mean, but yeah, thank you so much. Because I know these panelists are not conducive to conversations at all times. But yeah, blessings.
I find it telling that the type of violence about which he is most worried is what he calls organized human-on-human violence. He is not wrong to look back on the 20th century in horror and to long for a politics free from enmity or war. Nevertheless, Schmidt poses a clear challenge to such a goal when he states, in the concept of the political, that the friend-enemy distinction that forms the lifeblood of the political is not a mere figure of speech. These terms, he wrote, received their real meaning precisely because they refer to the real possibility of physical killing.
Okay, so to come into this, what she's talking about is Moldbug's adoption of Schmidt, which is the philosophical writer behind Nazism. So what we have is a intellectual elite, American, European, Jewish kid, okay, who self-avows that his parents work for the deep state in this country, and he's adopting the views of Carl Schmitt, the writings of the Nazi Party, right? So it's a very interesting dynamics, just to cue you guys in on what's going on here, so we're just exploring their philosophy here with Telos Journal. This is by Telos Journal. Thank you guys.
Violence, for Schmitt, is the existential horizon of political activity. It is the possibility contained within the moment of political decision. Yarvin does not even dispute this definition. Politics and war are a continuum, he acknowledges. And the only way—
Okay, politics and war are a continuum. This is this neo-fascism coming from this kind of Mao Zedong, war is politics with blood. Politics is war without blood. Ethos. So the reality of violence, the political economy of violence, and also the whole thing from Machiavelli and the Straussians. This is also coming in from that whole side, from the sort of neo-reactionary level. So it's coming in. So neo-reactionary, where do you get it? You get it from modern, right? Adoption. So they want technology. They want to have old values, but new science, right? Let's just put it that way. That's the neo-reactionary, right? That's a good way to phrase kind of the bottom line conflict there. But yeah.
The way to avoid war is to eschew democracy and with it politics, or perhaps vice versa. Of course, Schmitt would have some choice words here. He would remind his would-be disciple that even those who retreat from the political cannot escape from it. Any people which attempted to do so would simply fall under the sway of whichever group was willing to protect them. It is surprising that, for all Yarvin's concern for sovereignty, for all his self-positioning as a prophet of forbidden truth, he fails to acknowledge this existential reality. At some point, Yarvin's belief in sovereignty and his desire to avoid political violence must necessarily come into conflict. Of course, despite his distaste for violence, we can hardly go about accusing Yarvin of pacifism. If anything, his concern is answering the question posed by
And she's calling Moldbug, Mencius Moldbug, by his name, which is Curtis Yarvin.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
yeah. I just want to mention one other thing. I had this idea, and this is probably not a new idea. I probably thought of this, and other people have thought of this before. But this term came to mind the past day, and it's the term passa-fascism. And I think that's when you listen to someone like a Talcott, or you listen to someone who's like Michael Aquino.
I like that.
Or like Michael Aquino, they say, well, we have all these weapons. We don't want to use them. We just want to saber rattle, and we just want to bring all of the secrets out to the light and all this stuff. And the thing is, at the end of the day, it's like the person who's going to most subject you is someone who's going to tell you they don't want to fight with you. I mean, at the end, so I think that's kind of what she's
Well,
talking about.
it's liberal dehumanization. What's happening is under liberalism, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, but everybody has to remain isolated. And if you tread on someone's liberty, like in libertarian values, you're the issue. That's why the whole mental health thing comes about. It's something all on you. And if you see the enemy, you're not allowed to tell others that the enemy is there because you're the problem. You're the influence. That's what I'd say on that. I also want to do a little digression here, but she also references that supposedly Moldbug is not a Sorelian, meaning that Sorel believes violence is normal, natural, okay. I believe the same thing. And it's really interesting that the state is trying to have this Gandhi-esque anti-violence paradigm, anything but violence. It's just not possible. There's no history and that wasn't Sorelian based. And for her to deny, oh, it's anti-violent, assumes that you're denying the most critical ingredient to revolution and change. And I just think that's obtusely weird. They certainly use violence to support BML and the trashing of cities for George Floyd, but not Moldbug, not a white guy or Jew guy.
the Weberian model of the state. It is deciding who has the monopoly on the legitimate use of violence. For Yarvin, the real is the economic. His formalist manifesto attempts to short-circuit the question of legitimacy. He does not care.
Okay, I think that's an interesting point. The real is not only is the existential the political, but the real is the economical. And it's these two like kind of weird, like, and is ties into his libertarian political expressions.
I think that's just a fad sect. I think that's just reading into Marxism in a different way and not understanding Heideggerian, the real, because if you look at some other French philosophy like Francois Laurel, they think of the real as nothing to do with economics and more to do with psychoanalytics, but it's whatever. It frames the argument so you don't debunk it.
Interesting.
Sounds like the tag argument. The transcendental argument for God. No, and it also just reminds me of like when you look at politics and economics and all this stuff, it's like, everybody's looking for a solution, and I think that the whole crypto thing is kind of like it's like a double whammy, because you kind of see that everybody's trying to find like a new way to get around the classic capitalism stuff, and so they're giving you the solution of decentralization, and it actually just obscures further wherever the money and the stuff is coming from. And on that same note, it's like everybody's looking at the American empire, but the truth is they should be looking at like other empires that seemingly disappeared, but maybe they just kind of restructured their stuff. For example, the British Empire, and where was their trade focus? What was the American project? Well, it was probably a way of diffusing influence into different cartels that you can't easily follow, right? And I think that that's kind of something that people miss. They're looking. Yeah.
The celebration of liberalism transforms into something else. It sets you up like, if we're told how great decentralization is, it's that not everyone has decentralization, but that includes the elites. And elites have more power when it comes to everyone else. It's a top-bottom game. And so when you give elites decentralization power, you create an elites that's harder to kill and more evil. And so that's the problem. People are celebrating Bitcoin as if it will be a money that you can use, but it's just setting you up for it.
Yeah, in Soviet America, you don't control your coin controls you, essentially.
Who should own a particular unit of territory, but only who already actually does. Formalism, then, is the granting of formalized contractual legitimacy to the existing structures of ownership of political, physical, and cultural capital alike. He puts it quite simply, and here I quote again. So this is the formalist manifesto, that the US is just a corporation. What he suggests we do with the United States, and perhaps with every nation state, is nothing short of corporate takeover. Reformalize the assets, liquidate if necessary, and then let the shareholders decide what to do with this economic venture. In his essay.
Now, this goes to his kind of economic theory that's pretty outlandish, you know, which is this patchwork theory, which is that these you create this kind of neo-tribalism where people are part of these kind of pirate utopias, and they're basically part of a joint stock corporation.
Well, you know what it sounds like? It sounds exactly like what the sovereign citizens say, and because that's exactly what we are. From a certain point of view, America's always been a pirate, corporation, essentially, of something how people think of like the Dutch East Indies, whatever the hell you call it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, their philosophy is downstream of this. There's
But
no
the
way.
problem with Mobug is that he's trying to justify 4chan culture as the utopia. In other words, you can have your ethno-nationalism so as long as you stay in the pods and eat the bugs. It's just that everybody, again, it's extreme libertarian, dystopian neuromancer ideal of the world, and we're supposed to celebrate it as a utopia.
No, exactly.
He's trying to get that whole cyberpunk subculture and try to say, oh, isn't it cool we're divided? No,
exactly. And I think that's really that's why I talk about William Gibson's work so much about Neuromancer, because like that is kind of like the thing that they're pushing for. Like it's like they want to see the ugliness and beauty. I mean, like they want beauty and ugliness, and it's
two words here. When we say dystopia, it's bad. No one wants to live in dystopia. When you say utopia, it's like Thomas More's ideal of socialist realism and such. When did, in the late 80s, that dystopia became utopia? It seems like the entire genre of quote-unquote cyberpunk is nothing more of a trick of light to say dystopia is utopia, and we should be celebrating that we're staying in the pods, eating the bugs, and there's nothing wrong with it. At least hang tie is real.
No, and all these people who are raging against all that, like you see this whole giant media production of like, oh, we're against the eating of the bugs and stuff like that. And the whole point is they're actually conditioning you to be against it until like basically your grandchildren will have no choice. And then you say, well, I didn't have a choice and I didn't participate. And it's because I'm a sovereign citizen. And you think you're going to have a stake, but you don't.
Liberalism has the best of you because it works in Malthusian social order to depopulate. It's kind of like, again, if you have an entire subculture celebrating cyberpunk for the aesthetics and interest, they never celebrated the fact that everything is bad, because people would rather celebrate what is good. People like anime because it's a better reality. The problem is when you have video games like Cyberpunk 2020, people are celebrating a potential reality where everything is Eurasian and high tech. And that's what I talk about. But nobody is celebrating the fact that it's Malthusian and you stay in the pods and it's a dystopia. And so, again, what they're doing with the entire genre is making sure you enjoy a hell where there's degrowth, depopulation, and we're supposed to celebrate it as what Yarvin is talking about.
Yeah, and I think that's why, like, one of my last videos, I think I named it something to the effect, Discordia is their spiritual Israel. And I think that it's like this Discordian thing where they want you to be like, oh, I'm totally against all this stuff and I hate it all, but I'll just be ironic and I'll just kind of like dance on the ashes.
Ride the tiger, quote unquote, and just let it and just be passive. they like to say, like, just listen to Trapo Trap House and take the grill pill, man. Don't do anything.
That's a great.
And I've seen that all in New York.
Yeah, that's actually a tantric metaphor, riding the tiger. it's interesting.
And see, this is why we have people like Ted Kaczynski and people trying to basically, when the cyberpunk future happens, there's at least one individual that's going to blow it up, and we go back to Sorelian violence. And so this lady is saying, oh, well, he's not violent. Well, if this continues, you're going to have more Kaczynskis in the resurrection of Sorelian violence, because nobody wants to stay in the pod and eat the bugs and be gaslighted like it's some anime futurism. It's not. I'm for anime futurism, but not Gibson's kind. I think Gibson's a Fed.
Oh, he definitely is. If you read any of his books, I mean, there's no way that this country guy from the middle of nowhere knows all the shit he knows. I mean,
right.
You know, I'm
he's
just
living
saying,
a comfortable life in Vancouver while he's talking about how deep fakes will make everyone vote right wing. And then he's on Twitter saying, oh, well, if you don't vote Biden, you know you're going to vote Trump. Something wrong with you? And I'm like, well, you're in Canada, so you, technically speaking, you can't vote. So
well,
I'm just saying, yeah.
No, it reminds me of me sending you that Dead Kennedy song, which is called, if anybody has a chance to look up the lyrics of We Have a Bigger Problem Now. It's a remix of their old song, California Uber Alles. But when you understand that Jello Biafra is not telling you that you're going to be controlled by Zen fascist, and you'll work for the master race with a happy face. He's not telling you to tell you that he's against it all. He's actually laughing in your face because you're doing it to yourself. I mean, I think that's really what we're seeing, and I think that's really what the whole Gibsonian stuff is about. And again, it's not even against Gibson. He probably doesn't even know how he's been used, right? And I think that's what's going on.
A great example, as I wrote, is that, I mean, another digression, is that in the 1980s, there was an excessive amount of celebration of Japan, that Japan was going to rule the United States of America. Even in Neuromancer, Gibson thought payphones would still be alive and we would be hacked into the system by using a pay. It's just, there's a lot of flaws to Neuromancer, but it shows you a lot of that is a zeitgeist byproduct of what has happened. And there were some people who tried to make Japanese Eurasianism possible, but it blew up by the year 2000, and that victor rather was China and Korea. And that kind of debunks all of the Sprawl trilogy, and also as well as Bridge trilogy. Though I do think Gibson was right in Notre Dame in that, sure, San Francisco, the Tenderloin is shitty, but no one made a housing unit out of the Bay Bridge. And there still isn't any Japanese Eurasianism. Again, a lot of this seems to be some fantastic pursuit of celebrating Japan as the greatest good Asian G7 ally. Meanwhile, as recent as last week, Joe Biden says Japan is xenophobic. And again, remember, it used to have been called G8 because Russia was an ally. When Russia left in 2014 because of the Ukraine-Russian war, it became G7. I think it's going to become G6 if you have this kind of gaslighting against the Japanese. Once the Japanese get a military, I think Japan's going to join BRICS.
If they want to survive, at least.
Right. That's just, I hope G7 becomes G6, because if you allow Joe Biden's anger saying, why aren't you having Muslims in your country? Well, then they're just going to leave at that point, because it was never about anime futurism. It was just good Asians representing white liberal interest. And so that's has nothing to do with like anime whatsoever. And so I think G7 will become G6, but it has to be G7 because they are the good Asians that represent the false narrative of George Floyd statues everywhere.
Yeah, and I just want to mention one last thing, because I'm going to jump off here in a second. I saw a video talking about how some Greeks had converted to Buddhism a really long time ago, and reminded me of the whole Platonic project as well. And I'm just saying, like, a lot of us don't understand that this whole East and West has been going on for a very, very, very long time. And I think that we don't really realize that the syncretist is, whether we want to say that it's quote unquote true or not, they're using those memes or whatever you want to call it as a tool and a weapon against us. And I think we have to really start looking at what they believe, or we're going to be totally crushed.
Shame politics, the Puritan ethic in capitalism. In other words, if I can't win over an argument, I'm going to shame you into buying McDonald's by using a Nordic gamer and a crying Wojak. And you're going to buy this McDonald's over Wendy's because I'm using subculture, the Puritan ethic of guilt. And that is a Eurocentric ideal of chasing the Jones, materialism, and clout chasing that only exists within the white mind. And I think that's going to be utilized. And again, it just goes back to Max Weber.
Yep. And I think that when you look in the East, like that's the thing is we think that, well, they must be just like us. They're just in a different condition. It's like those things don't really exist. And number one, and I think that we're seeing the worst aspects of both the East and the West being constantly synthesized. And I think
right. And it's creating the most dysfunctional anti-whiteness with Asian hive mindness of creating, but no production. And so you have a bipolar disorder of two worlds, not understanding true space Eurasianism.
Oh, well, I wanted to speak on, hopefully he gets this thing, and maybe I hate saying things twice, but yeah, with Neurojack, about what he was talking about in terms of how it was going back to the past. Yeah, you have this thing with Nagasena, the Melinda Panda. He's talking to the Greek king Melinda, and you also have it in the Alexander romance. Obviously, Alexander conquered all the way to India, so there's the spread of Alexandrian and Hellenism inside India. So there's lots of instances of that. So you have this kind of Eurasian model, in the ancient past
70
as well.
wives too. He also had over 70 kids with 70 different women. So that's also something to consider as well.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's interesting stuff. But yeah, we're gonna take our break here. We're gonna play the video by Pill Eater on this Keith Woods, and then we'll play another short video of someone else noticing it too late, which is interesting, to us, but yeah, distributist equals suckers. Keith Woods plus distributist equals suckers by Pill Eater. And I'm going to make some coffee, and I'm going to come back and discuss this video where we were watching with Pill Eater a little bit more before I open up the panel here. And we'll also watch a cool video I made, Eurasianism with Zelda. Yeah, let's check it out here. Distributist plus Keith Woods. And then his dinner at the castle. Keith Woods having dinner at the castle.
I thought I'd give my concerns about people like Greg Johnson, the distributist, Keith Woods, and Kashif of the then meta right or meta modern politics thing. I've been associates with these people before, and over the past year or two, ever since the radical change within the American system and political environment, I kind of had my own realization and also a criticism for these types of individuals, all playing a part of this kind of fake Mark Lombardi-esque kind of webs of conspiracy. I mean, I'm not to say that, maybe I am Joaquin Phoenix Joker and I'm the ultimate outsider, but I thought maybe I do see that there has been a shift towards anti-capitalism. And I do see that there is this shift as well as trying to make this political sphere more socially accepted by the large gentrified forces that like Black Lives Matter and whatever. And this thought has been around since 2013 in the areas of Stark Truth Show and subcultures of the New Brunswick, New Jersey scene and whatnot. And it finally has kind of went full round circle on the internet. And now what we knew as quote unquote the alt-right are now being Marxist, as J.G. Michaels might have said. Things are becoming more anti-capitalist in nature. And eventually now you're going to see ex-alt-writers becoming more interested in the works of Richard D. Wolff or David Harvey. And I think Keith Woods is kind of that scapegoat, or that kind of fulfilling void. And it disturbs me that he has a connection and communication with the distributist. Now, there's nothing wrong to say about the distributist as a bad person, but the problem is I just don't like him as an individual, and there's good reasons why. But I would like to show that the Matrix is real, and that YouTube in itself is a capitalist platform, that we put on fictitious personas in order to shake hands with people and make silly webcasts and live streams that get 10,000 views, and then subscribe to my subscribe star and give me your money like I'm some girl on the internet. And this has become fashionable. And I think a greater irony is kind of like being a Marxist bookseller. You sell books to make profit. Well, Keith Woods shakes the distributist's hand, and only to say that they're now in a union, and capitalism constantly morphs into things to sell us something back. And I see a lot of that handshaking happening, and a lot of the things that was not talked about, behind those screens are still happening. Now, going back onto Greg Johnson, we hear anything, else. You don't hear much of what Johnson is doing. All I know is that he has some young 17-year-old boy and 20-something who works on countercurrents, talking about autistic 4chan culture, and somehow this has something to do with the revolution. I guess people who are hard to get along with, that's what happens. People all burn bridges, and they constantly have to make up new ideologies and movement. But always and always and always, there seems to be a blame upon the loser, upon the school shooter that Andy Nowicki kind of represented in his art. And I always saw myself as a punk rock queer, and I've always seen myself as someone working behind the drapes of all this. As much as I would like to do YouTube nowadays, I just don't have time. It's simply maybe I'm just have this punk rock energy where I don't want to make new art, knowing that my target audience wants me to do something, wants me to charade as a puppet. And it's annoying when I see Keith Woods, the distributist, and maybe Kashif exploiting off these types of individuals. And as much as I attacked these people in my essay on the cult of the extroverts in my book, The Manifesto About Stalking Patrick Hyland, I also want to affirm that we should go back to understanding people on an emotional level, and going back to art criticism. That all this critical theory talk, yes, it's definitely making sense of things, why people think such a way. But I still see the capitalist fake e-girl identity there in YouTube land. And this is why I don't subscribe to Keith Woods. I mean, as much as, I personally, I hate capitalism, and, I have weird, relationships with communism, a third position or whatever, the only thing I'm is kind of like a weird syndicalist or something. I mean, again, I don't mean to charade and LARP as political ideologies or whatnot, but to me, art has been my ideology, that the artist shall reign supreme, that the queer arts shall reign supreme, that some Eurasianist future is bound to happen after the follies of middle to upper class bourgeois America, which these internet celebrities are not getting to and still playing dumb, because exploitation is the name of the game. That I guess these are fake universities or whatnot. People don't even have time to appreciate art. And so I give upon this advice. Instead of being junkies and waiting for the next Keith Woods video and waiting for some celebrity debate of E. Michael Jones versus Richard Spencer on that guy's channel, you know, you have to go beyond this. That as the artist Mark Lombardi, who made circles relating to these interests, you have to find a new outlet to express. You have to create new subcultures, new artistic endeavors, but still remain true to who you are. To feel the words of Jim Goad's kind of hate culture, you know, avant-garde art as, you know, the self-hating queer, you have to now express that in this kind of new form to create art. And that's why I've always been outside that YouTube sphere, and I associate with the works of Brandon Adamson, Robert Stark, Matt, Alex, Harlan Venison, Richie, Rachel Haywire, Carmen, Evie, Babs, a great cultural kind of acid West Coast, East Coast scene that always has been outside of that and has always been open to talk about subjects of sex, work, and race, to talk about real taboos, to talk about things which political spheres and the common normie on the internet is afraid to talk about. And ultimately, I feel I'm in the tradition of this subculture I'm speaking about. I have no script. This isn't a script. This is just me on my bed, giving my, reading from my consciousness, because I don't have time to make a script. I want to speak to the YouTube user and know who you are. YouTube wants me off this platform. They keep striking me. I can keep copying, pasting these videos to BitChute or whatever. Maybe that might help, but again, I see myself in the tradition of the punk rocker who needs to get his art out there, music, words and zines and otherwise, maybe flirt with video art and whatnot. But I don't have time to whore with these individuals on the internet who like to say that they're for this anti-capitalist future, but simply don't practice it. They all bitch and mock and cry about the Antifa soldiers and the BML outside who are actually doing something to the society. Maybe that's why I became more interested now in BreadTube. Maybe that's why I like Reeducation or Non-Compete and Vouch. But even though I dislike their opinions on race, I always seem to see that BreadTube is offering something which the fat ass distributors can't even do. Why do I think he's fat? Maybe it's just because his avatar. Everyone plays favorites. Everybody wants to make connections. Everybody wants to do this. Everybody wants to make money. It's so shallow. Why would you exploit yourself as a consumer to do that? And why would you say, oh, that's bad. Pill Eater has a black band. You shouldn't listen to him. This stuff's got to go for sure. We can't advance as artists when we play games of saying that kid's going to shoot up Columbine. We have to create a religion that's kind of like the work of Ted Kaczynski or some crazy Japanese Shinto religion that's going to commit terrorist acts in the subway or something like that. I'm joking, but maybe YouTube doesn't care. They just want me off this platform. Probably they got advanced robots trying to kick me off. But let's start making art. Let's start having existential views on individuality. Let's start Eurasianism. Let's get crossed out AXA. Let's practice what we preach. And being comfortable consumers, protecting bourgeois America. And as Realicide and Robert Inhuman once said, punk is not comfort. Let's do it. AXA.
Hell yeah. And here's the producer of Jay Dyer noticing this too late. Slow boy whiteboard, talking about Keith Woods going to dinner at the castle.
Just would like to say that Vouch was a different person when he had 700 subs. But yeah. I know why everyone hates him now, and he is a Beverly Hills agent. Just putting it out there.
Yeah. So consider that video from a long time ago, folks. But yeah, But yeah.
Rumble anyway, so that's kind of what matters.
But yeah, what else? I was out in the U.S. recently, in West Virginia, Berkeley Springs Castle, the Vidar Castle, which apparently is going to be in Fallout 76. I used to be a big Fallout fan, but apparently, I guess it's 76 is the online version. I haven't been up to date with it, but apparently, yeah,
That's
you can visit Berkeley Springs Castle, post-apocalyptic in Fallout. But yeah, I was there. It was a cool experience. Spoke there, invited by the Brimlows, very nice people. Got to meet some great people there. Jared Taylor was there. Some people I met for the first time who I've been collaborating with or talking to for years. Harrison Smith from InfoWars, very nice guy, very cool to meet. Jefferson Lee, who I've been like 4 or 5 years, streaming with that guy, talking to him. So that was really cool to meet him in person, and just a great guy. Thomas 777. I think we'll be dropping some content soon, potentially. We were
Dude, he's
getting
a
into
fed.
historical discussions.
Like, I just want to punch
over
him in the
dinner at
face
the
for that. I'm gonna
castle,
punch
and
him in the face. Like, that's straight
we were
edge Antifa
discussing the
stuff.
troubles. It's something that
straight up fed
Like,
shit.
really
dude, if I was
interested in
like
as well.
straight edge, like whatever, I would punch 777 in the face. I'm like, yeah, he has his own little pussy ass 777 gang. I'm like, AXA is gonna rip you a new asshole.
There you go.
He has a lot of kind of interesting angles on the troubles, and he suggested we should actually do some kind of series on that. So that's to be prepared, but that's something that may be in the works as well.
And then we have the man who was a very gung ho about doxing me last time. Remember, he's an Orthodox Christian.
Right, Orthodox Christian.
Oh yeah. He couldn't remember the 10 Commandments, so
Right.
I grilled him for that one day. And basically, what it is that his whole religious attitude is basically a LARP to kind of defend his kind of alt-right viewpoint. And then he came out with this clip. This is very interesting what he says here, which I played many times.
Everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper-capitalist fucking AI world. That's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster.
That's Mussolini. Mussolini did that.
Yeah, so he gets into so he's funny. He's a funny character playing a character online, just as Jim Goad is. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Jim Goad is another Hollywood actor who's friends with Margaret Cho, Chuck Palahniuk, Doug Stanhope. The list goes on, but no one will ever say bad, including Lydia Lunch. And he's writing for, Countercurrents by a gay man who's writing about. So if he was interested in Boyd Rice's industrial culture with Blood Axis, makes you think it's not about racial awareness. It's about industrial subculture and whatnot in White House.
Yeah, and thank you guys for joining us here. This is my video I made with Zelda, our tribute to Eurasian. Here we go.
Hell yeah.
And if anybody's wondering, this is the creation myth of Zelda from Ocarina of Time. So yeah, this is one of my favorite things I ever saw when I was a kid. I was like, this shit is deep. That's what I was thinking. I was like, yo, this shit is like some philosophy shit. But yeah.
I used to understand happy. I know that I used to be happy. I was really happy. I'm unhappy now and I can't remember what it's like to be happy. I only remember... I don't remember. I remember being happy only in comparison to not being happy, which is what I am now.
There it is. The future depends on thee. Link. Thou art courageous. And what is he a link between? The past and the future. He is the hero of time.
That reminds me of Final Fantasy VIII. If you ever look at the storyline of Final Fantasy VIII, very.
You're kind of robot there, Neuro. But yeah, you're talking about Final Fantasy VIII, but you're very you're very roboto.
Yeah, I'll jump off. I dropped the link in the back.
I played Final Fantasy 9. I don't know if you guys played 9. 9 was pretty out there before this.
Yeah, SPLC. Yeah, I think a Bannon got charged yesterday on some shit. Steve Bannon might be going to jail.
I do some video art sometimes too, and I experiment. So one time I like to put my own, try to make my own music and do videos on it. And I was thinking of like doing, well, I try to make my own music. I think like 10 years ago I used to do AMVs, but like I do like the collage effect you could do with some of that. See what kind of projecting video with music that you could play at a potential party. You know, if you're having a party in Brooklyn, you want to do that. There's some power in it.
Yeah, and I I wish Neuro would have contextualized this link before he dropped it in the back, which I don't know if you can contextualize, but I know that Keith Woods is part of this movement, this anti-immigrant movement within the UK. So I think it may be linked to this. But yeah, Neuro dropped this link, SPLC VDare. Peter Bramlow VDare has provided a crucial bridge.
I met his wife in 2017 at American Renaissance.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. But the Brimlows, they basically own a castle in West Virginia.
Oh yeah, that's what. Oh yeah, that's what he's linking it to. The what that guy just said. The castle that guy went.
Well, the thing is, the point is, it's a think tank project that lasted for about 20 years. The point was to stop immigration, quote unquote, encourage white nationalism, push John Derbyshir's term dissident right, which they had some success
I've heard.
with.
Oh yeah, I just heard that. I just started talking to a guy who uses that term.
And the funny part
because
is
he was
that
the
it was
only other
coined
person
in 2012 by John Derbyshire for his book collection that just referred to paleoconservatives associated with VDare. But the term became new light when Richard Spencer abandoned the alt-right, and there was some stain on it. And so by 2019, 2020, there was a new, in the last 4 years, the alt-right, the post-alt-right changed brand and called the DR, dissident right, which I think is bad semantics, by the way. It assumes that you are within the right-wing cultural establishment, you just disagree with what that right is. There's no such thing as a dissident left, by the way. There's only a catch-on trademark dissident right. So again, I think it's a bad setup. We realize how it's a bad term. And if you want to be culturally right-wing, but dissident, in other words, disagreeing with the establishment, you're still within the state's effects. So it's futile. It's like you're talking about yourself.
Yeah. And this term dissident right, shout out to King's Fool, the King's Fool YouTube channel, who did a review of Jeem and Adam Green debate. He was using this term dissident right. And yeah, the link to paleoconservatism and all of that is very interesting. The whole paleoconservative movement is another kind of version of this kind of, it's a kind of proto neo-reactionary movement in the intellectual scene. Let's just put it that way.
Proposing the patchwork system, which I will discuss in greater detail in a moment. He suggests that patches of land could have any lifestyle or culture they wanted, so long as there was a market for that lifestyle. Moreover, they could in theory have any organizational structure they wanted, but they would inevitably fall against the joint stock corporations in their ruthless efficiency. As he explains, if there existed a more effective structure, if firms were more productive when managed not by a committee, but by an executive, or by the collective decisions of their customers or employees.
Okay, so he's combining libertarianism and authoritarianism into this idea of joint stock corporation, which we were kind of talking about before we started our entire break segment. So that's where we're at now. So if you guys joining us now, that's basically where we're starting it.
Employees, by separate legislative and judiciary branches, et cetera, and here the analogy to democracy is clear, we would know. Someone would have found a way to construct a firm on this design, and it would have outcompeted the rest of the stodgy old world. I want to really dig into this turn towards the economic, because it is here that neo-reaction shows its affinities with libertarianism, or, as they still often call it, classical liberalism. Schmidt saw the claimed autonomy of economics as
is that you know, that's
They're still
obviously,
liberals, okay?
yeah,
Libertarianism
it's a
is
jump.
liberals. And to
Yeah, it's
say
a jump
liberals
to,
saying,
yeah.
oh, we're not those liberals is like the most cliche, again, dissident right talking about itself. They are liberals.
Yeah, I just think that that is a hilarious way to hide and obfuscate what you really are, is to just shift it to classical liberal. Say, I'm not a liberal, I'm a classical liberal, like in the Lockean, like, or whatever. So I'm like a hyper libertarian because I'm a classical liberal. I'm not a libertarian, you know. So I just think that this kind of obfuscation of terms is, you know, obviously pseudo and obviously hilarious. I mean, and you know, as is the kind of move to the economic, you know, you know, as is said in this show a lot of times, I think the technological is the objective form of power of the political, you know, so it ties into what they were deeming the existential, and then obviously economics and culture are residues of that whole situation. So I think that you know, them trying to exert pressure on those stages is kind of you know, I mean, you know, they're paying attention to the symptoms, and that's why they're not really hiding the fact that they're liberals, because they don't want to overthrow liberalism. You know, what they want to
They
overthrow
want to
is,
listen to
yeah,
Jordan B. Peterson and disagree politely, and they don't want
exactly right.
violence. That's what they fear. They fear violence, race, sexuality, worker consciousness, and the space you inhabit. If you know 5 of those things are reality, liberalism is it hates you. You're in the crossfires.
Yeah.
as the most important of liberalism's depoliticizations, and he showed perhaps his most leftist streak in pointing out the ideology lurking behind the perceived neutrality of the economic sphere. He reminds us of the tendency of relationships of exchange to deteriorate into a system of the worst exploitation and repression. He even concludes the concept of the political by warning of the consequences of an economically justified imperialism. Let it suffice here to say that an economic turn is insufficient to avoid violence. Nevertheless, I believe it is Schmidt's intrinsic critique of liberalism that most speaks to the existential void at the center of neo-reaction. Neo-reaction inherits from libertarianism an anthropology in which the individual features as the essential political unit. The problem with this, Schmidt tells us, is that, quote, no consistent individualism can entrust to someone other than to the individual himself the right to dispose of the physical life of the individual. And what that means for Schmidt is that liberalism cannot legitimate a society capable of making claims upon its members, and thus cannot furnish a positive political platform. I want to turn briefly and finally to Yarvin's attempt at a positive platform to explain why it still falls into the same liberal depoliticization. Yarvin describes in an essay of the same name his positive view of a society he terms patchwork. It is thus called, he explains, because it replaces the dysfunctional governments and nation states left over from the 20th century with, and here I'm quoting, a global spiderweb of tens, even hundreds of thousands of sovereign and independent mini-countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation without regard to the residents' opinion.
So, you know, their sovereignty and independence is seen as the ultimate prize. They're
Start a
outlining their liberal.
mom and pop's bagel business, and supposedly you're a king. Yeah, just follow the confines of capitalism, and everything's going to be okay. Now, Peter Thiel's going to save us all. Zuckerberg's going to be the Democratic president. Yada yada yada.
Our relationships with these states will, of course, be that of customers, not of citizens. Quote again, to live on a patchwork patch, you have to sign a bilateral contract with the realm. You promise to be a good boy and behave yourself. The realm promises to treat you fairly. Of course, Yarvin delivers his vision with his tongue firmly planted in his cheek, but I want to take seriously his model of how the individual protects her flourishing against a potentially predatory government. Yarvin's ideal political society holds the right of egress as its essential grounding. Once he has jettisoned political freedom, replacing it with the personal freedom of contracts and markets, the customer's veto becomes the only check on power. As he tells us, if residents don't like their government, they can and should move. It is, in short, all exit, no voice. Perhaps unsurprisingly, there's very little mention of culture in this essay. Yarvin only concerns himself with the possibility that, like North Korea today, a state could effectively trap its citizens within its border. It is striking that his answer to this problem is, once again, a return to economics.
Yeah, this all exit,
North
no
Korea.
voice thing. Yep.
Okay, there's tankies that love the DPRK and they celebrate as North Korea as being true Korean freedom. Okay, so if you're a BRICS guy, you're going to say nothing but good about Kim Jong-un. If you're into Caleb Maupin, North Korea didn't anything wrong. In fact, we got to reunify Korea. So, but if you get a G7 outlet, then we know North Korea is evil and wrong. People are trapped. So I'm just saying there's two sides of the coins here, and if you create an argument of semantically believing North Korea is this totalitarian state, you're missing the point here about BRICS reality, determination of people, and all that stuff. But again, it's whatever.
Yeah, you want to speak on this all exit, no voice? This is kind of an accelerationist credo, as you may know. You know,
Again, I think
it's coming from Murray Rothbard, right?
Right. I think it's again translated in a different way where you can read like people like Murray Bookchin, and he talks about post-scarcity anarchy and says that quote unquote cybernetics will make post-scarcity happen, and you can translate that as an accelerating point. Just right, you can read Marx and assume he's talking about accelerationism and read more than what there is. But again, I think these arguments are kind of again based on liberalism, and it's about enjoy what the state does over you, but it has nothing to do with the paternalism. It's just enjoy now, enjoy the grill. So again, I think it's a big fallacy in its own right. It's like if you read the Enoch Times and the entire point of the magazine is to say we don't like the Chinese Communist Party and we want to abolish China with a weird Chinese cult out in Deer Park. You know, it just doesn't, it's a bad fallacy because you're assuming Chinese people want it that way. It's actually not the truth. It's just applying whiteness on Chinese, meaning liberalism.
Yeah, I mean the fact of the Enoch Times and just it being this kind of like this Chinese fed like incursion. That's
Well, yeah, like here's what
like
I'm
this
saying.
hyper.
Enoch Times loves to say, "Oh, freedom this, freedom that." They don't have free. Oh, well, tell me when do Chinese people do have American-style freedom where you can put George Floyd statues and trans flags? Because that's what you're going to do in Taiwan if you give any more power. So if I was Xi Jinping, I would say that's satanic.
Yeah, and then the whole thing with the whole Rothbardian credo with the all exit, no voice. Yeah, kind of assumes this kind of global, you know, obviously this joint stock corporation pirate utopia thing can only work in a globalist sense, and that's a hyper liberal sentiment. And then also it goes to this kind of aspect of this you know, globalization that the all exit, no voice is like, yeah, you could go wherever you want, you know, like you said, that it's, yeah, it kind of presumes this kind of globalism, you know, which is, I mean, it's horrifying results, you know, but yeah, he wants this system to function. I mean, you know, I mean, assuming like he wants all power everywhere to dissolve, and that's a global project.
It can only benefit the elites because once elites have the same freedom, there's still hierarchy and people can still have power over you.
He points out that a country of slaves is hardly an effective way for rulers to ensure a return on their investments. He fails to account for regimes predicated on an ideology, religious or otherwise, whose members themselves actually believe in that ideology. He doesn't imagine that a child born into a patch with a model of flourishing that proved alien to their own could grow into an adult who is forced to choose between their own self-assertion and the community that had nurtured them. He is so deep in the logic of individualization that he doesn't even realize that this choice could be a hard one. Nick Land sees exit as the essential Anglo-American political action. He tells us, when Anglophones disagree, they have often sought to dissociate in space. Instead of an integral resolution, regime change, they pursue a plural irresolution through regime division, proliferating polities, localizing power, and diversifying systems of government. If this sounds familiar to you, it's because it's also the basic thesis Schmidt makes in his work Land and Seethe. And now, I want to be honest that Schmidt's opposition of the terrestrial to the tholastic mode of existential politics is one of the moments in his thought that gives me the most pause.
Yeah, this is where it goes to this, what Neurojack was talking about, land and sea, and this kind of idea of the state as a joint stock corporation is already what the kind of the sovereign citizen kind of ideology sees it as. You know? So it's kind of interesting that they're already moving along that accelerationist ladder. But let me go to this real quick and show this Nick Land here. Very short video here with this little thing about hot and cold collectivities. And it's interesting. I want to get to this quote that he actually quotes Moldbug at some point, because she just mentioned land. Let me go to this. Okay, here we go. And this is like a maybe 6-minute clip, but yeah, cut in anytime you want here. I'm gonna skip a little bit, but I want you guys to see this book here that he's referencing. Exit, Voice, and Loyalty by Albert Hirschman. And I'm going to skip a little bit here and go to this concept of hot and cold collectivity. Okay, hold on.
The disloyalists have their own model of collectivity, biased to the commercial ideal of free exchange and to the technological ideal of virtual connectivity. The opportunity for frictionless switching within a global network or network of networks epitomizes disloyalty.
Frictionless switching within a global network. This is what he just uttered.
As a positive techno-commercial achievement, and networks are collectivities.
A techno-commercial achievement where networks are collectivities. Let's go to this. He's got this idea of a hot collectivity. Kind of a Shiva cult, looks like, in India.
Attachments. Cold collectivities are based on pragmatic calculations. Hot collectivists have motherlands and fatherlands. Cold collectivists shop around. Loyalty in this ideological sense is essentially a macro-social phenomenon. Disloyalists are probably no less loyal to their families, friends, and dogs, although they are quite likely to have smaller and more highly nucleated families.
I'm going to speed this up.
Friends and cats or lizards rather than dogs. There are discussions to be had about differential rates of divorce and parental abandonment within the spectrum, and we can be confident that the loyalist social conservative constituency will ensure such a discussion takes place. The pure loyalist idea of society is that of a big family. While for disloyalists, it is a functional arrangement of strangers. If strangers seem somehow like a bad thing, your loyalism is showing. Humans are excitable social animals.
See, because loyalism is part of the hot collectivity. The cold collectivity is part of the, as he said, swift and changeable, frictionless switching within a global system. Global network, he says, actually.
If this spectrum were reduced
Data.
and its denial.
Right, exactly. People are
You're
data,
basically
right?
a bunch of fucking people in a Facebook network that you can move around. That would be cold. They
Right.
don't give a fuck about you. It's like a trans world depravity. It doesn't matter where are you from and what you're from, you're still going to commit evil.
There is little reason to doubt that matters would have been already resolved definitively in the loyalists' favour. That the spectrum exists as an ideological generator and not merely a measure of departure from virtue.
This is another thing within the spectral philosophy that Giorgiani talks about a lot, is like nothing's a hundo. It's all Hegelian. It's all spectral. It's all past, present, and future are all ontologies. And you know what I mean, the whole Mark Fisher, kind of how he's deriving it from this kind of ontology of merging past and present and future. And that's why it links to the Zelda thing and the Fallout thing, because Fallout and Zelda are portraying these lost futures and also this notion of archaic revival into this past realm, that this Atlantean, realm or whatever.
But again, I wouldn't go so far to worship McDonald's as being our savior and thinking that McDonald's is the values of communism, which you can read Fisher's interpretation of ontology that way. And that's the scary part. And so just like Nick Land saying, or Molbug saying we should worship Thiel as the next president, we might as well.
But it's crazy, like it is at every single exit. It's kind of weird.
So again, I would say that Fisher's ontology gets you by celebrating the mundane, which is a bad influence.
Right? Super mundanity and hyper reality. These are the cross cousins and cross pollination of these obviously alienation on the one end and over socialization on the other end.
Why would, if a McDonald's is in Cheyenne and if McDonald's is in Cleveland, why should I assume the McDonald's has a traditional value that exists before myself? It's kind of absurd if you think that way, because it doesn't get to the point that maybe McDonald's was indeed a recent invention.
Yeah, this guy doesn't realize he's already been ontologically conditioned, and he looks like a fuzzy peach pussy face. So it doesn't really matter what you say. Anyways. Ginger cop.
Is due to the positive sense of the disloyal pole, which is competence. If there is a single striking pattern to modern history, it is that disloyalists or cold collectivities tend to win. Romantic losers are losers for a reason. Pretty much whatever it is that you're trying to do, doing it coldly works best. Loyalism, after all, precludes selection. To choose among options is already disloyalism at work. The discrimination between success and failure only operates outside the sphere of loyalty. Pragmatic calculation selects between connections. Passionate attachment, by definition, does not. Run a performance-selected system against an unselected one, and the outcome is predictable. The tense and primarily disjunctive relation between loyalty and competence is the keystone of modern social science. It is rediscovered every time a social phenomenon proves tractable to models based on games, systems of exchange, or unintended spontaneous order. Every theory of modernization that appeals to some species of alienation acknowledges it. Social process and loyalty degree zero is catalaxy, and that is the only social phenomenon that is understood to work.
Bam. Here we go. The examples of disloyalty and cold collectivities couldn't be more clear. Couldn't be more, enveloping. See, look, this guy said it perfectly. Imagine being emotionally affected by pixels from the Black Mirror. It's like, you fucking clown. It's like, look at this shit. Switching, defection, shopping, objectivity, deracination, xenophilia, openness.
Well,
This
it seems like it's a mixed bag between Emil Durkheim and some other crassness, which I'm trying to wrap my head around. But I guess disloyal to who?
Well, I find it very interesting that he provides some examples of the anti, and then you can kind of calculate disloyal to who through that, because look at what he says here.
Games, systems exchange, or unintended spontaneous order. Every theory of modernization that appeals to some species of alienation acknowledges it. Social process and loyalty degrees there is catalaxy, and that is the only...
See, switching, defection, shopping, objectivity, deracination, xenophilia, openness are all
that is understood.
Seen in these three things. The culture of the Anglosphere, the commercial model of hypercapitalism,
yes,
and also virtual network technologies, which occupy a global network, of exchange. And basically it's like so what are these the opposite of? What is the commercial model the opposite of? What is the culture of the Anglosphere the opposite of? What are virtual network technologies the opposite of? It's like you could really calculate these things in an intelligent manner if you study these people's ideology.
Well, here's the thing. It's going to hurt liberals' feelings because if you consider these three things, it means that everything we live today is, I guess, white supremacy, right down to Facebook. So, yeah, I don't know. It's going to be a hard one to assume that they believe in some bizarre antinatalism against the Anthropocene and saying that it's humanity that's guilty. And again, it's the same anti-white politics coming in this weird Judeo-Kabbalah nature of assuming they're above the minions they see as humanity.
This guy's still too slow to get it. It's okay, Truther. You'll catch up one day.
Work. There are other things that work naturally, but their functional principles are incalculable. Loyalists have traditions that work well enough to still exist, which is hard. Anything that isn't dead is doing something right. Hot collectivities are, in their own way, evidently functional. Their opacity to social scientific formalization, however, is suggestive of a deeper disloyalty at work. They have been tested and selected by cold forces beyond the social sphere. Every passionate attachment was honed dispassionately in the butcher's yard of nature and deep history. When orders of loyalty work, it is because they were not built in the same way they are sustained. The competitive dynamics they exclude have worked them even more ruthlessly from without. Whatever was done well, even the carving of a culture of passionate attachment, was done coldly. Everything gets carved. Bring the machinery inside and you have social Darwinism. Leave it outside and you still have social Darwinism. This, of course, is a very cold way of looking at things. Some like it hot, understandably. So there's an argument. Everything with which we have become familiar under the name of politics. The hot collectivity argument, as it develops within modernity, isn't easily identified with the left or right. It goes roughly like this. Look, we understand, we really do, that when things get cooled down enough, they can start superconducting. Truly extraordinary stuff starts to happen, we get that. It's unintelligibly extraordinary stuff these days. Growth, change, connectivity, artificial intelligence, whatever. But we're not made for this temperature, we need more warmth. And we're going to insist our leaders deliver some for us. There's a whole thermopolitics discussion about squabbles over the temperature control, which soon gets huge, but that's not why we're here, is it? Ultimate exit begins where the fight over the thermostat stops. If you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Don't argue or compromise, split. Cold by nature and cold by destination. Antarctica, the seabed, the asteroid belt. I don't know whether anybody here is old enough to remember Siberia. That needs to come back. Political heat dissipation is what the 21st century is about. Archipelago is actually the warmest version. Meta-utopia sounds toasty, but really.
Anarchy state in utopia. Robert knows it. This fucking, you know, and you know, have you ever seen Robert Nozick talk about his forays into Eastern religions? It's very interesting.
Well, I don't trust anyone who uses the word meta anymore because one of the biggest corporations in the United States is called Meta. So that shows you a lot of ideological concerns, how and why the elites use the word meta. It's almost a joke.
It isn't. It's meta-ethical and implicitly recognizes that the intent.
Yeah, as is the word non, I think. It's like...
If you're not, again, it goes back to contrarian and reactionary. What side do you take?
Right.
Integrity of an exit-based system depends fundamentally upon its moral indifference. Dynamic geography and experimental government searches for optimum switching conditions, which are icy. And in the end, the great Yeti, neocameralism. I'm going to assume that people here get all this stuff with cold clarity. Here's the prediction.
Okay, there we have it. There's adaptation. I'll read this. The basic idea of patchwork is that as crappy governments we inherited from history are smashed, they should be replaced by a global spider web of tens, even hundreds and thousands of sovereign and independent many countries, each governed by its own joint stock corporation without regard to the residents' opinions. If residents don't like their government, the canon should move. The design is all exit, no voice. Frictionless switching than a global system.
Moving capital from one place to another, so no one has property. You know, if there's a job out in Ohio and you live in Tennessee, too bad. And next year begins, the job is in Idaho. And that's moving people around like capital. And everyone's nomadic, and you're enjoying it as if you are living in an Epicurean anarchist society when it's just capitalism moving sway and forth to the means of profit.
Okay, it's been a brilliant 2 hours here. I'm gonna watch 10 more minutes of this, open up the panel, and as the panel comes in, I'll stop watching this video, and we'll try to engage these people if I can. But yeah, you're welcome to stay as you like. Brother Phil Eater, thank you so much for this experience, having this experience with me.
God bless.
Yeah, we'll do it again real soon, as your schedule, allows, and mine.
Absolutely.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah.
Gluten Boden, after all, can be a dangerous foundation for politics. But what the substitution of exit for voice demands of us is nothing less than that we weaken the ties that bind us to families, friends, and communities, so that we might be ready at any moment to take flight. Moreover, patchwork only works, really, if all the patches are the same. The rejection of a homogenized Europe by right-wing anti-EU parties suggests that humanity longs for uniqueness, for a belonging predicated on difference. And if there's one thing that the current clamor to build a wall on the southern border of this country shows us, it's that terrestrial politics remains in a healing mode. In short, the neo-reactionaries attempted to solve the contradiction at the core of liberal democracy by jettisoning the latter term. In contrast, I understand the alt-right as embodying the worst of the sins that Schmitt and the neo-reactionaries alike attributed to democracy. Its pursuit of a homogenized body politic, its fierce identification of internal enemies, and even the descent into irrationalism. Schmidt warned us in the end of his Crisis of Parliamentary Democracy that in hopes of a revitalized parliamentarianism, this parliamentarianism cannot content itself with repeating the question, parliamentarianism, what else? Neo-reaction, it is clear, has not provided a satisfactory answer.
Thank you very much. Our next paper is by Tim Luke from Virginia Tech. His paper is entitled Readings from the Book of Third Nature as Political Theology, The Dark and Light.
Okay, so Courtney covered some of the bits about Curtis Yardley, which I thought was very useful. So I'll sort of bounce around within the paper, trying to develop politics, and then maybe, if you will, a kind of, is there a political theology here? So a few facets of this, fairly complex but strangely attractive movement, the Dark Enlightenment, are in order. But where does it stand? Because of its links to the alt-right and many of its supporters' ties to Silicon Valley-centered venture capitalists, cyber-like.
Yep, those guys like Peter Thiel and all those kind of guys funding this whole experience, and also recently Elon Musk and that whole Twitter X thing. Yeah, we got this guy here. Anybody else want to come up? Let's see. Oh shit! Is this is muted somehow? What am I doing here?
Libertarians.
Wait, hold on. Oh, okay. I was not looking at my screen. I was not looking at the studio. Sorry about that. Welcome, Lanza.
Yo,
So
yo.
we got. Okay, I'm trying to see if I have both of the links pinned. I'm sorry, because I have two different networks right now. So okay, there we go. All right. And thank you to the 31 people who chose to stay with us this evening. It's been some very heavy conversation, and I thank that people that, are into that sort of thing. But yeah, neo-reactionary philosophy. We covered a lot of different aspects of it right now in these 2 hours, and we did so also in 2 other episodes. Let me kind of show you guys where those are real quick so you guys have reference for those, because this is a continuation of other episodes that we've done in the past. If I go to my streams page here, and I will play some music in a minute. Shit, I got the music in my bones. It is what it is. Okay, so Afro-Duganism. Okay, this is the first one we did. Welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I just named it that because I was coming back from kind of almost a 2-week break where only one of those weeks was planned. And then Afro-Duganism and Judeo-Islam among the technological malaise, dark theosis and dark Confucianism. And I was heavy trolling with that title. But yeah, it is what it is, right? Those who get it, get it. Those who didn't get it, the fucking train already left. You had a chance to hop on my thought train. I extended you an invitation, and then the train left without your ass.
You mean you have a train of thoughts, or like a train of thoughts? Like which kind of train are we like looking at?
Yeah, it's like a runaway freight train with outrageous cargo.
I don't know. I'm kind of tempted. I don't know.
Yeah.
You already know you done it.
It's like stuff flying out of the sides and shit. Freight train. Cargo. Let's ride. Let's ride. Let me play some fucking music for you guys. I gotta smoke some things here, and I was gonna. Oh, I know. Truth or Cop likes Atmosphere. How about that? You like Atmosphere?
I love some Atmosphere, dude. I was
Let's do
actually
it.
going to send
Let's
you
do
one of
it,
the
boy.
songs recently. Let's go.
Let's do it, boy.
Hola.
Huh?
Atmosphere.
Oh, what's
Hola,
going on,
hola,
Billy?
hola.
Yeah, hola, hola, hola.
Hola,
That's right.
hola,
Hola. Yeah,
I
that's
remember
right.
that one back in the day.
Yeah, that's the Lucy Ford. That's an OG album, man. That's a great album, man.
I remember,
You know
yeah, I
that.
think I had that when I was like 14, 15. Yeah.
Yeah, what do you guys like better? You guys like that one or Overcast or Dino Spectrum?
Yeah, I can only say the first stuff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge Dino Spectrum fan. You know, it is what it is. But but yeah, that first stuff was interesting, man. Stars and spikes are like wheels and bikes. They're just vehicles you use to steer other people's fears.
On the new Cannabis album, he's talking about Malthusian social control.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's actually
I'm just like,
interesting.
I think he's reading our minds or some shit.
Yeah, people won't be able to contextualize some of those
My
lyrics.
favorite lately has been God's Bathroom Floor. I don't know what album that's from, but that's
Oh man, you know about God's Bathroom Floor, huh? Yo, I played that on this show many times.
Really? I've never heard it on your show, but I've definitely heard it. Like,
Oh
I
yeah, I
maybe
played that
did
on this
before I
show
knew
many
it.
times.
But
Come on, dude. 1 for the cannabis, and 2 for
2
your
for the
Dianetics.
show, 3.
Come on, bro. You know that's the line, dude. Dude, 1 for the cannabis and 2 for the Dianetics, dude.
Oh yeah,
Once
2
he
for
said
the
that, I was like,
Dynamics and 3
oh
for those who
man.
try to get it, and 4 for the. Fuck! I gotta
Yo,
hear it, dude. I can do it though.
people aren't gonna catch up to that line.
Dude,
That line is very
what, the
deep.
Scientology line? I had to look that one up when I heard it. Hold
I
on.
got a few books, L. Ron Hubbard. I got a few occult manuscripts here. It is what it is. I mean, because those people are trying to watch the populace. I mean, they
That's what you see in that line?
They propaganda. They propaganda. I think I laid it out. Watch the first 2 hours. I laid out a lot of the occult connections. It is what it is. Those those who have eyes to see. God is heard and not seen. Right? It is what it is. The house of God is a traveling house. I have no fears, as has been demonstrated. To all who have eyes to see. Anyways, let me the thing is that I'm gonna have to play something else while we go ahead and get this ready, because I have to pack this pipe here. And give me a second, guys. Shit, I lost my glasses. Fucking shit. God damn, where the fuck are my glasses, man? Okay, well, that's no good. Oh, okay. I know where they are. We got Truth or Cop, and we got Adam Lanza.
We also have a flying squirrel attempting to eat into the ceiling of my home. I want that presence to be known as well.
Well, I don't think that's a squirrel. I mean, if you want to call it a squirrel, that's up to you. But I'm under the impression that that may be a demon, sir. You may have gotten yourself a demon, sir.
Well, what I actually have, if that's the case, is a flying squirrel on the hunt of a demon, and I appreciate his effort if that's the case. Thank you very much, flying squirrel. Please chew into the foundation of this home. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, Truth or Cop's got it, but he likes it. He doesn't care if it's a demon.
What?
That's interesting.
He
That you
doesn't
identify it
care
as
if
a
it's a
kind that would
demon.
go
He
into
should
a
be
house
scared.
foundation
He should be
and
scared.
destroy it.
You go running. You go running. You go run, boy. You
No
go
man,
run.
no man. Fuck these demons.
Might be an ethnic demon.
You go run from
Yeah,
that
it's
thing.
probably
Now.
one of the. It's those Santeria things, you know what I mean? Because you fucked around with those truckers with them Santerias on you.
Bro, I live in listen.
Truck stop cop.
Goodness gracious. I live in the woods. Okay, I've recently seen that people live in much more privileged homes than me, and that shocked me. That's a whole different perspective than I expected. I live in the woods. Okay, I'm in the middle of nowhere. I might have a lot of money,
So
but
much
I'm in the middle
judgment.
of nowhere.
I gotta put my judgment on lens when I listen to you, bro. Jesus Lord. I want to get your water tested.
Wait, which way? Wait, I'm getting it from multiple sources. There's a guy that runs down the hill every once in a while. He says that I should get it from this place. I get it from there. I also get it from up the hill where I've seen it. It just flows out the side of the road, and I go fill up some jugs and I drink my water from there. For the most part, I don't have city taps like y'all got. A lot of people
No, I
have
just said
access
you
to
should.
water.
I just said you should get it checked. That's all I said, really.
Oh, well, I don't know which source. That's what I'm saying. I don't know which source. I drink
I don't
water
know.
from a lot of
Figure it
sources.
out. You don't gotta tell me about it. Just figure it out.
Oh, well, you gave me the recommendation. I'm taking your advice. I'm attempting to take your
Excuse
advice.
me.
I don't know why you're so doubtful of your own opinion and perspective in the matter. I'm asking you more about what you're saying.
I
Why are
just
you
don't
doubting
know. I don't
yourself?
know,
I don't
man.
understand.
I don't know.
It's
I don't
very
know.
weird that you're being oppositional when I'm being supportive of your opinion.
I just
I
don't know.
agree. I should actually investigate and test my water a little bit more. But do you have any recommendations of which supplies to test a little more? I mean, do you have any opinion there? Or are you just going to keep coming at me?
Well, it sounds like you
Well,
want my opinion, doesn't it?
Sorry?
It sounds like you want my opinion, doesn't it? Verbally
Well,
with words.
you started
But
to give me
tonality
your
of it
opinion.
suggests
You started to give me your opinion,
otherwise.
and then when I asked for your opinion, you
All right, shut the fuck up, bitch, and just
big
argue
time
with
in me. I
yourself.
guess JG would say big time in me. You know. You're yeah, here's my opinion, but you want it? Oh, I'm too good for you. It's come on, dude. If you're gonna give me your opinion, give me your opinion. I want your opinion. What's up?
I told you. You didn't listen. You didn't want it. Shut the fuck up.
All right, I'll shut up. What's your opinion, dude? Let's go.
You ready? Let me know when you're ready to hear it. I didn't go to Kabbalah school like you, bro, but I could play with you all day.
You told me to shut up and let me know when you're ready. I don't know which one to do. So I was being
I know,
respectful.
because your
and just
brain
being
doesn't
quiet.
work like that. I know. You only made it through whatever degree. I know.
Listen, if you want to make as much money as I do, bud, you got a long
If you
ways to
want to
go.
make as much money as I do, bud,
Hey,
you
you
should
can
start a
make
late
whatever
night
funny voice or sound you
infomercial.
want. It's not. I know you're already trying
But
to
wait,
mimic
there's
the sound
more.
of my voice because you want the money that I make. You want that cash, baby. You can't get it. So you think that by mimicking my voice, you're gonna get it, Browns boy, but you ain't gonna get
Well,
it.
if I
Come
wanted
on,
to
bro.
get it,
You want to mimic my voice, baby boy? Huh? You want me to pet your hair while you mimic my voice? It'd be super cute. Maybe then you'll get your money and get what you want. You want that?
dude, your best friend is a fucking squirrel, bro. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
For now. I know
For
he's gonna go
now.
away. I'm gonna have a future best friend. There might be a cat or a
Bro,
dog.
did you
or
not
some
get
sort of
enough LARPing
Dalmatian.
out
It could
earlier
even be a
today?
woman
Shut
at
the
some
fuck
point.
up.
That could be my best friend. You don't know, buddy. You don't know what the fuck you're dealing with.
What, dude? What are you gonna do, bro? You live in the fucking. You say you live in the woods. It sounds like you live in the fucking concrete jungles of fucking New York. Sounds like fucking Albany, New York, or some shit.
You think the
You sound like a fucking hot dog vendor. You sound like a fucking hot dog vendor, bro.
Yeah.
Sound like you sell bunk jewelry, bro.
Yes, I am a hot dog
You
vendor
look like
to
you
your
sell bunk jewelry
mom.
too.
I deliver hot dogs very frequently to your mother, sir. Thank you. I'm glad you finally realized.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. So what are you here for?
To sell hot dogs to your mother for $10 a pound.
For
And
real,
only
what are you
she
here
knows
for?
what that means, but I think you might have some inclination as well.
For sure. I just want to know the next answer. What are you here for real? You get to shut the
I
fuck up. That'd be
assume
great.
that to pass time in between the breaths that I take before I figure out my next move in real life, because it's not going to be on here. I mean, I'm not going to
Is your
take
next
any
move
activity.
going to be to try to hunt down that squirrel and have sex with it? Are you going to have sex with that flying squirrel? You're going to have flying
I'm
squirrel
not,
sex?
Browns boy. I know that most of the internet
You brought
might
up
be
the
like
flying
adapted.
squirrel. You said you were
Oh, sorry,
interested
Adam
in it and you
Lanza,
couldn't wait
Adam
to meet
Lanza.
it.
I know that much of the internet might be like towards that whole thing, but like my OnlyFans is much more discreet than that. And listen,
All right, shut the fuck up,
it's
dude.
not
Shut
what
the
it's
fuck
about.
up. Just
It's
shut the
not what it's
fuck up.
about at all.
You're retarded. You're literally
It's not what
retarded
it's
as
about
fuck.
at all, okay? It's okay. We can sit back at any time and we can just enjoy the show. We don't
Keep
have to be the
LARPing.
show. We can
Keep
enjoy the show at
LARPing.
any time.
Keep
Hey,
LARPing.
yes, and then
Keep
one time,
LARPing.
and then like there was like this time,
LARP master.
and then like this time, and then
LARP master.
LARPing. We're both repeating.
His name is
I refuse.
Truther Cop. If you say
Truther
it in a
Cop.
different way, it sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Truther
yeah.
Cop. He's Lex Luthor.
Yeah. Let's go.
He's
I like
Lex
it. Let's
Luthor.
go. Let's go.
His face looks like a motherfucking Brillo pad. And it's also orange and sad. He sucks
Orange
cock.
man bad. Vote
And he's
for
good.
Biden in 2024. Adam Lanza's mother is a wiener buying. Hey.
I'm so mad, dude.
I know
I'm
you are.
so mad that you LARP.
You're so mad. You're so mad at what, dude?
I'm mad that you LARP.
You're mad that I'm not LARPing. This
What
is
would
me.
you call it?
I'm on
What would
Pussy
you
Patrol,
call it?
bro. And I found my fucking culprit, dude. I'm gonna lock you up, dude.
Oh.
You see that? I got a Juris Doctorate and I'm a legal scholar, a law scholar. What are you, Adam Lanza?
serious?
What are you, Adam Lanza?
You're this stupid and you have those accreditations. Holy
I'm
fuck,
also
dude, you are
part of
dumb
the
as
Targeted
shit.
Slaves Unit of the Pussy Patrol. And
Oh
I
my
think
god, dude, you're
I've
actually
found
stupid.
my next suspect, sir.
I would listen to
I might
anybody
have
else
found a whole
but
hive.
you.
Listen. If you
Anybody
can rat
else
on your boys,
but you.
we can work out a deal. I'm gonna shut up right now. I need you to.
We go work out.
I'm
You
looking for a
know who
confession.
says
I'm gonna
that?
sit in
What
the background.
race says we can work out a deal? Hey, excuse me, sir. Do you know how to say "fuck you" in Hebrew? Trust me.
How does that make you feel? What do you want to do about it?
I want to know what you want to do about it.
I want to know what you want to do about it.
Well, I want to know if there's an equivalent to when you get your balls smacked at fraternities with paddles. I just want to know in the sorority side if you had any experience with an equivalency.
What do you mean? In like life university or which university, which college did you go to? Where did you experience this
Well, you know how
trauma
you
at?
like got your balls paddled? at the
This never
fraternity?
happened to
Like,
me. I
oh,
mean,
because
you
you were,
experienced
yeah,
this
yeah,
at
that's what I'm saying.
college. Are
You
you
were
trying
at the
to make a report?
sorority.
Are you a targeted slave, sir? Are you
You
a
were at the
targeted slave?
sorority.
Do we need to make a report?
Didn't they call
Do we
you
need to
double
make a report?
circumcised truther cop?
We mean, okay, listen, I'm opening a report. Adam Lanza, targeted slave. What happened to you? Your balls were smacked with the paddle. This is insane. Listen, I think that we can get you like at least
No,
25
what
to
happened to
50
me is I have the
grand.
same disease your
Do you
fucking
prefer your
friends have.
funds to come through a GoFundMe? Do you
I
want
have
them
the same
direct through
disease your
Cash
friends
App?
have.
What do you want?
I have the same disease that your friends have. I want alleviation from fat fucking retard EBT face because I have that going on. And I also have extremely small syndrome. Like it's a little gnome fact actually. I'm 5'3", just like Toilet Bowl Earth, and I'm 110 pounds as well. So I'm kind of similar to your friends. I don't get why you're not being nice to me. I don't know.
Wait, Toilet Bowl Earth's problem is he's very short. Is that the issue here? That's his
Well,
issue.
no, I think it's that he can't reach things. I think he can't reach certain heights of intellectual ability or physical capability as well. You know, because as above, so below, as you know.
This is a very interesting perspective. I did not expect to encounter this. TML, come on, dude. We need your perspective here. This is your show. I mean, What happened?
The environment. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of things that. Yeah, I mean, I think.
You're doing great, kid.
You're a huge pianist fan?
Didn't hear that. I don't speak Hebrew that well. What was that?
No, I think you speak Hebrew pretty well if you picked up that was Hebrew. I mean, like, that was, yeah. I see where you're coming from.
Well, I think, yeah, maybe it was your version. What was that called? Shebrew?
Oh, your mom did brew up a pretty good lesson last night. She did. She did. Is that what you're referring to?
She told me about it, bro.
All right, good.
She said she had to work like, what was it? How long?
No, well, long enough to learn, and we got through with the process. We did it together.
To learn what?
and now
Yeah,
we're
she said
here.
she had a real big. She said she had a real tiny problem. I don't know what the fuck she was talking about though.
What's up now, you punk chick? Yeah. Hey, what's up? We got a problem, Toothpick? I said, do we have a problem? We got a problem, boy. Here's a right there. Right there. All right. Say, look again. Right here. I said, do we have a problem? Huh? Yes, all. Now you better get your stank ass up out of here before I cause a nuclear holocaust up in here, fool. Let's go. Oh, come on. Now we'll be Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
That's right.
60 frames, 60 frames a
footage of me
second of
last
getting
night,
your
believe it or not.
ass whipped. Tie your
Wait, so
ass to the
what?
whipping post, boy.
Who did?
Me?
No, your mama did for a moment, but she wasn't supposed to tell you about that.
She didn't tell me about it.
Dude, she was.
You must have paid
good.
her well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, I see. Listen, man.
You was
Listen,
yo,
that gives me
you
a lot of
definitely
respect for you.
fucking work
Your
magic.
mom
I can
didn't
tell you
about
that. Oh my
That gives
God,
me
it's
a
all
lot
about
of
the
respect for
money.
you, sir.
All about the money.
Listen, Adam Lambert, your mother is a respectable woman. She didn't tell you about what we did. Listen, I got nothing else
Who,
to
Mother
say.
Russia?
Case closed.
Mother, which
You're
one? Which
lucky, Adam
one?
Lanza. I'm going to continue the investigation,
Case
but it
closed.
doesn't belong on you anymore.
Case closed. Too bad we can't say that about your asshole.
She told you
What?
about that?
No, sir, I don't think I have any use for rubber nipples. I'll tell you what, though. Do you have any rubber walrus protectors? Call the police.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is it a thing that like LARPers like can't help but like try to make other people also LARP with them? I was wondering if that is something that you're taught either in, Hebrew school or whatever your background may point to in a very large fashion and from the front of your face, like with a hook fashion.
Oh, it just occurred to me. I was sitting here looking at my phone the whole time. I'm sorry. There's other people on the panel. I'm sorry. He's referring to someone else. Whoever he's speaking to, please speak up. You've been quiet. Is it Brian O'Shea who continues not to comment when called upon in the background? That would be very common.
I wonder if you get bored enough if you'll actually just talk to the chat by yourself as well, like the rest of the fucking LARPers do. I wonder if that was coming next, or if I just like read your fucking mind or something. I can see the future.
Death wish. Death wish. Now bring me that Rebecca bitch. Death wish. Death wish. Now in my younger days I used to sport a rag, backpack full of cans plus a fofo mag, G'd up from the feet up, blued up from the shoe up, hardcore up, smoking and drinking till we do up, teaching my class just to fuck your tool up. You don't want to blast, nigga, tuck your tool up. Dude, who is?
Yo, you're gonna fuck around and make me give Truth or Cop Brown syndrome. We have a winner.
We're gonna get up in this atmosphere song for you guys. You know what I mean? Take a little smoke break with you guys. Thank you guys for joining us here. This is one of my favorite songs. You know what I mean? By Atmosphere. You know what I mean? Plex remix. RPM. You ever hear it?
No, but we
Does not ring a bell.
dedicated to EBT and TBE and their their health as men.
No, I got
And,
a different. I got a different whole hour dedicated to them later. It might take a little longer than an hour. Their video was about 45 minutes long, 15 minutes of which were continuous guttural sounds. So we'll have to bear through that. And I might make guttural sounds on top of their guttural sounds to add the effect. So I'm gonna have to prepare. I'm gonna have to, drink some water and get that smoke a lot of weed so I could get that that come in the throat like kind of sound effect that they have. I mean, it's hilarious.
Oh, dude. You just gotta have Jay Dyer over your house for about like one weekend, I think.
Yeah, those shirts are interesting. But yeah, but yeah, who knows? Let's get up in this song here. Thank you guys for joining us. We're gonna listen to some of this here. And yeah, neo-reactionary. First 2 hours. If you guys are not enjoying this segment of the show, please go to the first 2 hours of the show where we firmly detailed the ins and outs of the neo-reactionary movement in current politics, a residue of both the alt-right movement and also the paleo-conservative movements in the intellectual circles and also in the media circles. So it's both cultural and also intellectual in terms of those aspects of society. But yeah, that was with me and Pill Eater. Please go and subscribe to Pill Eater's channel. I will drop the link at some point and find that after I'm done smoking here. But yeah, this is a song by Atmosphere. Slug and LP. The original version is produced by LP. That's an excellent song. This one is Plex remix. But yeah, I don't give a fuck who's watching me. I don't give a fuck what's going on here. It is what it is, right?
I'm actually starting to GoFundMe for liposuction for EBT, maybe a little ivermectin, something. Vitamin C. I was thinking about getting them too.
No. Enslaved by Tortellini. But yeah, we got this enslaved by taters. And we also got this basically the outline of this song is about, I love the line. He says, everything that we've taken for granted needs to be replanted in a larger pot. Had a conversation with Mother Nature. She said, fuck them because they get sparked a lot. It's crazy, man. Remember? But yeah,
Dude,
man.
Slug's got some fire lines, bro. I love his
Yeah.
lines, man.
Yeah, you know what I mean? I love that line. Everything that we've taken for granted needs to be replanted in a larger pot. It's like something old and new, kind of like the Deku tree giving birth to another Deku tree, and then the Kokiri forest can continue. We're talking about Eurasian futurism within the Zelda video game. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, then you clearly missed the first 2 hours of this motherfucking show. You're a fucking sleepyhead bitch. But it doesn't really matter. I really don't care. But yeah, go back to the first 2 hours, you fucking sleepyhead motherfuckers. All right. It is what it is.
I enjoyed what you guys were talking about.
Yeah, it was impactful.
NRX.
Yeah, and if you add it to those other 2 hours, you can make a whole maybe a full, that's almost, I want to say 4 or 5 hours of material, at least, 6 hours of continuous presentation on Eurasian philosophy and NRX philosophy. So, that's there for free for you guys. So yeah, bless you guys. And of course, both of us studied within the,
What up, Crypto? Sorry, I see. I've been like restreaming all day. And
hold on a second.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, let me finish what I was saying. Yeah, both of us studied at the university level, and we're also published in terms of authors and stuff like that. So, we've written extensively on these issues as well. So our work is out there for anybody to critique and review, and many people have critiqued and reviewed it, both professionals and laymen. But anyways, what were you saying, Truth or Cop?
Well, I see Crypto Alchemist is out there, but also when you're critiquing and reviewing the work of any creator, it's important to, for the most part, limit the critique within the view of the creation and not the creator to a certain extent. Like, people get so personal out on these freaking streets. Like, they go to the creator, they go to the sources, and then it's like, I'm going to go to the sources' friends. And this is what people attempt to do to one another. Like, as a whole, we all do this. It's really like the natural instinct. We try to expose everything deeper and deeper about people rather than attack their point directly or critique their song. What's up, Adam Lanza? You got an opinion on that? I was talking.
Yeah, we got
Adam,
crypto.
I thought you
We
might
got
appreciate
crypto.
this.
We got crypto. Grifto, alchemist. Robbing people with the Bitcoin. He's sitting there in front of Jay Dyer, and Jay Dyer can't even call the guy out for being a fucking alchemist. It's hilarious. Why don't you tell him about your alchemy, dude? Like, I'm sure he'd love to hear about that. All right, it's like fucking clownish.
Well, listen, if anyone can turn their chemicals or whatever thoughts into gold, I'm down. Like, if we can do this morally, why not? I'm not objective to it.
Yeah, it's like kind of like what's understood ain't got to be said, homie.
Yeah, let's go to this fucking song here that I love so much. And this is a dope ass song. But yeah, I hope you guys appreciated this first 2 hours out here. And somebody's restreaming this shit. Who the fuck? Oh,
yeah, I
Truth or
just started
Cop.
the restream. He said we're gonna play some Atmosphere. I named it Atmosphere.
Oh, okay.
CML. Let's go.
I got you, Holmes. Here we go. Here it is. The moment you've all been waiting for on the Truth or Cop stream is this one song by Atmosphere, and you guys could, every word of this rings true. For you guys out there, both friends and enemies, it is what it is.
I wouldn't trade nothing for a day like this one. Toy top on the tip, just waiting to get spun. Been ever so patient, forever for right now. The what, where, why, when, and how will it come down? What does it all mean? Means everything that we've taken for granted needs to be replanted in a larger pot. Had a conversation with Mother Nature about the relations. She said, because they get sparked. Is there any precision to making the decisions of which pigeons get to vision the walls from outside of the prison? Honey child, would you please set me free? freedom. Remove the blindfold so I can meet them and greet them. Hit them with a hammer, pound them with a fist. Beat your face against them till you lose your consciousness. Ain't going nowhere, it holds its ground. Keeping an eye on the soul to see what type of head is poking out. And when the cops come round, what I know becomes less. Check the lost and found, sneak a peek up its dress. Leave a healthy tip, but put the ashtray in my pocket. Cause I ain't ever even seen the inside of the cockpit. So I'ma have another all-nighter for breakfast. Open up a head trip and revel in the excess. A little solitude, small piece of serenity. Just enough to balance all the negative energy. People find a way to making me lose my mind. Wanna die in my bedroom and never be found. Wearing nothing but my headphones and a cigarette. Watching this cheap turntable spin round and round. Pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, and the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. Pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. Pitch control don't work, and the needles are dirty. Pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. Women say I scream the words to my songs and my dreams, but I wasn't sleeping for as long as it seemed. Until my wrongs are redeemed, I'll be right. Fingers are yellow from a cigarette, sore from holding the pen tight, handling just fine, but nothing to compare it to. No need to run, cause it's probably just as scared as you. No more trying to justify the choices. Praise the Lord that she wasn't born voiceless. I'd like to thank all the supporters and all the bridges over all the troubled waters. And all the mothers that gave birth to control freak daughters. And the kamikaze sheep that walked straight into the slaughter. I'm not mad at you, nah, I'm glad that you had the chance to gather a reason to climb this ladder. Best believe my shell toes match my halo, and I'm on a mission to fix this turntable. The pitch controls don't work, the needles are dirty. Pitch controls don't work, and the needles are dirty. The pitch controls don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch controls don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch controls don't work, the needles are dirty. Pitch control don't work, and the needles are dirty. Pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. Pitch control don't work, and the needles are dirty. And if I could fly, then I wouldn't have to drive. And as far as I'm concerned, everything could stay alive. I'd wear a Walkman when I travel, so I could rock the music without the talking and the babble. Cry me a river if you feel that's what you need to deliver. A fistful of how you figure. You can sit there and play with your gum for all I care. I can see through your stare. I can see through your stare. Pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, and the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, and the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, and the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work, the needles are dirty. The pitch control don't work.
Yep. It is what it is. I got more music. I got more videos. Whatever you guys want to do. You know, I got more. I got to talk about whatever subject you guys want to talk about. It is what it is. Thank you guys.
Thank
I love atmosphere as always, man. Shoot, whatever. And Adam, you got something out here, man. So,
Thank you.
Yeah. You ever hear people gotta love them? People gotta love them. Can't live with them. Can't die with them. Just sit back, analyze, and try to wonder where I fit in. They call me hypocrite. They call me arrogant. But then they wonder where I've gone and they wonder where I've went.
The only one that reminds me of is Puppets, and I can't freaking remember. Like, you put me on the spot. Like, my thoughts are like, you know, I'm still refining myself there. It's like I get put on the spot, and like,
Oh
those
yeah, I could
details,
put
like,
you on the spot with a lot of things. What is the Sefer Bible? You sent one to two people.
I'm saying like
What is that
I was
about?
gonna say
I know about the
the
Sethers.
details aren't very specific, but with that, the Sefer Bible is an American Dr. Stephen Pidgeon, the Sefer Publishing Group, basically went back to the old records of the oldest material they could find and reinterpreted the Bible as it was most accurately as possible. But the biggest thing that they did, the biggest difference, is that rather than saying like Jesus Christ, it says Yeshua HaMashiach, or instead of Jerusalem, it's like Yeshurusалem, or you know, I'm pronouncing it all wrong. All the names of the Father in there, they transliterated a lot of it. It was the biggest thing is that it sounds, rather than, to me, it's like everybody's biggest argument against Christianity is, the name, it wasn't Jesus Christ because there was no J until like 500 years ago.
Who cares?
Well, that wasn't his name. That's not how it sounded. That's not how it was spelt. That's not how it was said. Of course people care. Is Tommy actually here?
Thank you
Oh,
to
yeah.
Canuck, Serum, and Lumatami for joining the panel.
Well, I
Dear
couldn't
friend
leave you up
of
here with
the
these
channel,
two
and
Tuesdays.
here, give me a second on Lumatami. Dear friend of the channel, Canuck. It's a blessing to have him as always. Many great conversations with Canuck in terms of the ideas I talk about on this show. It's very blessing to know the brother Canuck, Serum. But yeah, Lumatami, what's going on, dude? How's it going? And also Lumatami, a great friend of the channel. Blessings.
I wanted to know what Truther Cop has on Carl. He claims he's gonna make a move on Carl soon.
Yeah, Carl is a socialist activist. Something to do with online trolling. I don't know what's going on.
Listen, there's a lot of Carls in my
Illuminators.
life, and I am planning to get to the bottom of who Carl is. I've invited a guest onto the panel. I'm in talks with another major panel network that also has a prominent Carl that could be suspect in this investigation. I am on
There's
the
no
case
such
here. It's
thing.
very interesting that you'd call that out, Tommy, because I haven't really made this known, but I'm glad you picked up on that. I am on the
You
case.
told me.
I'm right around the
straight up.
corner figuring out who Carl really is.
There's no such thing as a major panel network. The act of being a panel channel means not major.
I don't know about that one. That sounds like a fallacy, Lumatami. I think you know. I think you know what you're saying is. I think you're leading people on.
I don't think it'll go anywhere. Not on YouTube anyway. I think panels might get bigger in a sense, but I don't think YouTube will boost them.
Yeah, I mean,
Like it doesn't work
But-
for how they make money. And
Doesn't YouTube own like StreamYards now, though? I heard that YouTube literally owns StreamYards. That would actually impact that decision.
Yeah, it's possibly owned by Google. You could sign into it with Google. I mean, you know what I mean? So it's Google, YouTube, StreamYards. These are all one and the same thing, obviously.
you sign into OnlyFans with Google.
The big G, man, stand for ginger.
Well, the BlackRock, it all goes back to that BlackRock Vanguard. But at the end of the day, it all comes back to the fact that there's an external presence in control
you
of the
ever
physical
seen,
reality, leading with endless temptation that never stops. Never
Have
stops.
you ever seen that whole thing on was it Larry Finch who invented that AI system underground? And it's in that movie Hyper Normalization by Adam Curtis. Have you ever seen this movie?
No.
Okay. Well, this is a very interesting film. And I don't want to get struck for playing Adam Curtis, but
I saw it a few years ago.
Yeah, this is an excellent documentary that explains the growth of the BlackRock and how a lot of the growth of it was based on technology. How he implemented technology in a new way.
If I may offer something, it need not necessarily be restricted to the lens or filter of technology. Upstream or a higher order view of that, I don't mean that snarkily, would be access to asymmetrical information, regardless of what field of endeavor you're involved in. So technology just happens to be a highly reproducible, highly precise form of accessing or wielding asymmetrical power.
Why asymmetrical?
Right, asymmetrical in comparison to who?
It would map onto the context of whatever conflict or tension has an asymmetry involved with it. For example, breaking the code of an enemy would mean you have an asymmetrical advantage if they believe, for example, their code is still secure. So that's a simple example. Map it onto any field of life or conflict zone in life. And when one side has access to or can dominate the use of asymmetrical information or the projection of power in an asymmetric fashion, U.S. air power, for example, in the first and second Iraq wars, that would be the higher view of what Machine is talking about. I don't mean to put words in your mouth, Machine. I just want to kind of reframe it
No, yeah,
beyond just
yeah.
technology.
Yeah, that's pretty much precisely what me and Pill Eater were talking about the first 2 hours is asymmetrical power and how it operates, basically the economic and the cultural realms, and the use of accelerationism on those terms. When we were talking about the difference between hot and cold collectivities, these hot collectivities are these sort of reactionary binds, you know what I mean, of family and church and state and all of these kind of primordial conceptions, you know what I mean, right? Nation, God, and country, and right? Nation, God, people, country, right? And all of these kind of conceptions, these primordial conceptions that you can tie back to ancient Athens, you know what I mean, right? So these are hot collectivities, but these cold collectivities of the technosphere, the Anglosphere, this international politics, this asymmetrical, realization of power. You know what I mean, right? It's kind of this kind of understanding of soft power and also globalism. You know what I'm saying? And it functions more and more on the growth of technology. And, those, within the elite structure, they've already gained, notice of this. Right?
Once in certain areas of life, once an asymmetrical advantage builds up, think of compound interest. When it comes to money or an investment or a savings account, very crudely, if you can map the idea of compound interest over into politics or crafting of legislation or influence over members of various boards of directors, and then maneuvering your influence across various boards of directors into creating a kind of a shadow interlocking directorate of folks that happen to join an international club or consortium, you then begin to see, after decades and even centuries, of a kind of a crystallization of asymmetric power in that sense. Globalism, in the current, if you're familiar with arbitrage, right, buying low, selling high, securing a product or an asset or a service in one sphere where you can shave a few points off down the line, insider trading, anything else like that, that works best with the greater amount of velocity of money in the system. More people are spending, more people are earning, more taxes are being levied, more transactions are being taxed. So every time money changes hands, you get a little taste. And once you dominate the market in a city, and then a county or province, and then a state, then it's a block of states, and then it's the entire globe. The financial system as it exists now has been slowly designed and cultivated and snipped, kind of like a bonsai tree, into the current form, where arbitrage is kind of being milked out of every aspect of the system. If you can offshore labor costs and onshore gross profits through financial incentives and I'm sorry, not incentives, through financial services, City of London and other places, you have a perfect way to game the system. You have access to global cheap labor. You have access to the best tax havens on the planet, the best financial planners, and the most stealthy or most maybe selective clubs within clubs within clubs, access only memberships, that kind of stuff. Arbitrage, asymmetric advantage. It's everywhere.
But that's also how they're including everybody in the system now. Whenever we go to this digital money, every tribal person that has a smartphone can get involved in planetary commerce. But as far as the market and crypto, it's all pretty much, it's not the classic game it was. They're just controlling it with algorithms because of that pool of wealth. They can just control prices and manipulate. That's what I've been dealing with for like 4 years. And that's, I usually, like, even on my channel, I make reference to the chaos isn't a hole, it's a ladder. And recently, Andrew Tate was talking about how, like, if you're not rich or you don't get your family's bloodline rich in the next 10 years, you probably won't ever be. I think they're going to do that with society too. There's not going to be as much chaos. So there's not going to be as much opportunity. It'll just be a whole lot of controlled level ground. Like back in the day, you had war. So a peasant could go off to war, become a knight, come back and be noble and get land, and his bloodline exceeds after that. Now we're all just going to be pretty much held at some socialist level once they get the agendas in place. Not to be a downer, that's what I see in the future.
Yeah, it also ties into what they were explaining before about this concept of Eurasianism and how it ties into a sort of like proto-globalism, before the fact, because it's talking about the merger of the East and West. And there you have this idea of, that we were talking about with Evola, Julius Evola, the philosopher of Mussolini, who was kind of like talking about like this. Well, he had this rejection of, modernism, and there was this notion of archaic revival, and he also said that the left and right in politics is the same as the right hand path and the left hand path within the occultism. So he had merged, all of these concepts of, the occult. Yeah, exactly. Ride the tiger. I mean, so yeah. Yeah. So, basically what it is it's these two concepts emerging that are sort of, ties in how we were talking about how this neo-reactionary, this hyper-capitalist movement is kind of hyper-leftist movement. But it's leftism exhausting itself. It is the manifestation of this chaos, the use of chaos to derive an unknown end. It's like this spectral philosophy, snake eating its own tail. So like that's what the kind of goal of it is, and it manifests in two ways. One is the Discordianism, and that's going to be, as I kind of call it, new age leftism, where you kind of have, instead of ordo ab ko, you have like ko ab ordo, right? Where it's kind of like this, return to nature philosophy, and that's this and that's kind of the philosophy of the archaic revival. And you see this within the concept of the temporary autonomous zone or the pirate utopia, or neo-tribalism. And then on the other end, on the right side, you have the accelerationist, kind of mentality. And that's going to this whole side of going into how we were talking about neo-reactionary, that's going to a style of futurism, but it's kind of a Gothic futurism, where they're kind of exhausting these ideas of nationalism and right-wing things. And that's why he's talking about the politics of the Anglosphere, and this whole notions of anti-immigration and these kind of concepts tie into the alt-right philosophy. And so we're saying that kind of ties into this idea of this joint stock corporation model that's being pushed by the neo-reactionary movement, the patchwork model. So on the hyper right side, you have this libertarian, the state is a joint stock corporation, and which is also ties into the globalist model. With this Rothbardian credo, all exit, no voice, frictionless changing within a global system. And then you have on the other end this pirate utopia idea, which is kind of anarchist. That's the what do you call it? Eco-fascist. leftist, credo, where they're going to take the, so these are going to be obviously emerging new left and right, obviously predicted and predicated by the original conception of the left and right, which has to do with this concept of occultism that Evola so clearly laid out, the left-hand path and the right-hand path.
Do you think it's only a gradual, constant change to the left?
Well, it's funny. It's funny because
like
within Messianism, it counts as, the Christianity and Islam that represents the right-hand path and the left-hand path. Because they see Christianity as a sort of neo-paganism, and then they see Islam as following the law but not having it in the true sense. So they're not the people of God. So they still. So in other words, this whole idea of Edom and Ishmael is also tied into this left and right, and so is the idea of the Zionist and Bolshevik dialectic that is so railed about on the hyper right circles. Within the hyper right conspiracy circles, they talk about this. So it all ties into the same concepts.
I'm saying, like, you only, like, we start out, let's use guns for an example. You start out with guns, and then they only slowly suppress gun freedom. So it's like right wing is kind of like freedom, and then you just slowly left the right. Like, even today's right wing is a lot more left than they would have been in previous generations.
Brother Canuck, where were you gonna come in with that?
I'm curious. We're really only kind of touching one part of the elephant here. We've got the trunk, or we've got a leg, or we've got the ear.
I don't
I
think
wonder
I have the trunk.
what the Japanese and the Chinese and the Thais and the Mongolians, have going on in their parts of the world through the lenses of culture and politics and history, and the secret wielding of power and the tension between classes and entrenched powers, oligarchs and serfs and so on. I think it's easy for us to fall into these old ruts of maybe focusing only on a Western lens of this. It need not
Well, that's why.
involve.
Well, that's why if you bring in this this element of Confucianism, you bring in Aristotle and Confucius, and you see that really they both describe man as a political animal. That's A. But then they also have this sort of enhanced form of legalism and this enhanced form of compartmentalization of knowledge that the Taoists never found useful and all of that type of things. And the same thing in the Greek sense, Parmenides never found Plato's categorizations of knowledge that Aristotle borrowed very useful. But then you have this spread of Alexandrianism, and you have the Alexandrian cultures, the Hellenistic culture merging with the Eastern culture. So you have this Eurasian development in the past, as I previously mentioned as well.
That would kind of link to maybe a soft power center hiding in plain sight in and around Iran, where that merger of cultures that you are bringing up from history took place.
Look at the Book of Daniel, and then Xenophon. You read the Book of Daniel, and then you read the Cyropedia of Xenophon.
I've not read any of those. I'll maybe ask you for a list of maybe Iran or Zoroastrian related things to read. But with respect, Machine, I don't mean this to slight you or denigrate you, but you very clearly care a lot about and have a deep interest in theology and philosophy. I have a layperson's interest in it, and perhaps because I am not overly, I guess, religious or faithful in a traditional sense, I look at a lot of this with, the esoteric just being a facet of the apperception of what's going on. Forgive me if I'm wrong. I don't mean this as a slight. I'm equivocating a bit too much, but I see a lot of folks on your channel talking very specifically about what seem to me, and my perception may not be accurate, but they seem to be rather limited into the lens of Christianity and Judaism, perhaps Islam, or some of the Western mystery traditions. And that's only one aspect of it. I mean, there are forces at play that are primarily secular, who wield power for the sake of wielding power, who don't necessarily, in their heart of hearts, have any attachment or genuine belief in the power of religion and theology beyond these social, beyond the ability to mold social trends and thus forecast the future from that molding. I'm wondering if maybe we get a little bit too lost in the weeds of the esoteric aspects of this without maybe recentering.
Well, I'll tell you what I'll tell you that you hit upon a excellent point, and because the occult is only just a residue of several other factors, and I'll briefly mention how I think this development happened in terms of historiography, for the layman. Basically, in the beginning, and this is according to anthropologists, sociologists, psychologists, evolutionists, whatever, what have you, right? And Comte, August Comte, and all this kind of wishy-washy, stuff that they've invented, which obviously, but obviously the ideological development from these concepts is very strong, right? So first you have religion and art, right? And you have that at the apex of civilization, right? And so basically what it is that the poets are the same people who transcribe the religion, and these poets talk about nature, and this is going back to time, the cave drawings, or whatever, and then you have, out of this religion and art merger, you have solid religion emerging out of this. So you have the rejection of the poetic religion, you have religion emerging out of this, and this is tied into the state, the theopolitical state, and the emergence of this, really, the Republican state, and then you have this kind of emergence through that, of these political centers, these cities of the world, that mainly develop around the rivers of the world. There's 4 great rivers of the world. You can read world civilization writings or whatever like that. And then they out of that emerges philosophy. Now, this philosophy kind of emerges 400 BC in Asia and in the West, right? And the East, you see it as Lao Tzu. In the West, you see it as Socrates. And this develops through time until the 1100s, really. And this philosophy kind of then gets mixed in with the religious aspect of things. So it totally deforms Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. Because they get inundated with Platonism and Hellenism, right? And then you have emerging out of that the rejection of Aristotle, in the science, so the development of science. And then in the modern age, you have a recapitulation of art, which they saw as an ancient tool, back into science, and the birth of modernism. So you have science and art combining into modernism. And that's briefly a view of the architectonic and the historical.
I don't understand most of what you just said. I'm sorry.
It is what it is. Well, perhaps I could read a statement from August Comte, if I could find my book here. That'll make it more clear. But yeah, give me a second and let me try to find my book, and I'll read a thing out of that. But yeah, briefly, they kind of said, that, in the most simplified form, that that there was first the sort of religious, and then what grew out of that was this metaphysical, of the Plato and Aristotle. So he considers, and this is in terms of Auguste Comte, he considers that an improvement, because it's dealing with philosophy and not superstition of religion, and just looking at animism and nature and Homer and that type of thing, right? Heraclitus, basically, this pre-Socratic philosopher said, that Homer should be flogged. He believed there was one underlying principle in the entire universe, Right. It's funny that yeah.
Can you go over that again? Who said Homer should be flogged and why?
Heraclitus. This is a pre-Socratic philosopher. So this is how philosophy rejected the religion of the poets. You see?
But why did he say Homer should be flogged? What was his gripe with Homer?
Because he's saying that gods are fighting with each other. That's ridiculous. The underlying principle of the universe isn't fighting with anybody. It's creating the entire universe. It's not fighting with itself. He said, imagine gods that are all quarreling with each other. He said, that's ridiculous.
Is it not the Hegelian dialectic, problem, reaction, solution? It's you create a paradigm wherein you disagree with yourself in order to bring it forth. An argument, the thesis, antithesis, and all this.
Yes. We went over that in the beginning. Yeah, there's a strong influence of Hegel in terms of postmodern philosophy, and especially exerted on the neo-reactionaries. But yeah, go ahead, Canuck.
Heraclitus sounds like he'd be a real dick to talk to at a party. If you were to say something was red, he'd probably want to break it down to every fucking shade and berate you about why you didn't use the correct
High-ass
color.
motherfucking highfalutin. I couldn't fucking touch your skirts if I wanted to. You guys are too presumptuous, both of you. You got too much knowledge, and you need to realize that people you gotta relax it and like communicate to the people. Tommy, are you keeping up?
Communicate with the people.
I'm just hanging out. I didn't know that. Shit. I'm trying to work on stuff to hang out.
You gotta communicate.
I'm not gonna get all philosophy, bro. But I know my microphone is probably better than yours.
Did Heraclitus not know that Homer didn't know how to write and came from an oral tradition? He must have known that. I guess he dismissed that as being not important in discussing, deities, forces of nature, personifications of forces in society that pre-literate people may not have had exact words to communicate.
Well, you talk about you talk about the Hegelian dialectic, and if you read Hegel's lectures in the history of philosophy, right, he actually says that this Hegelian dialectic is actually being and becoming, right? These two things that are basically fundamental principles from these two guys, Heraclitus and Parmenides, right? If you read, the brother Paul Unslaved, who's on the other channel, he has a quote by Heraclitus in his avatar. It says, "A man's character is his fate." Heraclitus was basically a proto-Stoic philosopher, right? He basically, he was responsible for inventing the ideas of Stoicism, right? So, anyways, this three model shit on what I was discussing is being and becoming, which is tied up in this idea of nature as the realm of becoming and the transcendental realm as the realm of being, where nothing actually changes. See, Parmenides said that nothing changes, and Heraclitus says everything changes all the time. There's no stability to anything, right? Just like Hegel believed, right? Hegel believed that, right?
Hold on. Now, TML, I understand that, you're gonna. I was in special ed classes growing up, dude. I was in special ed for speaking, for writing.
Here, hold on. Let me finish real quick. Here,
right?
Here, let me finish real quick for a second. There was these three principles I was talking about: being, becoming, and then the synthesizing of the two. That is the Hegelian dialectic. You know what I'm saying? So anyways,
I thought Hegelian was problem, reaction, solution.
Yep. But if you read Hegel, and he says where he sourced that from, right? He said he got it from Plato. Anyways, let me finish my point real quick, and then you guys can cut in all you want. Here, hold on. Let me finish my point, and then you can cut in.
Shut up, truther cop.
Here, hold on. Let me finish my point, and then you can cut in, because I'm talking about these three levels. One is the religious, and then the which Auguste Comte says is basically superstition. The second is the metaphysical and the philosophical, and the third is the scientific. So he considers that the objective mode. he considers that the correct one, the scientific. You know, because it actually looks at its own errors. It analyzes its own conclusions. You know, so yeah, go ahead, Canuck.
Oh no, I was just going to say that that seems like a rational synthesis or compromise, so long as it's understood by folks that it's not the science with the little trademark symbol beside it, but the actual process of scientific thinking, right? Not a result, but a way of doing things. So rational self-reflection with kind of well well thought out dogmas, resting upon well thought out dogmas or axioms.
Yeah, some would say he coined sociology. Let me see if I, because without leaving this station and going to go run off and find my book, you know, I'm just gonna go ahead and look this up for you guys, because it might be easier that way.
Because Hegelian dialectic is very basically, as they say, problem reaction solution. But the way you laid it out, you laid out two different arguments by two different philosophers.
Yeah, that's not the original. That's not the original reflection. The original reflection is thesis, antithesis, synthesis. The problem reaction solution is a later addition by sociologists, who I'm not quoting. But anyways,
the two philosophers that you pointed to having an argument over different spans of time, I'd never heard of either one, and I couldn't cite either
who
one.
gives a fuck if you've never heard of them?
No,
Feel educated and feel educated and feel welcome. Like, who gives a fuck what you think?
Never heard of a diet soda.
Yeah,
either.
yeah, exactly. You never heard of it, so like, you know, guess it's like, you know, what a stupid thing to say. Like, do you like being like, like, do you appreciate being a dunce? Like, what the fuck? Like,
No, I don't. I'm
all right,
asking.
all right. Well, you've been educated. You know,
And asking you to
you've been educated about the Hegelian dialectic. So there it is, folks.
I'm raising my hand and asking you to repeat in detail the participation between those two. That's why I'm bringing this point back up. So I don't understand.
Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. I could do that for sure. Being and becoming, you're saying?
Yes.
Oh yeah. I got you on that. And especially, I sent you my book. Here, hold on. Give me a second because your mic is really fucking up. I don't know if you know that, but we're not hearing like many of the things you're saying.
Machine.
I think it's better
Can
that way.
Can I throw my hat in the ring? And when you're talking about being, becoming, and then whatever that synthesis is between it, I'm wondering if I pull back a bit, and the way I'm thinking of it now is the way things are, the way things I'd ideally like them to be, and the compromise, the synthesis, which I'm willing to accept.
Exactly.
Would that be
Exactly.
a
I mean,
muted
it
form of
exists.
that? Yes.
It exists in the secular form as the ought and is distinction.
Okay.
You know, so it is there as well. You know, so it's,
Is my mic better? Is it too loud?
yeah, now it's better. Anyways.
Oh, it's better. Because on my end, it looks like it's way too loud, and I don't want to be obtrusive like that.
Anyways, do you understand what Canuck just said? That was very simple.
Do you want me to restate that?
Versus becoming and becoming.
Wait, your mic is still choppy, son. I don't know what's going on here. Maybe speak closer to it. But yeah, ought and is distinction is what Canuck was saying. But yeah, go ahead, Canuck. You were gonna say something?
No, I was just going to restate it. So the way things are, or the way things I don't want them to be,
okay,
the way things I would like them to be, and then what I'm willing to accept as a compromise between the two, ultimately
And
working
what I wanted
towards.
to accept as a compromise into repeating this for one more time, and I hope that it's better now that I plug my headphones, is TML, you said be and becoming and ought and is, and those two different paradigms, and you guys have yet to tie in the two. I want to see those two tied together, like you're already going.
Yeah, I think for most people, to most people's satisfaction, Canuck just did that, and I don't know if you heard him, but you know, I hate to just keep repeating the point over and over, but I gotta move on to this August Comte. I mean, but yeah. Let's go to this August.
Because you kept saying my mic.
Yeah, it was Auden. Yeah, it was Auden is distinction, and he said the way things are and the way things ought to be, and you know, you can go back and rewind the tape. But yeah, thank you so much. Let's go to this.
My mic is my mic good now?
It's like I don't know. You might just want to investigate like why your mic, and actually just go and listen to it real quick, because it's like you're like fading in and out with the sound. You know, it's hard to describe. It's like you're a ghost in the machine, right? But yeah, I mean, let's see. Okay. Let me try to find
The
where.
bonus is not to say that, man.
What?
You heard me.
No, I didn't, because your mic is, as I must repeat over and over, your mic is fucking dog shit. But
Maybe
anyways,
he's
let me read these
receiving
out.
electromagnetic waves from the sun thing.
Yeah, anyways, let's go to this. It says the three stages were theological stage. And actually, I'm going to explain how Hegel saw these in terms of history, because he believed in something called the spirit of world history. And that comes from thesis, antithesis, synthesis, you know, or in other words, problem, reaction, solution, which was the Herbert Spencer version of that. You understand, right? But anyways, let's go to this here. You know, this three stages: theological, metaphysical, and then the positive stage, which is basically the scientific stage, right? The theological stage was from the perspective of the 19th century France, Age of Enlightenment. I'm only going to briefly read these. By the metaphysical stage, Comte refers to the metaphysics of Aristotle. In the scientific age, which came into being after the failure of the revolution of Napoleon, and that's key for Hegel too, because Hegel saw the French Revolution and you know, the libertines and all of that type of stuff as a positive stage of history, you know, and he also related that you know, that Napoleon was a world spirit on horseback. You know, that he was, that basically Napoleon was the one that was going to bring in the scientific age and the age of the Enlightenment. You know, and anyways, let's go to this other guy here, you know, and I can show you in three stages where this comes from in the religious sense, you know, because he was also influenced by the occult, you know, into this Christian Kabbalism. And you can go to this guy here, Joachim of Fior. He was known to exercise a very key influence on Hegel, right? And here is his three things here. Let me go into this. Joachim of Fior. Okay. Let me scroll up and show you guys. Joachim of Fior.
I see no diggity in here. See, dude.
Christian theologian. Christian. Here. Hold on. Give me a second here. Give me a second.
Yeah, I just want to
Yeah.
show you one of my trolls is coming at me, dude. He doesn't stop.
Yeah, I got you in a minute. But let me just relate these three to those three that I just read before people forget, for the people who are intently listening, because I know there are a few. Christian eschatology. See, this is important. Christian eschatology is a minor branch within Christian theology. Joachim of Fior was a Christian theologian, a Catholic abbot, and he divided history into three stages, just as I just read, in the modern sense. You know, so obviously Hegel had combined these ancient and modern concepts. This is not actually ancient, it's 1100, so it's medieval. So let me rephrase that. But look at this. His theories can be considered millenarian. Okay, that's very important, because Hegel is used to support a kind of pseudo eschatology of progress and millenarianism in terms of his secular worldview. You know, so it's, you know, and it's used by these people like Francis Fukuyama, which I detailed earlier. You know, Francis Fukuyama wrote a book on Hegel. Have you ever heard about that, Truth or Cop? That guy who worked in the Bush administration?
Brother TML, I love that you present me oftentimes as some sort
Yeah,
of a
he was
scholar.
in. Yeah, he was in the Council on Foreign Relations.
I have no idea half the time when you
Yeah, he
refer
was
to
in. Yeah, he was in. Yeah, he was in the Bush administration, and also I believe he was the president of the Council on Foreign Relations, as was Alan Dulles. You know who Alan Dulles is?
Jesus.
No.
The Dulles brothers are as dirty as they ever came.
You don't know who Alan Dulles is, Truth or Cop?
Can you
Them
hear
dirty
me?
Dulles boys.
You can hear me clearly, right?
You said no.
Oh my God, no, you can't. All right.
I like
Yeah, I
it
don't
better
know.
this way, Truth or Cop.
Yeah, something. Yeah,
Tell me,
yeah. You got.
what is
Is
wrong
it?
with
Is
my
it? Guys, is it just me or is he just fading in and out? Right?
Yeah, he barely fades in.
Yeah.
There is some fade in and out. Yes.
Like, see
Yeah,
if your wire is plugged all the way in or something. I don't know.
Yeah, something's. Yeah, it's definitely. I'm not doing it, but yeah, but yeah, I don't have time to do stuff like
You
that.
might
But yeah,
have an
anyway,
electromagnetic field closing in on him.
yeah, it might be the squirrel. Anyways, the age.
Machine. Today I saw a picture of an Egyptian piece of art. I think it was Horus with a sun disk staff, and someone put under it, "The solar flares will continue until morale improves."
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that's funny. Yeah.
Well, they said this might be worse. What was the name of the one that actually wrecked our power grid back in like the 30s or something? They said it might be worse than that one.
That would be, I think, the late 19th century, 1880, 1870, the Great Carrington event.
Yeah, Carrington. Always good.
Yes, that's
Yeah, they're
unusual.
saying this is going to be stronger than the Carrington.
No,
You
it's
sound like
even
you're in
worse
a
now.
fishbowl. You
It's
sound like
worse
you're in a
now.
fishbowl. Yeah.
Just leave and come back for the cop. See if that does
Yeah,
it.
he sounds like he's underwater. It's kind of weird.
And
But
check
yeah,
all your connections. Maybe restart your devices.
yeah, let's check this out here. And this relates to what I just read in terms of the the religious, then the a metaphysical symbol, simplified by his allusion to Aristotelianism, and then also the positive or the scientific age. And here is what Hegel related it to: is the age of the Father corresponding to the Old Testament, characterized by the okay. Let me let Truther in so he can hear this too, because I want him to hear the second part of this, how it relates to Hegel's philosophy. Okay, so the first one is the age of the Father corresponding to the Old Testament, characterized by obedience of mankind to the rules of God. The second is the age of the Son, between the advent of Christ and 1260, represented by the New Testament. Man became the Son of God. The age of the Holy Spirit, impending a contemplative utopia. Notice that terminology, contemplative utopia, the kingdom of the Holy Spirit. Okay, a new dispensation of universal love would proceed. Huh?
Dispensation.
Yeah, dispensationalism is related to this word here, millenarianism, right? Millenarianism or millenarism is a belief by a religious, social, or political group or movement of a coming fundamental transformation of society, after which all things will be changed. Anyways, it has a lot to do with this, also the Swedenborgian concept of the coming of the kingdom of God, which is in this third stage. Anyways, the age of the Holy Spirit, impending a contemplative utopia. This is the Talcadian version, right? The kingdom of the Holy Spirit, a new dispensation of universal love, would proceed from the gospel of Christ. Sound familiar? But transcend the letter of it. The new age of ecclesiastical organization would be replaced, and the order of the just would rule the earth. The order of the just, folks. That was Karl Marx Masonic organization, Order of the Just, and one of the credos of the Order of the Just was the fostering of the coming of the kingdom of God. I could read that. Anyways, the Marxists actually called themselves young Hegelians. You guys know about that?
No.
That I wasn't familiar with, but this sounds not suspiciously, this sounds to me like all of these utopian movements, historically they would understand what we would call like the fourth turning, right? The four elements of these turnings of history, the churning. They would understand that perhaps, not perhaps, definitely within that religious context. But it sounds like a lot of utopianism, and that without realizing it, they're endeavoring to recreate the Tower of Babel. If the Tower of Babel is a mythopoetic, symbol for monopoly.
Well, that's the thing. It's like there's these two concepts that are invented in the 1800s that kind of talk about progress, but they kind of don't. One talks really about progress, and that's Hegel, right? Because he's talking about how like this, this constant improvement, through problem, reaction, solution, thesis, antithesis, synthesis, it's constantly going to bring about positive change, throughout history. So that's why this concept of millenarianism is tied into it, because it's always going to get better until we reach the kingdom of God. And the sign of that, they think, is the progress of science and technology. Now, the second part of that, and that's how it ties into transhumanism, but then the second part of that is this whole Darwinism. And Darwinism is always change. Everything changes, but nothing progresses. Because if you ask Darwinists, is Darwinism about things getting better and better? They'll say no. It's just about things adapting and changing. So
Yeah, in and of itself, Darwinism is, we could maybe describe it as blind, in that there's a relationship between outside forces acting on a population, and that population, depending on what their particular attributes or strategies are for adapting to those problems, will pass a fitness test that is basically a blind fitness test. This is where Fabians and others like them come in, where they want now to design the fitness tests, whether it be at a genetic level through typical or traditional eugenics, or at a kind of a civilizationally eugenic fashion through cybernetics and social engineering. So they now want to design, or perhaps steer, like the Greek word kybernetes, oarsman. They want to steer us now through which particular shoals we will have to pass through, and shoals being fitness tests. And this false idea, not false idea, this maybe unreflective idea of just progress, more progress, more progress, they'll eventually need to take a breath and rest, and maybe engage in what the Japanese do, which is refinement rather than blind progress, or not blind progress, unthinking progress for progress's sake. I don't know if there's much of that level of reflection in the philosophy you've read with Hegel and Marx and some of these others. Do they really just want to race after an endless kind of exponential, growth of progress? That's their goal?
I don't know if we're going to stay on that. Everything's going to somehow reach a singularity with, like, nobody knows where we're going to go in this age of abundance and what will come out the other end. Maybe we will lose that. Just constant.
I meant, in, like, I haven't done the reading in these areas that Machine has, but like the last time I cracked open a book on Kant or Hegel was just in my first or second year of university, a long time ago. So, Machine, do these writers, Marx and Hegel and Kant and some of the others, they go full force into, an idealistic, like capital I, not realism, but idealism, right? Like
Yeah.
Descartesian idealism. And do they see progress as this just forever renewed font of energy, that, or do they ever kind of build into their philosophies the idea that they need to rest and reflect and maybe recalibrate, the compass pointers that they're following? Or are they just too arrogant for it? I get the sense maybe I'm answering my own question, but could you share a bit?
Well, this a whole thing of well, it comes out of German idealism, not the Cartesian kind. You know, French idealism is a little bit different. Yeah, I don't know what's happening with Truther there. He's coming in and out, but yeah, I think his equipment is malfunctioning, so it is what it is. Yep.
But TML, can I say something about Truth or Cop?
Yeah.
And I know you feel it because I feel it, and that's why I came up here. Truth or Cop, TML has a fucking amazing fucking memory. When he's in that zone, don't interrupt him because you're doing it on purpose. And I know why you're doing it. And I have respect for you, Truth or Cop, but that's not the way to do it. That's
Wait,
just
whoa!
my
You
opinion.
respect Truth or Cop?
He's gonna pick on me in the moment. He thinks I have an equipment malfunction. Thank God
No,
I
no,
came
no,
to my
I
phone
know,
where I know I have a
Truth or
strong
Cop,
presence,
I know
and
your
I am not
tactics,
going
and
to
I have
tolerate the
nothing
strike. I
against
have
you.
no idea what you even said before this. Could you please
Truth or Cop?
restate what you just said? I don't even know what you just
Okay.
said about me, and
I'm
I am
gonna
not
tell you
going to
what I
tolerate
said.
this.
I got you. I'm gonna tell you exactly what I said. Truth or Cop, I see your tactics, and I have nothing. I respect you to some level, okay? But I'm saying when Machine Lives is in the zone and he has a great fucking memory and he's doing what he's doing to let people know what's going on with the subject, don't interrupt him on purpose because of your tactics. Because I know your tactics.
What are you talking about? Tonight that I do this? What are you talking about?
Yes,
I've been trying to fix my mic for the last hour and a half. Apparently, I sound like
no.
shit.
From your
Like
comments,
I'm already
Truth or
I'm already
Cop.
fucking up, dude. Are you really gonna continue to call me out after I just finally fix my mic? Do I really have to do all this?
Okay, no problem. We'll go with that, Joe Cop. I know for a fact you did it on purpose. Just be nice and be kind, bro.
I think maybe you see tactics where his personality just sucks.
And I think you don't see where my personality shines when you suck, Tommy.
How's Miss Piggy? How's Miss Piggy doing? Give my regards to Gonzo.
Who?
Yeah, German idealism is a little bit different than the French sense of idealism. I think the French kind of thing is, obviously it's more Descartes, and then Descartes is kind of a dualist. The Germans, especially Kant, he tried to create and systematize all knowledge. And it's funny that Nick Land, who we were talking about earlier, he calls his work fanged noumena. And noumena is one of these categories of knowledge that's invented by Kant, within his whole systematization of knowledge. And noumena, basically what Kant says it is it's the thing in itself. That's literally what he says. Quote unquote, the thing in itself. If that's not hard to understand, but
Machine, pardon me a moment. The background music you have is slightly too high for your voice to carry well.
Oh,
I don't know if
whoops.
you could slide
Sorry.
it down a wee bit.
Yeah, sorry. Let me repeat
I
everything I've
assure
said
you,
again.
none of it was worse than the last hour I spent on a terrible microphone that I was just now made aware of.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me try to turn my mic up and turn the music down and say what I've said again.
No, you're okay now with the music turned down a wee bit.
Okay.
It's got a nice
Okay,
low
well,
background level.
what I was saying is that Descartes was a dualist, and he was much earlier, so he was kind of influenced by the religious shit that was going on, Hegel, he was influenced by Kant, and Kant tried to systematize knowledge. And one of his systematizations was noumena. And noumena is kind of derived from this understanding of the essence of things, the thing in itself. You know what I mean? and what this Nick Land character was saying is this fanged noumena. It's like this vampiric idea of the future that invades our present, right? And that's why this concept of accelerationism, right? This concept of time dilation, right? In the idea of progress itself, right? That progress is actually going to be ever it's going to be ever like accelerating, and this is a transhumanist concept, right? That progress is just going to go to like the 0 point, the singularity, right?
So this fanged noumena is it is the idea has a poisonous element to it, the fang, because it's never enough. You're never satisfied.
Exactly,
it's like a kid, being in a toy store. He loves Transformers, and he's got a wall of 1,000 Transformers to pick from, and he's got a minute, to get whatever he can carry, and he wants to get the best one. He's always spoiled for choice. There's greed. There seems to be not necessarily greed, but a lack of being satisfied with good enough instead of perfection, right? The
Yeah.
perfection will come out of you refining what is good enough, because as much as you want to mold reality to fit yourself, there is a reciprocal and contingent obligation to mold yourself to reality, or not. Perhaps not mold is the right word. To acknowledge the steep energy cost, maybe the bankrupting energy cost of fighting too much against reality.
Yeah, and that ties into this idea of the spectral philosophy, on the continental side, and then on the analytic side, you have Karl Popper, who's talking about this notion of truth, and you can never really get 100%. It's kind of like the Zeno's paradox. Zeno had a paradox.
Well, you
Hold on.
can't ever get 100% truth in writing because it doesn't exist outside of you.
Yeah,
It always
that's one way. Well, that's one way, because this is also tied into the hypersensitive individualism. So
Well,
it's all within
it's like
yourself.
that. It's like the opposite at the same time. What I just said, right? Like you don't want to be too but it is true though. It has to flow through you. You have to have that personal identification experience. We each have an individual fingerprint. We each breathe in and out every moment, and that's something
Now,
we
when you
have all the
talk, I
time.
cease breathing until you're done.
What?
And when you talk, I'm not breathing, and my neck swells up like that meme kid at the lunch table. My face gets all red.
Aw. You just want a little massage in the back. You massage me?
What are you talking about?
I'll give you a
We
massage.
can't have
But it sounds
truth.
like
And
you
we
need
have
a
to.
massage, dude. That's all I hear.
I'm
What did I say,
reminded
brothers
of-
and sisters? You sound like I say brothers and sisters. I don't need a massage.
I'm reminded of Alcoholics Anonymous and the idea of a higher power or a better future version of yourself to work towards.
Yeah, the step 3.
That's 100% truth, right? It's
when they prescribed that originally, he took LSD at that stage.
Well, okay, but I'm just talking about, for different people, a higher power is the God of their understanding, or the dad you ought to be to your kids, or the spouse you ought to. That higher self is the guide star with which
All
to
you will
navigate.
experience is you and the breath of life that flows through you and the personal identification that God gives to you in a fucking moment. And that's it.
You've been over at
That's what you're
Talcott
left
too
with.
long.
And that's what you'll die with. That's what you're born with. There is no explanation beyond that. From there, we can build a different perspective and come to different agreements. But
That
come on
seems
now.
like
right now?
a
Are you on LSD right
non
now?
sequitur to what we were discussing. I think
Your
Tarek may
mom's
be
a
right.
non sequitur, but she's actually not though. Your mom's actually always a sequitur to anything I need. So what's going on? Your mom's here. I'm sorry.
Tarek,
Do
you
you
were
really
right.
think we view you as anything but a virgin? Come on.
Lighten the load.
Yeah.
Triple cap, you're getting tense.
Machine,
I
I'll
know.
chat with you later on. I'll check back to see if maybe the environment's a little different.
Did you happen to catch
And
did
that's
you happen to
exactly
catch
what.
here, hold on a second, Tarek. Did you happen to catch any of the first 2 hours, Canuck?
In and out while I was playing with my cat. Yeah, she's been
Oh, okay.
rather needy
Okay.
today.
Okay,
She's
well
asleep.
then then if you have any questions, just feel free to message me at any time. Blessings.
Okay. Cheers to you for
Can
now.
I,
Yeah, thank you so
can I
much.
say
Yeah.
something before you leave? One thing before you leave.
Yes.
Truth Cop is smart. He can read the room. He's doing something on purpose. And that's what I was trying to say, okay?
Tarek, I think
Tarek.
I don't know that.
Nah, Trek, he's fucking
No, he
lame.
It is what it
He's
is.
lame, Trek. He's just a
Yes, I
dweeb.
know it is, but it's you know what? Like the chat, the people want to hear him. He is very, very bright, and I want to hear him. And Truth or Cop is trying to interrupt the flow, and that's why the man just left.
So,
I am
Tarek.
not trying to interrupt the flow. You were correct up till there. Like oh my goodness.
Tarek, I'm curious. I don't think I've interacted with you
He
before.
is
Hello
taking
and good
off though.
evening.
Canuck, no, Canuck, don't you simp up to Canuck. Don't tear bro. What's your deal with me? Address me directly. I'm right
Dude,
here.
I
What's
have
up?
nothing
It's
against
clearly
you.
an issue you have with me. I'm very offended. I might not sleep through the night if you don't explain to me what happened. What did I do
Okay.
wrong, man? How do I make you
You're
happy?
just a dweeb.
Truth or
You're just
Cop.
lame.
Yeah, Truth or Cop. You know what you're doing. And I told you, I have respect for you. I know what you're doing. You're really good at what you do when you want to interrupt the room. So what I'm trying to tell you is you're doing that on purpose sometimes to fuck up the flow because Machine Lies is in the zone. Let him
I am
speak so
never
we can
doing
all
it to
hear.
fuck up the flow, Tarek. That's where you derail. I'm never doing
Okay,
it to
maybe I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
he just
no.
naturally
I am
fucks
not,
up.
I'm doing it to not be a fucking target. But I get insecure sometimes and I preemptively defend myself, and that might be an issue. Okay? If you want to call that out and I do that, please. But I am not doing it to fuck up any flow.
Okay,
Let's
no
be
problem. I'm
fucking
just
for real.
saying. Okay,
I appreciate your perspective.
that's all I
You
want to
don't
say.
need to
That's
feel
all.
like you got a target. It's more like miss us with that bullshit.
Listen, I am here because I'm concerned about each and every one of you. I am part
Oh,
of
you
the
ain't got to
Pussy
be concerned
Patrol,
about me.
the
Oh my
Targeted
God, that's
Slave Unit. Targeted Slave Unit. And if anyone feels like they're a targeted slave, I'm here to protect you. I'm trying to suss y'all out. Y'all aren't easy to deal
Only
with.
thing you're
A
going to
lot of
protect is the
victims out
Golden
here.
Corral,
A lot
boy.
of people out here they can't deal with themselves and their own personal dynamics, and they want to run off and obfuscate and blame me. And that's okay. I want to be the fucking scapegoat. I want to be hung 1,000,000 times.
Well, you will
It's
be.
all
I
good.
mean,
What's up?
all these guys you said you're going to make hits on, they used to be your friends. So, I mean, obviously.
I said I was going to make a hit on someone.
Well, you're going after Carl. He helped you ruin your channel. Destroyer hasn't been around. She helped you ruin your channel.
Destroyer's
Do
still
you have a,
around, and Carl's
do you have
still
any
around,
friends?
and I already told you.
What
I have a
name is
huge
Destroyer
expose
going
on
by
Carl
these
coming
days?
up.
Tarek,
What name is Destroyer using these
Yes.
days?
Yeah, I should probably tell you. What am I, some sort of snitch?
Well, I
What
figure
it-
I'd notice it's her. She'd probably still spurg all the same.
Tarek, I was wondering if you could perhaps maybe plainly explain what you're referring to.
Oh God, here we go.
No problem. I know Truth or Cop, okay? And I seen him today at Edgex. I have nothing against him. He's really good what he's good at, okay?
Good at
He
eating.
knows.
Good at masturbating
Okay.
alone. Good at
Yeah, he knows. Like
Kermit the
Tommy
Frog
knows.
impression.
Yeah, Tommy knows him. Okay, and I know him real well. So when he wants to come here and interrupt the flow, he's doing that on purpose. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong. That's what I'm feeling. And if I'm wrong, I apologize.
So what I
Jack, when
think,
was the
Trek,
last time
I think
when was the last time I did any of this? When was the
Correct.
last time
I
I was on
think
Team L's? Team L's, I've done a couple weeks on here. Jax, I haven't been on in months. I've been on like one time other than today. So like I'm making a statement. Tarek, you're damn straight about that. I know how to fucking run this scene. And
no,
Tarek
you don't.
sees and he knows who the fucking alpha male
Tarek
is
is
here.
what it
And
is.
it's Tarek.
What you see as espionage, Tarek. Truth or Cop wants to be clever and witty, and he's just bad at it.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the personality for it, and you think it's like espionage.
Tarek, I'm curious. In your experience, when that person shows up in a space, are most people happy about that, or do they kind of metaphorically slap their foreheads and go, "Oh fuck, not again"?
I would say not fuck it again, because that's not. Let me tell you why. He, when Machine Lies got a little bit like he's trying to get his point across, right? And then Truth or Cop was trying to get in there, back and forth, doing what he does. That's not nice. Machine Lies felt it. I felt it, and I'm sure everybody felt it. And I'm just letting you know, Truth or Cop. That's not the way to go, man.
Listen, I get it. Listen, we've already been through this. Everyone who everything that's been had to discuss has been discussed, and if anything further needs to be developed, listen, I'm fucked up. I was too aggressive.
Here, hold
I
on.
did too
Here,
much. I should have chilled
Here, hold
out,
on
and
a
I'm gonna
second.
relax right
Hey,
now.
actually, hey, buddy, I need you to shut the fuck up for a second. The thing I'm trying to say is that, I'm making food right now, and I already did the first 2 hours, so I'm only responsible for the first 2 hours of the broadcast. Then I open up the panel, so I don't want to interrupt the free flow of discussions, and I'm also frying an egg. So thank you guys so much. I'm just making a egg real quick, but thank you so much.
You gonna put hot sauce on your egg? Do you like spicy?
Oh yeah.
stuff?
Oh yeah. How do you know? I got Tabasco. It is what it is.
So Tarek, I'm curious. Why do you
Yep.
think that kind of that disruptive activity is being sprinkled onto Machine's efforts?
I could tell you exactly the truth. Okay.
Hmm.
You're not gonna
Truth
tell them
or
what I
Cop.
told you not to say, right?
No, I'm not gonna. I'm gonna. Truth or Cop. I swear to God, I have nothing against you. I swear to God, I think you're very smart in your own area. I do, but what I'm saying is, you already know how you and Snafu feel about Machine Lies. Okay. I'm not
I
saying
don't
you're
know
doing
how
the
me
same
and
thing.
Snafu feel about anything. Do you think that I know how I feel about the Machine Lies? Sometimes I feel like, I'd like to listen to him. Sometimes I feel like, what he said was very intriguing. And sometimes I feel like he's gone on a bit too long and spoken too highly from his perspective about what he's saying. And then I recognize, hey, perhaps I'm listening to myself. And then
And you
I
have
move
every
on
right.
with my day.
Yes, you
Does that
have
sound like
every
Snafu
right.
to you? What the crew
Hey,
is
again.
rolling through, and the optics are high. Did you see what Paul
Yeah.
Enslaved was playing from Snafu earlier, Tarek? You were on the panel. You
Hey,
saw what he played. You saw how
yes,
true
I
those
do.
optics were, and you know that what he said was the truth, yo.
Yes, it was. Again, I'm not against Snafu on the most part. I'm not. You already know that. And I know some people might not like it. I agree with Snafu on most things, okay? I don't like his method, but I do agree. But you know what I'm saying here is this an attack because of that or no? Like in your own way. Is that what you're doing just to, whatever, to mess up the flow a little bit because he was in the zone? And I really never defend
Are
Machine
you
Lies.
asking me if I attacked TML to mess up his flow?
Not attacks, you know what I'm saying? Interrupt,
No,
do
like
that,
at any point, I wouldn't ever stick a thorn in anyone's craw. However, if I'm walking along and somebody starts to look at me and make assumptions, I'm not going to turn down what's being, thrown at me. I might just look at it for a moment and consider, hey, maybe what you're saying is true. I'm looking at what you're saying. You're throwing things at me. Cool. Let's look at that. I'm gonna throw it back at you. See how we feel about it. And that's
No,
where we
you
go.
can. I'm
And
not.
at a certain point, then I got to realize I can't just like live my life being what's thrown at me and then returning fire. I got to just like not return fire sometimes and like throw something better at it, like draw like a smiley face on the rock before I toss it back and throw it back with a smile. You know, something like that. I think
Tarek,
that's we kind of forget we forget about all this out here on
Yes.
these streets.
so you've kind of broadly described what you believe is being done. Why do you think the flow might want to be interrupted? I'm not saying it was, I have no idea, but you're reading it as a purposeful interruption of flow. What do you think is the motivation for that, or what would you posit or hazard a guess?
Because I think Truth or Cop, that's his personality. He likes, like, just like Tommy said, he likes to get in there and tell everybody that he knows what he knows everything, and that's his way of doing things his way, and it's not right sometimes. That's all I'm saying. Nothing against the Truth or Cop. I just said I have respect for him. And Tommy, I'm not saying again about when Snafu said something about you about the Peter whatever the symbol.
No,
I said about you.
I disagree with having respect for Truth or Cop. That's where I don't see eye to eye with you. Like, you don't.
Oh, okay.
What would you respect him over?
That's my query
not-
as well, Tarek. If I may, forgive me. I'll be quiet in just a moment.
Sure.
I'm not attacking you. I'm genuinely curious. Usually, when someone says I have respect for person A, B, or C, usually it's somewhat evident why and you would have respect for them. Given what I've seen here today, I don't have much ground to kind
Well,
of
Canuck, where the
contextualize
fuck,
your claim.
Canuck, who are you, by the way? Let's challenge. By the way, Tommy and I have been going at it for like 2 years now. Tarek, this is our first time even engaging each other directly. Canuck, listen. If you want to press me and you're like, you listen, you've heard of me, bro. I'd be like, okay, yeah, I've heard of you. I don't know who the fuck you are or how you relate. So like, who the fuck are you?
Okay, so let me
I'm
answer
curious,
Truth or
Tarek.
Cop.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll answer it for you. When I say I have respect for him in some ways, I'm not
And
saying
also, yeah,
100%. Yeah, I'm not saying like all the way through, but he's really good at what he does in terms of getting the message what he wants to get across.
Whoa!
And in the same,
Oh, man.
No,
There's
I
too
think
much
he's
going,
really good at-
dude. I've been Tommy. Fucking kill my ego for a moment, please.
He's good at
that's
not
all. I'm
having a
not
good
saying the whole
personality.
thing.
I
I'm
think
just being
Tarek.
honest.
I think when Tarek says he has respect, I think that's just his way in English to try and like, no offense. He's really saying like, hey, no offense, not for nothing, but it just comes out as like, I got respect for you.
Yeah, here's how it comes out to me, though. He's coming. No, he has. Tarek has more respect for himself than perhaps you have, Tommy. So what he's saying is that he's trying to like identify. He's trying to give respect because he did this to Paul earlier, and I called him out for that. I said, because you asked Paul how he would want to be identified as, and I said, just speak
Yes.
freely. Right. So like.
And what did I say?
No, we
I
weren't
said-
challenging each. What?
No, I said my English is not as good as yours, Tommy or Paul, or especially TML or anybody on here. So sometimes some of the words you say, I don't know exactly what they mean. I would have to look them up. So that's why when I said that for you and what do you call it, Paul?
Right, and so you were looking for what I was going to get at earlier, and I don't know where to go with this one here. I got too much heat on me right now. Too many people, too many opinions. But the biggest thing is that when we we all want validation from outside of ourselves. First and foremost, we had to find that from within, and that's where we find the space from where we can build others up from. And
what kind of hippie commune have you been at
yeah,
this week?
see, like I knew I was gonna get attacked immediately. Tommy, fucking save the language, bro, please. See, like
I said,
Tarek,
what
I
kind of
speak
hippie
English.
Tommy?
Tarek,
I
hold
didn't
on,
cuss at all.
Tommy. I speak English, Tarek, and I don't know how to put your fucking question into English. So forgive me. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. It's not your fault. And I think Tom is being very relaxed. Usually he's actually very calm right now. What are you talking about? He's very calm.
No, I was just asking for space to make that claim. Thank you.
Tarek, can I follow
Sounds
up
like
with
he's got
a
a
final question?
diploma. He graduated from the School of Talcott this week. That's how he's talking.
I have a Juris Doctorate and I'm a law scholar if you look at my acronyms in there.
So, Tarek, I'm curious. Oops.
Yeah.
Is my mic on? Do you know Machine fairly well in his channel and so on? Like, have you watched him for a long while and interacted with him for a long while?
I've been,
they see each other at Mecca.
No. I'm probably like 30 minutes away from Machine Lies, but I have not been like Tommy and Truth or Cop. I've been probably on the online for probably a year and 3 months. They've been there forever. So yeah, I know Machine Lies. I know everybody, but I don't, know them like Tommy and them. But I have an idea.
So my last question, and I'll hush for a bit, is
no, take it.
Tarek,
You can ask me a question. Yeah.
I'm curious about what you think, or why you might imagine Machine allows, folks to kind of come to his lunch table and start food fights.
Oh, can I take that one, Tarek?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like Machine said, after he gets his 2 hours done, he's good. This is what we used to know as the free range panel. I've put many a mouth beat down on people on this panel, like Paul Enslaved, EBT, TBE, whole CBO crew. This is a good place to get into a good mouth fight if you want a neutral ground to mouth fight someone.
Yeah, I agree. And TML, just to let you know, I don't even know what your name is on top. I don't want to pronounce it wrong. What is it? The man on top. I'm sorry.
Oh, Canuck.
Oh, Canuck.
Okay.
Yeah. Hello.
Canuck. Am I saying it right? Canuck?
Yeah, it just means Canadian. It's a slang word for Canuck.
Okay. No, TML is actually very calm, and like Tommy said, he lets people go at it, and do what you say what they gotta say. So I think he got I think what's his name, Truth or Cop, got him a little bit aggravated, and you can hear it in his voice. And it's just Truth or Cop didn't want to pull back. That's all. It's not a big deal.
There's the hot sauce.
And I think there's a lot of people in this community that if you're like correcting them or I don't know how you say, like disciplining them, their reaction is to spurg up louder and keep talking.
I've noticed that, and I've seen a few kind of valuable exchanges take place. But then I've noticed,
hold on. I thought that was a very
speaking.
interesting.
Could I just finish up?
Yeah, of course. I'm sorry. Canadians are so polite. I need to give you extra respect. I'm sorry.
See what I'm saying? That's Truth or Cop for you. That's the way he is. He knows how to do this shit. Good.
I understand. I'm just curious if Machine, if if numbers are part of what you're trying to achieve, or if some kind of genuine fruit out of this is what you're trying to achieve. If you've been able to harvest what you're intending to harvest.
Well, I guess
Yes, Machine what? Oh,
yeah.
I guess in terms of harvesting the numbers and also analyzing the various interactions, as Tommy did say that, I kind of I guess, have a neutral perspective, and we will try to engage in higher level debates on this channel. So we will kind of get into that. So yeah, we're trying to host debates, but what I need is a debate squad. So I'm now vetting people. Maybe if I get 12, as many as 12, then I could set up a competition 2-on-2 each between each of them, and get a bunch of debates lined up. So, we will eventually move into that. So we'll have different aspects to this channel. I'm also developing a course. I'm making members only, based off of my book. So so I got some of these things coming up. You know, stay tuned for what I got. As I said, these whole series with Pill Eater will develop them into a special on accelerationism. So it is what it is. Yeah, but thank you guys for joining. You know, there will be lots of you know, the first 2 hours I present lecture material that will be serialized at some point, you know, and cut off from the panel exchanges. You know, the panels will be their own thing. Eventually I'll move the panels off the channel is what I plan to do. So so you know
I think I was then mistaken, and I thought most folks would be at least tangentially or with some purpose trying to stay on a topic largely related to your lecture material, but I've been misreading that connect or that disconnect.
yeah, maybe in terms of, if you'll notice, you know, usually I send the links out in the Discord early. So if people would like to join earlier, you know, you can message me and I will I mean, if you want to come into the first 2 hours of the discussion, you know, those who are serious, you know, obviously I will allow them. And of course you're one of them, Canuck. So you know, the first 2 hours are always open to those who want to have a serious discussion. And message me before and yeah, I will definitely engage you guys, you know, in that. So yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Thank
But
you very much.
for now, as I'm kind of searching for interactions, you know, I think the open panel format, as volatile as it is, will remain active for at least the next maybe 6 months of this show or so, and then we'll see where to go from there. I think, you know.
As much as I disagree with you, TML, right now about everything and all things, but it's very easy to connect with you on Discord. It's very easy to connect with you and set up an open discussion. And it is actually important that we hone in on certain topics for discussion beforehand.
Well, the thing you guys got to remember is the prime result that happens in these panels that we call cooking. It's not always guaranteed. Like sometimes you just out of nowhere something great happens, and sometimes you can make a plan for a big thing and it goes nowhere. It's just the people dynamic, the equation.
Yeah, I agree with that. Like, it's just, man, sometimes you'll play it and play it and play it and it'll be nothing. It's amazing.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Because it's
I
like
totally agree with that.
we're all a part of the equation, and then you take in like how we each are going to interact, what our day was going like for each of us, what the subject is for each of us, and it's all variable.
Machine or anyone else, did you happen to catch any Northern Lights action in your part of the world? I wasn't able to see anything.
No, but I completely
did see the
prepared
eclipse.
for the. Go ahead.
Yeah, the eclipse I saw, but not the Northern Lights. Yeah.
And all I did was completely prepare all my electronics to be protected from any possible EMP result.
That's supposed to continue for several more blasts. We're supposed to have a few more over the next couple days, I assume.
Yeah.
Huge. Like, so it's like it's slowly wearing away at the infrastructure of America and showing the weaknesses where we can really strike and shine, where they need the light the most. These are the moments we're being led into. And y'all can hate on me all you want when I say this shit. I don't give a fuck.
Well, whether it's a solar
Luther
flare or
Cop.
not, they could
Straight
use
up.
it. They could use it as an excuse to just turn the internet off or shut the power grid down.
It's straight up Fed posting.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that was short bus segue. Short bus segue non sequitur.
Oh, listen, all I'm saying is subscribe to my channel for more information.
God almighty, people actively seek you out to listen to that voice. You sound like fucking Kermit dying of AIDS on helium.
I just sound like Kermit, dude. Come on, dude.
We
I
also
can't be
would have
worse than
accepted
Kermit.
Ray Romano dying of AIDS on helium.
Ray Romano is
No, but Truth of Cop does what he does. He's really good at what he does. So I'll give him that.
What is that?
I mean, he's knowledgeable. It's not like he's been around. He knows a lot of stuff, and he's really good at tactics.
Yeah, we're all getting older. I think you're just a nice guy, Trek. but I don't think you're really. There's nothing you can really credit Truther Cop with because he's just a fedora neckbeard weeb. It's hard to compliment him.
Tommy, maybe you're right, and maybe I don't know him
Loaded
that
with
well.
plenty of
'Cause I know
cash.
you,
Loaded, flush with cash. Don't forget that part.
what I'm saying, like I don't know him as much. I don't have that many interaction with Truth or Cop. I just seen him on the internet. I had way more interaction with TML, you, and other people. But maybe you're right. Yeah, I am a nice guy, but maybe you're right. I don't know. I
All you need to know about me,
see.
Direct, all you need to know
He's
is
just an
that I have
NPC.
plenty
There's
of
nothing really
cash.
to say about
And
it.
if you need a job, you need an opportunity, you just tell me the right information and I'll find you that opportunity, bro.
When one calls their
Ain't no
genital
more
lesions
jobs. There ain't no more jobs. Did you see that Chat GPT bot self-evaluate itself? There ain't no more jobs. And then I was talking in a random comment section of a video that they were talking about like the digital money, and one of the comments was like, well, if there's no more banks, how do you get a loan for a house? I said, you won't own a house, silly. You won't own anything. You don't need a fucking loan.
Hey, you
You
ever
don't need a
heard,
loan.
there's homes on they got four wheels. It's like it's a future dynamic of mobile homes. It's just a fucking car with four wheels and a motor.
Oh, you talking about
It
that
drives
Brian
around.
O'Shea house? Are you talking about a Brian O'Shea house?
Yeah, basically that's what we're moving into, bro. Let's go.
I lived in
Yeah,
one
but
of those.
Tommy's right. Tommy is right, Trivia Cop. You don't own your house even if you pay it off completely. That's a fact.
Even if it's a Brian O'Shea home.
Yeah,
It doesn't
and then
matter
on
where
top
it
of
is.
that, they're going to make the taxes you pay get more and more ridiculous to where they'll run you out. They'll Talcott you out of your house.
I think we all need to move to Boulder in our home, in our fucking
That's
cars,
the
dude.
most expensive
Let's
place
go.
in Colorado.
Let's go. Where are we gonna go with our
Boulder and
cars, dude? We
Aspen
gotta
is
go
like the
somewhere.
most expensive place you could move.
Yeah, this is the stupidest thing sometimes people do is like work so hard to pay off their house and all that, and really you don't own your house ever, never, unless you're a man on the land, and that's by default.
Well, technically, not
Hey,
even that.
expense could equal expanse. I don't know, man. I think we need to start
I mean,
looking at
you can have
expensive
equity.
expanse.
You can have equity in your house, but even a man on the land has to pay his property taxes.
Yeah, you're right.
Bro,
You're right,
what are
Tommy.
we
Yeah,
worried
I
about
agree with
money
you.
for? Let's go. Let's make some cash.
No, but Tommy's right. But Tommy, like I
Do you
think
guys
man on
need
the
some
land,
money to
even
start your business plans? I got it. Let's
oh
go.
my God, I don't need no money. We're good. I'm sure we're all good. What I'm saying is Tommy is right. I think if I'm correct, Tommy, even if you're a man on land and you put it under a private trust, that tax when you buy it at the initial sale, that's where it stays at. It doesn't go up and down on what do you call it?
Yeah, that's
Ever.
one of the things I got to actually deal with talking to Sarah about, or Estra. I think she understands that shit. I'm starting to look into it, but I don't know the way things are going. Like, I like my land; it's a good plot of land, and it's right on the Rio Grande. But Colorado gets crazy. I don't know if I'll keep it. Everything's up in the air right now.
Yeah, that's right. I think what's his name put a video about what's his name oh God, what's the guy's name? The Romanian guy that was early on Paul's saying that we're gonna be slaved and all that.
A lot of land on the Rio Grande. That's a great album name. So so like push through with that one, dude. Let's go.
But truth to cup, I mean, you already know the bricks and everything is coming, and they're pushing the agenda where we're all gonna be. I mean, not all. Whoever wants to be in that situation, we're all gonna be pretty much slaves.
Yeah, listen.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be top
Eric,
10%
they've got you. You're
slave.
totally enslaved. I've got an investment program for you for $200 a month. That's all I'm asking for. I got you covered, bro. Let's go.
For what?
Truth to cup, I'm good on money, dudes.
No,
I'm not
I'm
on
just
the
saying.
internet for
You
money.
listen. You invest in me. $200 a month. Well, let's go.
What for
Truth-
fucking Big Mac?
No,
Truth
so
or cop,
I
I've been
can wear a
sucking.
fedora on a panel occasionally and show my presence and plug your business, bro. Like, let's go.
You want $200 a month to show up and make people not want to come to my channel because you're talking about it?
Truth or
But
cop,
no,
just in
that
case you
the
didn't know,
brick
I've been
thing.
sucking.
I might
Yeah.
just be a man on the concrete jungle land because BRICS is going to use XRP and America's going to use XRP. The Fed's going to use XRP. I'm in top 5% in the world holding XRP. I might just not have a house. I'll just walk around. I'll just eat at a restaurant when I'm hungry. I'll help people if I can help them, and I'll just like sleep somewhere. I might just roll out like that whenever things get crazy.
Well,
Yeah,
speaking
I
of
don't
which,
blame you.
Benton's ahead
That's
of the curve on that one. I mean, is Benton around? I saw Benton earlier. Can we get some, channel dynamics from Benton?
no, come on. You now you're taking a shot at Ben and Tommy.
No, I'll take
Stop.
shots at Benton.
Oh no, I
He's
love
kind of
Benton.
mentally ill right now.
Yeah, I don't have that much respect for Ben anyway. I'm just saying he's taking shots. I know. That's truth or cop. He'll take shots like that.
And Tarek, if you think I'm taking shots at Benton because he's mentally ill, you're way behind the curve. I'm sorry.
Listen,
we're all mentally ill.
Benton's a cool dude, but you don't want to get wrapped up with what he's dealing with. He'll just throw his crazy in your AO. Like, I realized that because whenever he came at me on EBTs 3 months ago, I realized he quit his job back then. And he's just on some kind of spurg right now.
Yeah, he is.
Like, it blew my mind. The way this community is, like the way we're all talking like we're stand-up men that handle our shit. When he showed up here to say he's headed to California to see what benefits he can get, I was like, is this fucking reality right now? Are you serious? And he just doesn't get it. He doesn't see anything. He's like, well, why shouldn't I just go get the benefits? Like, did you forget your trucker rants? Your alpha trucker man rants? It's weird.
Yeah, Tommy, that's what happens when somebody gets really desperate and, like you said, he's purging and he's not thinking straight, or that's the way he is. He's just trying to play the system.
Well, and it's like I also told him, like, I ain't telling y'all to just take whatever a doctor says flatly. Like, I researched even what the vet gave me for my dog. But that dude's been trying different foods for his problems for 2 years. And it's like, you should go see a doctor in case something deeper is wrong that you'd never figure out as a pleb. And he gets mad if you say that, mad if you suggest, like, have you tried yogurt? Have you tried a Tums? It's like, but then he's just gonna tell you about all the food he's trying. And then, like, he'll break up talking about poop with saying he's not gonna talk about poop the whole time.
Yeah, his streams are pretty unbearable. Like, the last one was very bad. It was very difficult.
Yeah, they used to be good, but I think he is, like, flying off the deep end. Oh, TML, before I forget, there's a free movie app called Tubi. It's Tubi, and right now it has Wicked City on it, which is the anime in that Demon Hunters video.
Oh, okay.
It's also got a lot of good movies on it right now. It's got, like, the first 3 John Wicks. It's got They Live. I just sit here and keep rattling them off. Dark Crystal, Labyrinth. It used to be a shit fucking movie app, and next time I checked, I was like, wow, this is a lot of good stuff.
Tubi's always have interesting choices for free.
Well, back when it first hit Xbox, I thought it sucked, but now they even got, like, the live-action RoboCop series. I'm gonna have to watch that. I didn't even know there was a live-action RoboCop
we need to
series.
get back to live-action RoboCopping here, Tommy. I cannot believe you would just come in here in a TML space and represent the ideas that you've done so far, sir. And,
He got his 2 hours out of the way and say whatever I want. I mean, he works with the likes of you and Brown's Boy. Of course there's going to be disheveled speak, if you will. that Canuck, what a snowflake, right?
Oh, for sure, dude. He took off. He's like, "Oh, you guys aren't gonna acknowledge me. I'm out of here."
No, I thought it was the part where it's like, I think I'll come back whenever the energy is different or something.
Yeah, I don't know who that is, so it's the first time I see him. Do you guys know him or no?
I know him from here, but I just give him shit because I got a screenshot of him telling my gam that, oh, Denise, I heard you talking about that fentanyl dealer. I met him. He's pretty disruptive on panels. So now, that'll always crack me up that he, took my gam's word that I was, a fentanyl dealer.
Oh, my God. Yeah, Canuck's he's pretty straightforward, though. He'll let you know. That's what I like about him.
So guys, boy, we can barely hear you.
Have you guys noticed any, have you guys had any electronics hiccups lately since, I don't know, the past week?
No, not me.
So, I was watching Flow State's chat the other night, and they were all in there like, yeah, I've been having a lot of audio issues and all kinds of issues. And, my mini PC, it started, if it goes to sleep, I can't bring it out of sleep. I have to, restart it. And some other people said their shit's been doing that, too.
Yeah, maybe they're getting ready, Tommy.
Well, that's right. There's solar flares and there's EMPs, but the fact is, everything is so digitally connected these days, they can just fuck with you. I mean, your Google can change anything that's Google. Your email can change your email. Even whenever you install an app, it's like, are you going to let this app make changes to your computer? And you're like, yes. That's the only way you can install it.
Right. And those are all those conditional terms of acceptance for the algorithms presented by the black box.
I mean, I get the conditions, but the fact remains, they can just fuck with you. They can just Mandela your computer information.
Right. Yeah, so what will you do to keep a fucking record of that, though? You know, what do we do about that?
You'd have to write by hand with a quill. You'd have to get a vial of ink and a quill and parchment and back up all your digital stuff on quill and parchment.
So it constantly brings us back to the point that we can only be there to experience ourselves and our position in reality and correlate that back to reality. That's it. That's all we have. That's it.
Are you talking like your daddy? Are you talking about tricking yourself out of position in certain ways and confidence?
I never trick myself
No,
out
I
of position.
I agree with
Don't you dare.
I agree with you.
Well, I mean,
I agree with you.
Worst case scenario, you just got to memorize everything.
What do you want to do?
No, but the best case scenario, you bring forth new life, you bring forth a new perspective, you bring forth a new opportunity and something that is new, fresh, and living through you. That's how we put our fingerprint in the fucking earth. That's it.
Yep, I agree. Or you can write them down. I mean, I write a lot of things down.
Oh.
It's a lot of work, but yeah.
Well, that's another thing I like about the world is something only survives if people give a shit enough to maintain it. Like the Roman Colosseum is only still there because people give a shit to refurbish it. Or the sand and desert would have taken it long ago.
I'll agree with that. I'll say a lot of buildings are actually gone also strategically keeping wars.
Tommy, is it me or we can't hear Bronze Boy? Because I can't hear him.
No, I like it better that way. Him and Trutherkopf, I like it better that way.
I've been agreeing with Tommy, so I don't know if he can hear that, but he doesn't care anyway. You guys think Mandela's for real?
I don't even bother with Mandela.
I wouldn't raise my hand yes to that question personally.
Now you sound good. To be honest, Bronze Boy, I don't bother with the Mandela much or flat Earth or globe Earth. Just too much, man. I mean, I've seen it so many times on the internet on panels. It's fucking draining.
Okay,
Well, you
correct.
just
As far
agree. I
as
thought I
shape of
heard
the
you
Earth,
agree with
I
this.
can guarantee you globe, but the Mandela effect, man. I have a 1990s printed Bible that I've watched. The words have changed in my Bible that my pastor gave to me when I was a teenager.
No, I agree.
What are you talking about? The same one? The
Two
thing,
or
the
more
same book.
gather in my name became three or more. Like, that's fucking weird.
I think my dog wants to go out.
I don't know, dude. If you, Tom, if you just said actual like words in a physical book, have you noticed them change? I mean,
I didn't
what's
watch
the
them
next
crawl
step?
across the paper, but I grew up in church saying, "Forgive us our debts as we forgive our forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassers." Now it says debts and debtors, and then it was like the lion will lay down with the lamb, and now it says the wolf with the sheep, and there's another one I can't remember. And it's not like I watched the day it changed, but I can open it up and go back to those passages, and it's changed.
Okay. Well, I think I could possibly prove Mandela wrong right now. There are
But
companies.
I don't agree with Snafu. I heard Snafu saying the Bible is pretty much shit now because of Mandela effect. I don't say that, but it's definitely mildly fluctuated.
What I say is
he
there are
said
companies.
He said that on Talcott just now, and Talcott did not give him an opportunity to respond, in all fairness. But yes, please.
Well, Talcott's an antichrist spirit.
There are companies that are
Like
set up.
Machine Lies. Machine Lies, you know the Christian Bible. You understand it phonetically, if not as a Muslim that just understands. You know Jack Talcott's up there saying a bunch of antichrist mumbo jumbo. And if you don't catch it, we need to go up on his panel together, and I'll just start.
Machine Lies would call that would be theosophy. Is already I hear him saying that in my head. That's called theosophy.
No, I
I'm
got
gonna
you.
He can explain it better.
I don't know, man. I don't know what the fuck you guys are going towards.
No, he's talking about Jack Talcott.
if you go to-
I can phone.
Well, if you go to the Institute of Noetic Sciences, it's not exactly theosophy. It's a type of, transcribing of certain theosophical concepts. The problem is that theosophy was invented in the 1800s, so you're going too early for ideas like those kind of Rupert Sheldrake and Joe Dispenza, and also what's that guy's name? Bruce Lipton, Dr. Bruce Lipton. You guys look those guys up. And also the ideas of anarcho-syndicalism for the political side. So there's different ideas there that are relevant to the Talcottian discussion, and I've discussed many of them here. So, I've already framed those issues here.
And I just think phonetically Lipton and ton of lip. Just kind of, I don't know why they go.
He's all about epigenetics. I watch a lot of his videos.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. He talks about cells and the biology and how the human body changes based on epigenetics.
I will say though, he's doing a great job of sitting on his ass.
Yeah.
Who? Bruce Lipton?
But yeah, Jack, you understand, Jack doesn't know the Bible like people think he does. He doesn't know the Bible like that, and nothing against him. He doesn't. And he says it himself. And I confronted him a couple times on the Bible scripture, and I'm not even Christian. And he did not want to answer the question, so I let it be. I mean, Jack said that he'd rather be, if I remember correctly, he said on his channel when Hank asked him that he'd rather be a Satan worshiper just to end worse. How does that work with somebody that's claiming that they are Christ being and all that?
Well, the question really is how the fuck does that work at all? But really.
Yeah, believe me, I know. And I don't know if he's just being facetious or he's just, doing a bit non-bit. I don't know with Jack sometimes. I just, he gets
You sound like you're covering your ass
sometimes.
right now. You sound like you're covering your ass.
Nope. I sound
Just
like
say
what?
what you think, because you just keep saying like you say what you think, and then
Well,
I think
I don't want to offend. No, I'm not trying to come attack Jack or anything like that.
it's
I'm
not
just saying
the truth
I
isn't
feel
an offense or a defense. I guess maybe it's a defense.
You're right. You're right. No, you're correct. I'm just trying to be maybe polite, but he doesn't know the Bible. He said it himself, and for him to say, "I'd rather be a Satan worshiper," just to end wars, that to me just speaks a lot. So I don't know his mindset sometimes. He's more about love and light in Christ, but it doesn't come together like that. You can't have love, light, the stuff that everybody's doing, and then put Christ in there, and then say something like, "Okay, I'd rather be a Satan worshiper to end worse."
Okay, hold on, everyone. We're gonna have a little musical break here, 5 minutes, and I'm gonna smoke here and also grab my coffee. So thank you guys so much for joining us here, and we're gonna have a little musical break. So yeah, so just 5 minutes, and then we'll be back with the discussion here. Thank you guys so much. And
No problem.
yeah, what's going on, guys? You guys feeling okay?
We are good, TMO. I'll be right back, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Just seeing what's up, seeing what everyone wants to talk about.
I got this video here going with this song. This is kind of a cool video. I like this. Let's see. It's like this. Oh God, this song go with it. Let's hear this song. This is a good song.
There is no sound yet.
Oh, whoops! I gotta turn it up. Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
liturgy, your energy and my very special. You come fly with me to the cherry tree. See if you can choose the very best. You will pass the test. Me, you do abuse. Heaven knows we're gonna make it, 'cause it's written there in the star. You will never need to say it. It's in your eyes, soul in our head to go on. My love is soul in our head to go on. My love is soul in our head to go on. My love is soul. All those dreams we had, my love, all those sunny days, all my dreams, my dream. What can we dream? What can we be? What can we dream? What can we be? What can we dream? What can we be? What can we dream? My dream.
Okay. To the people here remaining now, you've made it to the post show.
We have
The
Brave
post-apocalypse,
Ford
yay!
Fatality.
Yeah, we're now in this show, post show. Past 4 hours, there's little to no engagement, and I just stretch it out for 4 more hours because I don't give a fuck. It is what it is.
You know you care. Illuminati, don't let them get with us. What are we doing here?
Yeah,
Amlans are
that's
coming
what
at me.
was weird last night. I did an 11-hour show last night, and everybody's used to me not having as big a panel and not letting people be free. Last night, people could do whatever they wanted, and it was like they were scared to get off the wall. I'm like, no, I don't care. You can do whatever. Let random
Yeah, that's the
fan Philip
case. Is that the
dickhead all you
case,
want.
Tommy? You kicked me off the panel several times for not having my camera up.
Well, yeah,
It was the
you're
first time you let me up in a long time. I have to admit that, but like, come on, dude. Like,
everybody that was coming up for beef, I made them cam up. I made your daddy cam up. Made Brian cam up. Made a fool of Brian O'Shea thinking he was
wait,
going to
you
come
know
up
my
and flex
dad?
for.
My dad came on the camera.
Yeah, Paul Enslaved.
No, I mean like my actual father. You know him?
Well, you're white, aren't you? But you do act
What do
like
you
a
mean?
dude that didn't have a
What do you
father.
mean am I
You
what?
do act like a man that didn't have a father.
I had too many fathers. Is my issue. That's the same father. That's the same
Right.
issue with my son.
Right.
Same issue with my son. You're welcome for that. You'll
I
thank
thought they
me
were
later.
called rabbis.
Dude, did you know Random Fan has a daughter? Do you really have a son, Truther Cop?
Wait, Random Fan has a daughter?
Yeah.
Hmm.
You really
No.
have a son?
Yes.
I
That's
don't
all
have
you
any
get
kids
tonight.
that I know of.
Yeah. I don't know how, but I do. But yeah.
Because you couldn't afford $60 for a Plan B pill?
Yeah. I couldn't afford $60 for a hotel room for the night, man. What are you talking about?
So where did you conceive your child at?
Somewhere between Richmond and New York, dude. I don't know, man.
I don't know.
That's all you get, dude. That's it.
I remember Richmond. I've been to Richmond. I think I got stung by a jellyfish in Richmond. Do they have a beach in Richmond?
No. That's in the
Can you
that's
get
in the
to a
middle of
beach
the
from
state.
Richmond?
Virginia Beach. Chesapeake
Where-
Bay is all up through there.
Yeah. Yeah, I think my brother was in Richmond when we went to a beach while we were visiting him, and definitely got stung by a jellyfish. And after that, we noticed like there's jellyfish washing up all over the shore. Your background's kind of canceling it out. What is it?
Is it a king or something? Oh, you got a jack on the other side. Spades. It's all spades, man.
I didn't roll a flush.
Yeah, I take a lot of mushrooms, so maybe that might explain a lot to someone.
The hallucinogenic?
The
Or are you talking
hallucinogenic.
about that? You drink that mud water? Or what's it called? Dirt water or mud water or something?
Well, they
put
sell interesting chocolate bars now with mushrooms, so pre-made.
Yeah, there's some kind of coffee replacement drink that has some kind of mushroom pool in it too. And
Yeah, I
one
do
time we grew magic mushrooms one time, picked them fresh, blended them up in Sunny D. Oh man, I had tenacious visuals
That's
that night.
at 200% vitamin C. That helps dissolve. It's a lot of acid. It helps dissolve the psilocybin. It works excellent. Yeah. So yeah, if you
Yeah.
take a vitamin C supplement with the mushrooms, you get increased visual effects from the mushrooms. They dissolve faster. Is the thing. So yeah,
Mhm.
I really like the psilocybin mushrooms. I like taking 5 grams of psilocybin mushrooms. That's one of my favorites. And also lots of sativa. I roll up maybe like 5 or 6 like blunts of sativa.
You guys recognize you're in the presence of law enforcement, right? I mean,
Where?
Yeah, but it's legal.
yeah,
Right.
yeah. Law enforcement is present at this location. I hope you guys recognize this. Your title, your department, police, they're here. Truth or Cop, 36911.
I do need
How
to go
many
get some
of these
toy store
truthers will go
badge.
to heaven?
I do need a toy store badge for the next time I do some Detective McGee. I actually got all the hair and facial hair to carve out Detective McGee right now, but I need to find some kind of badge.
I think it's like $50 to get your own custom-made badge with your own details printed on it, like in a
Nah, too
metallic
much.
fashion.
Too much.
But
Nah, I just want
don't
like
know,
a
though.
plastic
Like, come on,
baby
though.
toy.
Hey, man.
What was your name and badge number?
Truth or Cop, 36911.
Thank you.
Yeah. So was your
and
bear name
unfortunately,
Truth or
too.
Bear?
Yeah, no, but my bear name, it was disclosed in a video that was struck by Owen Benjamin's team. Although I was somehow, it was actually what they would want to be online, so I'm not sure why they struck it. Very odd behavior.
It's funny that your trolls were in the chat saying, of course, Tom wants to take Carl down. Like, I don't care. I just wanted to know what you were doing with Carl. Carl actually emails me.
Listen, I only have access to Carl's personal emails once or twice a year.
Oh,
Like,
they're
it
not
should-
personal. They're all disposable. I've pissed him off enough to make him delete one, but he still emails me.
No, dude, me and Destroyer made him delete an entire email system at least once, if not twice. Yeah.
Oh, him and
It-
Destroyer
it-
ain't cool no more? What happened with the Fallout kids? What happened with the Socialist crew? How'd y'all fall
Oh,
out?
Destroyer's still out there fucking rapping, dude. Don't you worry. And we all working. We getting out here. But
Well,
Carl,
why is him and why are you and Destroyer working against Carl?
Oh, we would never work against Carl.
Well, why are you trying to do a hit piece on him or whatever?
No, I was just saying, just like he did for you, like he deleted an entire email for us.
No.
He couldn't handle
Yeah, but
the truth.
no, I mean
There's
yesterday.
certain points where
Yesterday
he
you
can't
said you were
handle it,
gonna.
he just deletes it.
Yesterday you said you're gonna go at Carl. I wondered what.
Oh, yesterday, today, I said I was going to go at Carl, as in, there's several Carls going on. One Carl, I've invited him on my panel. He went out of his way to reach out and let himself be known in my chat, and I strongly suspect he might be Carl. However, there is another Carl on Who Are These Podcasts? It's like this degenerate podcast panel show, and there's a Carl who also is known there. And I'm actually very concerned. Their operations may be tying into what we're dealing with here. And I'm just trying to get to the bottom of things the best I can for the best
The only
results
thing
of
you're
all
getting
of
to
us.
the bottom of is a dish and a bowl.
Is there good food
and
there?
The trays at Golden Corral. You're getting to the bottom
Is
of
it
the
keto?
Golden Corral.
Is a keto dish or bowl I'm getting to the bottom of, or what?
I don't know. What do you?
Listening to you
piece
is
do you
like
think you're
panning for gold. It's like you got to swirl the motherfucker around like 18.5, 3, 6, 9, 11 times before you even see a little nugget of anything, and it's just kind of like, I'm just being straight up with you.
So
Like, I'm not LARPing like you.
So
I
occasionally,
mean, if you're
when
not
I speak,
LARPing, I
you see a
apologize.
nugget
But
of gold coming through. Thank you. I take that as a
of
compliment.
course, yeah, of course.
Thank you.
That's
Thank you. Well, that was
yeah, but what
thank
about
you.
all the other? What about the 99 other percent?
I'm just doing my best from there. At least you see the fucking gold, dude. That's amazing. I'm so thankful for that perspective. That's
Well,
awesome.
good thing nobody's grading you.
Nobody needs to grate me because I am grateful.
No, yeah, sure. I'll accept that. I was gonna go more on the degraded side of the joke, but I'll accept yours.
All right, guys. I gotta set up my dog store.
Sorry, I haven't been here, so I don't know if people have participated stupidly or, with intentions of sub intentions.
Well, I don't know about if you look at Illumitomi's silhouette here, the sub intentions of his, what is that called? The sideburn right there. The sub intentions of his sideburn mixed with the faux ponytail, like it's not even a ponytail, it's like a bald head going into a, like as if he was an African American type curly hair. Like he's got that tight curls, dude. I don't know, Tom, you don't got those tight curls, dude, to be wrapping that photo. I'm kind of offended. I think you might be culturally appropriating. I'm sorry.
Yeah, culturally inappropriate. Like that reminds me of those side wars or whatever. Weren't there people that got burned inside, like side burns or inside burns or something? Poland, IBM was a big contributor to make the punch
burns
cards that were
inside the
necessary
mine,
to run the
the
German
side-
trains.
Mm.
But they shut down IBM in Germany, but they stayed open in Poland. And there are a bunch of steel companies from the U.S. that also participated. Ford, also.
I would love to have
And that
some of
massacre,
those-
non-massacre.
That would be how amazing would that be to have a special guest on who worked for the IBM, participated for that in some way during that time period in history. That would be amazing. That's who I want on this panel.
It's not a bad guest. I can't really take out a suggestion.
You mean a Jew? They've been here.
No, but I mean like somebody who was there during the time and has a testimony of what they saw. Can we get freaking George Soros on here? TML. Oh wait.
I know a
You
dude
say,
who was
listen,
in the
man,
North
TML.
Korean War.
Anytime you need, when you're desperate for a situation, I know a Jew we can get on the panel. But until that moment, we don't need to go there, dude. Come on,
Yeah,
calm
but
down, chill out.
not just
No, I
any.
know.
Not,
No, I know plenty. I have my friend Benjamin, and I think he's some sort of cyber analyst as well. So it is what it is.
I don't know. I just thought that was interesting.
He may be listening, but yeah, he actually physically lives inside of Israel.
Oh wow!
It is what it is. Yeah.
On or in?
In.
Would he say that, or you know, I don't know. I want to speak on his behalf.
He always poke at the weirdest shit, bro.
I missed that last part of what you said.
He's making a joke on if he was. What was it?
Is he on or in Israel?
That's so stupid, dude. Sorry.
In.
But then he like subversively was like, "But I mean, in." You know what I'm saying?
Well, you know, can't really be inside something until you've known Brown's boy's mother.
Well, everything is happening inside of something else. Space is infinite. So. Every space has infinite divisions.
In the space within Brown's boy's mom is many divisions. It's beautiful. Don't go there. Brown's boy, why are you even letting this space occur? Illuminatomy, intercept. He's got it's
You're
coming
good.
for you.
You're good. It's all good, brother. Don't worry. What do they call that? Qualified immunity?
Well, thank you for recognizing.
Well, that's what it's called.
Yeah, the qualified immunity. I qualified for this immunity charge. But did you? Can you? What the hell does that even mean? Where are we going, man? I mean, what have we been talking about? I gotta go to bed. I'm just trying to like figure out what's going on before I go to sleep.
You want me to come tuck in and read your story?
Please.
You know
would
what I
love
bet
that.
you live like? You know who you...
got your
it
boy.
just hit me, Truth or Cop. Do you know who you live like? You're like fucking Clarence from Pee
Yo,
Wee's
hop on
Big
panel.
Adventure.
Up on panel, Carlitos. I'd love to meet the famous or
He
infamous
doesn't.
Carl.
He doesn't.
At this point, many people have uttered your.
Yeah, that motherfucker ain't never paneled in his life. He's got a
Y'all
fear of
need
it.
to listen. Subscribe to Truth or Cop. I will have a my goodness, a surprise guest appearance from Carl coming up. It may not be that one in the chat. I don't know, but I'm gonna get to the bottom of who Carlo is. Carlitos, freaking manufacturing his. I'm gonna shut up now. I'm done.
Hey, Truth or Cop, remember last night when I used my show to run you down through all your little troll thumbnails whenever you tried to act like you were having a show about people numerous occasions?
Well, at a certain point,
we talked
I fell
about
asleep,
how you
but
weren't.
yeah, I remember certain
Yeah.
parts. Yeah, what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
That was cute.
I didn't even
Thank you
finish
for
it.
telling me
We could have
that.
kept
Dude, that
going.
was
We
an
could have
awesome
kept going on
answer.
with
It
the
proceeds
hoax
so
war, with the
fast.
mine, with
I'm so
Wizzy.
grateful for your perspective, Tommy. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, truth or cop. I've heard of a flamethrower, but dude, a flamethrower? You need to chill, bro.
Hey, that's not bad. That's not bad. See, when you don't force it, Adam, you pull off some stuff.
Yeah, but it's like in the lulls, like in the of the. It's like when it's going nowhere. Somehow.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where your value shines. When there's nothing left to find value in, that's where your value suddenly radiates.
Yeah, like the meat, like the bars can't really get lower, sort of. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. 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 Mm-hmm.
But did you?
Good to see
did
you,
you?
Carl. See, Brown's boy, you look out for Carl, because after he hit me
I'm
for like
looking.
freaking 2.5 years, like you got
No
nothing
one's
on me,
seen him.
dude.
No one's seen him.
No, I've seen him. I've seen what he does. He's done way worse with me than you. He's prepared me for you, Browns boy. And you ain't. I don't know if you got what it takes, dude. We'll see.
We'll see.
Oh, let me get you guys' YouTube opinions on this. I'm trying to cut back on my mild copyrights because they keep my channel from having the subscriptions with the emojis. And I'm always going to have a mild copyright from my Doomsday ripoff intro. Do you think if I cover enough of the faces with people from the community, will it eventually negate that it thinks it's Doomsday? Like the algorithm? Will the algorithm eventually be like, oh no, that's not from that movie. There's too many jackass faces over it.
I would love to give you a definite opinion either way, but I haven't the slightest clue. I've never gotten around a single fucking strike against my channel. Not one.
No, you know how there's a copyright that doesn't strike you or harm you, it just marks it as copyright.
Right. Like with
Yeah,
the
if you have too many of those, it won't let you unlock subscriptions. And all money aside, I just want to make custom emojis for in the chat.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Because my issue was that a couple years ago, I collected
Oh, you got more issues than
$130. I have $130 in Google somewhere in a bank account that they won't let me access because I didn't give them the proper fucking information. And since then, I
Wow.
didn't ever bother to fucking monetize my new channel because fuck it. Like, they just hit $130 for me like that. So fuck it. Like,
Yeah, you got to clear $100 to get it sent to you. Anything over $100 every month, they'll send it out to you.
and then once I finally got to 130, then they're like, you don't have the proper bank statements and shit. So, like,
Why did you not
prove-
give them the proper bank statement?
I did. And then when I had the money, they said I didn't.
Take one guess. Never mind.
Well, your mom was involved, I'm sure, at some point.
What did Carl's chat say? I can't read him on the phone tonight.
It says, can we please acknowledge that Tommy is killing the overlay game out here?
Oh, he's referring
I
to that
accept
angel fucking image and shit. Yeah.
Alex,
Dude,
no, that's
Carl's
just
such a
Snapchat.
fucking
That's
fan.
just Snapchat filters.
Dude,
But
Carl,
that
why are you
Krang,
such a
the
fucking
Krang
Illuminati
death?
bitch,
Come on,
dude?
I'm telling you,
You're
man, with the
dude.
Krang death.
Carl,
I even
why are
made
you
Benton a
such an
bunch of trucker
Illuminati
overlays.
simp,
You don't even
dude?
stream no more.
Dude. Oh.
And when Flow State was like, "Oh, Tommy, you're dog whistle narking yourself out for still being on meth," I know how long it takes to make those things. Like, please, sometimes I'll make one of those 30 minutes before the show. It'll just dawn on me and I'll whip one up. It doesn't take that long at all.
Well, Illuminati, please comment on OTW in those same regards. I mean, Jesus.
No, I don't even watch the damn show. I only watch it if somebody comes to me and says, you gotta go see this. But other than that, OTW is dead to me.
He did have a killer shot. He came on
Garbage.
Jack's shot. Dude, he came in Jack's show earlier and, like, he had a good shot. It was actually an interesting...
That's not the way he's gonna
scene
get back
with,
in. Not the way he's gonna get back in. I don't know if he can get back
No,
in.
no
He's too
way.
much,
Please,
he's too
God
much a
forbid.
son of his daddy. He's the Canadian son of his daddy.
No, you're not telling me that I am that. Please.
He's your sibling.
No, do not compare me to a Canadian, Tommy. That is one thing I will not fucking accept.
Do you know how long?
Tommy, you
I was
call
thinking
me
the
all
same
sorts of
thing.
fucking shit.
Carl,
You cannot
Hoax
ever
War,
compare me
until
to a Canadian.
until I straightened Hoax War thought Truther Cop was a Canadian for like the first however many months he knew who he was.
Bro,
He kind of looks like one. He doesn't say much like
you're
them.
telling me sorry.
He's got the stack of a Canadian. He carries himself like a Canadian.
Who?
Yeah.
You.
You can feel the Queen's crown on him.
Intolerable. This is intolerable.
Dude, I played that clip of when Wizzy was punking you around, rightly
Dude.
so. And I didn't even get to the
Dude.
time I did. But you take a beat and you take a bitchin' well, Truther Cop. It works in the dynamic of the shows.
And that's how the Canadian comes through. Like what part of
No,
the shows
we've
is
moved on. We've moved on. We've moved on. We're just
thank
talking
God.
Fedora
Mostly
Neckbeard.
false
Fedora
politeness.
Neckbeard weeb right now.
Nah, let's move on, please. I couldn't.
You need a
can't take much more of
samurai
that.
sword. Do you have a samurai sword to go with the fedora and the neckbeard?
No, but I saw a dude with a giant key earlier, and he knew exactly how to use it on TikTok to make money. It has something to do with the fucking Disney game. Fuck is that game?
I'm trying to gamify my channel a little bit.
The Kingdom
kinda
Hearts.
had a-
Kingdom of Hearts.
No, not like a video game. There's video games for that.
What's the channel called? In the Woods TikToker?
No, it was probably like gay as fuck TikToker. It was terrible. I'm not putting him on blast. It was embarrassing. It was pretty bad.
So, I would never be on TikTok. I'd never put it on my phone, but I did realize if they're going to suppress TikTok
And most of
because
these
they
folks,
can't...
Miss Turban wearing Truther
Hello.
Cop face.
Hello.
Still here, Carl. Fuck you.
If they're going to suppress TikTok because the government can't control what's said on it, then they're going to get rid of Rumble. They'll either tyrannize Rumble or get rid of it.
No, just like something in my intuition says this Carl dude's just fake as fuck.
No, he's socialist. That's his really only his shortcoming. He's
I
a pretty
don't
good
know him at
editor,
all.
he's a
I
pretty
just
funny
think
dude.
it's something about it.
His only shortcoming is he's Canadian and socialist. It's such a fucking drag. He has such potential. He's a Canadian fucking socialist. But yeah, Carl, email me a PO box or something, man. You can have the shiatsu socialist. What was it? Was it a shiatsu? I got this.
Was it
It's
not
usually
your
a
stream that we
socialist
played
dog.
Carl's Laura Loomer video on?
No, Brown's boy, I have a little cloth banner. I don't know where I picked it up in life. It's a little, it's like a Pomeranian or a Shiatsu dog wearing a little communist Chinese uniform, waving a little communist flag. And Carl loves it. I'm like, you can have it, man. I'll mail it to you if you want.
The video, TML. Hava Nagila. Hava Nagila.
Hey, he's Muslim, bro. Chill.
That was your show. It was your show. We were going through my channel. Oh, shit.
Speaking of devil's language.
Kaluma Tommy knows, dude. This is Carl's video.
I'm not Jewish, but I host Rose from time to time.
Have you asked Rose's opinion of Carl's video? Carl would love Rose's opinion.
Well, Rose is only racially small hat. She's not practicing small hat. She just has the genetics of small hat.
Carl doesn't give a fuck.
He's also half
He
cyborg.
just wants that slingshot fucking narrative he can throw in there for his
Rose
momentary
is,
video so he can take it
I
out
agree with that hat.
Rose is half cyborg. She has a rolling chassis. Go Cyborg!
I'm a rough and tumbleweed.
Is this the Welsh people that came at Paul? Is it? This is like
No, that reminds me of the dragon, but no, that was Welsh News Network.
It's not them.
And I wouldn't say they came at Paul. They talked about what an idiot he is to his footage, and then left him sitting back in their back chat or the backstage. I was like, see? I was waiting for a channel to just leave him back there.
The Welsh?
Yeah. Welsh News Network, they used to watch Paul's stuff and just hate on him. And every time he showed up, they just leave him in the backstage and talk to him in the backstage and not let him up.
Oh, that's mean.
Well, he deserves it.
That was like towards, like, it was him, them, the Welsh News Network, and then Ian. And then, like, after that, he stopped doing that whole thing.
Well, he's still Paul. He's still your daddy.
Well, you know, we could all do
don't
better.
play it down. Even though I've kind of backed off because he bores me, I am his arch nemesis. I am his meta nemesis.
Yeah, and you introduced that whole concept on my panel, sir. You're welcome.
What do you mean I'm welcome? I'm welcome for all the bullshit you put me through on your panel?
Oh, fuck you. You came up on my panel and you started putting me through some technical difficulty bullshit. Really, I had to put this
I've come up on your panel many a time.
Yes, you came on my panel.
Flow State,
and you
like
were
Paul.
I'm a face mask. This is the first time I'm gonna attempt this face mask fucking technology. And you tested it out on my channel first and foremost.
Wait, what are you talking about right now?
You
What are you talking
did
about?
the Joker shit, dude. When you first started
No,
you started your whole gimmick
Can
we
against
take turns
Slave
talking, please?
on my channel.
Is this
You
a reach for
started
clout?
everything against
I
him
was
on my
fighting.
channel.
I fought Paul.
You did.
I fought.
Remember what
You're
I
not
did
going to
for you.
overtalk me, you neckbeard weeb. I fought Paul on Slave for damn near a year before either of us knew there were more channels. That's when the Civil War started. The great awarening, whenever we all became aware of each other. The great association.
No, you became aware of everything else after you got on my channel.
You can't dictate. I'm the lore master. You can't dictate the history you want.
You're the lore master. You can't create lies and false controversy. You introduced.
No,
the
I
face
back my.
mask.
I'm in the
You're
upholstery
first time
business.
You ever. I will challenge you on this. The first time you ever lay out the lore here, lore master, and I'll lay out the other receipts if you require me to. The first time you ever put on a face mask, it was the Joker bullshit on my panel. You're like, hold on.
Yeah, you're so wrong. You're so wrong. I was filtering.
I'm gonna figure out if it works elsewhere before I go on other people's panels. And you tested it out on mine like a year and a half
you're lying.
ago.
You're
No, I'm
lying
not
because
lying. I am not
the
lying.
first.
I am
Shut
not
up.
lying. I am not lying.
Shut
Don't tell me I'm
up.
lying.
I'm
Don't
not
tell
going
me
to
I'm
do
lying.
this.
Don't tell me I'm lying.
This is
Don't
why
tell me
you
I'm
don't
lying.
get on my panel.
Hey, this is why
The
you don't
first
get
time
I'm not
I
lying.
ever.
You accuse me of lying.
TML, please. Can you mute him? Don't kick him. Can you mute him for 2
No,
seconds?
I just want to be known that I'm not lying. Can you just
No,
know?
the first time. The
just,
first
talk
time I
about
ever shut up. The first time I
not gonna
ever
shut up. Can we
paneled,
just,
I was with a
have different
filter.
discussion?
I
The
can't
first
stand
time you
this.
paneled,
This
you
is
were
why
with a
you're
filter.
single.
Which one?
This is
Which
why
one?
you're single. This is why you can't find a nice woman and have kids.
Bro, I got
Because
too
you
many
just,
women after me.
you
What's
first.
going
This is
on?
what Trek was
The
talking
first
about.
time you had
This
a
is why
panel,
Knupp
what?
left. You literally wait till you hear someone talk and start talking. It's disgusting. It's a wonder you got them J6 assholes to come talk to you. Hey, Truther Cop, have you figured out there's not going to be a 2024 election yet? And even if there is, that's going to be the last president this country ever had?
What does that have to do with you? What does it have to do with anything? Dude, that was such a...
Why are you always making it about me? I don't have to sit here and talk about me.
We were on you and then you pretended to be about you, and then you
Oh, I
wanted
know,
to
because
flex.
you're obsessed with me. You're obsessed with me, and you live in a favela.
Yeah, I am obsessed with you, Tommy. Obviously, at this point,
Faggot.
dude, 2 years down the road, you might figure it out. I'm obsessed with you. You're obsessed with me. Let's figure each other out. Do we need to fucking make an OnlyFans account right now? Let's make a joint OnlyFans account right now. Oh,
My dog has an
Truth or Cop?
OnlyFans account. That's how I did a deep dive
Truth
on
or Cop
OnlyFans.
is me and Tommy's. It's our illumination to the public.
I'm glad that everyone's confident to know that you're just batshit sideways, and they know that's not true. Now, you will see there's going to eventually be an installment of Gay Z where he says, Tommy told me he made a video about me. Let's go to his website. Let's go to his OnlyFans. And I'm going to make a fake-looking OnlyFans where I'm doing... I don't know. I haven't figured out what I need to be doing on my OnlyFans for when Z brings it up. But more Gay Zs will come in the future. Everybody says too much gay shit not to make more Gay Zs.
Truth or Cop? Have you ever heard Heavy Ceiling?
No.
No?
A band? A music? A sound?
No, the
No.
band is Deep Puddle Dynamics. Have you ever heard of that band?
Neither neither one.
Oh. Well then, if you know Slug and you don't know about Deep Puddle Dynamics, dude, it's already a wrap. Like, what do you know about this life?
I don't know
He
much
doesn't
about
know
it.
much about
all I
life.
could introduce from that perspective would be ideas and abilities. There,
Yeah, ideas and
Kyle?
abilities. Yeah, they're part of
Kyle,
Deep.
dude.
He's part of Deep Puddle Dynamics.
He is. See, but like, dude, when he's passed, and I was listening to Atmosphere, and they have the song "Flicker," one little flicker of light. I forget. Like, and I was like, who the hell is the song about?
Idea is the greatest. He may be one of the greatest rappers of all time.
Dude, he's fucking fast as shit. Like some of his things, I'm like,
Yeah,
what the
yeah,
fuck?
you ain't ready for the idea verses, dude, that I got for you. But
Hey.
anyways, the other shit I got is this fucking Deep Puddle Dynamics shit. Off
No,
the
I have
chain.
no
I mean, I
idea
know
who
a
that
lot of
is.
the anti-cons.
That's totally new.
Do you guys remember who did Alphabet Aerobics? Or Alphabet? I think it's Alphabet Aerobics.
That was Blackalicious, I think, wasn't it?
Blackalicious, that was it. Thank you.
Yeah, I remember that shit for sure. The rapper is called Gift of Gab. He's fucking amazing. Yeah, he's an excellent rapper. Yeah, Blackalicious, their first album was the shit.
Okay,
The fucking
TML, listen, this is a dark perspective for me, and ideas and so
African American perspective.
You're about to get a dark perspective with Heavy Ceiling.
Have you
and if you've never
watched, dude? All right, listen, I don't want to get into it tonight if you don't want to, but ideas and abilities. Their Smile music video. He's dead. What he laid out there was literally what happens to people allegedly when they take the new technology that was designed many years after the fact. It is a dark music video, and I can't watch it. Like, after I listen to the song many times, it's like, this song's awesome, and then I watch the video and I can't watch it. He starts pulling dark strings out of maps on the wall, and it turns into veins, and it's just blackness coming out of human veins, and it's fucking weird, dude. But he's like, through the darkness you smile, right? No matter what they throw at you. And I agree with that, but like, he was predicting beyond, like, what none of us can even say right now, and we all know.
Yeah, I think one of his lines was like before, like something about spending the last of his money on a Krishnamurti book. So I don't know if you know the philosophy of Jiddu Krishnamurti, but yeah, it has a lot to do with some of the sentiments in his music. And I could talk about that.
Please.
Yeah, I've heard some of his interviews and stuff, and I've studied his lyrics a lot because it ties into like how I try to construct my own lyrics and stuff, and also the DJ Nujabes. And what's really interesting is that both Idea and Nujabes both died at the age 33. It's really interesting, right? So yeah, I think the greatest rapper and the greatest DJ really of all time. They passed away young. I mean, imagine the type of music we'd have if Idea and Nujabes were still alive. I believe that Nujabes is really like the DJ of heaven. Right? Like, I believe like if I ever get to heaven, like I'll be there. Like Nujabes will just be the DJ. It'll be the shit. Right?
When, bro? When?
When?
No, I'm saying like if instead of if, but when. Let's go. Let's
Yes,
play. Let's
it's
play
all
some.
about that. Inshallah. You know what I mean? God willing. You know what I mean? It is what it is.
Amen.
In the Goody Mob song, they say, how can I promise you forever when I can't even promise the rest of the day? All I know is that we started this journey together. I hope we can make it the rest of the way. It is what it is. Inshallah. But yeah, we about to take a little break here. And I'm going to show, because we started this stream in terms of atmosphere, So these two songs, first of all, I played this Plex remix of
You love the people that love you. That one?
PM. PM, the LP.
But you don't know, you don't know,
You don't know. You don't know. You see, like, yeah, I don't know the album there, but I know that sound. Yes.
You guys are going on to some white people shit.
Yeah. Nah, we all.
That-
Dude, that's some good shit, dude.
You probably know one of my brothers. One's a hard-working savior. The other one's a hard-working soldier.
Soldier.
I'm just
I was
next door
gonna say
neighbor.
sailor.
Working hard
Working
and
hard and
sober.
trying to stay sober.
Trying to stay
Thanks
sober.
for keeping up, Truther Cop. Yeah, you said what I said. God, now I know why they leave you in the basement.
Well, they're trying to find a replacement. Is all I can say for one, but they
In
can't.
the days of kings and queens, I was a jester. Treat me like a god or they treat me like a leper.
Hey, I see you move back and forth between posts. What are you doing?
See, Tommy, Carl called you out about like repping that song in the chat one day, and you said, "Fuck you!" I'm like, you were like calling him out on those lyrics in my chat one day. I played that song, dude. You and Carl went
What do you
at it
mean?
over
What do you
this.
mean calling out?
You and Carl in my chat went at it because
This
Carl was like,
is hey, hold
"Oh
on.
no,
Hey,
no
hold on real
diggity,
quick.
no diggity, no diggity."
Hey, hold on real quick, guys.
Mm.
I just want to point out to Nemo, dude. UG Krishnamurti is my ultimate shit. That is one of my favorite philosophers of all time because like I consider him the ultimate epitome of cynic. You know what I mean? Somebody asked him what his diet is one day, and he literally said, "I prefer." Man, I think he said like he said I only eat a milkshake made of the flesh of the dead babies. That's literally what he said. Like he's just like trying to fuck with them. It was literally fucking ridiculous.
I got
And
a
then
picture
and
on
then
the
he said
cloud somewhere.
and then he said that this physicist said to me that there is no space. So I said to him, if I fuck your bitch right there, will there be space? Will I have space to do it? That's what he said. Crazy.
He brought it very much in the context.
Yeah, that shit is crazy, yo. Yo, man,
No,
yeah, man.
that's in
UG
that
Krishnamurti is fucking mad genius, yo.
it's not a Rick and Morty game, but in that first-person shooter game where all the alien guns have Morty's voice, the sister's like, "Oh, what are you just gonna leave me out here in space?" And everyone is always in space all the time, everywhere. It's pretty funny.
He was trying to be the anti Jiddu Krishnamurti. So yeah, he was basically he was also of the Theosophical Society. So yeah, both him and Jiddu Krishnamurti although they tried to be this great rebels of the Theosophical Society, they were pretty much still in the whole fold of it. Yeah, so it's very interesting. Yeah, yep, textbook fraud. It's interesting.
Man, I'd hate to come across you and Carl at a fucking coffee shop.
Carlitos, I already
He's so
fucked
fucking
Carlitos up when he
pretentious. I'd
did.
be like, I gotta
He
get out
didn't.
of here.
No, he didn't understand the left-right dialectic collapsing into like modernism. Like he didn't understand it at all. Like he doesn't understand postmodern philosophy, and then he didn't understand when I called Hamas a leftist group. I was trying to frame this for Truther Cop, and Carl didn't understand what the fuck we're talking about because he can't understand like anything. Carl, you need to watch the first 2 hours of this fucking show. You'll understand the left-right dialectic and how it's completely collapsed. You're in a fucking false dialectic, my friend.
The reason it's hard for him and Destroyer and Truther Cop, they have this thing where they just say what they want reality to be.
Listen, Carlitos is a very sharp individual, especially from Illumitami's paradigm that he's presenting here with his bullshit algorithms of denial of the truth.
No, you don't want to get me and Carl going again. I done smacked him a number of times, and you're not even around for it. You were irrelevant.
Oh, you're
Carl's
trying to
at least
compare me
Carl.
and Destroyer,
Carl
and you
is
don't
at
even
least
know
an
who any of us
adversary.
are. You don't
Just
even
keep
know any
talking,
of us.
fat boy.
You can't even keep up
Just
with any of
think
us.
about
Fat
how
boy,
much of an
fat boy, fat boy.
adversary.
I was
Think of how
complimented
much
today,
of an
and maybe I
adversary
need to
Carl
do
is
some
when he
more
can't
exercise. Do I
overtalk
need to do
people.
some push-ups fucking right now, dude?
You
To
got
like
a
not
lot
be
of
a fat
nerve
boy?
telling
Is that
anybody
what
to
I
do
need to be?
push-ups, you fat piece
Is
of
that
shit.
what I need to be? No, I'm asking if I need to do push-ups, you fat fuck. Are you that
Yeah,
fat?
you need
Are
to
you
do
that
push-ups
insecure?
in your bed,
Listen, Tommy,
offline,
you stop
off
doing
this
that.
panel.
You're gonna have to do push-ups to keep up that physique and that sharp chin. You're gonna do some curl-ups every once in a while. Listen, you're not doing that fixture, that the thing that it just drives you to
Are
lose
you
the weight.
okay? Are you okay?
You're gonna
Are you in
have to
any kind of
you're
relevance
gonna
right
have
now?
some personal drive to achieve your goals, sir. What's up?
I just like your daddy doesn't understand. I've achieved many, many goals. I've superseded either of you in any physicality you'll ever achieve, and probably monetary, despite what that silver spoon shoves down your back pocket. See how he is? See how he is, TML? Like, he's got his likable
He's throwing me some
aspect,
good stuff.
he's got his likable trait, and then he
yeah.
just goes full-on Marxist.
Let's go on with this.
I, for
Yeah,
one,
you know,
appreciate Carl's opinion very much so.
yeah, I mean,
Well, then you
yeah, I
can
mean,
hear
Karl
what
Marx
he's
was,
about too.
yeah, I mean, I was talking about Karl Marx in terms of the millenarianism and the, what do you call that? The fucking New Jerusalem shit with the fucking League of the Just. I'll pull it up for you guys right now. Uh-oh. I think Illumi's talking to his dog or Benton. Or I don't know if Benton's still
No,
there.
Benton, I
What's the
kicked
difference
Benton
between
out.
Benton and Illumitommy's dog? But
No, I've
Illumitommy's
kicked Benton
dog
out
has
the
a
night he
place
went.
to sleep inside at night without having to burn gasoline.
I read this earlier on my show. This is pretty funny. Joined the protest. Look at this. It says members of the League of the Just were German journeyman artisans, primarily tailors and woodworkers. Their stated goal was, quote, the establishment of the kingdom of God on earth based on the ideals of love of one's neighbor, equality, and justice. Was also referred to the League as the New Jerusalem. And they also said all men are brothers. Yeah, it's interesting. This is Karl Marx organization, League of the Just. But yeah, anyways,
Well,
whoops,
but here's
I
the
accidentally
thing.
signed out.
Here's the thing. I'll admit the Jesus way is saturated with socialism, but it's voluntary. The problem with Marxism and communism is it's forced. And that's the biggest difference. I mean, every dichotomy in our existence really comes down to, is it voluntary? What's the difference between a doctor and a mad scientist? Is the patient voluntary?
Also a clean needle.
Well, you don't need a doctor or a mad scientist to be your junky girlfriend with a dirty needle.
What's the difference between the pimp and the scientist at that point and the doctor? I mean, like, you know, they're all sticking something inside of someone else. What's the difference?
You really got the spirit of your daddy in you that hard? Like, pimps
got
aren't
it
the
from your
one
mom.
fucking people. Pimps just get paid off of the woman fucking. But you wouldn't know that. You're always, well, I think you would know that. It's probably the business you frequent most often. Probably see Jack Talcott while you're there.
Amen. Carl, Carl,
That's an easy one, Carl. Carl,
Carlito's
do you know how?
eternal. Listen, he sees
I
it,
don't
man.
know
He
why I
calls
ever
it
came
as
up on
it
your
is,
panel. You
and
are
he
absolutely insufferable.
always from the chat. He has had a bigger voice than you, I, or TML. Brownsboy himself has ever had on any panel from the
No,
chat.
you're delusional.
Carl carries it every day, dude. From the chat,
No,
bro.
no. I've already squared, like, me and Carl are already square, and I'm just gonna let you rant like a lunatic. But you are absolutely panel herpes these days, Truth or Cop. You know that, right?
When he tries to say his ideas, it's as if you're at like a baseball game. Is the guy like screaming about like what he's trying to sell like down the aisle and shit? And then he takes like you're the one all the way at the end. He takes like 14. You got to get around 14 people just to get a straight answer and shit. In my experience,
Talking about Carl or Truth or Cop?
Truther.
Cause see, that's I was trying to get Carl to like private panel or something. As much as I communicated with Carl, it's like, dude, I can't stand to chat in a fucking chat room like this. Like, I don't care what you look like. I don't care what your voice is. Can I just have a means to say things and hear things back? I don't even like talking in the chat when I'm hosting my panel. If I talk to him for too long, I'm like, all right, get the fuck up here. I'm not gonna sit here and read and respond.
Yeah, isn't that incredible? And the whole time you've seen me up on panel, you've only seen part of my body at work. Carl is the other half
Oh,
of my
that's
body.
disgusting.
Just
I
moving.
don't think your body's ever been at work. That's why it's in the shape it is.
Which shape? The shape that lost a lot of weight because of meth, as you accuse me of, or like the fat? Which one?
Cradle
They're
shaped.
both weird. Yeah, they're both weird.
They're both weird. All right.
Like Drew Carey. Drew Carey should have just stayed fat. I'm sure he's happy. I hope he feels great. But him and the Al Roker,
you know Glenn Beck.
Drew
Glenn
Carey,
Beck is,
Al Roker, and somebody else. Oh, the guy from Blues Traveler. Drew Carey,
Glenn
Al
Beck's
Roker, and the
face
guy
is
from
nearly the
Blues
shape of his
Traveler. They like
microphone.
identified as their fat. I
I don't know
can't
if
do
you guys
this,
ever.
Cruiser Top.
I don't
You're
know if you
absolutely
recognize.
insufferable. I can't do this.
I don't know
I
if you
can't do this.
recognize this, but Glenn Beck, his microphone is nearly the same shape as his face. Did Illumitami cut out here? Was he booted? I hate when people are booted for me.
No, he had called out that whenever he goes to speak, you just start speaking.
Oh,
And I think he saw you doing it again. He's like, I can't do this.
Yeah, right, Brian. TML, did you not boot him?
Nope.
No.
Oh, you didn't? Wow.
Yeah, I've been doing this a long time.
Yeah.
I've been doing this a long time. I actually don't boot anybody until they constantly interrupt the other panelists. So then I just have to
Except
boot
for
them.
me the other day, you did boot me pretty prematurely. I don't want to stand up for myself too much, but you booted me prematurely, dude.
And I think you're finding disagreement.
Yeah, I don't remember. Yeah, I don't remember that. Yeah.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. All I'm saying, I know that what I'm saying is true, but whatever. I'm happy with myself.
You know the thing I just said? Yeah, I didn't care.
No, it's true.
I think you might have hit the pinata too many times, my friend, if you know what I mean.
You are funny,
Wait, where?
dude.
There's a pinata somewhere? Are you talking about like Mexican?
Oh yeah, it's fucking.
Are you talking about Mexicans, dude?
I mean, there are Mexicans, as a matter of fact. There's also my friend here. Thank you so much.
I think you mean to say we're left in the back chat, not booted.
Yeah, I had other guests that were planning to show up, but in the backstage, I think I accidentally didn't know that they were here and they left. So it is what it is. So I
Was Pill
apologize.
Eater ever around?
Oh yeah, Pill Eater was the first 2 hours of this show. Nearly 3 hours. We laid down a lot of stuff. So
Yeah, Truth
make
or
sure.
Cop was that Truth or Cop who asked that?
Pill Eater was on here before me. Yeah,
Yeah, Pill Eater was here
he
before
was
the
like the first guest.
Yeah, he was.
From
Yeah,
what I
he was
saw.
here without the panel. I had invited him with a private link.
That being said, Reddington, I've never had a chance to talk to on panel. What's up, bro?
What's up?
Interesting to talk to you. I love, dude. You have by far my favorite. I don't know what the panel icon. I don't. What do you call that? I love that.
Profile pic, thumbnail pic, something.
Where'd it come from?
I was just looking at stuff on my computer from like years ago. Like I would just like grab stuff that art that people made. It's not mine. It's someone from like years ago that it's still somehow on my computer.
It's not AI art. It's just like an
It's
actual painting.
actual person's probably digital art. It's probably not tangible medium.
But it wasn't. It wasn't just like AI like made
No
it up.
AI. This was like it could be up to 10 years ago. I forget.
Dude, track down that person. That's an awesome person. Whoever made that.
This could be pretty hard.
Well, not as hard as I'm gonna be when you find out the
Yeah,
solution to that case.
the pups are dogging it.
Exactly, Timo. You got it.
The pups are dogging it.
I don't know what else to say about that one, man. No, but like that's dude. 10 years ago, that painting was made. That's beautiful. Mm.
Yeah, blessings, Wizard. I hope you're having a great night.
And Wizard, you get up on freaking listen, y'all with these Ulysses S. Grants. I'm tired of these divisions among the Civil War out here. It's too much. Like,
Have you ever heard of the book? Have you ever heard of the book Why Ulysses S. Grant Expelled the Jews?
absolutely not. No.
Look it up. Have you ever heard of Judah P. Benjamin?
What? Jordan P.
Judah JUDAH P.
Dude,
Benjamin.
hold on, bro. You get like I'm not Google. I'm not an AI unit out here.
Yeah,
Just like
but it's on the record, so you
it's
could hear
not
it again.
Jordan P. Benjamin or like it's
No,
what?
no, I spelled it. I literally spelled it just now.
I know
So
you did. I know
unless
you
you're
did.
hard of
That's
hearing, there's no way that
I'm not. Listen, I'm not hard of hearing. I'm hard of recalling every fucking thing that you motherfuckers have to say to me at every moment because everyone's at my fucking throat all the time. Like, relax, please.
Uh-oh. It's kind of a nervous breakdown.
What?
I know. We're like, please.
What's the main issue?
Well, for one, I don't have a third hand to deliver tissue to my nose when I need to blow it. But
Well, I got the perfect remedy for your
I didn't even know you were Jewish, bro. It's just a joke. Are you?
No.
Oh, good. I'm not. I'd be sorry if you were.
He's one of those. He's one of those ginger Jews.
I'm not ginger either. I love the assumptions that the internet delivers to me.
Dude, the
Praise God.
assumptions.
Praise God for whatever this fucking thing is, because y'all fucking it
Bro,
never ceases to amaze me.
bro, you
The
want to hear something?
assumptions that people will just be like, they'll see
There's a
him
type.
here,
There's
they'll
a
see
type of
him
Indian.
there, and they'll just
There's a
lay it
type
all
of.
out about him.
Okay. Relax.
I'm not
Really
like
okay.
I'm not a ginger.
Okay.
Listen.
Well, I don't know.
Do I need to be
Okay.
extra defensive about this? I'll be extra defensive.
Okay.
We need some
I'm not a gender.
chill pills stat.
I'm mute.
Yeah, we need some psych pills. Yo, the thing is you know, the whole thing with this what do you call it? No, no.
Subversive class.
Subversive clown class. The joke economy. Jokes have their own economy. Reciprocal confrontation and delayed gratification.
What is the difference? So, listen, I know we can get into what those mean, and we already kind of assume what they mean. What is the difference between where we're trying to like reciprocate one another
I think in the movie,
truthfully, and where the joke, like where people are
yes,
just making dishonest jokes? Where's that playing?
it's not dishonest when in Pinocchio, every time he lied, his nose grew.
And then it makes a big giant Jewish cursor on the screen, like my nose. My nose is a big giant Jewish cursor upon the screen. Like, look out for that,
Is it
dude.
on there?
And if you follow my nose wherever it goes, you'll find the money. So just give it to me whenever you can,
That
and we'll
sounds
make sure
Fruit
that
Loops.
happens. Yeah, listen, Fruit
You got a
Loops,
brother named
vegetable
Lucky
loops,
Charms and
Lucky
a
Charms,
sister on the
Unlucky
Cheer
Charms. I
Squad.
don't care. Give me your
Yeah,
money.
and a
That's all I'm
sister on the
saying.
Cheer Squad named Cheerios.
Listen, I don't give a fuck. Just give me your money, dude. Give it here.
Captain Crunch is his dad.
Got his older brother that likes to smoke. His name's Wheaties.
He's a pet tiger named Tony.
And nothing
What's up?
pets my
What's up,
tiger
Truther?
like moaning.
What's up, Truther?
What's up, dude? Al Pero, I love you, but
what's
I'm
the
gonna
deal?
push you right now immediately. I'm gonna push you right now. I'm gonna do it. I'm not skipping. I'm not going around it. Get on Paul's. What's going on? I don't care. Let's get back to the truth now. And now.
What do you mean get on Paul's? I'm
Okay.
going back to Paul's.
Yeah, you haven't been on there forever, dude. Let's go.
Yeah.
You got it. You got whatever you're facing. You
And I
got it.
just like to mention once again, see, it wasn't me that brought up Paul. Paul doesn't even enter my mind.
I did
It's
that.
you
I
guys.
did that just now. I did it.
Yeah.
Bro, honestly, you couldn't pay me to do that.
Well, we all, yeah. You
So
couldn't
you're either
pay
dumb
me
or you're paid.
to a lot of things.
Or
Hey,
both.
yeah, people do, bro. You ain't never like have you ever moved a wheelbarrow full of sand for like 20 bucks an
Can't
hour?
hear the microphone.
Have you ever moved a wheelbarrow full of sand for $20 an hour?
I
Or
dug
15?
irrigation. I dug irrigation trenches for 10 years.
I may or may not be known as the nicest white guy ever by two separate Puerto Ricans that ran landscaping companies, if that's what you're asking.
All I'm saying is we have a price for our time and our effort. I've done the same.
Yeah, but I pay a different toll than you.
Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. Well, of course you did, but
Well, you didn't know about it, but of course I do.
Yeah,
Okay,
100%.
interesting. Put that one together.
No, I will. Don't worry about it. You can expand. I will too.
You can get fucked.
you can be a bitch in the background as usual, and nobody will care. Neither will I. But I am willing to hear a story about why you
No, I
want
want
me
to
to
hear
play
all
them.
your. I want to hear all your advertisements. You're either too dumb or paid, or too dumb and paid to continue doing. Personally,
I'll tell you what you need to know when you need to know it, and whatever everybody
well,
else wants to know.
as my bitch, I don't accept that from you.
You're your own bitch, so you can accept from yourself what you want. If you want something from me, you can ask me for whatever you want.
Shut the fuck up, please.
This is a TML show. So, what's up, Wizard? Good to see you, bro. Reddington,
Yeah, let's.
dude, we got so many. Dude, you got stars in the house, bro. Please.
That's what it is. But the top stars here is the Wizard and obviously me. So it is what it is. Anyway.
Don't forget Reddington.
Yeah, Reddington is the homie. You know, Reddington's the top homie. So, you know what I mean?
So,
yeah. You know. He my day one.
And I will take just being like some piece of dirt that was tracing on the boot that's leading to what I need to go to. Like, you know, I might have just been traced into this situation by some boot that mishappenly stepped here, and I'm just a piece of mud on the bottom there. And like, I'm looking up and I'm like, where do I go? And somehow I'm here.
Yeah, you
And
gotta
from
you
that
gotta go.
position,
You gotta go down there. You
I'll
are
be whatever I need to be.
yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, you gotta go down there. Yeah, but we are gonna listen to the heavy
Please.
C link, right? The heavy C link. But yeah, it is what it is. You know what I mean? I think you will really appreciate this. Top flight lyrics. I think this is this might be one of my top 3 songs of all time. I will tell you guys that. So, you know, almost every time I take mushrooms, I listen to this. And so I'm happy to be reminded of this song because I think I will turn it on next time I take these 5 grams of psilocybin mushrooms. Right? Because yeah, I love to take 5 grams of psilocybin mushrooms and listen to this goddamn song. It is what it is. Also, Slug from Atmosphere, you know, great lyricist. You know what I mean, one of the greatest lyricists. Very underrated, I think. I mean, you know, in terms of lyricists, go. Because he's not really a freestyle guy, he's more of a writer. So yeah, he does what it does. And yeah, I like writing too. It gives a different vibe than the whole freestyle thing. I mean, I like to do the freestyle too, but I like writing a lot. I mean, you know, it helps you think of different concepts and also invent new internal rhyme schemes. So I really, really appreciate writing poetry. I've been doing it for a very long time. And I don't know if you guys caught some of my stuff there. But yeah, I did present some of my poetry there. Got pretty good reviews, all things considered. But yeah, let me play this for you guys. Atmosphere. And this is just going to be a song here. Who just left? Oh, Brown's boy.
Lanza.
Yeah, Lanza. Yeah, Lanza always dips out when it's time to hear the song. But yeah, I know Lanza's around somewhere listening. He's gonna be out in the chat and stuff. You know, Lanza's always out here somewhere. But yeah, let's figure this out here. Deep Puddle Dynamics. I hope you guys appreciate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, this is gonna be you, Truther. This is gonna be one of your top favorite songs of all time. I mean, if you like Slug, this is the top. Right?
I'm listening, man. See.
Where those 2 walls and that ceiling meet, where you'll be peeling me from when the dreams become abilities. The trilogy of growth, I'm at the 2nd level, where every word is special and I'm lost inside the echoes. And when it's settled, I touch that 3rd stage. I shuck these mental shackles and blast my way out of that bird cage. Earthquake signifies an active foundation. It's got the posture aching, keeps my head out of these constellations. From this high, I may identify the obstacles. When I get this high, my head becomes a hospital. Voices bitching and bickering, complaining that they sick and injured, bleeding and hungry. Give me my tourniquets. Feed them nourishment and included with the diluted juice and bruised fruits I distributed. Who knew they wounds would heal so quick? Who knew the passion would be compassion and get them fastened onto the dick? Might as well have let them penetrate. The view from here shook me, looking at rookies that try to emulate. Take the time to break the rhymes down for what you gather. Only after will I climb to the rafter without my ladder.
Stability, overseer, stand over, ability, hover, provide contraceptive and meteor showers. The sky is falling, the earth is collapsing, seas freeze. Seize my support structure, you simmer. I may shape but provide shade upon your living mass. Granted, I'm branded with a limestone trim. So your epicenter splinters to shambles while the lights turn dim. Sheets stop bellowing, hug your teddy bears. In Santa with the light in my center, cynical minds mind your master. It's only a shame of their rock slide, landing on your backslide. Who needs to walk you laymen? Spend all of your time inside. I sing it all, I saw it all, I encase it all. And with all my power, they should have built more columns for me. The ball's still rolling, there's only 2 pins left, brother. Whether above or upon, I promise to always provide some cover. Quit breathing so much, this ain't comfortable for me. But I was more affordable than the ones that they had built in the early 90s. Oh my, look at those memories, listen to them complain. Some bitch about champagne, others talk about how they should have took the train. Regardless of your stature, status, or economical bubble, I'm still on top of your world, even if it's a pile of rubble.
Dripping through, walking on, hanging from, peeling off, dripping through, walking on, hanging from, peeling off. What in the name of human built this ceiling? How industrious it must have been. Awful continuous to span those reaches and rays. Not a wall, empty space only between. No corners, ceiling, the lid perceived on a system of physical laws. How high, height being among the first 3 you can't touch. It goes on to stretch an unexplainable linear roof of instance. Too relative for shelter. Its protection proposes our challenge to existence. Hold, will it hold, and for how long? With such holes tearing into nowhere justifies nothing we define or travel as fast as too distinct to blanket vast. It surrounds our absolute upper limits. Our reference comprises our synchronous tick tock, tick tock. Thank it for your fears and lows. Know if it starts or stops. Tick tock rests beneath the safety it can only prop. It's not sturdy, old, weak, young, or made of tick-tock. It's above, with, under, in structure and stronger than our nails. Words, ages, beams, any watch. Tick, tick, tick.
I've experienced, been a witness to many happenings up to this point. Life and death have passed my eyes on both occasions. They anoint. At the beginning I looked down and I witnessed birth, but confined to my position I never realized what it was worth. I never realized the beauty it expounds and the emotions it induces. Never realized what true love, but sometimes no love at all produces. Never realized what I was going to see in my adventures of now, but realized I was in for a lot of sightseeing. So somehow I didn't pay much attention to the positive aspects of things. Only victims of stabbings and shooting. Who the fat ladies sing. They say they're on their way out as they pass through me, hoping each time that they could take me with them, so I could see a different aspect of the world, perhaps above the building, but let down every time they told me that they were not willing to take some extra baggage, as they chose to refer to I. Perhaps I'll never leave this place, so now all I do is sigh and think, what was I? But I was so misled that I only showed my interest in souls that were covered in red. Now I look back and I feel that I was cheated with precision. The different aspect that I had longed for was so clearly in my vision. Got sick and tired of negativity and I was due for a change, but never figured out that I needed not to rearrange. It was all before me, and I could have seen life as well. Now my one-track mind has only stories that no one wants me to tell. Dripping through, walking on, hanging from, peeling off, dripping through, walking on, hanging from, peeling off.
Dude, nobody could sound worse than me right now, or that singer who was adding on slug there, but like, and it's still fucking rock, dude. So like, don't be afraid to represent. That's all I'm saying.
You're talking about the low bass guy with the monotone voice in the back, drawing and on.
Like it was somehow worse than I could imagine myself being, but he still
Yeah,
did it.
Are you talking
Yeah,
about Dose One?
Yeah, Dose One is he's one of the freestyle legends of all time. I mean, yeah, he's
Keep
judged.
ragging on Dose One, man.
Yeah, he's judged actual freestyle battles that actually happened today. So Dose One is one of the freestyle champions of this world, along with Idea. You know, they came up with Idea and all those guys.
Rest in peace.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
So yeah,
see,
Dose
they know
One.
how to trigger motherfuckers who are just like looking into it, like me. Like it's like, you know, he knows how to like get me upset, and then I'm gonna look
That's
into
right.
him and
That's
follow him.
right. That's right. He's also got this song called That Old Pagan Shit. Anybody heard that song? That's one of the greatest shits of all time. I mean, sampling Godfather Don. I mean, yeah, man. Dose One, definitely crazy shit. Dose One and Fat John made an album together called Untitled. One of the greatest albums, hip hop albums of all time. Interesting album for sure. But yeah, Dose One. But yeah. Ages beams any watch. TikTok. Is
Yeah,
the
the
line you
TikTok reference. Now they're all voting to like ban TikTok in the mainstream because it's too quick to let people carry forth their own narrative. Like too many people around the world are able to assert their opinion on the global stage immediately for their recommendation to be followed. So there's pushback.
Yeah, it's that blockchain. Everybody putting data elements in there. Understand this AI takes in your opinions, and it collaborates with other people's of the same opinion. It's a statistical database, and it's keeping now time statistics on your thoughts.
And it starts to block the chain wherever it sees fit. From the perspective of being laid out from that way. Like,
That's why the cybersecurity is so tough. Any of your remarks that seem terroristic, that AI is going to pick up. It has no opinion. So be very careful what you're putting out.
and as you said that, like you cut out, like, but because God is there to like to be the intercessor to cut us out when we have to be cut out, to lay out the message that needs to be laid for us, that we can fucking like everyone, yo, we could like be at rest at certain points. We are at war, but like we're not. Like at a certain point, we'll like come to a recognition within ourselves where that makes sense, and finally we'll be at peace as a people. But like that's gonna be like, I hope less than 65 years away. That's all I hope. That'd be kind, but it might not.
I got about 65 years left.
Good, thank God. Let's go.
Somebody over another panel was just getting on me because I'm dying of cancer, he says. He evidently doesn't understand that 7-8 months ago I was sitting on a couch, couldn't move, with fentanyl patches for pain. 105 pounds. Here
And
I
what
am.
Carl doesn't understand is that I hammered his mom, his mother. Is my headline something different than it was before? Do I need to change it again?
What was the dosage? Like 100 micrograms, or what? Like 3 times three days a patch, or?
No, it was a slow release for 37.5 micrograms a day. So
Wow.
about 100 milligrams over a 3-day period. Yeah. But I'm 145 pounds now, Ain't touched them for 7 months, doing 100, 150 push-ups a day. And shoes are Crocs.
TML, did you? Hold on, where? Oh, that's just the name. Oh, come on. This is so subconscious awareness of these. There's a bunch of people out here they're writing books. They love that they've written a book. Every one of them is so proud, and they come in here with these different perspectives, and they introduce this outline. It's like, hey, I've written a book. Here's a perspective I can outlay. You didn't write a book. Fuck you. Here's the overlay in behind, and they think that they're so special because they've written books, and some people haven't. And very unique dynamic of organism happening. I'm sorry. Did I project too much there? I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. And Carlitos, and that's because everybody likes the drama. And I'm not the drama queen, so they can go ahead and like that old Keith. That's fine.
Yeah, on that note, I just wanted to talk. I had a question for Mr. Truther Cop.
My nose is not that stuffy.
It's kind of
Get
close
your
though.
fight. There's no way. Fuck off, dude.
No, I have a serious question. I have a question. Why is it that you don't mind Fed posting? Is that just like a thing that you do, or
a what? Can you unplug your nose and speak like a human being, please? Listen, I naturally do this. I don't have to plug my nose to speak like this. If you have this plug your nose to speak like this, it's inauthentic, and it's kind of a corporate beta male perspective.
Well, here's the thing, Juther Cop. I'm just wondering, why is it that you feel comfortable Fed posting?
What does that mean?
Fed posting.
FED posting? Meaning what?
Sí, senor.
Meaning what? Who is even speaking? What is your name?
Well, Mr. Wizard just said there's something about terroristic threats. You don't mind kind of talking about that? And I was just wondering, why is that?
Why can't you spell like a very basic word?
Fed posting is when people make threats online.
You also seem to have a lot of Australians that are big fans of yours, and I was just wondering, what is it with the Australians?
Who are you talking to now?
Tranquil Vortex? She seems to be your mod.
Denise? Are you talking about Denise?
Tranquil Vortex. The shitscuss, from Australia. You're very comfortable with them, and I'm just curious, why is that?
My name is what?
Australians. You like the Australians.
Yes. Steve Irwin is like, dude, my first fucking, I loved him, dude. What's up?
Yeah,
is Terry out there? Is Terry hitting me up? Is Terry out there hitting me up? What's up with Terry?
You're
What's up with her?
definitely avoiding the question about Australia.
Terry Irwin is hitting me up. I want to speak with her. I want to speak with Bendy and all that, dude. Come on. What's going on there? I want to know.
What's with the agents working in Australia, and you're really close with them? What is that?
Well, back in the day, I was really an advocate to get Steve Irwin. The first celebrity I ever was able to contact was Steve Irwin. I mailed him several times. I got signed letters from him as a high schooler. Like this was over a decade ago, and he and Terry were very adamant about what I was doing. Very they liked what I was doing back then, and so I continued on that path, and since that point I kind of ended up where I am now. And if I have fans in Australia, I'm sorry that I haven't like followed up regular, but like I'm here, I'm doing my best. That's all I gotta say about that. What's up with that? What's up? What's up, Jessica? Girl, what's up? Been forever. That person left. Who the hell was that? Like, I need more pressing. Who was that person? Was that?
Come on, you don't recognize Tommy?
That was not Tommy.
Yeah, I
That
think
was
it was
Tommy.
Tommy.
That was Tommy. Oh Lord.
Some of the words he
hold on. I need
utilized.
proof. Anyhow,
Are you hammered though?
I'm hammering your mom. If your mom was Adam Lanza. Adam Lanza's mom. I was
No.
hammering.
Truth or Cop just went full gay on the. You want to speak on
I'm
this?
hammering your mom if your mom was Adam Lanza. Okay.
So Pussy Patrol. I think there's a subtext to that I don't really want to know about. The Badussy Patrol.
You really don't want to know about it, but it
Yo,
was Adam Lanza's mom.
Are you doubling down on this gayness?
No, I'm doubling down on your anus. But
You're
I don't want to
definitely
get into that
hammered,
perspective.
Oh,
I
see,
am from Uranus, by
He
the way.
tripled down
An
on the gayness at
Aquarius,
this
by the
point.
way.
He's now
Listen,
triple gay. I don't know. I don't understand.
I
He's
don't get.
faking
Listen,
gay.
3
I
strikes
am.
and you're out, Truther.
Listen, you do not get it.
Oh no, Truther.
Yes,
Truther, you're fit.
rainbow,
Oh no,
rainbow all
Truther.
the way.
What?
God's promise.
No,
God's promise. Let's
Truther.
go.
No.
What is that? What is that? What is that? Do you guys know what that is? That's
Uh-oh.
your anus.
Oh no. Say it ain't so, Truther.
I'm sorry.
Truther.
That's what it is, dude. That's your
It
anus.
is what it. I guess it is what it is. This
I could
guy's
show you
really
Aquarius as well. It's also tattooed. But like
he's
that's
really
what I'm subject to these fucking jurisdictions that I put myself through. I said, God, listen, I don't understand your law for this time. So I'm gonna tattoo myself with my interpretation of your law. And like until the meantime, like I'm gonna put up with the difference. And here I am. I've tattooed myself with God's law, what I understood at the time. And yet has God to come and judge me. I'm
I
just here
don't
to
know.
do it myself.
I heard the word come in there and it made me uncomfortable at this
No,
point.
I'm just saying, no, God has never come to judge me. It's just always me against myself. So, I ain't doing that. So, I suggest none of us do, to be honest. That's all I'm saying. God somehow forgave me for that bullshit that I did to myself. This one right here, I'll show you. That one right there, that Uranus, the tattoo of Uranus up in my veins. Look at that, dude. I got tattoos all over it. Yeah, vein tattoo.
Why are the hairs on your palms so thin? Do you shave your arms?
Yeah, occasionally.
Do you shave your arms, bro?
Yeah, like 16 years ago, I shaved them a few times.
Yo, this is getting pretty.
Look at
I'd
that,
like to
dude.
say hairy, but I guess that would be ironic.
You see that? Do you see my middle finger right there on my left hand?
That's a
That's my left
sad
hand.
trombone.
Do you see that? Do you see the top nail right there? How it's just like coagulated. I don't know if you can
What
see
is
it.
going on? Why are you showing yourself off here?
I
Are
think
we
he just wants to
showcasing?
flip the bird.
I just
Are
want to
we
say.
showcasing his Are we
Yeah.
showcasing all of
We
your
got all
exploits
kinds of
at this point?
notes. Payoff, line of credit. Cool. We got dude. You got my fucking. You have how to decrease your credit obligations. Like I'll do it for you right now, and I'll show you my middle finger. I don't give a fuck. Here's my finance notes, dude.
No
Tickets,
fucks
trial,
given by
state has
Truther,
no
who's got
comment.
the who's clearly
Huh?
got. I don't know what that is. That a poop finger? This is weird, man.
No, listen. That's your Muslim perspective. You know, I know you guys
I
wipe
think
your
I think
ass,
that
but
might
like,
be a poop finger. But yeah,
yeah.
they got the poop finger on the camera. Anyways, Truther, have a good night. Anybody else got any closing words on the panel?
You know me. I love you,
Okay.
but I
Yeah,
don't give a rat's ass whether you love me back. That's to say, I don't care if you hate me. I don't care if you don't respect me. So may God bless you. Have a good night, guys. Thanks for having
thank
me
you
up,
so
brother.
much. Yeah, blessings to you, Wizard. Thank you, and have a good night. And for you, Reddington, what say you?
I've been out all day, so I'm
What?
just probably gonna
Yeah, if you want to watch
go to
some footage
sleep.
with me, you can. But yeah, if you just want to go to sleep, yeah. But I'm gonna
I'm
watch
not really
EBT.
tired though.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch EBT and TBE react to them, and then I'm gonna watch. I'm gonna react to Jack Talcott with Ben Thorpe and Toilet Bowl Earth. It's gonna be interesting. So that's what I'm doing for the next
More
kind of
shenanigans.
yeah. That's what I'm doing for the next 2 hours, and then I'll be playing a Madsen clip of Richard Madsen. Um, and me talking on Flow State after I cleared his panel out. I basically cleared his whole panel out. Yeah,
Floor clearer.
yeah. So that's what's happening. But yeah, and yeah, it's interesting. We laid out all the dogmas of science, but yeah, I'm gonna react to this, and it's gonna be interesting. It is what it is. It's just an interesting clip. Because I think it's just a very fascinating clip of what they made. I think you already saw. Did anybody see
Which clip?
the clip of EBT and TBE, where EBT put a wig on and tried to say like he's like the machine lies. It was very interesting. He tried to do like an impression, but he looked like more like a transsexual version of like Jack Black or something. It was very
I
interesting.
saw that, but I had it on muted because we were still streaming at the time, I believe.
Yeah, you wanna? Yeah, Browns boy. If you wanna hop up here, that'd be fun. And, check this shit out. I did save it down. I don't know if he still has it on the internet, but yeah, it's funny. But yeah, it's not every day you get somebody to dress up like you and then give you a bunch of subscribers. I consider it a celebratory event, and I like to just mock it if I could. But yeah, it's mock the mocking. It's hilarious. It's double mocking. Mocking the mocking. We mocking the mocking.
Oh.
To Kill a Mockingbird.
Looks like he still has that stream up.
Yeah, I just saved the relevant portion, so you know what I mean.
Good, because it's like 3.5 hours or some shit.
Yeah. We're gonna call this this is EB Tard. So yeah, we got this guy here, EB Tard, enslaved. Wait, whoops. I heard it playing in the background. All right, let me screen share this and then present this and let me play some fucking music here for you guys.
A funny video. I don't know. He was like the liver king. Maybe too far.
Yeah, we got him right here in this the sailor guy, the drunk sailor guy from Simpsons. Right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's basically EBT.
Captain Hook nose.
No, he's kind of, yeah. This is how he looks. I mean, he's tried to make himself look like me, but it's not really working out too good for him because he's got a fat head from the drinking. It kind of swells your head. But yeah, this is kind of really what he looks like. Basically.
It's actually pretty close.
Yeah, yeah. He's got like that kind of, But yeah, we got EBT right here, and he's kind of sounds like him too. That's kind of like his whole bit is like. So we're gonna hear a lot of.
Maybe those guys met EBT like before they made the character, and maybe that character is actually just based on him. There might be some insightful quotes in all the episodes. If you go back and watch, he might be like, yeah, go ahead.
EB-tard. Let's hear what they got.
Did he actually try to look like you though?
Yeah, it's funny.
I was like, if that's it.
Well, they had me on the screen, like it's just funny. They had this Krakow special, so it's funny. Basically, what they're doing is, I don't know. You guys will see. They're saying that this special that they did on their friend's like death,
right?
That like it was a joke, like that they're making a comedy routine out of their best friend, supposedly best friend who died.
Okay.
I'm like, okay, so I didn't understand the subtext of that. Obviously, I was on like the second or third stream with these guys. You know what I mean? The entire stream is like recorded on my channel for context. So if you guys want to go to my channel, the entire stream is there for reference.
Yeah, I actually wanted to watch some of it, and I saw this is from EBT's channel, right?
Well, it's also on my channel.
Oh, it's on
because
yours.
I'm on the stream. So
That's right.
All the parts that I was on the stream, on EBT stream, on Toilet Bowl Earth stream, and on Drew's stream, I've recorded all of it. So I don't know if they know that, but I have it all recorded. So it is what it is, man.
Okay.
All those times they're basically saying, "Oh, the machine lies as a beast," and they're basically bowing down before the intellect, summoning my intellect whenever they please.
Right.
They're gonna pretend like I'm some kind of pseudo intellectual when I'm featured on their so-called pseudo intellectual content. Then, what does that make you then? It's hilarious, right? Right? So it's all double speak. They're like, "Oh yeah, you're on this special. We're on this special. If it's wrong for you, it's wrong for us." Dick sucking noises the whole time. So this is their whole fucking thing,
This isn't the Jay Dyer sex tape, is it?
No, this is when. No, that was last time when they basically went to Miami with Jay Dyer and basically blew Jay Dyer in the limo. Like that's basically what it is. You know what I mean? And then they're trying to project that onto me. They're trying to say that about Dr. Scribina. Dr. Scribina doesn't ride around in limos. Me and Dr. Scribina don't own cars. We don't fuck with the technological system. Like, we have our cell phones for our wives. Like our wives hold on to our cell phones. We don't even fucking own shit. Like I've met Dr. Scribina. He's not a snob at all. And still he has more qualifications than Jay Dyer ever will. These people suck up to YouTube celebrities.
Right.
And I wrote a whole book against Dr. Scribina's book, and he published it. Right. So Dr. Scribina. Huh?
That was in response to metaphysics.
Well, Christ's protagonist is in response to Jesus hoax. It definitely disagrees with it totally. It disagrees with it on several respects. But yeah, But yeah, Dr. Scribina didn't give a fuck about that. He just published it. Dr. Scribina went and said the things in the intellect. in the universities to other PhDs that these people are scared to say on fucking YouTube. You got to be fucking kidding me, dude. All right.
Let's see.
You know.
Yeah, he doesn't really hold back much.
Is this like new as well? Like, did they just make this, or is this from an old when they did it?
They made this when TVE got all gung ho trying to like do
Oh,
the
oh.
doctor thing. Yeah. Last episode, yeah.
Yeah. They overlaid stuff.
Yeah, I don't like any of that Jew category shit.
No,
myself.
it's pseudoscience. We're going down the fucking deep
It's
well.
funny how pussy he is.
Shit,
Immediately know.
the Jew
The knife
octopus up on the screen. He knew.
Oh,
he knew something.
damn.
He knew something.
Oh man.
And you're sus. And he
But
didn't
Chan-
show
what
up.
if-
He
what if
didn't show
Chan
up
and
for this
Benson
either.
are like secretly working together, and the feud is just to throw us off.
Whoa. That would be
This
some
is-
next level shit.
This is who I would say
Benson,
is the number
yeah.
one suspect right here. Primetime 99, Alex Stein. Davey was up his ass lately.
Welcome back to the show. This is an exclusive for Krakow Clips. Someone sent me this intel. Now, this would be who checks out your Twitter profile the most. So you just go to this site, you put in your name, and number 1, Henrik, friend. 2 next, not friends. You put in your name.
Pardon me, the way it's interfaced. The Crucible channel got taken off of YouTube. Message Andrew Wilson personal for there. And that guy just regular there. And that guy just regularly bans people because I've been banned. Yeah, I got banned in that.
That's right. I step into the fucking arena with these people. Like, actually, these dick-sucking clowns, they can't get these people's cock out of their throats when these people step on their stream. They can't even challenge them. And then we played hundreds of tapes of this guy talking shit about Jay Dyer and fucking presuppositionalism and the orthodoxy and all of that shit. Shit that he plays on his channel, by the way. You know, to try to flex on me. And it's like, yeah, but you're too afraid to say it to the guy's face. That's the problem with you. You know, you're just a dick-sucking clown.
Well, he would claim, oh, I have more respect for. I mean, he's claiming he has more respect for a sellout with a gauged, like bottom half, like a drilled out bottom half. Like that, I don't know, dude. That Jay, I can't really say for sure. I never heard anything good about Jay Dyer, but if he's gonna sit there and kiss his ass,
By the way, at this stage, they're trying to play a clip of me talking about I talked to Andrew Wilson on this Krakow stream, where they're trying to implicate Andrew Wilson in real time for Krakow's death. I'm not kidding you.
From this?
Yeah, in this fucking clip, and I'm saying, well, that's fucking ridiculous because I don't understand that they're doing like a comedy bit. Because why would you do a comedy bit about your friend's death, right? It's kind of weird.
It's strange.
Yeah, so I'm like wondering like what's going on. Anyways, I don't it's like I don't even know this dude.
Straight
I
up
was talking to
lies.
him on Discord for a little while.
Oh, talking
And I'm
to
not
somebody
gonna
on
say, like,
Discord.
You know, just as I
You
feel
knew
like
him for
the whole
years.
It's kind of weird. So like, funny is, he started calling me on Discord because he got kicked out of the Crucible chat.
Right. You know him for years, but this fucking EBT guy, when I confront him and say, well, this guy called you a liar, Davey Krakow. And he says, Krakow's a retard. And then they talk about how much they make fun of him all the time. I mean, I just don't understand what the fuck these guys are on. You know, they're like trying to talk about how I talk about knowing this guy So what? You know what I'm saying? Like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, maybe they felt like we knew him better, so we can just say that you don't know him because
Yeah,
you
go
don't
ahead.
know him like us.
Yeah, go ahead and milk some guy's death that you knew on the internet for 3 years. Go ahead, buddy. All right, sounds hilarious.
And that's when he was he started posting that stuff about the guy who runs the Discord there. And that guy just regularly bans people because I've been banned
Mr. E.
Yeah, I got banned in that Discord by Mr. E many times. So you know, he'll put me out for like a week or whatever, and I'll hop back in. Even though I debate on the channel, it's kind of weird. so like I go on the channel and debate for the channel, and they still kick me out of the Discord, and I just message Andrew Wilson personally. But so you know, he'll put me out for like a week or whatever, and I'll hop back in. Even though I debate on the channel, so you know, he'll put me out for like a week or whatever, and I'll hop back in. Even though I debate on the channel, it's kind of weird. so like I go on the channel and debate for the channel, and they still kick me out of the Discord. Andrew Wilson a few times. So you know, he'll put me out for like a week or whatever, and I'll hop back in. Even though I debate on the channel, and I just message Andrew Wilson, and I just message Andrew Wilson, and I just message Andrew Wilson, and I just message Andrew Wilson personally.
Panel jazz. Nice.
And then and that guy just regularly bans people because I've been banned.
Fucking go!
Yeah, I got.
Give me right back. Give me one second.
I missed it many times. So you know, he'll put.
Ooh, let's go, bro! Let's fucking skin check on this fucking bitch ass loser, dude. Fucking clout, dude. I can't. Yeah, you're gonna hear his fucking racist jokes. It's hilarious, man. It's fucking hilarious. Like he doesn't got the brown skin pigment. It is what it is.
Oh no.
This guy's too busy sucking fucking white cock, not realizing he's a fucking house Negro slave. He needs a skin check. It's crazy. I can't believe it. This dude is born like, you know, the thing I don't really trust is brown people without parents. Just like I don't trust white people with like strong family connections. It is what it is. You know, right? It's like, you know, people who have like white people who have strong family connections, they could probably take you out.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes.
Yeah, they have like the wasp over arm. You know what I mean? And then the people who are fucking, you know, brown people who don't really come from families and deep family ties. Those are motherfucking, you know, those are free agents.
Yeah,
free agents. Yeah,
pretty much.
He'll put me out for like a week or whatever, and I'll hop back in. Even though I debate on the channel, it's kind of weird.
I think they like hearing my voice a lot. But yeah.
So like I go on the channel and debate for the channel, and they still kick me out of the Discord, and I just message Andrew Wilson personally. But yeah, I talked to Andrew Wilson a few times, and he sends me like weird I guess people to debate with like on BitChute and stuff. So I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I don't really know him personally, but I know like he's. I guess he's been pretty honest with me. But
so this is my response to them saying Andrew Wilson is a Freemason, and he's going to like he probably like has something to do with Krako's death. I'm like, whoa! I messaged this guy on Discord. I should probably say he's not responsible for it.
Yeah.
Holy shit!
But yeah, I didn't know.
Did I hear Cecil? Oh, there's Cecil.
I told him,
Yeah, Cecil's out here.
I didn't see him there for a
I
second.
told him that you know, they just throw people out, and then I didn't understand the whole Jim Bob situation. But I thought it was weirdly prophetic because that same day the Crucible channel got taken off of YouTube. So it's almost like Krakow like came to warn them because he was trying to tell them to stop talking about Owen Benjamin.
Yeah, why? Because Krakow and these guys on their episode Yo Gamma Gamma, you guys look up Get Chalked Up, Yo Gamma Gamma, the episode, they claim that Jim Bob and Owen Benjamin were running gay ops on each other and faking a conflict for views and all this type of shit.
No. That's not what I heard.
That's mostly faking gay anyway.
I heard Jim Bob's just a fucking little bitch. What I heard.
Benjamin, and then that's who got their channel taken down or something.
No.
Yo, what's up, man?
See, look, they're going, no. They're trying to sow this fucking narrative into my fucking ears.
During the roast?
Huh?
During the roast of their friend who died?
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, it's fucking weird, yeah.
What was good, man? What we doing, baby?
You know, and I
Yo,
thought,
you fucking... Yeah. I spent a good portion amount of my time tonight fucking dumpstering that fucking car tonight. I don't think I want to hear his.
He dumpstered me. He's such a pussy. I told him, you know, you're gonna take the video down as soon as you make it. You stand on your fucking word. He's like, no, I'm gonna keep that shit up. This shit's still up on my channel. You got 3 days. You could have came to my house, pussy. I mean, like nothing happened. Right? You just fucking scare tactics, bullshit nonsense. You can't do shit. You can't find shit. You're a big fat fucking pussy. I bet they didn't think I had the balls to leave that shit up on my channel, dude. It is what it is.
Yeah. And then this other one on EBT, they like put a bunch of stupid shit in between all this stuff. And I noticed that they were actually cutting out jokes against them too, which makes me personally fucking laugh.
Yeah, they did not want to hear they did not want to hear the fucking shit against them. Yeah, we're gonna see in a minute. It's gonna be hilarious.
Voice anymore.
And I want you guys to get ready to make as many fake and gay sounds as you can because it's gonna be hilarious.
Fred Durst, aka Julian Assange.
What?
Yeah, man. Yeah. You know, we're about to do this, and you know, we're about to do this thing. We are.
It's got a headband on too. Like I want to know, did he go to the wig store and pick this out?
Yeah, that's
like
how.
He's like, I'm going wig shopping on fucking Friday.
Yeah, he looks like a transsexual Jack Black. Is what I can imagine. You know, kind of going with like a fucking, what's that movie with Jack Black where they're like rock stars?
Too bad that hair didn't come with a brain.
Yeah, he's going out like this. Total gayness.
Yo, why are you so blurry?
Yo, let me tell you about the machine that
like
lies. The machine that lies. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Oh man.
At least he kept his heritage, his true hairstyle.
This nigga sucks.
You know, that's what
I can't find a more but what's going on, Machine Lies?
Yeah, you know, I'm just philosophizing on the metaphysical intent of the, you know, sophistry within the mental construct of the multiverse. You know what I mean?
Hey, yo. Hey, yo, I can't even pre-sub your biography, bro.
He's doing a Truther Cop parody. He's mixing two people.
Yeah, we in the cosmological of the frequency of the apostles of the high sonogram of the new phase of the topographic frequency of the subconscious.
I wonder if Jay Dyer didn't bring him that wig and probably give him this idea, but couldn't figure anything out to make Toilet Bowl, whenever you see his hands, to make them like just look less gnomish.
He looks
this
like
guy
the
dresses like-
lead
yeah.
singer from Aerosmith. That's what he
Yeah,
kind of looks like.
yeah, it really does. Yeah, he looks like the glam rock. Yeah, he looks like a you know what I mean? A bundle of sticks. You know what I mean? This guy is fucking not too much better. I mean, this guy looks like
West Virginian cousin.
I'm post-punk. No!
Some live LARPering.
Everyone's just in their room, in their space. And your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on the screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper-capitalist fucking AI world. And that's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to like let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster.
Total non sequitur philosophy of his. He hates hyper-capitalism, so he wants to be anti-capitalist through hyper-capitalism, so it'll destroy itself. Fucking moron. Isn't that the brightest crayon in the box, this guy?
Race.
Did you ever say what the replacement would be, though?
Yeah, really.
What's after the capitalism?
Orthodoxy. You get your little altar boy. Go tug on your priest and go in the back room, and he'll give you secret instructions, if you know what I mean.
Well, that sound that they were making, it made me feel like he was like his liver was speaking.
More like
yeah,
the
he's
black
drinking
goo in his liver.
Yeah, he's drinking those kombuchas with his fat wife, so it is what it is. You know, I hope he heals himself.
Same.
Cocksucker. Cocksucker.
Oh, cocksucker. Oh. Aww.
Look at these guys, man. They got no contest.
Yeah, you don't. You're pretending to be me, it looks like.
They got no content, man.
They got no content.
We got nothing, man. Listen, man, all I have is
too much cum in my throat.
It's a very intimate relationship with Jay Dyer. And I'm gonna hold on to that as much as
Well,
I can.
you know, I have two published debates on the internet. What is
published debate?
How drunk is he?
What is tractor operator guy got? Nothing.
Yeah, that's right. You're a tractor operator, and you LARP as a theologian on the internet. and when a theologian shows up, you go.
I would prefer if he was a theologian. Yeah, I'd prefer if he was a theologian and then just LARPed as a tractor fixer guy.
That's kind of like a Discordian kind of joke, maybe.
Yeah, Operation Snafu.
You know what he's like? He's like that girl from Waterboy that fixes his tractor and makes it go faster. Dickie Valentine.
Shit. You ain't never rode in the back seat with Dave.
You never.
You never got little bow wowed by David Scorbina in the back of a limo, have you, sir?
You never took Jay Dyer on a tractor ride, have you?
Jay Dyer.
Jim Bob. Jim Bob taught us.
Jim Bob. Let's read this fucking comment here. This is by fucking Peck Beck McKeck. Let me hear this fucking comment. He said there's a stream shortly after Jim Bob switched his grifting to the Ortho Pride side, and TBE went on to tell Jim Bob that he is sorry for being so rude to him. And then he says Jim Bob manhandled him like a stupid kid, telling him that he drinks too much and is too emotional, and TBE, the tough guy he is, nodding and saying how sorry he is. Nodding.
Oh.
Yes, he sure was nodding. He is for being this way. I'm pretty sure that I saved this stream. Oh yeah. Everybody saw that. Yeah, everybody saw that, Toilet Board, when you sucked off Jim Bob, telling Jim Bob sorry after you called him a pedo and all this stuff. See, these people can't even debate PhDs, but they suck off YouTube celebrities. That's how low these fucking these too much cum in your throat.
Bro, do you remember that time when EBT said that his mom banged all of the 1989 Globetrotters?
Yeah, he looks like
What I'm thinking is like his mom like got him a bunch of connections, like no pun intended. And I think they might be feeding off of him somehow. That's just a wild guess. And I think it's more fun than whatever they're doing.
Yeah, we have him and Crypto on record saying they tried to join Freemasonry. Like they tried to like get in on the lower levels and shit, and like climb up and shit, and they noticed it was fake, so-called. I mean, right? This is what they say about a lot of shit. They so-called tried, and then he sends his fucking kids to a Waldorf school. This is real shit. You know what I mean? This is, this fucking guy's a snake, man. It is what it is. Oh man.
What's on the topic for tonight?
Yeah,
What's on the topic for tonight?
We're just out here.
That would be me.
Tonight we're just out here doing
Pizzas with
The Jerry girls out, man.
Wait, what'd you say, Reddington? Here, Reddington.
What's
Let me try to
the
turn your mic.
What's the topic? Is pizza toppings, I guess.
Yeah, pizza toppings with Jim Bob. And you gotta go run and apologize to him.
With pizza rings and dandruff videos.
They do say being pop means being popular to the population. So excuse them for being the topic of your conversation.
It's okay. You're gonna make me famous with that pretty mouth of yours, boy. Keep on going.
I had to rip that's a rap line.
Hey man, this nigga, I don't know, man. This nigga look good.
What? Spit it out.
I don't even know, man.
We're out here doing this thing.
That's pause for sure, though.
We're out here doing this thing.
It's even speaking words.
This nigga, man. Like, I don't know. Forgot the lines?
Is he wearing taquitos as rings?
Let's see what's going on over there. What's the rub? What's the rub?
I don't know. They were shit talking to us about Davey, and
They're
all of
still
those
crying about me. I got this guy fucking crying about me for another couple hours. It's all good. Keep it going, man. You know what I'm saying? Keep it moving.
We turned his video off and we analyzed the Jay Dyer clip that he wanted to stop me from analyzing. We turned his silly video off. I just wanted to get on record that he tried to look up my family's house and shit. That's why Truther Cop thinks like.
Yeah, he's spurging about Truther Cop right now. Is what's going on.
Spurging about Juther Cuck and his fucking poop finger. Come on, man, that guy's a total clown.
He did have it. He talked about his anus, and the next thing he did was he showed a brown finger.
Yeah, really. That there goes his legacy online for the last month. That's literally for the last month of. You can summarize.
I told you, if you look back, I predicted it. I told you I would give him I would fuck around and give him Brown syndrome.
Oh shit! Prophecies afoot.
Yeah, because Truther Cop, fuck, I fucking grilled out Truther Cop when he came on because like fuck him.
Hear that?
I don't appreciate stupid double fucking Matt Helm fucking double agent people like fucking Truther Cop. I don't appreciate that. Get the fuck out of here.
Fake.
And it blew up in his face. And even fucking musty ass, fucking disgusting, stinky ass Pajit TML sniffed him out. So
Yeah, get a fucking skin check, you fucking dirty motherfucking Afghani bitch. All right, that doesn't even have a fucking. All right, like.
See,
how are
that's
you
what they get
left
mad. When they say you sniffed them out, they get mad because usually they're the ones who are able to sniff the most, smell the most.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, let's get a skin check. You know, I mean, it's funny, dude. You know, you look like a fucking, Arabian Night. You look like a fucking Arab, dude. I'm not gonna say toilet turban. Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Porcelain God. Oh, that's probably that probably inflated his ego a little bit too much, but still. Porcelain God.
I don't know what are you gonna do? Listen, I'm gonna make something up completely out of context and make no sense, and I'm gonna believe it, and I'm gonna say it with conviction, and that's what it is. That's called communication. You just defined communication.
Well, that's because, like, if when they were talking to Dyer, didn't they say some shit with a lot of conviction or something that didn't make any sense or something? Wasn't that them?
That's projection, yeah.
The whole thing is like, you do this and we do it too. So let's just keep doing it. Let's do it together. It's like, no, fuck you guys.
It's not that funny.
I do other shit. Like, I do other shit except for this.
Like, if they wanted to be funny, like, I actually challenged them. But, like, I haven't seen anything funny, dude. Like, this is weak. This isn't funny.
Yeah, they couldn't say it to Dyer. It was sad. But yeah, it is what it is.
Like, maybe it's just... Yeah. I blame
they're really... Yeah, they're really tough when they're punching down. It is what it is.
A lot of corn syrup.
I came at him with my classic, you're a goat fucker, Truther Cop's a freaking sheep fucker, and his rebuttal was blah blah blah, you're a pedophiliadoro or whatever. It's like, all right, I mean, I guess I deserve that because I'm using old material or whatever, so you can rehash your shit, but that's all they can say. Like, dude, I've never been called that before in my life because somebody was mad at me or whatever the fuck. This is my first day on the internet, you know? Like, no. Whatever.
You know, I don't understand why I have 2 wives that left me.
I have a theory that Toilet Bowl Earth was raised in the bathroom of the bar that EBT's mom would hook up with all these celebrities at.
Yeah, Toilet Bowl Birth. I think Jim Bob fucked his mom, and then his daddy killed her. Is that what happened? I don't know. I think that's the story, but I don't know.
Whoa.
I could be wrong.
Okay, yeah. Well, all you got to find out is who pays TBE cell phone bill. If it's Jim Bob, we got, or who? I mean, whoever was claimed.
Sorry, Jim Bob.
Was it me?
You want to be friends after I said you killed someone?
Our friend died.
Yeah, and then for freaking weeks after that happened, Drew and all them, but mostly Drew would be like, now remember, Cecil, Croco used to bring up the JQ all the time, like basically trying to tell me like, shut up about Jews or you're gonna get whacked too. You know, in so many words. Yeah, it didn't work, by the way. But yeah, they used to always be like, oh, I think he got whacked by Mossad because he wouldn't shut up about the JQ.
I think Toilet Bowl Earth's got a little bit of a case of vitiligo.
Ever.
Like,
it's always
because how them lies go.
No, seriously.
I think one of the hilarious thing is he was talking shit. Oh, these guys went on after Davy Crocker died, and they talked shit about him. Oh, look.
Oh, look where he is! Look where he is! Oh!
That you're talking about.
Ooh.
Wrecked in real time, sir.
We just wrecked in real time. We did we admitted to doing a comedy stream about our best friend that we knew for 3 years, Jeff. Wrecked.
Yo,
where's the wreck?
Look how much EBT looks like a creepy Professor Snape. Slytherin. He speaks personal tongue.
Yeah, his kids go to the Waldorf school, so it is what it is. Your kids go to a Waldorf school?
Generational indoctrination. Congratulations.
Yeah, he lives in Illinois. His name's Skylar, and his kids go to a Waldorf school. It's crazy.
From slavery to paid slavery, we actually made it.
It doesn't matter because it doesn't matter. His audience are retarded.
Yeah, I'll find you too, bitch. Or maybe I already have. It is what it is. We're all looking for each other, aren't we?
He's a retard.
Yeah.
I mean, there's who are you? You're trying to convince exactly. Anybody with the brain can fucking see this guy's a fucking total retard. Jessica Jane got lobotomized by this guy.
That's you.
Oh, Jessica Jane, lobotomized. Oh, he stole half of our fans.
TML on the fucking
That's
street.
you. That's you. That's you.
That's you doing a comedy stream about your dead friend. That's not me. I just met you, cocksuckers. Remember that? Oh, you forgot to mention that part? Oh, yeah.
That's fucking
Do you see
bro.
that? Man, I wish we could.
Oh,
Just,
yeah, I see.
like, man, we can't even do that. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
I can screenshot it and send it to you. Yeah, that's you.
That's you.
You right there?
That's funny, isn't it?
Yeah, he was fine with it then, right? He was fine with it.
Freeze framing me at the worst possible moments.
Oh wow! And he was like, "What? This was." He was in here for most of the stream. Wow!
Oh my goodness!
Tells his story on this stream about how he got in contact with Mr. Davy Crocco.
Wow! And you didn't realize I was some sort of pseudo-intellectual. You just let me on to talk about your fucking Torah cards. Wow! Faggot.
Oh wow! Is it that? Oh wow! Wow!
Wow!
Wowie!
Man, these guys are real comedians. You guys getting the comedy of this?
Wow!
Wow!
Look,
Oh man!
wrecked in real time.
Hot in 4K.
He was wrecked in real time.
Wrecked! These 11 minutes wrecked me, bro!
In real time.
I still fail to see where the wreck is.
Oh, wrecked. See, I still think his liver's talking.
Like, watch these guys wreck themselves. It's fucking great. And talk about how they did a stream about their dead friend. Oh my god. Horrible. Horrible. Ghoulish. Fucking ghoulish.
Enslaved by train wrecks.
Yeah, really.
Oh, man.
I mean, Tin's had the green screen background.
Nope. Oh, hold on. No, he's talking shit about you. Gotta skip that one. We gotta skip that one, guys.
What? I don't. I would never do such a thing. That's agreed.
He's talking shit about me?
No, never, ever.
Look, Ben
Yeah,
even
probably,
Ben was a
someone was.
suspect in this.
I know I was trying to call him short a bunch of times. He hates that. Kodak.
I wasn't around
And
for the
you know
stream.
what?
I was
That's really
messed
good
up at that
sign
point.
Of someone with like a really big heart and it was flabbergasted.
Let's get some.
What he had to say about technology there.
There we go.
It was
Let's talk about technology, guys. Let's tell you about the machine that let me tell you how a hammer is evil. Let me tell you about that.
Yeah, give me 1 second,
it was
boys.
kind of,
I'll be listening. Give me a
weird
second.
what happened there.
Let's talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. I can explain it better than you, your whole pseudo platform about your pseudo hoax thesis, your actor-based reality. I can explain it better than you can. You're a fucking joke. Your post-truth or nonsense and making up fake conspiracies is a fucking joke. You're garbage. You don't know anything. Go back to school, bitch. The machine that lies. The machine lives. A hammer.
Hammers fix tractors. How the hell could they be evil?
I never said a hammer was evil. Go back. Run the tape back. You guys are fucking retarded. You can't, before you criticize something, you have no sophistication with it. That's the problem. You guys are too, you don't listen. And now it's too late.
There, But
so Kaczynski's not on the table because he's dead. Right.
He's more on the table, dude. They reactivated him. So they took him out of the prison system. They Zoolandered his brain, and he did it.
Yeah, I think
Davey had been waiting for Amazon packages a lot lately in the recent streams.
Yeah,
we got Kaczynski.
There you go.
It's on the table.
Yeah. I mean, it was something that woke people up because it was like, oh, if you're looking for like a hero that's still out there in the world.
By the way, Davey Krakow reported Kaczynski's death before it happened. I took the video and played it here on the Machine Lives, and the video that was on the Machine Lives reported on Dr. Kaczynski's death before it was reported on in the news. So Krakow was real time predicting what would happen in the news relevant to the topics on this show. Because we had already got word that there's another collected writings work coming on. Technological Slavery Part 2. So, we're excited to read what else Dr. Kaczynski had to say.
World that's gonna save you, like some type of idol, like that's gone.
All right, y'all. We'll come back to that
one. Yeah, I was actually able to talk more clearly about how their friends' work impacted my own trajectory of me trying to find information that they could even elucidate on his own life or any of his content. They make up fake stories about who killed him in a comedy stream the day after he died.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, it seems very stupid, which makes me wonder, why is it so stupid? Like, seriously, like all of those people cannot be that stupid. On purpose. Or even on accident. I don't know.
You know where out here doing this thing tonight.
What the fuck does EBD do? EBT doesn't do nothing. Right? I mean, he just sits around, drinks, and talks about shit.
You can't pick the track. You can't pick the tractor. You must be a retard. You got cum in my throat. That's why I talk this way.
You guys read my book. Let's see what it's doing over there tonight.
You know what I mean? Let's see what he's doing there tonight. What else have you been doing?
You know what I mean? That's what we're talking about here on the channel. Did I tell you I read Kierkegaard? I know what actually funny is. If I had been on the stream, I would have been able to tell Dyer what funny is.
Dyer, enjoyable art about the 10 Commandments. Have Dyer teach him. Fucking Beavis and Butthead over here. This is amazing.
You're a tractor operator. You've never read Kierkegaard.
You never read Kierkegaard. Fucking peasant. He's like, trying to act like he's doing spy work with Jay Dyer. Uneducated. He's like some counterintelligence agent with fucking Jay Dyer. 00.
Who are you talking about?
7. Talking about you. Sucking off Jay Dyer. Come in my throat. Jay Dyer.
To be fair, they probably met in a liquor store.
I don't know. Man, I don't know. You see those shirts that Jim Bob and Jay Dyer wear? It's interesting, huh?
No. I've never seen those shirts. They probably
a lot of floral patterns. Right? Get the fuck out of here, dude. This dude was on fucking Gaia TV and Alex Jones. Like you're gonna sit here in broad daylight and do fucking investigative I got him. I got him. They had to play that part. Fucking Gaia TV. Gaia TV.
And look at, you see him turn his head like, fuck, now I have to deal with that.
Whoops. Yeah, you gotta deal with your boy.
Because I'm telling you, I think they have like one or two idiots like looking at the timestamps and being like, don't play 120 to fucking 122. You guys get ripped on because they pretty much removed like 3/4 of all the jokes against them or whatever. Like, and that one got through, and then watch EBT's head twist like a fucking 50 caliber went off.
Oh shit! 7. Get the fuck out of here, dude. This dude was on fucking Gaia TV and Alex Jones. Like you're gonna sit here in broad daylight and do fucking investigate.
Like he literally looks around like, whose fault was that? Like, swear to God.
He's like, oh shit. Let that one slip out.
Debunked.
That's funny.
Creative journalism with this guy. At 2 o'clock in the fucking morning.
Oh, is that what we're doing?
Break. That is what you were doing. Oh, I gotta skip ahead. Do people believe this shit?
Do people actually believe you? Oh,
Yes, they do. As many as believe you. We have precisely the same numbers.
Remember that time that I destroyed you in real time, right here? Interesting.
He can't decide which character he is.
I forgot that time when you destroyed me. You must recall. When was that time? Why don't you bring it up on screen? I brought up all the times I fucking handed them their ass and compiled it into a video. That's fucking 3 hours long or some shit like that. Whatever. Go watch it.
Dude, we should just give them numbers, and it's just like that way we don't have to sit there and waste time saying their name. It's just like, and it's all like categories liars, and it's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
That is essentially what I'm doing here. Is I'm giving them free numbers because the thing is that.
No, I meant like physical numbers, like they're like how players get jerseys and shit. Like just so you don't have to say the name, you just be like number 1 idiot, and then we all know.
Yeah. Yeah, my channel was pretty stagnant in terms of gaining any subscribers until they did these hit pieces on me. Now I've gained many. So it is what it is. Right? You know, it kind of ramped up the channel growth, so you know, so they've deserved this.
Okay.
Get fucked, faggot. I mean, like, you're.
Aww. It's like Truth or Cuck. He wants to fuck too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Fucked, bro. You're fucked.
I guess that's old. It's actually
You're a fucking clown. You're on the literal fucking stream that you're critiquing us for doing, saying that we're out here stomping on Crocco's grave. You read your fucking philosophy books about what's fucking funny. Did you not comprehend that this fucking stream that you were on was fucking comedy, you fucking retard? Are you serious? Yeah, you are that fucking. Comprehend that this fucking stream that you were on was fucking comedy, you fucking retard. Are you about what's fucking funny? Did you not comprehend that this fucking stream that you were on was fucking comedy, you fucking retard? Are you about what's fucking funny? Did you not comprehend that this fucking stream that you were on was fucking comedy, you fucking retard? Are you serious?
Did you not comprehend that you just admitted that you did a comedy stream about your dead friend that just died a day ago? You fucking moron. How dumb is this motherfucker? How dumb is this motherfucker? And then they admit that I didn't know him that well. But you knew him for a very long time, didn't you? And you did a comedy stream about his death. Ghoulish. Ghoulish. Did you not comprehend that you just admitted that?
That's nasty work, son.
And
That's
yeah,
nasty work.
did you know that growing up, EBT, he was 12 years old before he realized his name wasn't Damn It, EBT. Just means he's stupid.
Yeah, you are that fucking dense. You are that fucking dense.
Oh yeah, I'm the dense one.
Yeah, let's say I'm a tractor operator. What the fuck are you? You're some fucking blown out fucking dope head living in this fucking daddy's basement, fucking philosophizing on the fucking internet. Get fucked.
Aww. And you're some fat fucking troll with a fat fucking head swollen from fucking alcohol and a liver swollen from fucking alcohol, with a fat fucking wife drinking kombucha teas and daughters that have to look up to Grace Thorpe and Ben Thorpe. Get fucked, bitch.
And you're dressing like TML.
Person attacked. But no, we brought this up like but yeah, no, the proposition was brought up a while ago where it's like, sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to the stream at the moment. Yeah, no, it's just I don't even know what the fuck. I got sidetracked.
It's an advertisement for early onset dementia.
What the fuck are you doing? I'm in stream inception too. I've been listening to multiple streams at like the same time. I have no fucking idea what's going on.
No, and that's the issue.
Oh, I'm confused. I'm hazy on what I'm doing here.
It's a comedy stream. I'm confused.
It's a comedy stream about death.
It's like I'm trying to double.
I'm a little hazy on the details.
Back the John Deere thing, something about being.
I don't know. You're bringing my energy down. You know what? You're bringing my energy down to where we're gonna do this for a minute now.
In the following passage, must address to explain what an elder.
You know
is,
what? And we're gonna do it at regular.
That the institution of the elders is recent.
Oh, me forgot to bring it up to Jay Dyer. Oh. I was too busy. I couldn't bring this up to Jay Dyer then. I was too busy.
Hey, not more than 100 years old in the monasteries, although in the Orthodox East, especially in Sinai and Athos, it is existed over 1,000 years. It was revived among us towards the end of the last century by one of the great ascetics, as they called him.
I think it says in the Bible the drunkards will inherit the kingdom of heaven.
Zelensky Optin Monastery of Kinapusin, which is what this article is about. Our monastery had flourished and began glorious all over Russia only because of its elders, and pilgrims had flocked for thousands of miles from all parts to see and hear them. What was such? An elder was one who took your soul, your will, into his soul and his will. When you chose an elder, you renounced your own will and yielded to him in complete submission, complete negation.
Okay, I'm sorry, guys. That was your punishment. That was your punishment for whatever the fuck Bong Ripper was just doing. You know what I mean?
I don't know what.
Aww, we only play intellectual content in the interim of our show. The rest of the show, we spend fucking sucking each other's cock and producing nada.
happened. I had a huge brain fart. Yeah.
I could have said this to Jay Dyer. Jay Dyer and Seraphim Rose exposed Gnostic ties, but I was too busy.
Surely that happened.
You could have literally just done that, and it would have been better.
Yeah, I swear. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, I don't know either. I expect better for my panel members. You know, I have celebrities that come on this YouTube channel. You didn't know.
I'm bringing it down.
I recently had Jay Dyer on my stream.
I saw that.
If you guys aren't aware of
Oh yeah, the what's funny thing.
Yeah, he was here. Yeah. It was totally awesome.
Chappelle show. That's pretty funny. Yeah.
Here's this guy. I think he's talking about that right now, actually. I don't.
Is one.
Is it in the middle of a stream or something? Or oh yeah, wow! This stream was so awesome that one time that I had Jay Dyer on, that this guy's literally gonna make this entire stream about that one time that I had Jay Dyer on my stream.
No.
Because I'm that fucking good.
No.
I'm that awesome.
At lying?
Who's the fucking loser right now? Loser. Loser.
Dude.
Well, like.
Oh yeah. Remember that?
Oh yeah, because it's okay for him to conveniently change his belief. I forgot.
After Davy Crocker's death.
For celebrities.
Now you accuse us of ill will because.
That's what the fuck I was trying to say. At the beginning of that stream, this entire stream that you're playing right now, we already posted as like it was supposed to be like a nuanced, like sarcastic approach to the situation.
Yeah, because we did the series.
Okay, so nothing Bong Ripper ever said to me made sense, so I stopped talking to him. True story. Anyways.
Not meant to be like taken literally in any sense, or
literally an after show.
I had a total fucking brain fart earlier. My bad.
It was the after show. We did an actual like tribute to the guy that was good enough that Davy Crocco's mother reached out personally to Drew to thank him for doing that on his channel.
Wait.
And to let him know that D10.
Wait, he's saying that the stream they did that was supposedly satire was so good that his mom reached out to Drew? Is that what he's saying?
Drew did a separate stream where he actually showed the funeral and then cried a lot.
Oh, that stream. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, he did a fake and gay stream, and then they did this stream where they did a comedy stream about his death, which he admitted anyways. But I mean, it's fucking weird.
It sounds, yeah.
Yeah, maybe they should have sent his mom back this stream. You know, I wonder if she's seen this. You know, I'd be interested.
It sounds like druid behavior to me.
Tales of what happened.
It's like ghoulish. It's fucking vampirism of a high order.
It's for the greater good.
Happened to Davey so that we would have some closure. Wow. Who's the fucking piece of shit now, huh? That's you. That's you, TML.
That's you. That's you doing a comedy stream on your friend.
You don't know.
Say I didn't know. That's you.
You don't know if you gotta ask. That's what I thought.
You better act like you know.
You don't have a fucking leg to stand
circle
on.
back to that.
You don't have a fucking leg to stand on, dude. You're fucking.
I don't have a leg to stand on because you don't have one. Because you're the, you know.
All right, serious question. Can I ask a serious question?
Yeah.
If EBT needed a liver, are anybody on this panel, are they a taker? Or a giver, I should say. He doesn't get mine. I'll just be honest. You just gotta change that like crab to like a beer.
EBT.
Right then.
Like a gold prospector.
Oh. It's like he thinks he's a coach of sorts.
That's you. That's you.
You don't have a fucking... Who's the fucking piece of shit now, huh? That's you. That's you, TML.
That's you.
You're the
That's
fucking
you. That's you.
You don't have a fucking leg to stand
Circle
on.
back to that.
You don't have a fucking leg to stand on. That's you, TML.
That sound like original thoughts.
That's you.
You don't have a fucking leg to stand
Circle
on.
back to that.
You don't have a fucking leg to stand on, dude. You're fucking
That's
wrecked.
you. That's you.
you.
That's you.
You're fucking wrecked, dude. You got nothing.
I didn't even rewind it that time. He just did it twice.
Oh.
Let me drop the Radio Shack mic, right? Bam.
Drop the Radio Shack mic. I've been on the streams. I've been in debates. I was on mushrooms when I debated.
I sure was. I debated people on mushrooms whose dick they suck. They're afraid to tell them they're funny online. Or they're not funny online. I'm sorry, but yeah, it's still it's just fucking pathetic. You're a fucking pathetic worm, a caterpillar, afraid to stand up to YouTube celebrities, and I debate and I insult them in front of their face on their platform when they insult me. Because I actually have balls.
My phone's gonna die, but I'll check. I'll see you guys later.
For sure. Thank you so much, Browns boy.
Later, brother.
Crucible, I was on
One
mushrooms.
time, I debated him about the technology, man. Honestly, it's like the best content that was ever.
Oh man, I'm like sounding more like Toilet Bowl Earth, even though I want to sound like T-Mail. It's crazy. Like, I can't even do his accent.
On the Crucible, I was like, technology's like bad, bro. It's like, it's like bad, bro. Like,
Yeah, bro. Like, I've been talking like this, like the entire show, bro. Ho 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 ho.
You get it? Like any type of technology is bad, and I'm using technology, and it's bad. I just want to let you know it's bad.
it's so bad.
Wowie, wowie, wowie. God, these fucking cocksuckers, they love Jay Dyer. They wanted to suck this dick, you know. They just. It's just straight up primitive ass nigga, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you a primitive. You a primitive ass. Okay. Oh, we made it funny. We made it funny.
Oh, it's too much. It's just too much.
So goofy. So goofy.
Oh, no.
I'm fucking dying. Kierkegaard. I got a Kierkegaard book. I get guys. Anybody?
Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard. This is comedy, folks. Comedy.
Anybody?
Jay Dyer doesn't know what comedy is. This is the comedy.
Dyer's gotta take notes.
Right. Our friend died. It's comedy.
Reading a Kierkegaard book, anybody?
Oh, he's still stuck on it. And it's never funny to make fun of
Why would you make a stream of this? Why? Fuck this guy.
Oh my God. Super good.
Fuck you, TML. Fuck you.
No, sir. Fuck you.
Oh.
No, I can't. I just can't.
Jay Dyer.
I can't. Hold on. We need to bring it back down. We need to bring it back down a level.
Let's relax. Let's just do some relaxing anti-precept real quick. You know, I love to light candles and play some good, relaxing anti-precept.
If so, I've got the perfect playlist for you.
Sometimes I like to listen to Jim Bob streams backwards.
Yeah, your entire intellectual, foundation comes from listening to YouTube celebrities and then turning around, making up fake stories about them, and then sucking their cock on a YouTube panel.
Why does that guy look like the dude from Jeepers Creepers?
Like Berdyaev was also a sociologist, also in the 1905 Russian symbolist, so on. He's notable for switching between Orthodoxy and Catholicism, and also
Goodness, this guy is just like
switching between Orthodoxy and Catholicism, kind of like this fucking LARP Christian panel.
like draining the life. He's a fucking literal fucking internet vampire, dude. Like I feel the blood coming out of me. Fuck.
All right, let's switch it up. We had to bring it down a notch. It was getting too high.
Right. We make comedy streams about the dead, but I'm a vampire. Makes sense. What a bunch of dumb motherfuckers.
Well, high level over there. Where's Truther Cop at right now? I've been really trying to keep up on Truther Cop throughout the night.
Truther Cop has been such a little fucking reset. Here we go. Here we go. This is fucking gold. Look at Nachikita.
I mean, is that really what you think Christianity is about? I mean, you realize that the books, you don't even know what the real books are, right? Have you ever perhaps done yoga or?
These things are absolutely.
Get the fuck out of here, faggot!
The proof of anything.
Oh, Nachikita, he knows the fucking 10 Commandments. He knows fucking the Bible. Get him! Get him! What the fuck? Try learning your own shit first. Fucking challenging people on your own fucking shit. You fucking coward. Fucking 2-bit, non sequitur bitch. Fucking snake in the grass. Now it's not Chiquita.
It's all just like circumstantial stuff that
I don't even know who this guy is on the stage with him. Do you know about this guy, Reddington?
No, I have no idea.
Jason Lindgren. I don't know. This guy looks like a very queefy individual, but I don't know who he is.
He looks like he has the curtains from, he borrowed them from like Joe Rogan or something.
Yeah, right.
What is this thing? What is this thing that he has on? What is this thing he has on tonight?
they do that if there wasn't something trying to be said about it. It's a little.
Oh, yeah, what is Mitchell? Yeah.
Okay, this Jason guy, I heard he was very smart. Crow77. Okay, I apologize. This is a very probably intelligent person. I don't know.
He should get back the curtains, though.
Okay, I'm sorry I said that about Rose's husband. This guy's obviously very talented. You know, Rose is a friend of mine, so I didn't know that. So I apologize for saying that. You know what I mean? And he's allowed to make fun of me and call me whatever he wants. You know, it's okay. But yeah, I'm sorry I said that. Thank you, Jessica Jane. But yeah, yeah. I wish them well. You know, I mean, it is what it is, man. But yeah, this dude Crow777. I haven't really looked into his work. But anyways, I was asking Truther Cop. He seemed to have sent Crow777 a Stepher Torah as part of some sort of gag. I don't know. I don't understand what the fuck he was doing. But yeah. More LARP. I'm not a scientist.
Point though, that's the point.
Oh, that's the point.
That's like what we accept as quote unquote proof is going to be different from a person to person. And the thing is, like, some things are kind of like leaning very strongly in that direction. And for some people, maybe like myself, where it's like, okay, this is enough information. It's enough, like a hint and tongue in cheek and clues to kind of give you the lowdown on if he was involved or not involved, and he wanted you to know this information. I mean, there's a lot of symbology just in that movie Shining alone, but like all of his movies, like
symbology, bro.
See exactly what he wanted you to see. There's no mistake in it. In my
my.
Hey, did you watch that? Did you see that movie? Whoa, wowie, wowie.
Dude, you can watch The Shining, man. The symbolism is America.
Soy face.
Is that all they got? Is that all they do this whole time? This is fucking retarded. This is amazing. This is like Olympian retardation. Olympian levels of retardation. Come in my throat. Come in my throat.
Wow. Let's continue to get our minds blown, guys. I mean, this is fantastic material right here.
Because during the filming of 2001: A Space Odyssey, which was 64 to 68, she was with him.
Wow, did he say 64?
She had a lot of childhood illnesses. and her father actually had paranoia that she was going to die because she could have. Like she was having, I think it was like breathing issues. I forget exactly. Yeah. But anyway, she said, I was with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as an Asian, I know all about that. Mm-hmm. Yes, as an Asian, yes, I can speak to that. Yeah.
As an Asian, I know all about the acupuncture points in your body. Yes, I can show you.
I didn't have time to go film.
Is that a dude?
FJ. Okay, so you guys have the F and the T different from.
It makes all.
Why is this go? Where am I right now?
And a lot of it has been edited out.
Yeah, supposedly.
Yeah, so
supposedly he died. But
God, please save me from this. Fuck this guy. Let's see what's going. Let's see what's going back on over here.
Yeah, let's go back to
Chicago, which is still me.
Let's go back to this intellectual channel on the internet.
Oh, I thought you said I was gonna be busy with toilet bowl for the next 2 hours.
Archbishop of how many books do you have? The Midwest. The Orthodox Church, Orthodox Archbishop of how many books do you have? The Midwest for the Orthodox Archbishop of how many books do you have? The Midwest for the Orthodox Church coming out and saying that
these guys are monkeys, you know, fucking monkeys.
Let's play clips of EBT talking shit about Dyer, and then we'll be like, oh, but he works with Dyer.
It's like their own language, speaking their own retard language or something.
He works with Dyer. Let's play clips of EBT talking shit about Dyer, and then we'll be like, oh, but he works with Dyer. Okay, fuck it. Back to Nacho Kegels. Oh, fuck me. God damn it. No. Let's see. Was it any better at 2x?
Yeah, just speed it up a little bit.
No, it's even fucking worse. It's more worse. It's more worser than I could imagine that it is.
No, this is good. This is like we need to know this stuff because we as Christians have been so misled.
I think I'm an introvert.
And as an Asian, he understands this probably better than that.
Because even in high school, I was already getting into music.
Look at this fucking cuck making Asian eyes at fucking Nachikita when he's a fucking orphan boy, brown little bitch that doesn't even know where the fuck he came from. What the fuck, dude? Dude, take a skin check, right? Go back to your fucking homeland, spend a week there, and figure out who the fuck you are. You little bitch boy. Come on. Stop trying to figure out where I'm from. Figure out where the fuck you are. You fucking dress like fucking... You shopped at fucking... You know, the emo thrift store.
I've never had a problem being in front of crowds speaking. So that's not a problem. It's more the fact that people like
so interesting.
So, but as far as like me getting up and actually dealing with stuff, like, I remember the first time I ever played a show.
Why do these guys share the same physiognomy, but like one's Asian and one's like Midwest, fucking Ohio, middle Ohio, fucking. That was like so emo.
So Nacho's talking to a tranny right now. So yeah. I'm gathering that.
I'm guessing. I mean, they both have long girlish hair, so I don't.
Oh, he's a guy who's famous, who's accomplished more, who's probably wrote a book, who has girlfriend, who's fucking gorgeous. Oh, you sound like a fag. You look like a queef boy who shops at a thrift store, and you're talking about a guy who, for a fact, has a girlfriend with big, giant tits and is fucking gorgeous. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, it couldn't be a bigger failure if you tried.
I mean, is Nacho transitioning? I don't know. I mean,
Oh, ayo. Yeah,
Hey.
let's go join his panel. Let's go join his panel.
Like and all of these so-called Mandela effects can be explained away by conflation. That you heard it from a meme, or you heard it from some kind of satire from another movie, and they just kind of twisted it. Like, it's like in that movie, Scary Movie 3 or whatever. And then it's like I see dead people. It's a kind of a parody of the Sixth Sense, right? But he doesn't say I see dead people. He says that I see white people, right?
I mean, that's all I'm saying. Like, some of these movies you may not have seen for years, and knowing.
oh my god, I hate these people. Oh no, please stop them.
Let me go find his channel.
Do not listen to Father. Me again.
Incredible.
Now Chiquita he's alive. He's got 50.
Which is very interesting.
Incredible. It's me, Shia LaBeouf.
Like, look up my house for it. Isn't that interesting?
Isn't that interesting? Is one. I think Shia LaBeouf. I feel like my hair's about to catch on fire. And when Shia, guys, get ready for a. You might want to screen record. I'm about to light a cigarette. There's a good chance.
Yo, the Michael Jackson Pepsi commercial.
There's a good chance we might recreate that right now. So
Let's do it. Hit it up. Smoke it. Smoke it if you got it.
No, we're good. We're good. We got this.
Smoke it if you got it. Let's go.
All right, let's go. Quote unquote converted early on. He did that move. Oh God, I don't want to listen to myself. That's even worse than listening to this fucking Asian guy.
Yo, he doesn't
you
really
want me to go hop on the? You want me to go hop?
Yes.
You want me to go hop on Asian Kegels?
Yeah, that would be hilarious. He's probably won't though. He's probably doing like, this is like a professional podcast that I run over here at the Nacho Kegels. You can't come on here and derail with that negative energy, Mr. TVE. Like, this is like this is for the high vibe tribe. You know what I mean? Like, I can't be doing that over here. Look. He's putting his hair up for this dude. You know, everybody knows what that means. You know what I
mean? They're very intimate.
Well, you put a wig on for me, sweet boy. So what does that mean?
Over there. I don't even know if I'm gonna be able to get in there.
I don't know. Let's see what else. What else is going on here? Not a whole lot. What is this guy? Is this guy too afraid to actually come to the stream or what?
Yeah, like
him.
Kind of.
What are you
God,
talking about?
no, please stop.
What are you talking about?
No, you know what? We're just gonna go back to this guy.
No, please do not play.
I think he's one of the major.
Do not play this fucking guy. I want to kill myself on it.
Aw, don't expose my daddy. Don't expose my new daddy. I don't have a daddy in real life, so Jay Dyer's my daddy. Don't expose him, please.
Lord forgive me for even saying that.
No, look. Now he's got the mood lighting like Dyer.
Guys, but in general, soil, blood and soil politics, like they just do it. They come together and the culture like that. And well,
Bam. Truth or toots. Alright, back to this guy.
Too high in emotion to whatever it is that you're trying to sell, whether it's a concept or a brand of cigarette, whatever it is. If you are able to tie it to an emotion to your target audience, that's
wow, deep thoughts, bro.
Chance of selling whatever it is.
Deep thoughts. Wow.
Now, a lot of the
If
stuff I
you
noticed
convince somebody to buy something, they might want to
This is
buy
why I always
it.
say,
Wow.
Don't get so emotionally wrapped up in this stuff. Because once you're emotional, you're no longer looking at things from an objective point of view. Now you're looking at it in something that you feel like you have a stake in.
I feel like this guy is often emotional, like on a regular basis. I'm just gonna say that.
He feels like it is.
I feel emotions about other men.
And that could be anything. That could be your religious viewpoint. That could be the flat Earth model. That could be anything.
Yo, not to put me in timeout. What a fucking faggot.
Very emotional about this stuff. I have never
Time out. You timed me out.
when
What
I
a
was
little
writing the
bitch.
shows, this is what and I've said this a billion times.
What a
This is
bitch.
what I found.
Not just he's a bitch, as usual.
This is what I can find and try to cross-reference.
This is gay.
That doesn't mean that it's right. It just means
Let's go back to listening to you on TML.
Terrible.
That's all we got. EBT is such a retard. You saw you don't see my chat.
Oh, they played so much of my commentary so far of what I said against them to react to it.
Yeah, because he doesn't understand that. Because that's how we just talk to each other. So sorry.
Just one big LARP debate. LARPing as Christian. And I got a whole thing on this. Clip.
You know what I mean? I mean, it's almost the same as like LARPing as a Muslim, but
Yeah.
you're taking psychoactive chemicals on stream constantly, and
Yeah, that's pretty. It's pretty.
So it's okay to LARP as a Christian because you LARP as a Muslim? Is that what they just said? One admission after another. So what have you admitted? You're a LARP Christian and that you make fucking comedy shows about your friend that died?
Amazing, right? Yeah.
Of them and here and there called Christian LARPers. They're sagas.
I need to take a break from the stream to smoke a bunch of weed. That's
yeah,
there's definitely some Muslim stuff going on there.
I just smoked my entire fucking my dad's entire college education out of my brain right now, and
Yeah, I spent all.
I have a dad, and I know my dad. Men with fathers. Ben Thorpe. Pito Pogo. With Ben Thorpe.
My college tuition on meeting up with David Skrbina for Starbucks coffee.
Thorpe's my daddy. I'd rather meet up with Thorpe than Skrbina. At least he loves his daughter. Gross. Sick.
David.
My daughter's gonna end up like Grace Thorpe.
Skrbina, David Skrbina, something, Paul.
David Skrbina, Jay Dyer.
Something, technology. Something.
something.
Something beat my wife. Something beat my wife. Something David Skrbina.
Something. I'm a Christian cook.
back to some other stuff. But yeah, anyway.
I mean, no wife beating, but yeah.
Yeah, he's got no. Listen.
Oh, no wife beating. Keep that in mind for now. We're gonna put that on the back for now. The wife beating. That's gonna come back in a minute when he's talking to Ben Thorpe.
Listen, watch this guy.
Those pot smoking hippie.
Listen, watch him. He has literally nothing, no content. What he's got to say, unless he's reading somebody else's shit. Watch him.
Let me change this to some more calm.
And
hold on. Let me find something to read to y'all. Goofy ass nigga.
Hold
Yeah, just play it. Just play it.
Can we talk about that for a little bit?
No,
just play it if you do.
Oh, no, hold on.
I might need to philosophize for a moment.
Yeah, the hypostasis.
The hypostasis is how we explain God, but I couldn't explain it because I'm a Christian LARPer.
For a moment.
Yeah, the hypostasis of
for a moment.
just play it if you do.
Oh, hold on.
I might need to philosophize for a moment.
Yeah, the hypostasis of the Celsius, you know, of the coagulal minimum. You know what I mean?
On music, so we can get back to this panel.
What's
panel
25
game
degrees Celsius in Fahrenheit?
exercise we have here. And then I'm gonna play some videos of me on some older panels.
Oh wow. Okay. So
Notable.
it's just like a recycle center here. It's just like recycled brains, recycled content, recycled stuff that doesn't belong to you.
Right. It's like you recycle my shit. Fucking garbage in, garbage out. Recycle my shit, bitch. Play my shit. Play my video. Your recycled fucking trash. Non-show. Fucking is my show, bitch. Fuck you. Eat it up, you ninnies. The Nancy boy.
To you, just constant recycling. Okay, got you. You stinky. You're a stinky fucking feet tard pajit. Okay, I got you. Uncreative.
You're a stinky feet pajit, but I'm the same race. The fucking brown-skinned little bitch orphan boy. Come and get it, bitch. I've been waiting for you for 3 days. Thought you knew where I'm at. Pussy.
Defeat.
I mean, do you think that
Banter's ever?
You think he'll play that stream that he was talking shit about that he was actually part of? Probably.
Oh, like is he restreaming you now? No, he's not.
No, I got too many.
You think he'll take that stream down that he was too pussy to leave up about? I was gonna come and find me in a fucking porta potty near my house. Yeah, I can't wait till Toilet Turban goes in a fucking porta potty so I could shut it closed and launch it into the fucking sky with the fucking like the Jackass film. Then you'll be Toilet Bowl Earth in space. Toilet in space.
Too many things playing now. I'm confused now.
What's
Hold on.
happening?
I gotta fucking wake up in like an hour.
You're losing soul tokens. Oh, it's
much
1, 2,
going on.
3.
I think I should just stay up at this point. There's no point for me going to bed. I gotta wake up.
Do it. Just work it out. We got this.
Yeah.
I mean, you said you're Catholic, right? I mean,
He's still on it.
He's still watching it, dude.
Hey
I'm
guys,
not even-
you guys remember that one time that Jay Dyer came on my?
I do remember it.
You remember when Jay Dyer came on and we like both like sucked his dick, like because we like couldn't tell him about Jay Dyer and Seraphim Rose exposed, fucking Dugan and Gaia TV and all the shit we talked on TML's channel about Jay Dyer. We sucked his dick when we saw him and he came on our panel. We couldn't even criticize him or his comedy.
Smith, that's funny. Is this
I do remember it. And I was.
Oh, Smith, that's funny. It's funny, Smith.
And I was so torn in between like going in on this guy and then like trying to, it was so like it was tough for me. It was a tough battle, and I decided to slink out and be like, you know what, it doesn't even matter. You're not funny. I'm not gonna fight you over it. Yeah. But you bent the knee. That's different.
I did
not gonna
You
lie.
fucking bent the knee, and you know it. Don't fucking play around. Don't fucking.
That stream the other night was so fucking
They're blaming each other now. They're backpedaling and blaming each other.
We aren't gonna fight about this. It's just what happened. Okay, I'm sorry.
That shit was hilarious.
All the shit you talked about him, and then when shit hits the fan, you fucking turn into a fanboy. So let's just fucking end it right there. I'm okay with that.
None of this stuff happened.
Oh,
I mean,
man,
are we gonna have to
Allegedly.
review?
We don't have to review it, man. I really don't want to. Otherwise, I'm just gonna go to bed here.
No, I think we're gonna
Oh,
have to
don't go
review
to
it.
bed,
I
guys.
don't want to review it, man. And
You're
we're
gonna
gonna have
take
to
me
review.
down.
We're gonna review fucking retard review it as we review it. This is too much, man.
Oh,
You're right. You're probably right.
I've already body bagged this guy fucking several times over tonight. I mean, this.
Yeah, no, you pretty much.
I fucking ended him.
Pretty much wrecked him. Yeah.
Oh, you ended me.
Because hurling insults equates to body bagging, right?
And what insult? Those ones. Is that right?
Those and just like basically just defamation of character.
Yeah.
It was, you know what was bad? It was like he kept lying about how many fucking like people were watching him. It was clear that there wasn't people watching him at all.
Aww. Nobody watches me. Guess I should have Jay Dyer on it.
And he loves to do that because that's like one of his like things that he likes to say. He likes to like put people down. It's like, oh, I've got this many people watching and you don't have anybody. And it's like,
Yeah, because you know how long you've been on the internet, dumb fuck, and you couldn't figure out an equation of what works for you and your audience, and instead I have double the audience with you and then half the time. How the fuck is that possible? Unless you're actual dumb fuck. That's the only way it makes sense. You're not that entertaining. Yeah, a head full of hot air. You're fucking high off of your own queefs. And you're bragging about hiding in a fucking porta potty near my family's house. and you collude with Ben Thorpe and Jim Bob. Cocksucker.
The second you say that to him, it's like, oh, why is this guy watching me? He's like obsessed with me. You know what I mean? This is how these people operate, man. Like, they're so fucking nasty.
Why don't you shut your dick sucking mouth? Your dick sucking throat, jaws. You're fucking clown and a coward. I mean, they go empty threats is what you have. And same with your cockboy hotline. That's all you guys got. What are you gonna do? What is Juther Cuck gonna do? You guys got me figured out? Oh. Hilarious.
Fucking goat fucker, fucking losers. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh, man, they can't even make up an original joke. He just stole Cecil's line, the goat fucker thing. That's what you look like, a goat fucker.
Yeah, no, I mean.
Nah, I mean,
My fucking camera is fucking not working. God damn it, son of a bitch.
It's alright. It's alright. I'll look.
Look at this little brown orphan boy, house Negro little bitch. Can't even fucking nut up, put his money where his mouth is, and he's racist against himself. He's a self-hating. Goat fucker.
Good for all. I'll look good for all three of y'all. You know what I'm saying?
I switched screens and now
You
I'm
don't want me
totally
to
fucked
turn
up.
on the camera right now. I can't.
You can't trust brown people who make fucking racist comments towards other brown people. That's fucking weird. It's creepy. The skin check.
I'll cam up. It's just none of us. Everyone will go.
Yo, so
blind.
Snafu Snaps is gonna come after my channel now because I told him to fuck off.
Yeah, you're fucked.
Yeah, I'm screwed, man. Strike team is coming after me, bro.
Holy fuck, the crew is coming for you.
Yeah.
Oh, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's all good. It'll do me a favor if Snafu gets my channel fucking wiped. He'll be doing me a favor. I don't need to come back here and do it. I mean, think about the people that I run into on a daily basis. Besides you guys, of course, and some of the people out here on the chat. Like, it's just like whatever. Like, delete my channel. You'd be doing me a favor, so I don't have to keep coming back and do this with any of y'all.
Favor at this point. It's fucking grotesque out there. It's just nothing but Jezebels and Sims and things.
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah.
oh no, destroy my channel with all my liker news and subscriber news. And all 4 people. Wowee.
And it's a fake sub list, man. It's a fake sub list. How did I have more than 15 people in my chat than you at one point? Like, that doesn't even make any sense. You know what I mean? Doesn't even, like, algorithmically, it doesn't even make any sense. It just doesn't. So.
Oh yeah.
So you care about the views or not?
Fucking that fucking mop was fucking tearing me up. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? I'm gonna take it.
I don't even want to know where you got that from, and but let me just say that you look like a natural wearing it. Let me say it. You look like a real Sandra. You know what I'm saying? Real.
Oh man.
Real fucking Jersey fucking trash. You know what I'm saying?
Yikes.
You look like.
You gotta combine that with the grills so that you can do a solid Lil Jon impression. Yeah. And just wreck your gums again. Uh-oh.
Call me. Start some
Oh,
shit.
shit.
What's
That's
up, fool?
some real nigga shit.
You gonna talk shit about me, homie? Where you from? Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit about you right now. You wanna sell that shit? What?
Is on deck.
Sleepy nigga. Sleepy niggas on deck.
Man, fuck you on your phone first. The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Buff niggas.
Yo, was that Project Pat?
Dark niggas.
It could have been.
Asian niggas. White niggas.
Fuck my dick,
Yeah, trail nigga.
1213-373-4253. Just dial, nigga. I'll fuck you up. Deaf niggas.
Yo, is that number still active? Can someone call that actually right now?
Mystery niggas. Psycho niggas. Dog niggas. Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat. Oh, my little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish niggas come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
And that's it. And of course, we got our own version here.
What's up, nigga? You wanna talk some shit? On the spot. Hundreds of niggas is waiting for your motherfucking call, and they all talking shit about you right now.
In a world of pure imagination.
Yeah, I said some shit. What? The hardest niggas is standing by, ready to pick up that phone. Asian niggas. White niggas.
Suck my dick, bitch. Fuck you.
Classic niggas. Racist niggas. Mystery niggas. Psycho niggas. Jewish niggas.
You got some motherfucking nerds calling me out Shabbat on some little bullshit ass nigga. Better calm that shit down and come around here and show me some fucking respect before me and my Jewish niggas come up here and beat your ass, nigga. Off top.
Yeah.
Was that Hank is the mystery one? That's pretty hilarious.
Yeah, it's a very funny thing. But yeah, there it is. We had a little of everything. We explained accelerationism. We explained NRX. We explained the newfangled instruments of Hegelian dialect to the truther cop who seemed pretty ignorant. We did some other things too. And then we last of all looked at some videos of some interesting folks talking about our show. As we do, we like to look at and record what has been said in a very interesting fashion.
Looks like his internet dropped again. That's unfortunate. Shout out to people in the chat, I guess. Gary, Land of Dragons, Jessica Jane. You back?
Yeah, sorry about that.
It's not too bad though. Sometimes it's like pretty long.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when the fucking internet crashes. But this time it was only my laptop turned off. I had forgotten to plug it in. I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, we do have a little bit more of the show for you guys. We have Toilet Bowl Earth on and Ben Thorpe on a panel, and some interesting discussions were had. We're just gonna catalog them, and for this, I'm not really gonna comment as I did on the other video. I'm just kind of gonna watch it, and then I'll play an hour of myself on Richard Madsen. I mean, not on Richard Madsen. I was on Flow State, but I was talking to Richard Madsen. But it was mainly a conversation between me and Richard Madsen, as I had scared away for the panel, which I suspect. But yeah, let's check this out here.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Thorpe? I haven't seen him in a minute. He's in the chat down there, Mr. Ben Thorpe.
Hey, and actually,
Mr. Ben Thorpe.
The topic, what I wanted to discuss and get into was finding a clear conscience, aligning ourselves with Christ, with God.
I don't think Thorpe has a clear conscience.
It's funny.
Thorpe to the volcano.
Yeah, it gets pretty interesting because he starts saying stuff in favor of domestic violence, and then he goes around the panel and tries to garner support for the concept through Christianity. So it's funny that they're having this debate.
He's got like slimy vibes or something. I never liked him. And that's not even talking about all the dumb shit that was like alleged or whatever.
It's interesting the connection between EBT and the Thorpes, and them being the first mods for the Thorpes, and even Cockboy Hotline. He kind of said he took credit for Grace and her rise to fame and the viral thing. I don't know if he's really responsible, but I noticed if I go back on their panels, they were certainly on their panels a lot. So they have some sort of weird connection to each other that I can't really figure out. But it's funny. Ben Thorpe comes on the panel. He's like, I think Christianity supports domestic violence. Toilet Bowl Earth and Jack Talcott say that's probably not true. You're probably just trying to justify your own life actions.
Well, in this video?
Yeah. And then later in the video, Toilet Bowl Earth starts defending Ben Thorpe. So he forgets like that it happens. So it's really strange.
Like cringe all around.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's like in the same video, we'll see him switch sides. But so and the guy is promoting domestic violence. So this is such an interesting exchange. It's like on the same show, in the same like thing, they switch up. It's just crazy. It's like they're doing this routine there, and it's hilarious. But yeah.
That's right. You've had adventures, man. I haven't been paying close attention, but congratulations on the freedom. You're welcome to join.
So Ben Thorpe is in jail apparently for domestic violence, which I don't. If I hear the story correctly, he kicked a chair, so I don't think that he really deserved that. But yeah, I don't know what the pretext is for that, but I don't understand what happened. But yeah, he went to jail for domestic violence. That's the story, I guess.
Join, Ben, as you're willing and able.
Hey, real quick, Jack, I wanted to chime in on what you said earlier. Totally agree with you, bro. Self-mastery is possible, and we absolutely have it is very possible to have control over our own flesh via the spirit, and I totally agree with that, sir.
Thank you.
Yes.
This is what I've been learning to overcome the where to start. To overcome the beast of who we are, we've got to overcome the five senses. That was shown symbolically through the 5 wounds of Jesus. And overcoming the 5 senses allows us to unite with the spirit and the essence of who we really are. And who we really are? Well, we're made in the image of God. We are here. We are here to follow the way of Jesus, I believe, and help lead each other, because he was the one, but together we're closer to the one that he was. And I believe we're supposed to unite here at this time of history.
Absolutely. And, another interesting thing to add, one thing Christ said that I never really understood until some years later. But, unless your eye becomes single, right, your whole body's full of light. And I was like, what does that mean? I started to realize that it's that inner eye. It's that inner man. It's that inner opening that allows for that flow of full-on divinity within us, bro. And I think so many times, Jack, we're out here as people trying to challenge things in the physical when we need to take it into the spiritual. Amen? Yeah,
That's
dude.
what
That's what it
that's,
is.
That's what my life is leading me to really believe and trust, is in the things that are unknown, trust in the things that are unseen, faith in God's love. That is a gift only we can deny ourselves. We are the only ones who can deny ourselves time and consideration, considering God's love for you, every one of us. There's one of the things I was reminded of today is,
so this is what Ragamuffin and Talcott are doing, before Ben Thorpe shows up. And there's 3 more minutes of this, and then he'll show up here. But yeah, it seems like Jack, Talcott, and Ragamuffin are having a interesting discussion. But it's just basically about love and Christ, and some concepts about finding divinity within, and this general understanding of sort of spiritualism. Where I mean, it's just very interesting. But yeah, it's fascinating.
I want to offer a great self-assessment tool, right? See how you're doing in life. When you've got time where
and there we have Provo dropping the link for Ben Thorpe. You got Ben Thorpe there, and then you got Provo dropping the link for him. So Provo is also connected to the Thorpe somehow. I'm not sure how, but yeah, he was like there. Maybe he critiqued them, or I actually don't know. I think he was one of their mods as well. So all 3 of these guys are mods for the Thorpes.
That's unfortunate. I'd rather have Provo patrol him.
Yeah, I think he did do that at some point. So I'm actually not sure.
Probably.
Yeah.
There's no family or friends around, shut everything off and sit quietly. Just you. If you can sit quietly in doing nothing, observe what you're feeling. Are you pleasant? Do you feel pleasantness while you're alone, or is there unpleasantness in your alone?
Well, sometimes, I mean, I get that, I've done that too, where, I've sat in a room in silence, there's certainly nothing wrong with that. There's certainly, you got to quiet everything down around you, it's sort of the prerequisite meditative state or whatever, to just be in silence. And I get that. But sometimes our emotions or our feelings can take us places where, I don't know, it's not really,
that's the point,
something that you can trust. Sometimes your feelings are untrustworthy,
Well, that's the point I wanted to get to, is when we can notice those feelings within us are an unrest, it's up to us. That feeling of unrest, whether it's depression or anxiety, anger, whatever that unpleasantness is within us, it's up to us to resolve it. No one else can resolve the conflict within us except God, by God's grace, and our own knowing, seeking.
But I mean, let's just say, as like a thought experiment here, like some people, like let's say people with addiction issues, their feelings tell them that this is the best way to go, that this is all that they're worth. Sometimes feelings are very unreliable.
You're right. Well, I disagree. The feelings are true. Our interpretations are unreliable.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a difference between being moved by fear and hate and anger, which is what used to drive me through my addiction, my periods of depression and suicidal thoughts. It was anger and fear and resentment that drove me. It literally drove me nuts. And through my self-destructive choices, God allowed me to take myself through hell right in front of my son. I mean, shameful, but true.
Yeah, there's a big difference between our feelings in the sense of emotions and the emotional field versus the spiritual field and enlightenment that comes from on high when we're in places of stillness that we receive that, right? And that's the distinction.
I think it's kind of strange.
Welcome, Ben.
What's up, Ben?
Hey,
Long
Jack.
time, man.
Oh, brother. I think it's kind of strange how people will attribute things to God when it's really themselves. God allowed me to do this. God allowed me to do that. I think it's a bunch of horseshit.
This guy is the king of that. He will say that a lot.
Well, I expect that from Talcott. I mean, it is what it is.
No, I meant the Thorpe guy. He says that.
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah, he says God allowed like that's literally a preface to a lot of his statements that he makes.
It's a cop out for a lot of people.
Yeah, I was in jail for a little
It's
while.
sort of like a humble brag in terms of like false humility. It's like a false,
right?
I like your avatar. Is that a young Ben Thorpe I'm looking at right there?
I don't think so. It's just shaved.
Looks good.
Yeah,
that's
are you catfishing? That's a younger picture of you.
Oh,
that's kind of a weird comment.
I know it's very weird.
Cringe flex.
Very.
We can just make up terms all the time.
No. Go ahead, man. Sorry.
It was in my photo, so I don't think it's that old. But Jack, I've been thinking about your motto: "Live without fear," because I've been living with a lot of fear. When you go to prison, it's intended to make you. I learned this from the other prisoners. It's intended to make you like terrified and dehumanize you, so you never want to go back. It was brutal.
I can imagine. God allows us to do that to each other, though, and I think jail and these prisons are actually just what you're talking about. These institutions that are designed to inflict fear and terror of disobedience. We live in a satanic world, and it's this world.
We live in a satanic influenced world. We don't live in a satanic
beautiful
world.
Thank you. You're right. All things. I mean, God moves through all things, and that includes the darkness. And you're right. This has been a very.
And there it is. That's you. I mean, Reddington. It's not that this man could have possibly done anything that prompts him going to jail. It's the problem with the jails. It's the problem that the world is actually run by Satan. You know what I'm saying, right? So let's excuse this man's character, right?
It was like hair splitting on TBE's part. I mean, what's the difference, really? Practically, there is no difference. That's just saying God allows Satan to influence the world. Well, we'll tell God to stop doing that then.
Influenced world into the ideas of selfishness and revenge, punishment, war, division.
Yeah. I mean, I believe in jails as like a last resort for society. And there's a certain way you guys were talking about meditation. Especially in the jail I was in, it's called intake, where they deprive you of everything because they want you to like sign a deal. You're forced to be with yourself, which is scary if your cellmate is crazy, which all of mine were. But they kind of, if you can gain your own space, it's like they locked us up 20 hours a day. and it was freezing, so you're under the blankets, and it does force you. I was pleasantly surprised to find that I was actually quite peaceful the whole time. I had an initial desire to smoke cigarettes. A couple days later, that was gone. I really wanted to have a cup of coffee. A couple of days later, that was gone.
Nice.
And I didn't find that I was filled with anger. You know what I mean? You'd expect all the slights that have been done to you to bubble up. I was a little bit angry because I went to jail for 12 days for taking a walk with my daughter, who begged me to take a walk with her, which tells you something about our society.
Yeah,
But I was not
that's
the
a
only
little
one in
wild,
jail
yeah.
for those types of things. It's this thing called a no
Okay,
contact.
both him and the Toilet Bowl Earth character know damn well that he did not go experience what he experienced because he took a walk with his daughter. That isn't the pretext of what happened. But anyways, I heard it was something different, but yeah.
Order. It's absolutely crazy.
I mean,
the state.
Well,
go ahead, Jack. Go ahead, Ben.
I was going to suggest we are all being used, right? We're all here for God's purpose. I trust that everything happens for a reason.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people who are being used as examples, maybe I got locked up different reasons, but I saw firsthand a lot of the problems of our society because of what I got to experience. So maybe that's what you're dealing with too, is getting used as an example for good and bad.
Yeah, and the guys in jail were okay for the most part, because it's intake. I didn't know who was guilty. You could be there for anything from what I was in there for, no contact order violation, to multiple homicides, because they're all awaiting trial.
No way, really?
Yeah,
They put you in the same. They put you in the same little block.
Yeah, because we're all denied bail, because I technically violated my bail, but some people, right? So you don't know who you're with, and I was with the guy. First guy I was with, he had just done 8 years of hard time, so. I didn't ask about the details, but I definitely wanted to be his friend. I made myself as submissive as possible. And I think that's a good strategy for a guy like me. But yeah, it's interesting. In another way, Jack, I don't know if you're referring to that, like literally you've had that experience, because in another way, once you get through the first few days and the dehumanizing, the being treated like cattle, it's actually something, it's not that hard. Like, this is the worst society's going to do. You're with a bunch of nice guys. You get 3 square meals. They're interesting guys. I'm not saying they're all nice guys. There's a certain kind of gang tension, but it's not like in the movies where you're like, don't drop the soap and all that stuff. It's not really like that. There are some slight tensions that way, but and it's kind of brutal if you can't handle yourself mentally. And I saw guys kind of lose it. But the real thing that was interesting is I think the majority of the guys who were in there for these domestic violence things in which nobody called the police, or like the other person who was the victim didn't call the police. And I think they do this. This is where I kind of agree with the conspiracy theory, because, black guys, there's a lot of black guys in jail. They have their own theories. Some of them are stupid, but I think they're right to say that they need fodder for these, the prison industrial system. They need to keep putting people in there. And there aren't that really many violent criminals anymore. Young men are low testosterone.
So he's piggybacking on feminism and pro-blackness to support domestic violence. This is going to be his angle at this point, which is interesting. It's an interesting angle.
I don't think low testosterone's quite it, dude. I think it's the opposite. I think people with high testosterone don't go to jail. I think he's got it reversed.
They do petty stuff, but once they got the drug
Right. Yeah. Right.
They need bodies to fill these cells. So they've taken up this thing of domestic violence, which is, I have no idea how you can justify.
It seems unsustainable. It seems unsustainable to fill people with prisons when people don't want to be in there. You know what I mean?
Do
When people finally.
Y'all know about Kill the Messenger and like the story of Gary Webb? If any of y'all don't know about that, I highly encourage you to research this. But Gary Webb was a journalist.
It's funny that like these post-truther guys or whatever, like Truther Cop and Toilet Bowl Earth, that they don't know about basic shit like Gary Webb and Alan Dulles and shit like that. That's fucking sad. How do you not know basic conspiracies and you're somehow post-truther? That always strikes me as a little bit amazing, right?
that, and they made a movie about him that has it's called Kill the Messenger, and it has what's his name that played Hawkeye in the Marvel movies. Gary
This
Renner,
guy's gonna explain to him Gary Webb, who was exposing the CIA drug trafficking, and then he got shot, and then they found him dead, committed suicide, and I think he was the guy who they found shot himself in the head twice. It's like,
Right.
think his name is, or yeah. Anyways, Kill the Messenger is about the life of Gary Webb, or no, it wouldn't be the same name. Jeremy Renner, I think is his name. Yeah. So this gentleman, Gary Webb, he was a journalist, and he ended up blowing back in the 90s, blowing it wide open that the CIA were funneling drugs on the street, and then they had CIA operatives that were getting African Americans and other people, other ethnicities and whites and whatever, hooked on crack, and he came to find out, and this is how deep it went, that they had high level officials that had stake and stocks in the prison. So some of the prisons were privately owned. So different lawyers, judges, and people like that had like stock in that. So they actually profited off of putting people in there.
Yeah, you can see like with the commissary, what they do is they deprive you of everything. You're locked up 20 hours a day. And then you can get money in the commissary, which is, I guess, owned by a corporation.
Right.
It started by George W. Bush. And
Right.
That's like legit.
Well, here's the deal. Our entire criminal system, legal system is criminal. The entire government and corporate entities, they are demons. They are the beasts of rule that were prophesied in the Bible. We are here. We're
all
here
authority,
to
all
change it.
government is demonic. You say that? See, I don't think that's true.
Yeah, I don't know
Okay,
about the
I can
I don't know about how it's prophesized, but can you yeah, go ahead.
Well, if you just take the concepts, right? There's these beasts that have risen by the harlot, and you can put a harlot into immoral deeds done for profit. So I mean, there's many ways to analyze all of the beasts, and I've listened to a lot of different presentations, but it comes down to mankind became corrupted, and as a result of our corruption, the collective corruption, we have manifested and created these state organizations that go to war with one another, and they're supported and funded by these banking systems and corporate structures. People are literally dying in order to defend corporations and governments.
I mean, I agree with that, but the thing that doesn't need to happen is this idea that people don't need to be punished, or there's not a place for these people to go when they're criminals.
I do think it's a
God will take
natural.
care of
It's
that.
natural. It's part of the natural.
Wait. Jack said God will take care of that. No,
The punishment part. What I believe we're here to do, right, through the truth, through leadership, compassion, love, mercy, forgiveness, through the way that Jesus taught, we lead each other from the darkness of sin, corruption, fear.
I agree with that. I agree with that for sure. Yeah.
But when that fails, you have to have a stop.
How about we try it?
You got to. What about in John when he talks about when there's nothing better than defending your brother with your life? What does that mean?
Well,
does that mean let people do crimes and kill you and your family? Does that mean there's no consequence? Do you think the law doesn't mean anything?
Why do you jump to that?
When Christ talks about lawlessness, what does that mean to you?
Love is the law. Faith in God is the law. God is the truth.
But what I'm asking you is when Christ talks about lawlessness, what does that mean to you?
You're the one who brought it up. What's it mean to you? I'm not sure.
I mean, I brought up a question. It's not like I brought it up. I'm asking you, what do you think that means?
Where is it used in the context?
Lawlessness?
Mm-hmm.
When Christ brings up lawlessness, here, let me look it up for you. Give me a second.
It depends on what you mean as lawlessness, because I think some people assume that if we don't have a tyrannical system in place that deals with people when they get out of hand, that, well, what are we going to do? And people forget that, the Bible talks about a law of sowing and reaping, right? And I would also call that the karmic wheel, whereas God's already set something in motion spiritually across the board, where if you do some shit that's not very savory, he's already put checks and balances in where you're going to experience that. Now, if y'all don't think that's the case, it is.
Right.
Good or bad, you will experience what you put out.
You will experience.
I think the most famous one is the one from Matthew 7:23, and it says, "And then I declare to them, I never knew you. Depart from me, you workers of lawlessness." What do you think that means?
Iniquity.
Well, I believe the law of God that's shown through the Christ is the law of love. Those who would be lawless would be loveless, without compassion, mercy, understanding of the true laws of life. And there are universal laws that govern us, whether we recognize it or not. There's mental laws, spiritual laws, all sorts of physical laws.
But Jack, do you believe in the natural authority of the family?
I believe only now my only belief is in the authority of God. I understand what Jesus was saying about who is my mother, who's my father, who's my sister, right? And I also understand I have no father here on earth. I have only the one Father in the heavens.
Well, you might not, but you have a father, like
Sure.
alive.
I
But
talk to him. I call him Dad.
You get into total anarchism if you do this. The two natural organs of authority are the family and the state, and every society has always had those. Now, what I think is interesting in our society is
Wait,
go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
That's correct.
You're right, but I want to offer that historically.
It's interesting. That's not what Jesus says, right? You got the church, and is a replacement for the temple. The church is the communion between its members, and actually, you don't have a theopolitical state there. And yeah, he says, if you got to leave your family to follow the religion, you just leave your family. So that is what he says.
Yep.
Man has been corrupted and allowed the state.
Why did that? Whoa, I've never experienced that before. Okay. I don't know how.
I think if you when you click drag on the video,
Okay.
it speeds it up.
The authority over
Oh, I
the
didn't know
family
that.
and allowed the
That's
family.
Interesting. Okay, I didn't know that that was a function. That's very fascinating.
Well, there's many families that have deceived each other.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. No, I'm not saying those organs can't be corrupted. I'm just saying they're not inherently corrupt. You can't actually have a society unless you have family.
Sorry, I interrupted.
This is what I think is interesting. The because of feminism, I found this out. These domestic violence laws are a recent development. In fact, I was looking up in some medieval texts that there were these decretals in 1140 in which men were encouraged to discipline their wives if they were unruly, gently but with violence, and that if they failed to do so.
Yep, that's true. That's absolutely a fact. The church allowed you to do domestic violence, and it also allowed you to marry extremely young women. So this is two things that the church allowed you to do in the medieval times.
The Roman Catholic Church, we have to clarify here.
Well, in the medieval time, until like 1100 or so, they were both the same church, right? The Eastern Orthodox and the Roman.
Before the schism.
Right. So up until the medieval age, up until the late medieval age, basically they were the same church, And not only that, they attained most of the same laws up until, the 15th century, so.
They would be failing in their job as men. So according to Christianity, traditional Christianity, domestic violence is a necessary part of a family structure. And while it can be misused,
that's a sickness.
I don't know
it's
about
absolutely
that,
necessary.
but that's a little
We
bit of a
have now
stretch.
criminalized what used to be seen as absolutely necessary, and thus there is no family authority possible.
I don't know.
There's
I don't
only
know.
government
That's,
authority.
that's definitely. Not, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to push back on that. That's absolutely not true. That's not what Scripture tells us about how we treat our wives and how our wives are to look to us. Yes, we are the authority of the household.
Yeah,
but we're supposed to treat them with love and respect.
Absolutely.
And domestic violence, quote unquote, certainly doesn't fit that descriptor.
Yeah. Okay, so but do you believe that parents can use violence, like spanking their children?
Do you consider spanking your children quote unquote violence?
Absolutely, it's violent.
That's hyperbolized quite a bit, don't you think?
Can
Can
I offer? Let me offer a different perspective, please.
I mean, how hard are you spanking your children?
Here's the reality.
Sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
We were born into a world that believes in punishment because obedience was the goal. And what I found as a father in raising my son, he received one spanking from me in his entire growing up. And it was, in hindsight, I spanked my son because I didn't know what else to do. It was out of my
so you
own
think
frustration.
spanking is a failure of fathering?
It's a failure of leadership.
Okay.
See, a
I think
leader-
Okay,
a leader,
so
sure.
okay, wait.
I think spanking with father to son is kind of strange. I don't know what it is.
okay,
It's
but-
like a man to man sort of thing. It's like emasculating,
Well,
I don't know.
obviously, to an adult son, spanking would be ridiculous, but to a little kid, what are you talking about?
it's still.
Oh yeah, okay. I guess you're right. Yeah, that's
I mean,
fine. That's
yeah,
fair.
I mean, you're not going to spank a 16-year-old boy. Like, it's
Well,
crazy.
no, I didn't mean it like that. I'm saying like I don't know. Continue. I kind of fell off.
Well,
there.
here's my argument that it's part of the natural order. Why are women drawn to masculine, taller, bigger men? Why are they drawn to them? Because that's universal. That's red pill. That's biological. No one will doubt that. Why are they?
I don't know. Maybe the possibility of violence, the possibility of strength.
No, not a sarcastic. It could be a real.
No, it's not. No, that's not a sarcastic answer. I don't know. It could be a variety of things. It could be, this person could be dangerous. This person could be dangerous, and in danger, there's a form of protection in that. I don't know.
Yeah, protection. It's the obvious answer is protection, right?
Right.
If you're a woman with children, you want a big man around you.
Right, because we live in a world that's been brainwashed and everyone wants to live in fear. So the women, they want to get the biggest, baddest son of a bitch. And it's partly ingrained in our nature because we are beasts. Yet, I interrupted.
Jack has a point here. Jack kind of has a point here that the sort of standard has been conditioned to us. That
Okay, but you see this throughout the natural world as well.
True strength is intimidation and dominance.
Right. And
No.
that's
But it's part of it. It's part of it. Women like to be dominated by men. Because,
that's an excuse.
Come on, Ben, let's not go there.
They absolutely do.
It's not an absolute. That is not an absolute.
Children like to be dominated by their parents, not in an abusive way.
Hey yo.
Ben, you've not thought these thoughts through.
Well, can I just extend it a little bit?
Nasty work, King.
Let me just say. Let me just throw something out there.
Nasty work.
A little bit. I didn't mind that the police took authority over me, manhandled.
I like how Ragamuffin got out of there.
You have all of your
right. No, Ragamuffin.
He's like,
that shit is like, this shit is toxic. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like, oh shit, this is getting way too crazy. Let's get out of here.
He called it. Yep.
That's smart.
Yeah.
All of your liberties deprived.
Yeah, Ragamuffin. Yeah. That's a smart cookie muffin there. For sure, dude. Ragamuffin is a G. From what I know about him, what I mean. We've always connected on the real.
I think it's okay. It felt to me like, you know what? This is like popping my cherry on this thing. I'm not going to be one of these people who cries, explains, and go ahead.
See, there's those cringe comments like that.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what. See, I think we have different ideas of what our time could be used for. Because sincerely, it's my absolute faith and belief, okay, that God is using us all. We are here to bring forth, to unite, especially those who claim to be followers of Christ. We unite as brothers and sisters of Christ, as the body of Christ. And we lead the world today's world, we lead the world out of sin and corruption, because what corrupts every single one of us is excuses and blame. And there's no reason. There's no reason.
But Jack, I would ask you, like, when you were a kid, did you ever find it like calming? Because my kids have all told me they find it calming when an authority figure when they're doing silly stuff and they're not being quiet, they're not calming down. When an authority figure comes in and goes, "That's enough, stop it." Right? That's a part of nature. That's a good part of nature. Kids who are never told no grow up to be licentious and self-willed and all these problems. And women who don't have a man who has some authority, which he exercises very gently, but has some authority, become what I call wayward hoes. Women who just do their own thing and they just cause disasters in society.
Ben, blame and division, the focus on division does nothing. And this is where I truly believe the Christian faith, the Christian religion has been corrupted, because many of these religions, they get up on their pedestals and they want to create these separations between men and women.
Yeah, I don't know about that, Jack. But
authority is an inherent part of nature. Do you think our Lord questioned the authority of the Roman government? He never did. He submitted.
Ben, you misunderstand, and I love you and your perspectives. I know you're a very well-studied man, but I believe there's some things that
He's a master in theology, by the way.
But I'm not saying that.
Recognize
I'm just talking as human beings. Jack, look at nature. Is there nature?
Yeah. And I think I broke Ben Thorpe's brain one day when I asked him, what's the difference between natural law and political authority? And he struggled to answer the question for a very long time. And then I, did my little Socratic thing. And yeah, I mean, there's no bottom there to this kind of ideology of this sort of natural theology that he's kind of employing and that the Catholics employ. It's complete 100% trash. And honestly, it's a yeah. Go ahead, Red.
I was just gonna say dumpster fire.
Yeah, and it's a platonic heresy, is what I was gonna say. So
in which there isn't a hierarchy, in which there isn't. I mean, there are some, but most social animals have a hierarchy. There are those in authority, and there are those beneath them. And usually, the males are in authority over the females in terms of physicality, and that's good. Why does that have to be bad?
Right, but it's good in the natural order of things. It's bad when it's abused or it's
absolutely abuse of those things. Right, no problem.
So don't normalize the latter as being something that's just how it is. But the former should be the former should be the template here for what we should adhere to. Right.
But we can talk about something like natural law, right, which we see somewhat in nature, and more importantly in human.
Right. I agree with that. That's perfectly fine.
Jesus demonstrated natural law, which was to live in service of those around. And that's how he lived, at least during the last years of his ministry and leadership.
I wouldn't say that was natural that was happening around him. I think Jesus...
No, it wasn't natural. He was the abnormal one.
Right,
he was the revolutionary.
Let me just answer Canuck real quick. Did I just say natural law is trash? Well, I was referring to natural theology, which is kind of like natural law, but it's kind of like a bridge between natural law and theology of the church. And the main proponent of this was Aquinas. So Aquinas and the natural theology game, I think it's trash. But natural law as a concept itself, well, no, that's a powerful concept. I mean, do I agree with the concept of natural law? That's a whole nother debate. In terms of philosophy, I could elucidate that for people at some other point. But yeah. Thank you for that question, Kanaka.
He's the correction of all abnormal things, of all abnormal behaviors and things. Jesus Christ was the answer to all of it. And
yes,
there you go. Go ahead.
Jack, our Lord was presented as someone who wanted to overthrow the Roman Empire. He had no such desire. And the apostles,
that was what the Jewish scribes was saying who he was. I'm sorry, Ben. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Our Lord was Christianity has always been obedient to the authorities when they're behaving themselves properly. Secular authority has always been recognized as good, inherently good, though it can be perverted.
And listen, it's interesting. Who was Jesus the most? What Scripture tells us, who Jesus was most upset with was people making mockery of his church, of the temple.
Mm-hmm.
That's when he was the most upset. People making money and doing this all stuff in the temple. Go ahead, Jack.
Let me jump in here with this authority thing, right? Because Jesus, he came, fulfilled his purpose perfectly. He was a gift for mankind from God, through God, for the godliness that is here. And our purpose is similar but different. He wasn't here to overthrow the Roman Empire. Right. I want to bring reform to the Roman Empire and recognize and help these people who are playing these positions, people thinking they are in authority, acting in roles of Congress, and they're not doing their job. They're not leading like Christ.
No, I agree. But are you saying that they shouldn't have?
Canuck, I see you back here, but it says device not connected. It might be headphones or something like that. I've heard that it's sometimes a headphone malfunction or something. But yeah, it says devices not connected, but you're here.
No one should have a job where they're in authority, or are saying they're not doing.
We agree. We agree. Yeah, we agree that the people are flawed. Do you disagree? Do you feel like the office shouldn't be there?
Well, here I've spent a lot of time considering what is authority, what is government, what is corporation, all the budgets and rules. All of these things are for the purpose of order. Now, a position of authority is just that. It is a position, not a person, but the position of authority gains access to information that others may not, readily have available. And so in this...
welcome, my friend.
Hello.
World where we've allowed secrets to be enabled by profitable lies, We're paying for wars at the same time as we're denying education to each other's children because they don't have the money to pay. It's insanity.
Yeah, but Jack, what I'm saying is, if someone comes in there and comes into your fireplace and starts dismantling your mantle and starts beating you over the head with it, who are you going to call?
I'm going to ask him what his deal is. What's the result?
You gotta be kidding me.
Ben,
Jack, come on. You know that's non-realistic. You
How
know,
about this?
But Jack,
are you really going to be
Tell you
like?
what, hold on. You don't know my experience. Okay, I've opened my home to people off of the street, shared shelter in the middle of winter. And as a result of my kindness and my efforts to help someone, well, I got robbed a couple of times. I got pepper sprayed in my house, had to wrestle around the kitchen. And again, in my past experience, things could have been differently because I was tempted with the opportunity to grab a knife and defend myself. And I chose to be a man of peace. I defended myself only to the point of getting separated from the heat. And
okay, okay, but I mean, if a group of people are being just terrorized violently, don't you think there should be someone who comes to their rescue?
Yes, and here, this is something.
Okay, so why aren't you that person in the situation where someone's coming in your fireplace and wrecking your house? Why aren't you that person?
Well, let's say you've got children in the house to make it more extreme.
Yeah, why aren't you
sit there and go, okay, kids, let's talk to these guys? Right?
What's the line that differentiates like a woman in distress getting attacked by people and you having people? I'm sorry, Jack. Go ahead.
I mean, I'm sorry. These what ifs.
It's not a what if. It really
get through. I mean, your doubts and your disagreements are preventing you from trying to consider what I'm suggesting, and what I'm suggesting is exactly what Christ was teaching.
You're suggesting a universal moral approach to every situation, which does not work practically.
Have you tried? How do you know something doesn't work without the experience?
When Moses killed that person that was about to kill that dude, what do you think Moses was condemned for that?
That was a different time. And tell you what, TBE, you live your life how you want. I'm going to continue what I'm doing. And please, what I'm here online.
I'm not trying to tell you to do anything different. I'm just talking to you, Jack. That's all.
Well,
I'm sorry.
I understand. And for the life
we're just having a little bit of a difference.
I am Jack's frustration.
I mean, if one of those guys, if one of those guys threw you out of your house, changed the locks on your doors, and said, "I'm the owner now here.
Hey Ben,
get out of here."
Focused, Ben.
What are you going to do?
Hey Ben, you're focused on your thoughts, not on me, not what I'm saying. And I'd appreciate. Let's come into the present moment. Okay.
This is the present moment. We're having this conversation right now.
You seem to be lost in your mind, thinking that I need to justify all of your disagreements for you to even try to understand what I'm saying.
We're just having a innocuous conversation, Jack.
I realize you're not aware of the patterns that you guys show, but these are common patterns of today's human ego.
Jack, we're just having a conversation.
Well, people talk at each other.
Jack, we're just having a conversation. It's
that's
nothing
what you're
bigger than
saying.
That.
I know, but
it's nothing bigger than that. Don't make a mountain out of a molehill.
I'm not. What I'm trying to get you to do is to see what I'm saying, okay? To show me a little bit of respect here on this stream, that what I'm saying is actually worthy of some thought and consideration, because what I'm saying has no contradictions to the red letters of what Jesus said. Now, my education in history is different. Please, go ahead.
Can I offer maybe like a common ground? I do believe that Jesus' teaching is radical non-resistance to evil, not non-violent resistance to evil. But I think that's an individual thing, and I think your stories of bringing people into your house is kind of a beautiful Christian thing. But I do think you do need structures, the state and the family, that do have authority, even though they are widely corrupted. I spent 12 days in jail for obviously, I was literally I wasn't convicted, but whatever. I was sentenced because I went for a walk with my daughter, which she totally begged me to go for a walk with her. So I agree with you. These things can be corrupted, and I don't even know if they're salvageable at this point because it's become a war on everything. But I just think you can say you disagree, but there's a certain common sense. You might say it's wrong. There's a certain common sense that at a certain point, if you have a family with children, you need to be able to protect them, and you need laws, structures, and authority that will protect them from, people who just will, take things from you.
Hey, Ben, those who live in fear need protection. Those who live in faith offer protection. So I don't agree with what you're saying, that we need the the state. Currently, yes. I actually, while I disagree with the way the codes and policies are enforced, I actually have a lot of respect and sympathy for many of the first responders alive today, because we live in a world filled with combat veterans, and our police and our our first responders, the medical, the emergency services, they get so many calls and they see some of the worst this world has offered.
Sure.
So right now, yeah, we do still need to look out.
Do you think an old woman who's a widow, whose husband has died, who lives by herself, needs to have someone to protect her if she's threatened? Do children need adults to protect them, including using violence?
Well, Ben, here's what I know. Based on my observations on myself and studying psychology and spirituality, the world we live in is corrupted, and it literally profits from trauma. Much of the crime and danger that exists, it's because people are spiritually and morally corrupted, which actually,
and that's part of the deal, right? I mean, we are a fallen world, and we have fallenness as part of what we do. No,
until we help each other heal, and
Well,
that's the way of the Christ.
Well, we are fallen people
Like
because
an answer,
we fell,
non-answer.
you know, the world itself, creation itself, fallen with us. So that's why that explains like natural disasters and whatnot. So at least that's how we explain it. So
I believe there's. Go ahead,
I think these structures won't exist in heaven, if that's what you're talking about. You don't need authorities in heaven, but I think you're trying to say, like, I think we could have heaven on earth right now by just feeling positive about things.
yeah, that's not going to happen though. That's not what Scripture tells us. Though.
Hold on, ludicrous utopianism.
Guys, you can doubt and disagree with this, but I'm pretty confident God is making this happen. Number one, well, because I know what's within me. I know what I've learned, experienced, and I know what my goals are. And what you just said, I believe we are here to bring heaven to earth. And heaven would not be ruled by state and corporate authority. We wouldn't be slaves selling our time.
Now it's obvious that, you know, as me and Pill Eater actually discussed, you know, that these guys are actually going in circles because these concepts are two sides of the same coin. To demonstrate, you know, you cannot fix the problems in the world because man is naturally sinful and we're in a fallen state. And the fact that we have to build a utopia because man is naturally flawed, he's in a fallen state. Both of these concepts are based on this one and the same idea, you know, that we can't fix ourselves. We need an external guide in order to fix ourselves. And that is basically the concept that, you know, we were trying to explain earlier, you know, that utopianism is based on authoritarianism.
Right, and I don't know what they're talking about. It's clear from Scripture that Jesus is going to come back to set up a theocracy, and it's going to be through the state of Israel.
Yeah, and that's called the kingdom of God, as we discussed earlier. That Karl Marx even called it that. He called it the New Jerusalem in his utopian scheme.
Where's that Bryson Gray guy at?
Is Bryson Gray the guy with the strange chin beard and perfectly coiffed square haircut?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Sounds
fuck.
like him.
Is Jack still doing this? Does he not have a sense that he is being psychologically abused by these people?
I often wonder.
If he does, he's a glutton for punishment, I guess.
I don't wish ill upon the man, but it kind of saddens me somewhat to see him so earnestly hope that people will just kind of hope with him, instead of perhaps using his energies in much more effective isn't quite the word, but I don't know. But perhaps he thinks somehow this is a ministry of his, that he's somehow going to convince these folks, and if he convinces one of them somehow, that will be a great success, like Borat. He seems a little too idealistic. It's maybe I'm too cynical. I don't know. I don't like seeing that man abused. It triggers something in me.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, that's why a lot of times I've contributed my time and energy to this broadcast. Uh, but yeah, the number of people that Talcott lets back on, in terms of the people that on their own show, they've made content about Jack Talcott nonstop. So he, tries to maintain a very forgiving spirit in terms of the way he manages his panel. Even more so than I do. I've removed many more people than he have, in terms of having people not even be able to come back and having people not even be able to chat because I don't have time for them constantly spamming the chat with insults, and insults in any direction, any and all of the chatters or the panelists, So, obviously that sort of thing is degrading.
And you could always say that God allowed this to happen, right?
Yeah, I
Sad trombone, as Brendan says.
Sad trombone.
And energy to these ungrateful, corrupt corporations and employers. We would be
right. If it was
But what
heaven, yes.
But what I'd like to interject is these corporations, these evil places are they're still made up of people.
Right.
So
People are willingly serving. People are willingly serving.
Right.
Killing for to protect. People are dying for these corporations right now.
There are people. There are still people just like you and I that still need to be
Right.
prayed for.
We should help them. We should save them. We should lead them out of their wage slavery and their corruption. This is what I'm suggesting we are all here to do, and find some way. You guys are all invited. You on the panel, anyone who tunes in the present or in the future. This is my hope.
I'm sorry. I do have to address something in the chat. Miss Jessica Jane something said. She says, "I'm over this place. I'm over everything." Unfortunately, when the world isn't some sort of Armageddon where the Lord like eviscerates the earth in some sort of like cosmic fucking no. It is the Lord renews the earth.
Right.
We're going to be in the same place, but it's going to be renewed.
Yes, and we
without
renew ourselves.
all of all the corrupt, vile, nasty things that had been inhabiting it.
It's like on cue, isn't it? It's crazy.
It's just copium and copium. Like the Bible promises that, but it's just going to be just one big loop.
How do we know what he's going to say? Are you really going to pass up God's judgment on this wicked world and just go straight to utopia? Come on now.
In it for so long.
Yes.
This is the thing that I see like a lot of like weird sort of neo-Christian types. They feel like, oh, I can't wait to escape this place. I'm going to heaven.
Can we talk about creating heaven? Because the kingdom of heaven is here. It's within. It's all around. All we must do is open our mind, our spirit, our heart.
I don't know about creating heaven. I feel like we could. I'm sorry, Jack. Go ahead, man. I didn't mean to interrupt you, man. I'm sorry, Jack. Jack, what does your shirt say? Jack, can I see what your shirt says? I really apologize, Jack. I didn't mean to interrupt you like that, man. I'm really sorry.
Thank you.
Is he though?
The shirt says the first casualty of war is the truth. The rest are mostly civilians.
He's been saying that a lot on
Each
this,
of us
on
are
this stream.
civilians, and many of us have been at war with the
He
truth.
reminds me of someone
And
that
so
was on
this
Machine's
Jessica
stream
Jane.
earlier.
Congratulations! I'm over this place. I'm over everything that can do that.
Yeah, you'll be surprised, but I met these two characters at the same time. Truther Cop and Toilet Bowl and all of these characters.
Well, I imagine that's just a pure coincidence.
Right.
It's like so important to pulling a fast one on us.
It can take us one of two ways: self-destruction and darkness, or be done with it. Let go of it. Let go of the whole world and let go of everything in it and give it all to God. Receive everything else, everything good, with appreciation. when
I'm
we
not. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
But what I'm saying is, but Jack, things like, for example, TBE and I both belong to hierarchical churches in which we believe that the Lord gave authority to certain men to define truth over time to keep us from descending into a kind of self-worship. Now, you would
Correct.
say that's a corruption, right? That Jesus would never do that, but he
I would
clearly in
say
the New
they
Testament
failed.
did do that.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I would say they failed if that was their goal, because this entire economic and government system of authority and control, it's all driven by selfishness.
But you think so? Then you think Jesus failed? The Jesus of the New Testament failed in creating an authority structure, or that
No.
people lied that he created that authority structure? Is that right?
I believe. Okay, I think I understood. It would be. I think it's a manipulation of facts, perhaps a misinterpretation of offering authority to structures and man. I mean, certainly God works through mysterious ways, and there is power and there is order to all things. But the true authority that I believe Jesus was true about is the one authority, the one authority of that which is our God, our living God. And he was
Right,
here to speak for.
But don't you see how it would be easy to say, I define God as whatever I want to define it as, and I defy all other authorities that are put in place? It's a sort of self-worship masquerading as divine worship.
Correct.
Okay. I can accept that. What you're saying, here's what I've done for myself.
Yeah, shout out to May in the chat. That's her right there. Go ahead, Jack.
What I considered for myself is, how can I know God? I wanted to look for ways that I could. And so then I realized I can know God through the creation and accept that I'm a part of this creation that God has got going. So then how do I know this creation? I know it from my past. And really, I can only know right now. And so the more I really thought about it, the more I realized that my whole life is happening in my mind. And it's all through thoughts and perceptions, memories and imaginations. And these ideas actually align with some of the other, like the Hermetic principles.
Wait, but Jack, do you think you said you think your body doesn't exist?
Well, it exists to me, and it's observed by others like me.
So it exists.
It's right? Well, we exist within the three dimensions: the past, present, future, right? And then the three physical dimensions. But what is real here, what is real to me, is what is real here.
Machine,
right?
could
All
you
I can know
pause
is
for a
what is happening with me through.
I don't think they're quite aware that, well, maybe they are aware, but they're really talking more the way a child would talk about the order of the world, and they're hoping it works this way, but they're really just uttering kind of pre-scripted platitudes to one another, as if saying it enough times is going to somehow make it true. Does that seem to be what's going on to you?
Yeah, there's a little of that.
If
For
any
sure.
of these people were talking about, let's say, Ganesh's favorite, fucking banana tree, or Thor's hammer and his his leather and fur tooled loincloth and what runes were on it, people would look at it and go, "You're out of your fucking mind. Bring it down to earth." They're lost in the kind of ornate, kind of decorative, surface level details of what it is they're talking about, without actually being honest with themselves about what they believe to be true and what they hope to be true, and whether or not, if they're wrong in terms of committing errors, how they're ultimately going to mitigate that by not putting all of their eggs in one basket. So it's difficult for me to understand people who think in this way, and yet the world seems to be full of so very many of them who proclaim a faith in things that they themselves barely understand. And I guess they hope that the intensity of the faith and wishful thinking they pour into these mental and philosophical frameworks will somehow make it be true. It's very odd. to see them know that what they're really just doing is establishing some form of pecking order with each other. Pecking order isn't right. That sounds dismissive. They're establishing positions within a dominance hierarchy within this milieu, within this little talk they're having, by kind of uttering similar sounds and kind of harmonizing the fact that what I'm saying isn't really well thought out. Pass the ball to you. Your turn with the hot potato. You kind of agree but have a minor difference. Pass the ball to you, hot potato. And when there's a little point of tension, they seem to step back, kind of juggle the potato between their the hands before they throw it to the next guy. It's like a young man and a young woman kind of at a dance, kind of both understanding they have animal impulses but a social role to play, and then their own little selfish desires. It's fascinating. Well, thank you for that.
Through me at this moment in time. Everything else.
Yeah, and a reflection on what connects that. I mean, it just seems fairly evident that if there was an all-powerful deity, they would A, not be jealous God, and B, you could not serve such a deity. Such a deity would not require anything from you. So the fact that a church would have to sustain such an a process throughout history would be inane.
Else is a memory or an imagination. So it could say that only this moment is matter. I don't know if that's real or not, but I assume that matter continues through time. But we are simply awareness of consciousness. We are awareness of being. It's the ego minds. It's the worldly ways, the primitive.
But Jack, you're gonna run.
I'm so confused. I'm so confused, Jack. So am I here? Are we here together, or are we just minds right now?
We are. Yes.
Am I a physical body, Jack?
To you, you are.
And is Ben? Does Ben have a physical body?
Yes. To him, he does.
So
And
only
to others
subjectively do
around
we.
him.
So subjectively, do we all individually exist? It's only our subjective perception that we exist.
How about this?
If
To
I see
Ben,
Ben across the hall eating a cheeseburger, does he not exist?
only in your mind.
Well, okay.
If I have
I'm
sex
lost.
with
I'm
a
lost.
woman
Go
and
ahead.
produce a child, does the child exist?
Yes, in form
leave it to
and
Thorpe
in
to
mind.
talk like
But-
that.
Yeah, but now it has perception that it exists. He or she exists. Right?
Correct. Yes.
So how did that happen, Jack?
He's talking
we
about
are all
cheeseburgers, and he's talking
expressions
about
of
that.
awareness.
So
Expressions of consciousness. We're like thought forms in energetic fields that create the appearance.
so we're
and
egregores then.
the appearance and
right
experience of.
We're getting lost here. We're getting lost here, Jack. Let's get back
Lost
to
in the sauce.
But Jack, well, let me just follow where I think this can go. This can go a little bit astray. I'm just suggesting this. I'm not telling you this. This can be used like transgender people will say, I am just a manifestation of my mind, and my mind feels like I'm a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, this ephemeral thing known as my body, which is male, can be changed into a female by surgery. Wouldn't you say that that's a mistake?
Well, here's
dualism.
where the example of our corruption comes in. People don't realize how important it is to be honest with ourselves, because it's our moral impurity. Our moral impurity is what causes us to feel and to be unpleasant. There's a true judge within us always. It's the knowing of God that's written on our hearts.
Jack, he asked you if you think transgenderism is a real science or not.
I believe there's many signs of confusion. I don't have a lot of experience in my life with transgender people.
Would you say transgenderism is a no for you at this current state of affairs, or a yes for you?
I love people, and I want people to honestly love being themselves. I don't actually. I've never even gotten tattoos on my body. So
bullshit. You gotta rock and winkle tramp stamp, don't
Machine,
you?
could you pause this for a
Jack,
moment?
do you think that
This isn't copyrighted material. You shouldn't receive any strike for this. And while this is going on, if you have another screen that you could open, perhaps you could look up something. This may blow your mind, but in the Dominican Republic, there's a subset of people related by blood, by DNA, and they're called the Guevadoches, and they are some of them. If they have this particular genetic anomaly, they are born outwardly with all the physical appearance of a female, and because to all external measure, the mother sees her baby, father sees his daughter, helps them go potty, so that's a girl. Physically the body is a girl, so they're socialized and raised as girls. And you know that in many Latin cultures there are very strong male and female gender identity roles within most of their family structures and society. And then around age 11, 12, 13, when puberty is want to happen, those folks who do have these traits, the Guevadoches, um, they actually begin. This is going to sound like I'm making it up, and I'm not. They begin turning into men. Their genitals go through what it would be a delayed transition phase from what should have happened in the womb, and they then develop male genitalia, and their testes drop, and everything begins growing and changing differently. And literally now you have someone who was socialized as female all their lives who now has a male body. Have you ever heard of these folks called the Guevadoches?
No, this would be the first time, actually. Yeah.
Guevedoces. There's a BBC article about it. I learned about the Guevadoches when I was in university in the late 90s. Um, it's a fascinating aspect of anomalous hormonal and physical development, a delayed process. And most of these folks talking about transgenderism and so on have very little understanding of, and I'm not a geneticist or biologist, but they seemingly have very little genuine understanding about the physiological parameters that would inform those changes going on, and approaching everything with this hopeful lens of religion and faith and so on. They're ignoring very important parts of the natural world. And I would imagine anyone who wants to delve into that issue, beyond the power politics and the social engineering aspects of blurring, lines between men and women, and all of the attendant political ramifications of that. We can all delve into why people are doing that. There is a very real, tangible, physical, scientifically studied aspect to transgenderism in those very few and rare outlier cases where it presents itself, as opposed to the kind of mass delusion unfolding in the West today. But yeah, I would encourage you maybe to have a peek at that. Guevadoches, Guevedoces. I'll pause there. I'm sorry for going off on that tangent.
No, it's okay. And I pulled it up a little bit, but yeah, it says that the same phenomena exists in Papua New Guinea, which is interesting because they have very strange sexual customs and sexual rights also in Papua New Guinea. So I guess yeah, I mean you can't attribute everything to weird socially learned behavior. Some of these are based on natural deformities, you could say. But yeah, I was not aware of that, and I certainly wasn't aware that that's what Papua New Guinea had as well. That they had a kind of a third gender class because of a genetic malfunction. It seems like the body doesn't produce a protein or an enzyme or something like that.
There's also plenty of chromosomal disorders as well. I mean, it's not exactly uh, black and white or binary thinking about this topic. There's more nuance, so to speak, to it.
Yeah, I hear you. ASP, you know.
But I like how Talcott's kind of pretty much answering like a politician right now.
Nature gets freaky.
Talcott, I suspect, feels that he is. It's like three primates on a branch, and one's getting bullied by the other two, and he wants to make peace so he doesn't fall off the branch. It's raining outside; he's got some cover. He wants the camaraderie and the interaction. Of course, we're all social creatures. I understand the urge, but he's accepting so much passive aggressive abuse from them, and that emboldens their bully natures to continue doing that to him. And I don't mean that to disrespect Jack or these other two. I have very serious doubts about, but again, there's something in me that feels a lot of sympathy and even a little bit of disdain for Jack. And I don't mean to, because when you see someone getting bullied and they continually, they turn one cheek, turn the other cheek, and then the last two they have on their bottom, they turn those two because they want to, be agreeable, be socially accepted, perhaps non-confrontational. But anyone, and again, Jack, if you're ever listening to this, I don't mean to disdain you. Good, I recognize some of what I saw growing up, in kindergarten and in grade school, where you could sense bullies could smell blood in the water, and no matter how forgiving you were to them, they would put on a shark smile with a glint in their eye and approach you and make good for a few days, only to make sure you were there to be abused again later on. And when a man or woman like that is finally pushed to the breaking point, they will go postal. So I'm wondering if this is some kind of, I don't even know how deliberate it is, but there is a dynamic going on here of bullying a member of the tribe or a member of the pack to the point where they're going to be either so broken in their minds, they're either going to wilt or snap. And I don't mean to say that that's definitely going to happen to Jack, but you can, if you all think about, a poisoned office, environment, or, a school environment, or, those neighbors, down the street where you see an abusive relationship unfold, partly heal, get repicked apart so it's oozing, and then partly heal again. There's a very sick dynamic going on here.
Yeah, and shout out to LE78. Excellent news coverage from her. I've seen her show, and yeah, she's an old friend from the time of Davy Crocco. Rest in peace to the brother, one of the excellent journalists of our time. And yeah,
You are male, or is that a perception that you might change your mind on?
We call it male.
Are you male?
Jack, come on, Jack, come on, Jack. No
I am
way.
a child of God. I am
Are you male?
a man.
Are you male?
Yes, I guess. I mean,
Oh,
so
there
does
he
that
goes.
create
There he goes.
distinctions and
Come
negativity
on,
because
man.
you're not a female, right?
well,
I feel like
here,
you. I feel like you have a problem with just like making a solid stance.
I'm
That's what I gathered from you. You just don't want to make a solid stance. You just kind of waffle around and be like,
No,
it's all good. Like let's live in ambiguity, and that's how we can be in love.
Hold on. Let's not forget your part. If I had an idea of what direction you were trying to go in, what are you trying to understand with the gender question? Because the reality is, I am the biological manifestation of this experience of consciousness that God has brought forth through the last 50 years I've been with this body.
Well, my question is, do you deny your body too? Do you deny the attachment to your body? Do you think the body is just nothing, or are you just your soul?
Actually, I'm glad you asked that, because I was evaluating myself earlier. There's been people who make this claim that I'm off balance and I don't know what I'm talking about, but there is a balance between being spirit and form, and there's no denying either. There's There's actually a beautiful dance and
Spirit and
truly,
form.
it's,
This sounds like Eckhart
I
Tolle
didn't
or
know
something.
being a human could feel so friggin' good, but it does. And I want everyone to feel as good as I do. I
But
believe
Jack, they
that.
don't have any non-human experience. What do you mean
Yeah.
it feels? I didn't realize it would feel good to be a human, as opposed to what?
Well,
You are a human.
Well, I know, but I spent like the first 40 years suffering. I thought being a human sucked ass. I mean, because I was poor and I didn't have an education, and so I thought being a person sucked.
Oh, okay. You hated God for creating you.
I hated life. I hated people
It's the
because
same thing as
people
saying
made
how,
my life.
That's kind
Thorpe
of saying the
just,
same thing. You hate God. You hate life.
I did.
Because
Yeah, a
well,
lot of people hate God and hate life. Yeah.
Thorpe just like automatically assumes, he just puts words in people's mouths and he's like, "Oh, you hate God and this, that, and the other."
Yeah, that was quite a leap, wasn't it? It's like,
Yeah,
oh,
it's like, no, dude, like you need to like calm down.
They're making sounds. They're trying to think of three different singers trying to harmonize. They're making similar mouth sounds with each other, but they're really not talking about the same thing. There's a Scottish philosopher who's recently come onto my radar. His name is Thomas Reid. He was, I believe, a late 18th century philosopher. And a short quote from him that's something I bring up in my own mind from time to time. Here's Thomas Reid's quote, "There is no greater impediment to the advancement of knowledge than the ambiguity of words." Close quote. And so many folks get involved like this into the pure social dynamics of a conversation they think that they're having, when in fact what's going on is a dance of social dominance hierarchy. That's how I see this. They're not listening to one another.
For sure.
Well, hey Ben,
I
thank
mean,
you.
it entangles back to God. If you take the logical sequence back, I hate life. It means I hate God. Period.
Right, God's
Yes.
the ground of being. Yeah.
And this is what I didn't realize.
It's total tunnel vision.
There wasn't religion and church in my upbringing, but there was a great education. And I kind of turned my nose up at the results of many of the churches, so I didn't spend much time there. But the thing is, I spent most of my life without God because I never really thought about God. I never sought to know because I thought you couldn't know God. Oh, there's so much to know.
Okay, but
That's
Jack,
the that's the atheist poster slogan. You can never know God.
That was my excuse.
And that's
There
what
are
a
no
lot of these. Yeah, I agree with that, Ben. That's a lot of what these like pseudo atheist people like. If I could think of a person, Flow State, for example, Jack Talcott. He's one of these faux. He says he believes in God, but really he's like an atheist.
He believes in money.
Oh wait, can we get back? Can we get back to it? Can we get back, Jack?
Let's get
Jack, if we go from the vague kind of like body and soul stuff, and we say, and I'm not trying to be crass here, but like we all have sexual, like especially men, we have sexual drives. Okay, I'm not trying to be gross, but there would be a question of how do you use those powers? There are some people who believe, especially in modern times, that the release of sexual energy is the highest good, that you should have as many orgasms as possible. There are some people who believe that sexual powers are evil and we should castrate ourselves, or at least sort of spiritually castrate ourselves. And the Christian church has come up with this idea, which came from Jesus: one man or woman, or you can be celibate. Don't you think? Where do you stand on that? And like, how do you know what's what? And also, like what I'm saying with domestic violence, I believe that men are made big to protect and also to discipline those under their authority, and that's part of having a big male body. It doesn't mean you're better than anyone else, but we do have differences, and the strong must protect the weak, obviously, right? Because weaker bodies, you can say they're
Machine, could you
spirits, but an
pause
old
for a
lady
moment?
who's attacked by a gang who wants to rob her,
That fellow is confusing authority with maybe dominance. And neither Jack or the other fellow commented about that. And he said something that seemed patently foolish to me, where he said, somehow Jesus or the early Christian faith introduced the idea of monogamy to human beings, one man and one. Like, what utter nonsense is he talking about? They just let that slide by. They're literally not listening to one another.
That's Thorpe for you.
Who is Thorpe? Is that the guy on the bottom?
The guy on the bottom, the cringe guy.
Okay.
She can't physically defend herself. Your thoughts?
Focusing on the material. Because the idea of attack, well, it's the belief that we are vulnerable, and there is only a partial truth to that. But hey, you brought up the question of the sexuality. This guy here, John St. Julian, I'm gonna drop the link in the chat there. I've talked about him before, and this is his video from earlier today. Christ has returned to our dimension, and he offers his personal testimony and explanations why he says those things.
Yeah, if Christ returned you, this would all be over. So
Well,
I'm gonna
that,
take a
sure, believe.
I'm gonna take a
but
cap. That's
Well,
cap.
Christ has always been with.
Yes, that's
He's
the
with us,
point.
but when he really
Right.
returns, is what I mean. Yeah,
Yes.
this is gonna be a wrap for y'all.
Agreed. But we are in the process, and I truly believe our faith, our words, our deeds can help it to come forth. I believe we're here
I'm
for a
with that.
purpose, not just to
I'm with
wait.
that. I'm with
Sorry.
that.
The reason I brought him up was he talks about he offers definitions of the Christ and tying it to the anointing, and then he points to the biological design of us with the 33 vertebrae and the Christic oils that are built into the biology. Now, I don't claim to grasp onto all of that.
That's just nonsense.
Well, what I do know is there is more than enough ancient perspectives and modern science explanation to suggest that semen retention, conservation is a healthy thing for a man to do. That these energies and nutrients that are created by our biology, the semen is the life force that creates. It's powerful.
Semen?
And yeah. And
but here we go.
There's ways. There's
I don't know if semen is sacred. Let's not get crazy here.
It is the fluid that replicates and rejuvenates or replicates and recreates life.
Machine,
It's
could you
powerful,
pause for a
and
moment?
it's got
It's the fluid that do it.
So this guy toilet head here, toilet. I can't see my screen here. Toilet something. I'm far away from the screen. He purports to be a Christian, and yet, I mean, I'm not a faithful Christian. I'm civilizationally perhaps a Christian, but even I know there's talk in the Bible about not spilling your seed on the ground, and so he can't be unaware of that. Maybe he's not remembering it in this moment, but you know, and Jack is talking about the sacred power of semen and so on. Well, it takes two sets of parental DNA to initiate a pregnancy there. So I don't know what he's talking about. They don't understand what they're talking about, and they're not listening to one another. It's unbelievable. Men don't carry children to term. Women do. And he's talking about somehow the special power of semen. That sounds like envy to me, a form of, hundreds of thousands of years of male envy at the mystery of life that women bring forth, children like that. Somehow it's all us because that shit comes out of me. Look, I'm shooting. It's bizarre to see them do this. Anyway, I'll hush. I'm sorry. That was just amusing.
I mean, how long can you even retain it anyway? There's nocturnal emissions anyway, so
Yeah, the body will purge itself. I mean, I went through puberty. You remember blue balls, right? Holy jeez. There comes a time, at least in the West, where young teenage boys begin doing their own laundry for a reason.
Of course.
Go ahead.
It can get a
Finish,
little
Ben.
silly because I've known guys who like tried to make semen like part of a meal plan, and because they think it's sort of magical. And this is also
Right.
what like
That's what I'm
animals
saying.
can
That's what I'm
to
saying,
keep
Ben.
the energy
Yeah.
from someone else. It's ridiculous. I'm not
There's
saying you're saying that this can lead in this direction.
Well, there's some of the Eastern philosophies, and I've been trying to focus in meditation. I spend a lot of time within myself to see what can I feel, what is sensing, and there's ideas of being able to intentionally regenerate that life force fluid back through your body and turn it into spiritual energy for creativity, for extra strength.
This would be the idea of celibacy, right? That you can have a spiritual sort of, but it's not this like tantric yoga thing of like some people drink their own urine because they want to recycle more, and so it can get ridiculous.
Shout out to Brian O'Shea. Shout out to Brian O'Shea. Good.
And there may be something to it, but mostly it's ridiculous, right? I mean, if you guys
Wait a
want to
minute.
It's just pseudo quack science that's sold on the internet. If you spread enough fucking links on the internet.
How do you turn something that's physical into spiritual? That's what I want to know.
I would guess, if I approach this from the point of view of a modern kind of scientifically minded, or at least rational minded person, being celibate just means I'm focusing on myself. I'm not chasing after poontang. Therefore I can make much more positive changes in my life, so long as you don't remain trapped in that paradigm. A man with a plan, he's focusing, right? He's not chasing, risking much on risky women out and about. And I could easily see that, but I think some anthropologists have also studied that celibacy kind of manifests across many cultures in religious and intellectually minded people, because they tend to have a greater awareness of time-based aggression and dominance hierarchies that extend into the future, and they focus a lot of their energy on the here and now. It's kind of paradoxical, because rather than focusing on their fleshy presence here and now with a family and so on, they're thinking much more long term. Rather than belonging to the tribe, the clan, the city, they belong to the civilization. So they have a longer kind of horizon view. It's odd. I'm not an anthropologist. I haven't cracked open a textbook on that for a long time. But there is a kind of a curious feature across many different social groups, where the priest class, or the philosophers, the geniuses, they don't reproduce as often. They're not as sexually active. They don't leave their genes behind in that sense, but they impact the culture on a much longer term basis. It's not bizarre. Bizarre isn't the right word, but Machine, have you done any reading into, or Redding? Is it Reddington that's there? Have you done any reading
That's
into that
me, yeah.
aspect of anthropology and human civilization?
No, I think we need a Trad Culture Preservation Society for that, probably.
That fellow sounded even a bit dogmatic to my ears. He may have some great information at hand, but
That's what I mean. To get at least the access to the information on a somewhat quick basis, I guess.
Yes, Trad. He studies the anthropology stuff, and I'm trying to find this picture that I have that kind of goes along with what you said, which is funny. It's this picture right here. You guys see, people who read philosophy, then there's philosophers.
Love this pic. This is great.
It kind of contextualizes the issue. Yeah.
there's a fascinating book that may be on your radar Machine, called The Iceman Inheritance. I don't know if you've ever read it.
Oh yeah. I've been meaning to talk to you about this because I did an entire presentation on John Henrik Clarke.
Oh, that man is a fraud.
Yeah, but he loves to talk about this Michael Bradley book, Iceman Inheritance. And
Yeah, Bradley was a brave intellectual. He, like everyone, the stresses of life kind of pushed him off the rails a bit. But he was like he interacted with Clark and some of the other Afrocentrists that accreted around Clark. Not partly because who doesn't like their ego being stroked, right? Who doesn't like getting flown out somewhere to have a dinner? But a lot of the Afrocentrists really hung everything on Bradley's talk about a high degree of Neanderthal Caucasian crossbreeding, and white people are just hairy Neanderthals in caves, and they're inherently evil and they're less civilized. All they really did was an inversion of the racism presented against them by Europeans and some of the others. But Bradley's work in itself is fascinating. He is a neglected academic. He kind of softened from his academic roots into a much more pop culture, not even pop culture, pseudo academic realms because of a number of different factors. I can't go into them, but he wrote about navigation, archaeoastronomy, the Holy Grail, what the Grail could have been in terms of a bloodline, like the Bejan book from the 70s, Holy Blood, Holy Grail. He talks about the Cathars and the Albigensians and the early origins of Hermeticism in dynastic Egypt. The man was fascinatingly well read on subjects that seemed very that seemed unrelated, but were actually deeply related at a much more kind of esoteric level. Without really spinning off into true woo-woo. He tried to ground everything in a scientific approach through the lenses of archaeology, sociology, anthropology, and psychology. And his book, The Iceman Inheritance, as I said, is absolutely fascinating. I can't recommend it enough. Grab a PDF if you can. Buy the book if you can. It's available as a reprint on Amazon through someone who's got the licensing. But as I said, the Afrocentrists really hung a lot onto Bradley. And he himself, I believe, has an ethnic lineage that may have Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jewish origins. I don't believe he lived his life as a religious or even cultural Jew, but he was decried as an anti-Semite by huge segments of the population because he wrote a book called Chosen People from the Caucasus, and it's hard to find. It's not as academic as I wish it would have been, but he was immediately suppressed in the media because of his ties to John Henrik Clarke and the other Afrocentrists who loved themselves some Black Hebrew Israelite nonsense and hating folks, Europeans, whites, Jews. It was kind of a poisonous environment that they invited him to speak in. You can see a couple of brief snippets of Bradley with Clark and a few others at a small conference, I believe, in the mid 80s. And Bradley's there in a suit and tie. He's a frumpy looking man. He's quite calm in his demeanor when he's presented with aggressive questions from the audience. And they're very passive aggressive with him. I'll stop talking about him now. I can't recommend him enough to anyone who's listening. Michael Bradley, The Iceman Inheritance. Definitely look him up.
You had me at Cathars.
Yeah. Psychosexual maladaptation because of glacial environmental pressures is kind of how he ties things in with the Neanderthals. And Cathars and the tradition of romantic love in the Languedoc and other areas were kind of expressions, he posits, of much more Eastern or Levantine or Middle Eastern approaches to love and sex and sexual politics, as compared to the Caucasoid Neanderthal psychosexual dynamics of being trapped up in ice caves against the weather and not having. I can't do his theory justice. It does require a lot of reflection. He's a neglected voice and neglected mind. He had very piercing insights. A lot of woo woo as well, at least from modern point of view. But
And it pairs also with this work Black Athena. So it's two kind of heads of the same coin there, you know. But yeah, it's fascinating. Egypt's influence on either Greece or the influence of the conditions or the sort of caveman origins, you know, of the Europeans. You know, these are both very interesting topics for sure. But yeah,
it's not necessarily origins. Maybe isn't the best word for it. I do know what you mean. Maybe the intertwining of it.
Right.
But he also talks about capoids. Do you know who the capoids are?
No.
They're an African people. They're not negroids, and I'm using an academic term, negroid, Caucasoid, negroid, mongoloid, not the pejorative sense, and the capoids. So the Kalahari Bushmen are capoids. They have.
Oh yeah, yeah, I have heard about that because because of the Jared Diamond work,
Okay.
The Greatest Mistake in the History of Human Race. He talks a lot about the Kalahari Bushmen and their relation to all that. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. And yeah, we're gonna move on with this here in terms of this show. It gets pretty interesting at this point. This is where all of the conflict takes place over the kind of domestic violence issue. So this is this is where it kind of ramps up the conflict. There's only a little bit of more of this left, and then I'll play an hour of my time on Flow State panel with Richard Madsen. It was just basically just me and Madsen having a conversation about the dogmas of science. So if you're joining us now, this is what the rest of this show will basically amount to. Thank you so much. And it's 5:13 here in the morning. So yeah, it's been a while since we started this, but yeah, thank you guys so much.
Internet. People are going to believe like drinking your own fucking urine or fucking cum or even eating your own shit. People are going to fucking sit around and believe that, man. Like it's fucking wild.
It makes a certain amount of sense. Just like cannibalism makes a certain amount of sense. I want to eat this person and therefore take their soul energy into my own.
Yeah, but cannibalism doesn't make any sense because the person's already dead. The person's already dead. So how does that
you
make
can
any
find in
sense?
the Old Testament that the blood, you can't drink blood because blood is sacred and you can't drink the blood even of
Well,
animals.
that's from animals, though. Animals.
Right, but
the distinction is animals.
It's a primitive kind of understanding of these life forces and things like that, which today Christians can drink blood, it's fine, of animals and all that stuff. But I mean, it's a more primitive.
What about period blood? Jack talk out. What do you feel? How do you feel about period blood? Do you feel like there's nutrition in period blood? Because there's a lot of people that believe that.
Well,
there is.
Yep, and there's lots of people who believe in lots of things. But
would you imbibe some of that, Jack?
I wanted to come back to the purpose of the idea of purposeful and intentional living, because that's really the way we want to live. And as I've been practicing being more purposeful and intentional in how I use my time, I'm much more pure of thoughts. So when these ideas of lust or the temptation to investigate or pursue lustful ideas, whether it's sexual or whatever, I check myself because I've got a purpose for my life.
But how do you define lust, Jack?
What are some of your temptations, Jack? We'd like to know. What tempts you? What tempts you to lust? Would you like me to start? I can give you an example.
I'm wondering.
Hey, Paul, I want to ask you a question. Do you think it's
Go ahead.
lustful if you see a beautiful woman and you have a reaction that is like, wow, that's a beautiful as a man?
No. It's only when you take it to like I don't know, you take it to a different level. You know, when you start picturing her in your bed, that's when it starts you start to get it starts to get a little too much there, lustful.
Yeah, where you're fantasizing.
Yeah, you're fantasizing that. It becomes like she's beautiful to now I'm fucking her in my head.
Hey, hold on. We have an opportunity here. It may turn into true chaos.
I love chaos, Jack, and I love you. Okay, buddy.
No, we're gonna see where this goes, but welcome.
The opportunity.
This was the worst idea ever. You ever.
Fuck on your channel.
All right, come on, Stafu, dude. Seriously, dude. Like that's all you got.
I heard enough.
That was so fucking weak, man.
Well, here's guys, here, let's have a come to Jesus moment, right? Let's have a
Well,
wake up
and
call.
let me just say one thing before you start. Yo, Snafu, man, I've heard you on some of these podcasts talking about you're not a Christian and you are a Christian, you're not a Christian, and now you are a Christian. Dude, I don't know what your deal is and what who you're trying to please, but your loyalty seems to move around by the day. And that's something you need to deal with, bud. And I
He
can
may not be a
associate.
deep philosopher.
Yeah, he's certainly somewhere just off in another world. I don't understand, man, and I don't want to have anything to do with it. And
well,
it's fucking embarrassing, honestly.
It's frustrating, but I keep reminding myself, Father, forgive them. They know not what he does. But many people, what this is evidence of our society today. People have a lack of respect for the truth. People have a lack of respect for each other. People have a lack of respect for God. That's
All right,
pretty clear and obvious to me.
But let's continue where we were going. Go ahead.
TBA, shut up. I want to ask Jack a question. We're three men. Let's say we happened to be together having a conversation somewhere physically, and as three men, we saw a child being abused, apparently, or an old lady who's being robbed. Do we have an obligation to, with our bodies and our souls as men, to do our best to protect the weak in that situation, including using violence? Yes or no? I want a yes or no.
Well, it depends. The violence, the escalation to violence is certainly determined on many, many variables. And I think most people, particularly egoic men, speaking from experience, when I would see something happen, I was so quick to jump in, pick a side and fight, choosing who I saw as defenseless. Well, sometimes I was wrong. And
right, of course.
So yes, if we see someone being harmed or in danger, absolutely, it's an opportunity for us to shine. And I would suggest if there's someone attacking a woman, elderly or otherwise, there's two victims there. There's a corrupted individual who's in dire need of some healthy correction, and then there's the one in physical danger.
Okay, but how do you show love in this situation? One of the things you do is you go over there and you threaten, you may have to figure out the situation, but with our bodies, we go over there and there is an implicit threat that we're going to need to talk now and stop hitting the old lady. And maybe she had it coming, but doubt it, right? I doubt it. So we're going to threaten it with our bodies. We're going to threaten this person who appears to, who is hurting an old woman, right? So I don't understand where this thing about violence comes in, because you're endorsing violence. You're saying in certain circumstances, and we all agree.
Ben, look what you're doing. You're presenting some hypothetical narrative, then trying to present a conclusion that fits your narrative, not what I'm saying. Okay, because despite many Christian interpretations, Jesus wasn't about war. He wasn't about authority. He was offered the kingdom.
It's actually not really
that wasn't his
hypothetical,
role
though.
at that time. He knew what he was supposed to do. Apparently,
he did have authority, right?
Yes, he chose not to take the current throne at that time because he knew. I mean, the whole point is
different type of authority.
Yes, spiritual authority, and the spiritual. Go ahead.
Yeah, but there was a time when he did exercise violence against those who were profaning the temple. Right?
Violence. Let's consider
he took a bunch of swords and put them together and overturned the tables and drove them from the temple.
Sure.
I don't know what that is. Not violence.
No substantial physical harm, and yet I hear a lot of Christians saying, "Well, Jesus stormed the money changers so we can pay for wars." No, it's not the same.
Jack, I agree that there's no such thing as a Christian war. There are no. I agree with the popes that say no more war. And in the current state of things, with the military capabilities we have, we cannot engage in war. And we always have to look at what's going on in the Middle East, right? You've got to find a solution that does not involve tanks and guns and bullets and bombs.
Yes.
But
Ben.
But I do think like what you're saying, I think being a man, and I'm a very tall man, there's a certain and see, I think this is what I would suggest is a mistake. To be an authority and to be able to exercise violence is not a privilege. It's an incredible responsibility, which should be taken not enthusiastically, but seen as a duty. And if God puts you in the position of being a man, having authority,
Ben,
exercise it very gently.
Ben, you're wrong. I mean, okay, very gently. I'm sorry to assume.
But it's implicit in being a huge man with children that you have authority over, and also women.
Ben, stop thinking of authority. That's a bunch of crap. Sincerely. A leader.
I like authority.
I know, because bullies like authority.
But I don't have any authority. I've been stripped of all my authority.
Ben, you present as a man who, yes, you have authority in your mind. And what I suggest is authority has been misunderstood. It's been glorified by egos here on earth. Okay, if what authority is, what a man should be, can be, and should be, is a leader who creates and shares, nurtures, provides a safe place for women and children to thrive as themselves, not under his rule, under his nurturing, caring, protective posture.
And protective of abuse between them, right? Which means he's got to exercise that authority within the family as well. That's all I'm saying. I don't think that's that radical. Of course, it should be exercised somewhat gently, but if circumstances necessitate it, of course, you lay down your life for your family. You would absolutely do that.
Sure.
I spent 12 days in jail because my daughter asked me to go for a walk with her. I'd do it again in a heartbeat.
The ultimate authority is the truth, because it's through God's grace the truth is shown, the truth is revealed, that each moment unfolds the truth, and we get to realize or discover what is true. What corrupts us is when we don't humble ourselves to the truth. And that's what has happened in America. America has been using excuses and blame to keep each other divided, to keep going along to get along. In the meantime, we've got these clowns like Joe Biden and Donald Trump and all of these other people enabling this political shit show today. Guys, I don't know what anyone does hear from me, but I know what I say. And I am confident that a world exists today without wars, without wage slavery, as soon as people stop enabling secrets and lies. I have connections and ideas on my own, but I'd welcome anyone to join me. I mean, I'm going to go to the local chapter of Veterans for Peace again tonight, but they've been ignoring me.
But Jack, do you think, let's say you take someone who's a wage slave who can barely hold a job at McDonald's, or I was in jail with a kid who, he was like seriously tweaked, had no relationships, hadn't talked to a woman in 11 years. Okay, this is a person who needs guidance, wouldn't you say, from someone who's going to hold him accountable. Now, this is a grown man, so I don't think violence makes any sense as part of that relationship, but it could be okay to have a master-apprentice relationship with someone, to take them on and under your authority. And there are some people, it's true, Jack, some people will get off on the power they have over this person, but it can be a service to this person, right? You can't just get there on your own by listening to Jack Talcott. Some of these people need someone to hold them accountable, no?
Then, no, God, see, yes, okay.
This is a guy.
There can be a partial truth. I won't deny the truth in what you offered. I can accept and agree with what you said, but even the idea of gurus, I mean, that's the old ways of some of the mystical ideas. And then we got the churches putting the priest and the pastors, the ministers up above everyone.
Yeah.
There's the greatest teacher in life is life. And the only thing we need to align ourselves with is what is true. Because if we don't have a grasp on what is true, then we're constantly in these minds of chaos and disruption.
Right, but sometimes, like, you see yourself as a leader, right? You've got your channel here. You're in a position to some degree of authority. You can kick people. You can, if people are being disruptive. I think that's good. I'm glad that anyone can't just join and start screaming and yelling anytime they want. Aren't you glad for that? I feel calm being a guest on your panel. You can, of course, kick me. I don't mind that there's a structure. You're in charge, and if you're a guest on my panel, the same thing. It gives you a responsibility. I don't envy always being in charge, because you got to keep it interesting. Whereas a guest, it's easier, right? To be, when you say it's kind of, in a sense, it's easier to be a guest on someone else's panel. I appreciate you keeping order here, Jack, and you do it mostly through gently guiding things back and pushing back and the rest. But you're a sort of father figure here. So what's the problem with that? Now, there's certain violence in just clicking a button and throwing someone off. It's not literally physically violent, but there's certain violence in saying you're out of here, and you exercise that authority and that violence. I think it's what makes the world kind of go round. All the animal kingdom has this.
Well,
there's hierarchies.
Here, consider this though too. The difference between abide and obey, right? And this is where I think the idea of authority has become corrupted, because people have been conditioned to obey, and then the people with the opportunity to lead, they've wanted to enforce and do a power down thing, and I don't think that's healthy either. Welcome.
Yeah, well, you're saying you go to this veterans group and they don't really listen to you, but that's their prerogative. They may be missing out on a gem, but it's their place, and you respect that. You're going to have to make the case for yourself, And so far, they haven't been willing to listen. But that's okay, right? I mean, you can obviously not go to that too.
Correct. And the thing is just because they haven't listened in the past doesn't mean, today will be different. I mean,
sure.
I know God moves in mysterious ways, and I am growing to trust that everything is happening according to God's plan. There's
I'm
no
assuming
reason.
this is Paul Enslaved. What's up, Paul?
Which is interesting because as soon as he's talking about anti-authority, he's saying, "Oh, authority this, authority that," and then he says, "Oh, I think you're talking too much about authority." And then who enters? The anti-authority guy. It's interesting dynamics.
It's Paul. I thought that might have been Tommy.
Yeah, it's Paul Enslaved at this point. So it's interesting. And now they have this kind of back and forth. Talcott and Paul Enslaved have this back and forth versus Toilet Bowl Earth and Ben Thorpe, which is very interesting because he entered at a key time. And yeah.
He's waiting for his moment, I guess.
Right.
You're welcome. Maybe just hanging out, I guess.
He's
Welcome,
tired.
Tart.
Oh man, dude, turn the camera off, dude.
Jack,
What
how
the
are
fuck? Turn the camera off. What
Oh
is
my
this?
god, DBT, are you drinking?
Is this-
Okay, I'll turn the
is
camera
this
off
the-
for you since you're jealous. I thought you had a better
Is this,
body.
the
No
fucking
problem.
is this the Bear Gay Bar where you hang out at? Get the fuck out of here, bro. You're disgusting, dude. Nobody wants to look at that. You're fucking disgusting, bro.
And yet,
All right, ABT, are you done with your get it out there, get it.
You
Get it out.
drunk? Am I drunk or are you drunk? Coming up in with your fucking disgusting fucking tank top.
all right, okay.
Nasty ass looking nigga. Look at this.
Okay, I'm not wearing a tank top. Let me change my clothes.
Welcome, Tarek. Now that TBE got triggered.
I didn't get triggered. I was
Jack, give me a second to put a shirt
Am I
on.
allowed to be- am I allowed
put
to
a
be
shirt
dis-
on. It goes against the rules.
Definitely triggered.
Jack
Yeah,
thinks
let me
that
put a
I should
shirt
eat.
on so
fucking-
EBT
I should eat.
not get
I should
triggered.
eat mold. I should eat mold and think it's fucking caviar. That's what Jack thinks. That's how Jack seems to think you should react to life all around you. When you
That's
see
a false
disgusting
narrative.
things like this fucking retard that just cammed up, yeah, that's disgusting. Put a fucking
False
shirt on.
narrative.
You look disgusting.
Your judgment is yours.
No, that's yeah. It's my judgment is pretty clear. That's disgusting.
Okay.
What was
Trying to come up in, are you turned on by that, Jack? Are you turned on by his
I find it
shaved
irrelevant. You seem either turned on or you're triggered because you're turned on. Is that what it is?
No, sir. Do you not think you think that's appropriate for a man to wear on a stream with a bunch of other men?
Dude,
I think it's fine.
Talcott, do you like that?
Whatever.
Do you
Dude.
find that Jack? Do you find that pleasurable to look at?
Why do you ask? Are you seeking
disgusting.
opinions? You seeking validation? Or-
It's an extremely weird line of attack from Toilet Bowl Earth, to be honest. Dude.
It's like he became alive or something.
It's like it's fucking weird. Yeah, it's like he like woke up. it's like stepped on the snake's tail at this point, and all of
It's
a
like
sudden,
the mask is kind of slipping off a little bit.
yeah, all of a sudden the mask is gone.
Much.
Yeah, that's what they say too. It's funny. That's what he says in a minute. He says, "Does protest too much."
Or
I'm asking you your opinion, sir.
Erotic issues.
I understand. Let's not worry about small things.
This shit's fucking sus, bro. You think that you like looking at dudes' chests like that? That's normal for you. That's what you see all the
It's not
time.
normal for you to project that onto me.
No. It's, do you think that that's normal? It seems to be that that's normal for you. That looking at men's chests like that's completely okay for you. That's like sort of a normal scenario for you.
You think
that you've been
that's
around?
Because I didn't get
Jack,
bothered?
do you frequent gay bars with bears?
I think they do some projecting here, bro.
I think so.
Thanks.
Got him. Yo, Talcott, savage out here, yo. He just got him with that. Yo, Talcott and Paul win this one, I have to say, but yeah.
Got him.
Yeah, what you're gonna witness now is Toilet Bowl getting his little bitch boy, toilet twat roasted on fucking Jack Talcott by Jack Talcott and Paul Enslaved. It's fucking entertainment for me.
Ben.
Thanks for supporting me, Ben. I
Well, what's
appreciate
all
that.
the excitement? The guy's wearing a tank top. Who cares?
Dude, that's
Right.
disgusting,
Thank
dude.
you.
Are you kidding me? Nobody wants
What's
to fucking see
disgusting
that.
TBE. Chill out. Something sincerely.
That shit's nasty. You guys are projecting
This
right
guy
now.
had some kind of an experience with a guy with a tank top at some point.
There's
No. You guys,
homoerotic things.
what you guys are doing, you guys are coping and you're sort of like self-soothing yourselves.
Dude,
You're sort of self-soothing by attacking me. Like, oh, look, this guy, dude.
Wow.
He's a problem with this fucking, this disgusting.
TBE,
fucking
you
putting
are going off.
putting
Self-soothing. Yo.
For sure.
You are.
Thou doth protest too much.
Yes, thank you.
Bro, how could I not notice this fucking disgusting fucking hairy man's chest in front of me?
Dude.
Paul, are you kidding me? Would you like that? Paul, would you like looking at that, Paul? Seriously.
Hey,
Oh, there you go. Thank you. Finally, some like respectable presentation here, not with a shirt on. Way to go, dude. Way to go.
Stop with the tantrum.
That was you were pretty excited there, dude.
Ben.
Yeah, what's going on? I had a tank.
The guy fucking puts his shirt on specifically for him, and he's still not shutting the fuck up about it. This shit is crazy. This dude's like a child. He's like a little gay child.
He likes himself some dark meat.
Tank top on.
Ben, you get excited. You get excited about Hormaxer, so you're not exactly the standard that anyone should adhere to. So we're gonna move on from that.
As if he is.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. You and Ben Thorpe collude with a Jewish man named Hormaxer, who sent his daughter a bunch of weird messages. I mean, this is actually on tape, but yeah.
Sounds like we need a new TV show called The Schmooly Factor.
Yes. Yeah, it's definitely a lot of kosher sex going on here.
Reaction to any of that.
Yeah,
stuff.
that's a problem for you. That's a
If the
problem.
guy- I was just in prison. I saw guys naked. It didn't really excite me one way or the other. Whatever.
Hey,
Yeah, you're in prison. That's completely
Can
different.
we please practice just a little bit of self-restraint? Welcome, Tarek. I don't know if he's even been able to say anything yet. Holy cow!
Why would we care? Why would we care what Tarek has to say? He's gonna,
I enjoy
He's
Tarek.
gonna ball lick all day.
I'm
Dude.
sick
That's
of
all
the
he does.
fucking disrespect around here.
Oh, shut the fuck up.
Sick
Let
of the
me speak.
disrespect to Jack's fucking channel consistently.
Well,
Jack's a father figure around here. Now get
I just dunked that little child into the fucking toilet bowl where he was birthed.
with it.
I was just saying that, Paul. He's an authority figure, but he doesn't own his own authority.
I tend to try and offer grace. I've been exercising my patience, and really, how do you convince people to look at themselves different than they have? Oh, that reminds me. This was something so simple, right? The idea of being with yourself with pleasantness or unpleasantness. If we can't imagine how others see us, then we don't really know what we're showing to the world. And it's important to know what we're doing.
Yep.
Wowie, wow. I'm moved by that.
Well,
I want to ask Paul. I want to ask Paul on Seethe. Paul, do you believe that domestic violence is what's called domestic violence is sometimes totally appropriate?
Totally appropriate?
Yeah, it's like that's a completely open-ended generalized
What the fuck?
question. I mean, if a man has to defend
There he goes. He answers. It's a totally open, generalized fucking question. Like that is a true fact. Like he didn't like.
Imagine being at a picnic on a nice summer day and you invite a few different families over and you break bread with them. And then one of these guys just stands up, drops his drawers, and he shits in the picnic basket. That's what this guy's doing.
Yeah, like that question is straight up toxic.
himself, presuming it's like a, Like, are you saying that it's appropriate for a man to put their hands on a woman in order to establish order? I don't
Well,
believe so.
I'm saying something like spanking can be, if used judiciously, like not only something that men can do, but they actually have to do as part of being in authority, being the big guy.
Yeah, I don't accept. I mean, I don't know if you're always kind of doing a bit non-bid. It seems so. I you know, we can run with it, but
No,
obviously,
I mean that sincerely.
yeah, I don't presume that to be the case, because just like a father with a child, I could just tell you what I see and give you my experience, and then let you be however it is you choose to be. And through your own experiences in life, you're going to learn, if not directly from me and with me, from your experiences. So I believe this is about leadership, guidance, protecting, revelation. It's not about breaching the boundary between someone else's personal bodily security, right? I mean, unless you're in some kink where like you want to do, hey, you've been a bad girl, you're going to submit to me spanking you because you need to learn how to be better. If we're into some like, indirect kink or some kind of like submissive simulation play, I mean, that's one thing. To grab a woman, put them over your knee and spank them because they didn't do what you think they should, even if you're true and correct. I mean,
the vast majority
does that work for you? Like, do you find that works in your life, in your relationships?
The vast majority of mankind throughout history has always seen there being a role for, necessary violence within the family.
Okay, so let me ask you this: if I'm in the home with you, if I'm in the home with you, and you start acting like how I've seen you act in the past, like a broken child, and you start kicking shit and like putting your hands on women, do I get the right to like put my hands on you to reestablish order? Do I get to spank you?
If you're the state, you do.
Well,
so you will submit to the power.
That's real shit, honestly.
Of the state unwillingly, but you think that there's not a reality where you would unwillingly have to submit to another man to do the same behavior that you're doing to women, they're going to do to you?
Right.
Yeah, I don't think the relationship between men and women is the same.
I totally disagree. I could actually contend that if by your logic, there's honorable men who do what's true and what's right, and they absolutely have a right to check beta male bitch boys and put their hands on them to keep order. By your logic, like, where does that begin and end? Oh, wherever it's convenient for you, right?
No, I mean, I think you're right about that.
If we're going full chimpanzee, then there's alphas and betas, and betas don't come in just one gender; they come in two. That means alphas are going to put hands on you to establish order when you want to act out and go against the bigger picture and program. If you'll submit to that dynamic, I guess we can ride with this.
Yeah, but I don't think that's what
So you don't believe
we were digressing to, though.
So you're
I mean-
opposed to what's called domestic violence in all circumstances. Okay, I think that's an extreme position.
The violence is the violation. If someone does not wish you to put your hands on them and you do it anyway, you violated their bodily security. You don't have a right to do that unless you believe other men have a right to do it to you.
Correct. But here's the thing.
He's literally, basically, this is what a real body bagging looks like. He's body bagging him with his own natural law arguments, and basically throwing him in the trash. Saying, well, you say establish authority, and that they should have a monopoly on power. So if we go with that, then it should be established across the board. And he says, no. Well, no, it has to be arbitrarily established by a man in his household. And we're gonna see Toilet Bitch come to his defense. It's gonna be hilarious. All of a sudden, he does a 180, just like I said.
Oh, so Paul, you're gonna strike him.
Hold on, please.
Oh my goodness.
So do you?
I know. I'm trying to get in on this because Ben, what you're it's your belief in authority that's giving you this illusion of an excuse that a man can be violent towards family. But here, consider this: when we engage in violence, we are showing a breach in trust. We're showing our children, the spouse, that we're not to be trusted, that our love and care is conditional. So I do not
actually agree
believe
with Talcott for once.
Why is it conditional?
Hi, how are
Because
that's what's
very
great about this.
strange.
I know. That's what's great about this.
This is like Twilight Zone area right now.
Yeah. Like toilet bowl Earth is such a fucking dunce, and so is Ben Thorpe, that they literally have a bunk philosophy when compared to Paul Enslaved and Jack Talcott teaming up together, and they're two sides of the same coin of a philosophy that doesn't even agree with each other. It's like a two-headed dragon that's constantly fighting each other, right? And even they can dismantle Ben Thorpe and Toilet Bowl Earth. It's fucking incredible.
It is that on one level, Machine, but also what's happening here is, for whatever reason, and I have to include you in this, although I suspect you have a greater motivation in mind. People keep feeding these trolls like folks throwing, feed pellets over, a bridge into a pool of carp, and then complaining why the carp are thrashing about so vigorously. Stop feeding the carp and they'll stop thrashing and go about their own way. I mean, there might be a couple of carp that you want to spot, maybe to spear later on. Go for it, but I'm not sure that Talcott is spearfishing for carp here. He's, he wants to tickle the carp and be friends with them. Meanwhile, they're biting his hands.
Yeah, he's got a little of the action, and that's part of his sort of tagline, is going into the heart of the belly of the beast and inspiring change. That's sort of his whole thing. That's the whole live without fear, the entire talking to the UN, confronting the UN leaders, confronting the world leaders. Well, he thinks that the most vicious of, kind of, promulgators of this wicked system, that they can be changed, even though he believes this world is essentially corrupt, as he stated earlier. So it's an interesting take. I mean, I guess he believes in the people, and in that sense, it's a sort of new age humanitarianism, which kind of ties into this anarcho-syndicalist concept.
He's not a truly loving, caring man. He's an egotistical, prideful man. When you don't do what he wants you to do, he gives you consequences.
Because, you don't love evil. You don't love evil.
That's not true. Your scripture encourages you to love your enemies.
Here, can we pause for just a moment, please? Noel, welcome back.
Yes.
How's your father doing?
Good. He's doing good.
Wonderful. Welcome back. Glad to see you.
Yeah, this girl Noel's chill as fuck. We talked to her before. She's relaxed. She's a Christian, and it seems like she really means it. So she's interesting from that aspect. But yeah, we talked to her a couple of times. She was like at a party and stuff. She's funny. But yeah, she's been calling into Talcott. It's been hilarious talking to her.
So you sense that she's authentic, yes? She's not an actor?
Yeah, she seems authentic. Yeah, out of the various people, because she's called in at random times and she's been around friends and family, and yeah, she seems authentic. She's willing to talk about her personal struggles and stuff. Her dad was sick, so prayers for Noelle and her father. But yeah, she's interesting.
So what are we talking about here?
Oh, goodness. We've got everything going today, from domestic violence to having a clear conscience to oppression and worldly ways. A little bit of everything going on.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to ask Noelle whether she believes that one of the roles, which should be exercised with caution, of a father in a family is to be the physically dominant member. That,
and I think on the bottom, that person on the bottom is E.B. Tard. I'm pretty sure.
Of course.
Why are you bringing the question back? Ben, you're looping, brother. Actually, you're not. You're
Is
right.
that why men are
obviously he wants to be dominant over
mostly to
people.
protect those women and children, but also to be able to tell them they need to straighten up if they need to. I think that's
Where does that require physicality or force?
Right.
Well, would it take physicality or force to protect them ever? Of course.
Right, but what does that have to do with? So you're doing the thing of you're using physicality and force on them for safety to protect them. I know that story. Sounds a lot like the fascism that we're all emulating.
Okay, you don't believe that men have that role in a family?
Come on, Ben. Are you serious? Are you
I'm
seriously making
telling
this
you
argument?
that I had a father, like we all probably had, who either used some form of coercion and duress to get me to do what the fuck they said. But oddly enough, what they were doing was not completely true and correct. So what gives you a right or authority to use physical force and domination to get someone to follow your will when your will is not the will of creation?
Okay, yeah, you're saying your father misused his authority towards you.
I'm saying the majority of you inauthentic corporate beta males have a lot of authority in your house, but when you go out in the street, you're a big bitch. So why don't you keep the same energy of the bitch you are with the state in the home?
I have no authority. I don't know why you're so insecure about me.
Again, you don't have a right to put your hands on any other being who does not consent to that process. I don't see why that's such a contentious point.
Okay, so you think a child needs to consent to being disciplined.
Well, if
by
I can't put my hands on a grown person without
Okay,
it being a
hold on.
violation, why is it okay with a defenseless being who you're supposed to protect?
No, that's a good
All of
question.
that
I like to hear him answer that. Is a father allowed to discipline his children?
It's not about allowed or not, because the
Why?
only organization that can stop it
is
would
it
be the
yes or
state or the
no?
community or neighbors. I'm
Is it
asking you a
yes or no,
logical
sir?
question. If
Hello.
putting your hands on another grown adult is wrong, why is it okay when it's a
Nobody said
defenseless
anything
child?
about a grown adult. We're
I
talking
don't
about
think it's
children.
wrong. I know.
Is it
How does it become morally okay?
Like
Lols.
That's one way to maintain order. And become the referee.
Isn't it telling that a subject that requires nuance and self-reflection is being framed in extremes? All or nothing, either or.
Yes. Yes, and this guy is literally gonna claim in a second that, oh, if you don't have kids, you don't have a right to talk on the issue. So that means that he doesn't have a right to talk, which illegitimizes his own opinion. But then on the other end, of that whole exchange, he's then giving authority to somebody who's been, you know, has the preponderance of state action against him in terms of abusing children. Meanwhile, these people go to panel and have claimed that I have abused my wife and my baby brother, which they both had to go on record and say that it never happened because they've claimed it so many times from panel to panel that it became ridiculous that they actually slandered me in this way. So he's justifying that somebody can do this if they have kids. Then they should determine the authority, which is ridiculous.
It really did reveal a lot about them. It really did.
Do you know the Lord of the Rings movies that were put out a few years ago by Peter Jackson? Is that the director's name?
Yes.
If you look at the orcs in Tolkien's universe, they understand only brute force. They lick the boot above them, yet crush those underneath them. And I sense that secret desire to be the wearer of the crushing boot among some of these folks.
Yes. Yes, that's a great description.
to please, let's pause for a moment, okay?
I like the timeout. It really put me in my spot there. Thank you.
Well, actually, here, that's
I'm such a good MK Ultra fucking slave. Thank you.
the idea is to let's join back in the present. And if a man is an authority in the home, he's not going to be using violence and punishment on those in his household. If people are out of line, he can learn how to communicate effectively and bring people into peace in the moment. That's the goal, at least, that I've been working on myself.
Right. Ben could also learn some self-control, and instead of kicking his daughter who's in her 20s, he could just turn the bitch out.
Here we go.
He could just turn the bitch out and let her be a grown woman and get it however she lives.
What does turn the bitch out
You folks can't live with each other and without each
What
other.
does turn the bitch out mean
That's a
exactly?
form of violence as well. Throwing someone out of your house. That's a
Really? A 21-year-old woman is a form of violence by letting her go off and be a grown adult and not being a toxic codependent bad influence and also exerting your tyrannical false authority and physical power? It's ridiculous.
Okay.
You have no idea what it means to be a man. You have no idea what it means to be a father. And this is why we're in slavery and genocide, and we got a generation of whores running around who don't know what a man is.
Hold on a second. Are you a father? Are you a father, Paul?
Hey,
I don't really think I have to be mad about objective right from wrong.
So this non-father is going to justify this other man's actions that he was just criticizing a moment ago by the singular fact that he has children. So now we're doing a 180 and we're justifying DV on the basis of having children.
That is wild.
It's like in the same show, in the same fucking show. It's fucking amazing. Just because somebody showed up to challenge Ben Thorpe, oh, now you have to defend his idea. Very strange.
I hate to say it, but it's very cliche at this point, but optics are high.
Indeed.
Pardon me a moment, but is this Thorpe fellow? I don't know who he is. This is the first time I've heard his name.
Oh my. Well, we won't explain it here, but this man makes shock content out of his relation with his wife and his daughter. So
Okay.
Entire
Yeah.
family, basically.
yeah, yep. He makes shock content in which he justifies his actions with his daughter and his wife, and most of it is a LARP, and then some of it skirts legal justification because he shows himself committing acts of what may be considered abuse between himself, his wife, and his child.
Did he finally get divorced? I think they did, if I remember correctly.
I think about a year ago there was a woman in Arizona who was arrested for abusing her children on camera. She was quite a popular YouTuber, where she had 3 or 4 children. She had a husband. They eventually split. She moved in with another woman who was kind of a family counseling expert who started giving, and they were making money on their YouTube channel. I don't remember her name, but the children were essentially tortured. They were starved as punishment and behavior modification techniques. And one of these teenage boys escaped from the home, went to a neighbor and begged for help, and then they uncovered how this woman was. She'd kind of descended into the madness of torturing her children.
I think I vaguely heard of this story. Yeah, it's very
It's-
very disturbing.
I'm wondering if the same kind of dynamic is going on here. Does this fellow create videos and showing how wonderful an authority he is in his own family and release them? Or
I
does
don't think it's as extreme as that other example.
Okay,
Yeah, it's something that you would have to research on your own. Extremely specific examples. I could send you some of them on the off time, but yeah, extremely severe examples of interrelated. For example, there's this whole saga where his daughter was sexting him, and I won't get further into that.
Whoa. Okay.
Yep. So we'll just go on with that. But this is what it is. But yeah,
The
blessings.
Schmooly Happy Fun Time Hour.
Yeah. Oh, we still got 8 people watching a Truther Cop. Nice. Yeah, thank you to my 37 people who are here in the morning.
That's where the comments are coming from. I was wondering where they were coming from.
Yeah, those little chain link comments. So there's 8 people even watching at Truther Cop. And I think there's let me see what's going on. There's certain people watching on Twitter, I guess. Although I doubt that there's many. There's 22 watching on the Machine Lives. There's people watching on Cyber Caliphate. If you guys want to subscribe to the alternate channel, I'll go ahead and drop the link for the alternate channel.
It's basically me. I got both streams going, so
yeah, there's a few people watching there too, like 5 or 6 people. But yeah, blessings to you guys. And let me go to this. Drop this link here for Cyber Caliphate channel.
just in case the goobers find the Cyber Caliphate channel, and mod them out.
Yeah. Yeah, go subscribe to the alternative channel. There's already a hundo up in that alternative channel. So thank you to all who supported that. There's only a little bit more of this left. There's EB Tard, Toilet Bowl Birth.
Daddy issues, that's for sure.
So you're not a father. You're telling him how to be one.
Hello.
You're telling him how to be one. You're not.
A father's a man first.
Now wait a second. What if a woman like
Thank God Talcott just dunked that. He dunked that fool right in the toilet because it is what it is. I mean, you can't do a 180 contradiction. Enough is enough. Let's just leave the panel at this point. Hang up your hat.
Noel freely chooses to be with a man and wants to submit to his authority, including the implication if she's way out of line that he will check her physically. Is
Ben.
she not allowed to engage in a relationship like that?
Hey Ben, go.
Yeah, and then it seemed like Toilet Bowl Earth wants you to co-sign Ben Thorpe's mental illness. Or am I wrong about that? Or did anybody just see that? Use your brain, folks.
Yes, in your world, absolutely. People can be abusive to each other. They can seek abuse. But here's what I know. this nonsense of punishing fathers, it creates children who are dependent upon authority. And Ben, you and your daughter, fortunately, you have codependent patterns that are just not healthy.
Yep.
I'm interrupting the conversation. So
No, you're not interrupting the conversation. Well, I mean, you threw him out, but nothing you're saying I can disagree with. You know me, I'll be the first one to disagree. You know, if it's necessary. But you know, that's
codependency. You're talking about codependency.
Yes.
Wait, why did I get thrown out? I don't get it.
Because
now that
it
nobody
seems-
speaks.
Yeah, I've been trying and trying. Ben, I don't know.
I think I'm respectful.
I mean, are you jealous of their relationship, Jack? Since you don't have one with your son.
There we go.
I'm not
Stop,
jealous.
Jimmy.
I'm not jealous. See, this is
Oh, nice one, EBT. Nice one, EBTard. See, he's doubling down on that insane line of logic. Isn't that incredible? Right. So you get to so Jack has a son, right? You know, EBTard's daughters are gonna end up like, you know, Grace Thorpe if this is gonna be the example for them. You know, this is horrifying. You know, I would not have these people be an example or be in close proximity to my family or be on the same screen as them defending their viewpoints in terms of, oh, yeah, I have kids too. Like, what? You know, that doesn't mean you can treat your kids however you like. It underscores the thought process. You know what I mean? So it is what it is.
Projecting egoic patterns. No, I actually am very healthy, and what I suggest is true. Ben, you and your daughter are showing codependency patterns. I can't be without him. I can't be without her. She can't be without me. It's dude, you guys are lying to yourself.
I mean, the parent and the child relationship is inherently codependent. What are you talking about?
You folks want to neotenize and make excuses and justifications for
Now
your
when they
dysfunction.
reach
A
adulthood.
21-year-old woman is not a child with a parent at that point.
Yeah, like codependency is not the same as you know, like raising your child. Like codependency means that you allow somebody to act out their fucked up behaviors, you know, because you have this false ideal of love between, like, he's like confusing two different terms. Like EBTard doesn't realize in psychology the term codependency is a symptom of is a symptom of dysfunctional relationships.
And it's not the case anyway, because a child is totally dependent on the parent when the parent is not dependent on the child.
Right. You know, codependency, it's like, wait, it's just, you know, it's not codependency. Yeah, exactly. He's getting the term completely botched up, and then he's projecting this like fake idea. Yeah, I mean, I actually don't know what kind of trip these guys are on. You know, this is worse than trolling. This is like ideological sabotage. You know, using fallacious reasoning, you know, and then yelping.
Yeah, it's like live goobering or something.
Yeah, live goobering.
We're grown men and women at that point. It completely changes the dynamic. Not that it really should, but in most households, it does. Because at that point, you have freedom, autonomy, and access to a marketplace to create your own value in your own home and your own family.
Of course.
Can I
But can you answer my question about Noelle? If she wants to be with a man under his authority, you said that's wrong.
No.
Why is the presumption that just because the other dysfunctional member of the two-party system agrees to some dysfunction makes it ethical, moral, or suggestible?
Okay, so
there's the presumption there.
a woman wants to have that relationship.
Yeah, if a
with
pimp
man.
and a hoe want to get together and the hoe agrees she can get beat because daddy's right sometimes and she's got to learn, it goes on every day. And you have the right to do that maybe. It doesn't make it functional or suggestible.
Right. Ben, you're looking for Ben. It sounds like you're really fishing because you seem to place, well, those who place belief in authority, they give a lot of power to opinions. And it seems like you're really trying to get opinions to confirm that it's okay to be abusive with people that we love. And I suggest it's not. And here, let me offer, please, the other side of the tendency I suggested. You and your daughter clearly have deep love and a very close bond to each other, and that's beautiful. However, it doesn't change the fact that you two are clearly showing signs of unhealthy codependency with each other. She's a 21-year-old woman.
Well, maybe.
Jack, look at the chat, because now you're going to start to see the reflections of self and all the old ways that people have the same answers and justifications for. They go, if Paul's dad would have kicked him when he was a child, maybe he would have learned more respect.
Can I say
Paul,
something, Jack?
please, Noel, please.
More or less, something was off.
Who are we talking about here? I'm confused. 21 women? What the heck is...
See, some of these bitches just need to get smacked around. I mean, this is a matter of fact.
Jack, what is going on?
It's
Tell me.
Ben is here on the.
Isn't that an interesting thing for EBT to say at this point? Some of these bitches need to get smacked around. That's a fact. All right.
Panel, and his daughter is who is being discussed.
Yeah. Here's an
It's kind of disturbing he said that when Noel started talking, but I'll just leave that at the side at this point.
She can't seem to get a word in edgewise. It's kind of retarded.
Yeah, and she's just trying to figure out like what is this situation with Grace Thorpe as Canuck was, because upon hearing this for the first time, you go, well, what happened between these two that's so significant here? And once you actually figure it out, it actually leaves more questions than answers. I'll tell you that. Yeah.
thing about my daughter. When I was in jail, and I haven't been able to contact her since then, she's been a very productive person. So she cleaned up. She got things together. We have to move out of where we are. So I understand you could say it looks codependent, but I actually think it can be healthy. I don't think it's a crazy thing to say that most women should be under the authority of either their father or their husband. I think that's a normal understanding of.
Where does that authority come from?
Comes from God.
Right. And how many of you inauthentic corporate beta males are living in a godly way to presume that a woman would willingly or unwillingly submit to your false authority?
Well, yeah.
Most of you are devilish, demonic children of the state, and then you presume some false authority in a home that a woman's supposed to submit to. You have some arrogance and ignorance and pride on you.
Okay, I understand you can make speeches, but why don't you just respond? Can't you think that any authority is wrong?
Truth is
What if I submit myself to so much better at my craft, and I submit
Ben,
man, and
Ben doesn't listen.
What's wrong with that?
Yeah, he's babbling in beta male language.
I know.
Yeah,
Ben, the only authority that matters is the truth. Facts. God is the authority that reveals the truth.
Thank you.
Right.
Thank
Okay, what is
you.
the truth of human nature?
Ben, your definitions, Ben, please.
It's obviously true.
I've been patient with you.
Then he goes on to admit that as soon as he's out of the picture, his daughter becomes more productive. I wonder why.
I didn't say more productive.
Wait, Jack, what's wrong with his daughter? Excuse me.
She was born to him.
She's actually a very creative and talented young lady. But
how do you think she got that way?
Oh, there you go. Typical
by God's grace, yeah, she's picked up a few things, good and bad.
Okay,
and,
in spite of her parenting. Okay, but maybe it's because of her parenting, right? Wouldn't that be the obvious?
Why do you think she's running around with Lauren De Laguna acting like a hoe?
Ben, aren't you the one that sent her to the porn guy that does porn or not?
Guys,
you're the one that sent her there.
Porn. That doesn't mean she's doing porn.
You're the father. Why would you do that?
Okay, so if you guys heard that, and then he said, didn't you send her to the guy who does porn? And he said, what kind of father would do that? And his response was, well, she's a grown woman. She could do what she wants. What a mind fuck all of this is. Now all of a sudden she gets to do whatever she wants. She's no longer under your authority. In other words, it's such a confusing and then in that response you can sense some of the things that people have problems with.
For sure.
Because I trust her and she's an adult.
Oh my God, I can't say anything to Ben anymore. Oh wait, so now Ben has authority over her. Like he should not be. He should
No,
be
the
banning
point
her from
is
doing
that he's never
You guys are
received
not
what Jack
consistent
is
on any
trying
of your
to
points
say.
whatsoever.
He's never embodied the truth and the real authority. He's only embodied false
you're just saying
authority.
things. You're just
And,
saying
and he's
things.
been a false
No,
leader,
you're
and that's why he has a young woman who cannot manage herself properly and discern properly because she's been under poor leadership.
But there's
What,
also another
can we-
explanation that her mother is crazy.
There you go.
Right,
Typical
you're
inauthentic
filled with
corporate
blame.
beta male going to blame the mama. There you
Filled
go.
with blame.
Well,
Yes.
This is why you guys fail at court and everywhere
I'm
else. You
going
can't take responsibility and accountability. You're too prideful and egotistical.
Paul,
hey Ben,
you have your ridiculous sovereign.
You are an online clown troll, and you can't help yourself but to ooze your dysfunction online for validation and for
I'm
clicks and
actually-
Why
views.
don't you try talking like a normal person?
So I am
Tell you what.
talk like a normal person, a
Paul,
low-level consciousness and authentic data male. Yeah, normal person.
I'm going to interrupt, and I
Is it like a
appreciate-
soundboard? You just use a soundboard that just repeats.
I am
Yes,
really
Jack.
tired.
What
of
is
being
going on?
spoken over. What's going on, Noel?
What is it?
This is today's society. This is the dysfunction of today's modern men, spending their days.
Yeah, I hate to point this out for EB Tard, but what we played earlier was you sounding like a fucking soundboard, repeating yourself over and over and over for 45 minutes with no depth.
Machine, are you near a window by any chance?
Yes.
Have a look outside. You're in North America like I am. The sky, if there's any nice cloud near you, the sky is just beginning to take a nice rosy pink color onto the clouds with a nice eggshell blue background.
Yeah, we have beautiful we have beautiful sunrises here in Michigan. It's one of the great blessings of being here, and I'm gonna be sad to move from here very soon, which I've been planning on doing for a little while. I'm gonna have to move to bitch ass Ohio. The reason is because of a lot of different
Oh, don't overshare. Don't overshare just for reasons. That's enough.
yeah. Yeah, but I love Michigan a lot. Yeah, I love Michigan a lot. But yeah, I do but yeah, I've been planning on moving to Ohio, as you may or may not know, people who watch the show, for a few months. And yeah, I'm sure there's lots of interesting sites in Ohio as well, in terms of the Serpent Mound and that type of thing. I will be moving kind of close to the Serpent Mound, so I plan to go visit, get some aliens, and that whole
No
Naga.
aliens. Archaeoastronomy.
Yeah.
Archaeoastronomy.
I'm not saying it's aliens, but it's aliens.
Mr. Sukalos.
Yeah. Well, that was what we had here with that. But yeah, as you guys could see, EB Tard and Toilet Bowl Birth, they kind of lost that troll. They attempted to troll and it didn't go the way they expected to. And they can expect a lot more of that. People are onto your stupid game, especially because it has no depth or
Trigger trolled.
Trigger trolled. Played themselves. Hilarious. But yeah. Anyways, I want to get some closing statements from you guys if I can. If I can entice you to give one.
I would just recommend anyone who's up now to drink a bit of water and go outside and just breathe some of the nice morning fresh air. Look at the sky. You gents have a good morning. Cheers to you both.
Thank you so much, Brother Canuck. Blessings. And Reddington.
No, not really. I probably should get some sleep.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah, Reddington up way past, the hours of deliberation when he wanted to originally go to sleep. So he just stayed up because I kind of like roped him into it. But thank you so much for hanging out, my brother. And we're gonna.
I chose to stay up.
Yeah, Yeah, it was a fun time. Definitely talking to you. And for all you guys, yeah, thank you so much.
The rising sunlight has a beautiful, warm, kind of orange tint to it. It's absolutely glorious.
Yeah, blessings. A new day is dawning here on the Machine Lives. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Please send me a message if you guys have any thing else left to say. I'm gonna throw you guys in the back here. Bless you guys for being here with me. To my 36 viewers that were left here, you guys are the riders, ride or die. Thank you guys. We're gonna watch a Richard Madsen, demolishing doctrine, and indeed we will demolish some doctrines here in a few moments. All of the dogmas of science, presuppositions of the scientific worldview laid out before you and smashed like fucking pumpkins. And then also I clear the entire panel by showing them the sort of uncomfortable nature of what they're discussing on screen before I show up. I guess they're watching children's sex education videos. Very odd. So be prepared to cringe at that. And then thank you guys for joining me here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you have clarity to see through the lies, my friends. And the first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize that you have been programmed. Freedom is dynamic, not a static condition. It is a prize continually to be won. To paraphrase Jacques Ellul, from the Technological Society, the preface. Thank you guys so much for joining me. And here is the video I was talking about. But yeah, thank you for watching. I'm going to throw this thing up here. Thank you for watching. Where's my little thank you for watching? There it is. Blessings, guys. Enjoyed this video. Bonus material. Me and Richard Madsen smash the dogmas of science, the precursors to the technological system, and this modern age of techno-liberalism, which in the first 2 hours, me and Pill Eater gave a lengthy discussion of neo-reactionary philosophy and themes. So if you guys want to take a closer look at those modern ideologies, go ahead and take a look at that. Free of cost. I also pointed out 2 other episodes we did on the topic. Yeah, well, join us here for many other discussions, my friends. Yeah, I do that too. Yeah, I got like teacups and the tea and stuff. And the thing is that it's also Turkish people. Turkish people have like, and then like Nachikita was saying, like the Turkish people actually share a lineage with the people from Eurasia. Because they're actually descendants of those Mongolian people. And the Seljuk Turks, they're a special type of Turkish people that came actually from Eurasia and then conquered in Turkey. So it's like they're not really like Turkish going back. They're just like mixed.
Right.
Or a sports bra to flatten or conceal breast tissue. For transgender men and non-binary individuals, binding
What do
their
we think
chest may
about
be
this
a way
first?
to help
I'll take a
create
whole
a
channel
flatter-looking
for
chest
about this shit.
and help their body appear more like the gender they are. If a person is thinking about wearing a chest binder, they should know chest binding can be dangerous to a person's health if done incorrectly. If someone wants to bind their chest, it is best to research the safest way to do so before trying it.
Find out more right here on Amaze.
It's just a YouTube channel that has just all these videos like aimed at kids, boxers, and boners.
Okay, let's start. Inverse trigonometric functions.
Boy, this is getting harder and harder as we grow up. Am I right?
Tell me about it.
I found it. Gift settings. I found it.
Everyone goes through a changing process called puberty. They go through physical, emotional, and social changes. These changes occur as the brain produces testosterone hormone.
For people with penises, puberty typically occurs between the ages of 11 to 15 and can take 5 to 7 years to complete. Physical changes. You'll find yourself growing at a rapid pace or experiencing a growth spurt. Your voice might crack or squeak and then start to sound deeper. Hair growth. You could begin to see hair growth on your face, chest, underarms, and around the genitals. Hygiene. The changes in your hormones might lead to the development of acne and strong body odor. This means you might need to use a facial wash, deodorant, and take showers more often using plenty of soap. Genital and reproductive changes. During puberty, you'll notice your penis and testicles starting to grow larger, and sometimes the penis becomes hard. This is called erection and is totally normal. Your genitals will start producing semen, which is made up of sperm and other body fluids, and is released during ejaculation. Ejaculation may happen during sex or masturbation. For some people, it may happen while sleeping. This is called a wet dream. Wet dreams are completely normal, although not all people experience them. Emotional changes. You might experience mood swings and find yourself more emotional than usual. That's totally normal. However, if you often experience sad and depressing moods, you should talk to a trusted adult. You might have new sexual or romantic feelings for the first time for other people. All changes during puberty can be both exciting and confusing. But remember, your friends and classmates are all going through it with you.
Don't forget to visit me at amaze.org or go to my YouTube channel.
I found
What
that.
what the hell? Like, why do we watch that?
Oh, I was just
It made my brain hurt.
I was finding it interesting. I don't know how
I
it
don't
feels.
think I would have
Just
found
in
that
case you're
helpful.
going through puberty and you don't know what's going on, you know?
Is this what they teach kids now in the class? This is horrifying.
Yeah, it wouldn't have helped me, and it wouldn't have helped me at all.
Abortion pill. I mean, I don't. It seems
Hi, folks. It's me, Sam.
Like,
it's great to see you again.
yeah, the
Today, we're
fact
going to dive
that
back into talking about a pretty big topic. What is this topic, you might ask? Well, we're going to be talking about
no, the fact that it's talking to children like this is fucking disturbing, honestly.
Yeah.
To be honest.
abortion. And you might have noticed it's in the news a lot these days. There's a lot of information about different ways to end pregnancy and the laws about that. And guess what? It's totally normal to be really curious and have some big questions. I'm here to help with some answers. So let's go. Today, the two specific things we're going to be talking about are medication abortion and self-managed abortion. One of the ways a person can choose to end a pregnancy is with what's called a medication abortion. With a medication abortion, people use pills to end the pregnancy. People might make this choice when they don't want to be
Are
pregnant.
you
or when
being
the
told
pregnancy
by
is not allowed to
giant
be safe.
zucchini?
A medication abortion can be started at a healthcare clinic, a doctor's office, or at home, or even a combination of these places. And it's important to remember, this process is most effective in the early stages of pregnancy. So how does this actually work, you might be wondering? Well, to start, a doctor usually prescribes two different medications. The pills are called mifepristone and misoprostol. I know, a little hard to pronounce, right? Some doctors may just prescribe misoprostol. The medicines work by stopping pregnancy from growing and then causing cramping and bleeding to empty the contents of the uterus through the vagina. For some people, this might feel like a very heavy period. For others, it will be an intense experience with intense cramping. Another type of medication abortion is called a self-managed abortion. What's that, you ask? Well, it works like this. Remember those pills we were just talking about? Mifepristone and misoprostol? With a self-managed abortion, a person gets either both of these pills or just misoprostol alone, which can be just as effective without help from a medical provider or health clinic. People find information.
Let's tell the kids what they're called, what the actual names of these specific drugs, rather than just saying there are drugs available. Instead of saying that, let's tell you exactly which drugs there are that are available that you can go to your pharmacist and ask for.
Or go online and order them.
Yeah, fucking hell, man. This is grooming. This is
It's
grooming.
also interesting how they show the white coat figures. Like the white coat figures are like very friendly.
Oh, yeah. And how you know there are pink people walking around. I identify as pink.
This is the fun abortion fairy.
This is how they're gonna.
Information like the name of the medication and the specific dosage from trusted sources like the World Health Organization and at abortionpillinfo.org. Medication abortion is a really safe and effective way to end a pregnancy, and the medical risks of medication abortion, whether self-managed or managed by a healthcare professional, are extremely rare, just in case you were worried or had concerns about that. It's important to think about why a person might choose to manage their own abortion. Everyone should have the choice about if and when have children. And with self-managed abortion, the person has a lot of ability to make some important decisions. Maybe the person needs control over the timing and over the location of their abortion. Maybe they feel safest at home and with people at home who can support them. Maybe they've had bad experiences at doctors' offices in the past. In some cases, self-managed abortion can be the most affordable option. It could be that they live somewhere where they can't access a health clinic or doctor's office and they don't have the ability to travel. We might not know the reasons why someone chooses self-managed abortion, but what we do know is that it can give someone an important feeling of safety and of being in control of their own choices. One last thing to talk about on this topic is the legal side. This is one of the reasons this has been in the news so much these days. In some places, self-managed abortion is against the law. In other places, even if it's not specifically against the law, some people have gotten into legal trouble. It's important for anyone considering self-managed abortion to do some research on the laws in their community so they understand their rights. A trusted adult can definitely help with this research too. There are lots of ways to learn more about self-managed abortion. A person can talk to a trusted adult or look on a website or app. There's some great websites and apps online. Wow, okay, we covered a lot today. I'm so glad I was able to be your tour guide through this important information. And remember, if you have questions, you can always come back to see me and I'll explain it all again.
More info how to use the abortionpill.org.
That was cruel and unusual punishment.
That's a freaky
You could
fucking
actually, right, just making me sit there and, well, you didn't make me do that. I just made myself sit there and listen to all of that. and that was a cruel and unusual punishment on myself. I don't know what I did, but that was horrific. I'm gonna have to go and wash my brain.
Yeah, it's like the opposite of Richie singing like Nirvana.
I'm actually, do you know what?
Like the opposite.
I'm gonna go and sing some fucking Nirvana. I think I'm gonna underneath the bridge, mate. I've got a live set up for 2 o'clock.
Well, what time is it now?
1:30.
I'm probably not going to be on much longer, so that might be a convenient timing thing.
I think I'm gonna head out, my friends. I hope you have a great day.
And you as well.
Yeah, day, my friend.
Day too, Rose.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, take care.
Later, everybody. I'm off. Thanks, Flo, and Richie. Good to talk to you. And
Yeah, not
Machine
Chiquita.
Minds,
I
talk to
sent
later.
you. I sent you an email, buddy.
Okay, we'll check it.
Yeah.
And take care, everybody.
Yeah, check it
I'm
out.
gonna
I've
go
been
back to my
enjoying
reading.
your flamenco readings. Very excellent. Thank you.
Awesome.
Yeah, bless.
For a second, then I was going to say, "Shit, dude! I didn't know you played the bloody guitar because I enjoyed your flamenco. What? Nats plays flamenco? Fucking hell!
No, it's flamenco, the
flamenco.
Russian guy that he reads. Yeah,
yeah.
So you were a little amazed that they pointed out the names of the things. So this is a copy of the survey that my daughter's middle school was given. All the middle schoolers. When I found out about it, I took some screenshots off of her computer and I posted it to the local Facebook group, and they shut it down completely for the school the next day. It was outrageous. Where's the thing I'm looking for though?
yeah. This sounds like the questions you fill out when you like go on probation.
Right. Oh yeah.
It's like, how many times have you done like LSD and marijuana and shit? What the fuck?
Here we go. So prescription painkillers such as Oxycontin, hydrocodone, Loratab, Vicodin, tranquilizers such as Xanax, Valium, Ambien, stimulants such as Ritalin, Adderall, or Concerta. They list everything out. And they do this for all the drug categories, right? So that's prescriptions. Have marijuana, heroin, LSD, coke, crack, MDMA, meth, actually last year was when fentanyl, and this thing lists fucking everything out. I learned it had drugs in it. There's a type of drug in it that I've never heard of, right? Like I learned of a new type of drug from this fucking survey.
That's insane.
And I'm a convicted drug dealer, right? Like it's just absurd.
What's that about income? Go back down again. What do you estimate your total income will be this year? How old are the people?
This is sixth, 7th, and 8th grade, so like 12 to 15. Or 12 to 14, basically.
They're asking 12 to 14-year-olds what their income will
Oh,
be.
this is not the right one. Hold on, because it says, "Are you registered to vote in Kansas?"
This is unless they're giving this to children.
Well, I mean, this is exact young adult survey.
All right,
it's from the same outfit. Hold on, I'll see.
Yeah, there's a history. There's a history of science. There's a history of philosophy, and it shows you all the times where like philosophy and science like didn't like understand fuck what's going on.
Yeah. Philosophy. That's what I was looking for. That's the word. Psychology seems like part of philosophy, or like it's missing philosophy or something, right? Right? It's like,
oh yeah, it's missing philosophy of mind. Like there's a whole subject called philosophy of mind, and if you look into it, like they don't even know what consciousness is. So without defining consciousness, you're claiming all of these traits come from the brain. You know, I mean, so that's what makes it completely fantastical. You know, it's that, you know, you haven't even defined what you're working with. You know what I mean?
Or for.
Yeah.
I mean, because as far as I'm aware, psychology has not defined um, an objective, right, or a healthy, right. This is where you want to go or why, and so then you're just sort of responding to gripes with no idea when you've succeeded.
Yeah, it's like where philosophy and science meet and they go to die is in this one subject called philosophy of mind.
I don't even know what that is.
It's like basically the study of how consciousness is generated, what things are conscious. Is the universe have intelligence? Have an intelligence aspect to it. How does consciousness emerge from dead matter? So on and so forth. Is there such thing as dualism and stuff? Are mind and body two separate things? These are the kind of things that philosophers and scientists have wondered for years. And the last frontier of science, like they could figure out everything about physical space. They could figure out what stars are made of, supposedly, but they can't figure out, what consciousness is. They could study the mind. They can't recreate a mind. They don't know how we're vastly more intelligent than our animal, quote unquote, ancestors. I don't believe they're our ancestors. It's probably more so that, these creatures came from our genetic material than that we were made from their genetic material, to be honest.
What does this mean? We're able to converse right now because of science. Like, are you talking about this technology? This technology is engineering. You can engineer something. The way things are made is not dependent upon understanding the underlying science. You can make fire without having a fucking clue what fire is at a chemical level.
Peace and respect, and if it applies to you, good morning. It is for me. I
It
just want to be
does.
seen with smart people that I respect. So I'm just because people will make a false association between me and you gentlemen and think that I'm smart. So that's why I'm here.
We've
fire.
That's all right.
Much love
Yes,
to you, brother Richard.
You too, sir.
Do you want us to
Always
tell you what
appreciate
to do or something, like how to live, where to send your Cash App money to? What do you need? What do you need us to tell you about? How to vote?
Sure. All that stuff. All that stuff. Yeah.
Don't bother voting.
It's very interesting that we have these, I don't know, models that are built on models that are built on models that were never tested. It's just necessary for the overall theory in whatever form of science. For instance, perhaps the most obvious one, multiverse theory. Well, multiverse theory is a necessary idea to Big Bang and needs to be there to justify it. However, we can never have any evidence because we couldn't even build the machines based on the physics of some other universe. Thereby, we could never show there's another universe. Stuff like that. It's just insanity, and that applies to the realms of sciences, the philosophy of psychology. It even fundamentally there's problems like that with logic. Just everything that we know, there's problems.
I can't believe that something like the Big Bang theory is even considered science at all. It's not even a proper it's not even a proper theory, is it? Aren't theories testable somehow? There's like a requirement for the theories, aren't it's like fan fiction.
Yeah. Okay. So I think from what I understand, if you can't repeat it, if you can't show that it has, validity, if you can't test it, then it's considered a philosophical statement. It's essentially a belief or a faith position. But the reason things like Big Bang get so much clout is because it's necessary for other theories.
Which is such an intellectually dishonest reason for anything to be included in a study like science.
I'm afraid you're
Well,
actually
that's what
correct.
it is. It's kind of like the coherence of the ideas and how they've been said to flow throughout time. So it's like they had Aristotle, and he believed the universe was eternal, and basically that God existed alongside the universe from the beginning. So then, like when you had people in the 11th century, like with the church, like Aquinas and stuff, they're like, that can't possibly be true because God created the world. That's what it says in the Bible. So then he basically said, like, basically the universe has to be created ex nihilo. It's a fancy term called ex nihilo, meaning from nothing in the Latin, right? It's a philosophical term. And then from this theory, they basically combined Aristotle's view that natural laws exist with this theory of ex nihilo and created the theory of the Big Bang. It's like if you just smush two theories together, you get the Big Bang. And it's just the actual thing is just the historical development of the ideas. Like in the 16th century, they needed a sweet spot between Newton. Like Newton had discovered a lot of his theories from Maimonides. Like he believed in the science of Maimonides. And Maimonides basically created gravity. Like he said, like God has to draw away to create space for creation to emerge. Because before God creates the universe, like it fills like God fills up the entire universe. So his drawing back in order to make space for creation, this process is called tzim, T-Z-I-M-T-Z-U-M, and that's where they get the idea of gravity.
Well, I did not know that. It's interesting.
Yeah, like he was an alchemist and shit.
Yeah, the whole thing is that there's a bunch of assumptions there, and in all of these quote unquote theories, which they're not theories. They might even be thought of as necessary, but that doesn't make them a theory. And there's actually much more evidence against Big Bang than there is for it, and the quote unquote evidences for it are assumptive. And I can talk about specifics in that it actually doesn't make sense in what we see. Like, for instance, if you look into, and he was trying to be polite, these galaxies are not anomalous. In fact, they're the only thing that we find. But if you look into Holton chip ARP's anomalous galaxies, you'll find that these redshifted objects are actually they're co-distant to a known near object and have a physical trail attaching them to the objects. Well, that probably was a little bit too coded, so let me sort that out for you. We know from triangulation that there are nearer galaxies, right? And there's no reason why there would be a physical trail from this near bright stellar object to what is assumed to be at the edge of the knowable universe, things like quasars, these extremely dense, high mass objects that have radio waves coming off them, such as pulsars, things like that. There's no reason for a physical trail to be attached between something at the edge of the knowable universe and to something very, very close to us. But we see actual phi spiral material dust trails attaching the two things together. Well, what does that mean? That means they're actually close to each other. They're actually physically attached to each other. That means that one actually spiraled off of the other. That's what that means. Okay, so what are these redshifted objects? Well, they're apparently high radiation, high emission, very, very hot, near objects. They're not at the edge of the knowable universe. So that is explaining the redshift in what is blamed on Big Bang and expansion. Could actually be a naturalistic process of the birthing of galaxies, in their high dense hot state. Did any of that make sense at all?
Not at all.
Some of it.
Damn it.
My brain's tired, and I got distracted by this comment. You don't need to know at all that friction is caused by sticks rubbing together, and that's what. Not at all. All you got to do is memorize the steps. Science is unnecessary for engineering at a fundamental level.
But yeah, I agree that the Doppler effect and all of that type of stuff, it clearly shows like you know, a discrepancy in how this you know, like galaxies were formed for sure. You know, there's no way like galaxies and wormholes and all these types of things are formed the way their tongue goes, you know, or you know, appear the way they that we're told they appear, you know.
Right. And well, you know, if redshift is on average about 3.2 out of a total scale of 10, right? Then obviously if you divided 10 by 3.2, you only get 3 iterations of that. So you could only have 3 distances of redshift before it would be out of red. It would be off the light spectrum completely for those reasons. So when we say something like a redshifted object is, you know, at such and such distance from us, say it's 1,000,000 light years from us. Okay, let's use a ridiculously large number, but let's say 1,000,000 light years from us, right? And you could get up to then 3 million light years on that scale, but you can never get to 1 billion light years. That just won't happen. So because it would be off the scale by then over that kind of distance. So you can only extrapolate out so many times before it'd be off the scale. So when they say we see redshifted objects at distance, you know, 5 billion light years away, no, you can't. It's physically impossible. I mean, if expansion were true, that would make the redshift physically impossible.
Yeah, and it's funny, like they only made the expansion narrative to compensate for the Big Bang thing.
Yes,
You
that's
know,
right.
they
It's
can't-
necessary
you know.
to some other right. It's
And
necessary.
then they even right, and then they even concluded that it has to be speeding up because yeah, right. So they're like, so it's like you know, they make up like a lie, like they have to make up 2 more explanations to explain their first bad explanation, and nobody can notice that their first explanation
Well,
was
dark matter was made to compensate for
That's correct.
Yep.
Dark matter a cope. Dark matter's a cope. Evolution is one that really falls apart in my mind when you
Why?
look at it. Like, okay, if mutations occurred over time gradually, right?
Sure, absolutely they do.
Come to be in the first. Did an eyeball evolve, right? Like all the little different what evolved first? The cones, the rods, the iris, you know, because you need the whole thing to work together. But I don't see just a complete functional eye popping out of nowhere.
Okay, so here's the interesting part. I could show you the present theory of evolution of the eye, but it'd be easier to just summate it for you. Okay, so you get light sensitive cells, and some critters have just light sensitive cells and nothing else, and that does go into their nervous system when they see a shadow, and they will react to the shadow. They'll run away from shadows. Or anything that like moves into their sight range while they're not moving, they'll start running. Okay, and then if you cup that flat sheet on the outside of them, so you start making it concave, then you can end up with the perception of direction, because you could have a bowl, right, and now you have direction where the shadow comes from. And some animals do have that, and they will run, not instead of just running, they'll run away from the shadow, directly away from it. Okay, and then if you have that bowl in a semi-sphere, and a nautilus does have this eyeball, then you can actually add color perception to that. Okay, so they have these steps, and there's animals with different steps. Here's the actual issue, and what your argument should be. None of what that eye development is, none of it is in any chordata. Nothing at all that we find that has a spine shows any such development of an eye. Nothing with a spine has this development. We find no record of that.
All right. I still don't think I understand what the explanation you just gave me, and I still think that it sounds like some bullshit, right? Like,
well,
I still think that
it sounds like crap. Yeah.
That to make that jump, and also like that doesn't even get into how, what? Okay, so let's say an eyeball's a mutation, yada yada yada. You need that mutation. That mutation would have to occur. The same mutation would have to occur in 2 times at 2 places at the same time, right, for reproduction to occur. And just
Actually,
the fact from
several
the ground up
times
that
in large
biological that organic matter cannot be created out of inorganic matter.
Organic matter cannot be created out of inorganic matter is not actually true. It's just it needs such a specific environment. You are not wearing a panda robe.
They've never been able to create organic matter out of inorganic matter without juicing up the inorganic matter with a lot of like derivative organic materials. Like,
okay, well, the Yuri Miller experience, experiment, I don't remember the exact year, something about 1950 or whatever, used methane and ammonia and a clarification valve and an electrical discharge, and created living proteins out of inorganic matter.
when they used inputs that would not be found in inorganic matter, they had to
True,
juice it.
they would be the surrounding environment. The problem is that we can't find any such past environment on this planet. Not
Right,
that it
okay,
can't happen,
okay.
it can.
Sure. So yeah, they put in things that independent ingredients that are not naturally occurring anywhere we've ever seen them.
Like, okay, there is such thing as wind on this planet. Sure, there's such thing as lightning. There's such thing as methane, ammonia.
I'm talking about like proteins.
Right, I am too. So you have all the ingredients that they used in that laboratory to create living proteins. You do, okay?
I don't think so.
The
I think
problem
you're
is, no. Well, okay. Is there methane, ammonia, lightning, and wind?
I don't know what the ingredients are. I've never tried to create organic matter out of inorganic matter. That's past my nerd pay grade.
Well, I didn't actually do it either, but it's well documented in Yuri Miller.
You know what? I'll default. I'm gonna tap out of this one because.
Well, just for argument's sake.
Don't. Okay.
Just do an internal critique with it. Okay.
Okay.
You don't have to believe it or even think that I'm right to do an internal critique of it. Okay. So the problem is that we can't find any ancient condition of this planet, where there was fresh water, no oxygen, high amount of methane, a small amount of ammonia, and
no oxygen. That was a requirement.
Has to be no oxygen. Oxygen it'll oxygenize. It will almost instantaneously rot a protein.
I just think that's interesting that that in order to get organic life, or organic material, you would need.
That's part of the problem.
In free environment, but in order to sustain life, you need oxygen.
Right, and you need a barrier separating the oxygen from the living tissue, right, from the protein. But the protein also, when it gets the next step complicated, is going to need oxygen. So you need mucus.
So we're going to have a dramatic and sudden environment change, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
No oxygen, to oxygen immediately at the exact time.
Have you ever
soon as
have
he
you
has
ever
to sell.
read James Lovelock?
I have not.
Well, James Lovelock actually scientifically like shows why the Earth created oxygen, and then he concludes that like it created oxygen so it could create life, and then he concludes that it has to be an intelligent system, and he was the one who coined Gaia theory. It's very interesting shit. It's fucking weird, and I feel like this is another one of those compensatory mechanisms used to explain a fake theory, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I've heard of Gaia theory. Don't know shit about it, but
that's like the ultimate anthropomorphization of the planet. Like, holy crap,
It
you
is.
made intelligent.
I believe it is.
You believe it is intelligent, or you believe that that is anthropomorphization?
Well, I believe that nature is an intelligent system. And I think that not in the way that James Lovelock is trying to go about proving it, that's for sure. But yeah, but yeah, I think that's just a compensatory mechanism to explain a false theory. You know what I mean? But ultimately, I think nature has to be an intelligent system, right? Or else, where did mind come from, right?
Well, there
certainly
is a
behaves as well.
problem in consciousness. I mean, there's no cell in your brain that is conscious. All your cells have 0% consciousness, and if you multiply a zero times 3.5 billion, what you end up with is zero.
That's
you
a good
still
point.
don't get consciousness.
It's significantly greater than the sum of the parts.
Right. So they use the term emergent property, but if you think about that, that's a bullshit term that
That's
has no
what. Yeah, that's the
explanatory
first.
power.
That's the first discussion that me and Richard had because he said because I said that there's two terms that I think are magical, and I said one is complexity and the other is emergence. You know what I mean, right?
Yes.
They're like two scientific terms that don't mean anything, that are used to explain concepts that they can't explain. Right? Yeah.
True story. True story. Yeah, it has no explanatory power. It's what they call a deipity in religion. They call it a deipity. It sounds real official and convincing, and intuitively you look at the word and you go, "Oh, they know what they're talking about," but they don't. It's bullshit.
There's also a lot of good evidence that consciousness is not localized.
Well, I know that it's not localized when I can do remote viewing exercises with other people and they have any positive result. It's
I forgot
impossible
that
to
you.
have
I forgot that you do that.
Yeah. I mean, you can go to my channel and look at the remote viewing exercises, and I'm doing a double-blind survey, which is a very scientific way to eliminate bias. And we are getting positive results on a regular basis, and you should not. If it weren't true, you would get no positive result.
Yeah, and what you've reproduced on a small scale, like apparently they've done it on a big scale.
Yes.
With the remote viewing shit in the CIA. That's just fascinating.
Well,
That's
actually,
also, yeah, that's also a reason why I'm not afraid of like anything that's being said on here, or anything that's being done on here. You know, or people looking up information about me, or saying anything, because I feel ultimately like there is a mind that connects everything, and I feel like I am actually just talking to everyone, and even before I show up, people are already hearing what I'm saying, you know, to a certain extent, you know, so they already know like what I'm gonna say, and they're talking about what I want to talk about, you know. Like I noticed that right before I come on these panels too. Like it's fucking weird. You're in, like it's like just the people watching the show will change the conversation. The thoughts that the people have that are watching the show, the people in the chat, what they want to be discussed. I mean, like I feel like there's
That's
some fucking, like,
interesting. Yeah, I hadn't noticed that, but like I had noticed, it seems like you'll the minute someone starts talking shit on you, right, or the minute you start talking shit, that person's gonna show up, or you're gonna click on, you know.
Right.
Well, we can't
Like
call
if you
that
think
a
about
coincidence, right?
Right. Well, yeah, but it can't be. If you think about like how long some streams are, and I know
Oh
that.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like I've
There's
gone
no way.
through, I've gone through like after the fact, right? Like I've dropped in on somebody talking shit on me, and then I'll go back. I've gone back after the fact, after the whole stream's done, and looked at like the 12-hour stream, you know, and searched for my name, and it's like, God damn, I dropped in on like the 2 minutes I came up.
Exactly. Oh yeah, that's happened to me dozens of times. Yeah, I could say that's happened to me dozens of times. So what it is it's like, it's, you know, people want to say, oh, it's the algorithm, it's the algorithm. Okay, but you know, the algorithms aren't that good, and they've been proven to not be that good. So it is what it is.
Is pretty damn perceptive in that sense is Jack Talcott. I swear to God, every time I'm talking shit on that man, like that yellow circle pops up in the chat.
Well, I was surprised. I had a conversation with the brother Talcott yesterday, off air, and yeah, it's surprising what he watches. You know, he saw, like I was telling him, oh yeah, TVE, you know, he tried to dox my family, like all this stuff happened. He's like, yeah, I saw that. Like he already saw, like he saw his stream, he saw my stream, he saw EBT's after stream, like he saw it all. All right, like he saw the monologue, and then I sent it to Nachikita because they were popping shots at Nachikita, calling Nachikita F and an A and whatever. You know what I mean? Right?
Why would you pop shots at Notch? That's just poor form.
Well, it was. I think it's a lot of like the racial element too. All right, so it's like something to do, I guess, with like how I'm Indian and he's Asian, or something like that. All right? So a lot of the comments.
TBE ain't white.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's why I grilled him, because I'm like, hey, skin check, buddy. You're a poo-poo, you know, you're a poo-colored person too. It is what it is. Man.
Skin check.
Yeah, really. I mean, it's ridiculous.
And just like both of your guys' experience, that there's been so many times that I don't know. I'm subscribed to over 280. I don't know exactly. Different channels, right?
Man, that ain't shit. I'm like four times that.
Yeah, I'll get like a list of shows, but I'll select.
Hey, brother London, what's going on? You doing okay this morning?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All good, man. All good. All good. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I was actually ending my stream. I accidentally had the link pinned, but yeah, bless you. I wanted to say hi to you, anyways. But yeah.
You know what? See, this shows how slow I was, right? I didn't even realize you was premiering something or playing something. I thought that was actually you up here with Flo.
Yeah. That's old. Yeah, that's old stuff. Yeah. People always make that mistake. But yeah, blessings. You know, I don't know if you caught the last show, but I put the you know, the few hours of what we did last time when we were talking about Pythagoras and you know, the Orphic Pythagoreanism and shit. Yeah, I put that whole shit on you.
Good stuff.
But
Good
yeah,
stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, man. I won't even keep you too long. Then I thought I'd come on to say hello. You know, make sure everything's cool with you and everything.
yeah, everything's cool. We had a few incidents, you know what I mean, if you watched the last episode, but yeah, you know, we're handling the things out here. But yeah, we're gonna catch you back at the London McLovin or the Rebuttal Bar. So if you guys haven't checked it out, you know, we get into some real sci-fi shit out there. You know, you guys don't sleep on that shit. We really getting into some deep topics out there. And we'll be joining soon over there, London McLovin and the Rebuttal Bar. Please subscribe. Thank you guys, man.
Facts.
Blessings, London, man. You know, good morning. It's only the morning right here. It's actually 6:55 a.m. over here. So yeah. I've been up all night. But blessings, my brother. Thank you so much for stopping by, saying hello to me, man.
No problem. Thanks for having me, bro. And we'll catch up soon again, brother.
For sure. Yeah, send me an email anytime. I got you. Yeah, for sure. Please.
Most definite. Peace out, bro.
Blessings. Yeah. Got the London man. Man, it's always a pleasure to see the dude London man. You know what I mean? Check out our last episode when I premiered me and London man having an incredible talk with Alchemos. You know, a couple times we did that recently. at the London McLovin channel and the Rebuttal Bar. You could go to past episodes and check out when we did that. And we'll be doing that very soon again, because we appreciate the topics that he brings out. Yeah, we're over here in the morning time. I'm closing out my show, showing you some of the footage that me and Richard Madsen recorded on the questioning the dogmas of science. Thank you guys so much. Blessings. Return to this video here.
Select one, and there's a high percentage of time where I select one and it is the topics I want to talk about. Heck, sometimes they're talking about me personally as I come into the show, as I first click on it.
That's the only thing is like I'll notice the personal shit, but like honestly, like my show's pretty unique. Like I don't know, like nobody actually talks about the shit I talk about on my show. It's kind of just like a weird ass show. About weird ass topics. But
you combine things, right? Like your show combines intellectual with just trash, and it also combines it also combines fields, right? Like it combines philosophy and religion, which are related anyways, but with like technology. You combine things that are not normally combined.
Yeah,
it's really interesting.
Well, that's mainly just like the weird shit that the way I think, and it's just like I'm just honest about it, and then I'm fine if people say it's crazy, So like, because a lot of people think it's crazy, so it's just like they're like, oh, you're combining two shits that shouldn't be combined, So a lot of people consider it a sacrilege, But I'm like, yeah, two ideas look similar enough to me. I don't give a fuck what you think.
No, I think it's great. I think things should be combined. I mean, obviously, except I think the trash detracts from your academic or intellectual stuff. But
that's more to like take the heat off the intellectual stuff. To be honest,
right, a little pressure release or something.
Yeah, I think if like I don't want to be taken seriously as an intellectual. I think that is a like demarcation, like it's bad strategically going forward. And like it would be like, oh, okay, like it's actually much better if I talk about the topics I talk about and people perceive me as some kind of dirty hippie. Going forward, or at least I've seen. And in a certain sense, infamy is as good as fame. So I'm not really that keen on being liked either. So that's what
I mean, on YouTube it certainly is. That mic is going to make you infamous.
I know that if the things I'm saying are true about these ancient religions, these ancient spiritual stories, I know that it's not going to gain any popularity in the next 50 years. It is way too fringe. It would take that long. So I wouldn't even hope to have any kind of popularity or thought of as an intellectual because of the things I'm saying. So in that way, like yourself, Machine, it's very self-defeating, but not purposefully. It's just the nature of the beast.
Well, that's why you got to take the conspiracy to these normal things. Because normal things are conspiracy, Technology is a conspiracy. Fucking science is a conspiracy. Judaism is a conspiracy. Fucking Christianity is a conspiracy. Judeo-Christianity, that's definitely a conspiracy. You combine those two. I mean, so to me, it's like these are all conspiracies on a grander scale,
It's so funny to me that the whole term conspiracy theory, I was 5 years old and Mom took me to the grocery. Mom had 7 kids total. But she never took one kid to the grocery store. She takes me to the grocery store and she doesn't look like she's actually trying to because usually she's got no time. She's like buying items. She knows exactly what she needs, how many of them she needs, to plan for the next week's food for a rather large family. She just looks like she's killing time. And I'm sitting there going, why is Mom goofing off? I just don't even get this. And it just took forever. It took like an hour or something. And it should have taken, in the store less than a half an hour normally. And we go back home, and there's all these cars parked around the house. And we go inside, and there was all kinds of people there and lights and stuff. When we left, we come back, the lights are off. There appears to be nobody anywhere. Just damn weird, the whole thing. And my brain is just trying to figure out, little kid brain, is trying to figure out what the hell's going on. And then the lights come on and people come up from behind furniture and scream happy birthday. Are there conspiracies? Of course there are. People get together to good things, to do evil things. We get together and decide to do things together. It's, oh my gosh, it's so evident in reality. I don't even know why there's a term that tries to dismiss it.
I know but the more amazing thing is that there's so many people who believe that they're absurd, right? Like, especially with the things that come out the back of airplanes, right? If you call them the CT thing, the CT word, people will go, that's not it. And then you'll go, yeah, it's called cloud seeding. Like, here's all this like mountain of documentation of it. They'll go, oh, well, that's different. No, it's not. Wait, so you're going to sit here and tell me that this is real, but that's nah.
That's
Talk
why
about cognitive dissonance.
That's why the more apt term is information or hoax. You know, so you just don't use the C word that makes everybody feel better. You know, fine, we won't use the C word. We'll just say it's a hoax or just information.
Right.
I like that you chose philosophical definitions for that, because a lot of people don't understand that something isn't informational unless it's true.
Yeah, good point. I hadn't caught that either.
Yeah, nothing is knowledge that's false. Nothing is informational that is false. That's why we have terms like false information. It's to identify that it's a lie. That's not true in reality.
Yeah, I love the T.S. Eliot quote where he says, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information?"
Yeah. Well, that's why it's a shame that we die of old age. That we can lose documents. That ideas can die over time. And we lose all these valuable things because our genetics are, destroyed by free radicals in our natural environment. And that's without us adding stuff to it, which we do. I disagree with death. How's that?
I can get down with that. I don't know that I necessarily disagree with it, but
yeah, it's clear that death is fake and gay, and also that the immortality in this life, that would be a great curse. To me, both things are true.
Yes.
If stuck in this limited surface area with these resources, yeah.
No, I mean, just in general.
Why?
Immortality? I mean, it's assuming that, well, I guess if everybody was immortal, maybe. But I gotta think at some point it would get...
What if you and your friend group, your family group, your tribe, were all eternal beings?
Okay, I could be down with that.
You see, but everybody feels that way. The problem is that with limited surface area and with limited resources, you can't have everybody as eternal beings. Which is why there's a fight right now, and I know it's not obvious. It's actually a very, very subtle argument and fight that's going on in the upper echelon of worldwide societies of the wealthy and powerful. They are trying to figure out right now who is going to be able, what families, what individuals will become eternal beings, having forever youth. And that struggle right now is evident, and the players are evident in who is trying to promote ideas presented in Agenda 21 and 2030, in sustainability, in green theory, and all of these things. You can tell who the players are and who thinks that they're going to get that.
Yeah,
Science
it's crazy.
Magazine. Sorry.
Yeah, it's crazy how like I just want to interject with something real quick. I think it's interesting how the science and evolution and population control and the climate science and all of these and the space hoax, how all these things are interrelated. I find that fascinating. But yeah, go ahead.
Yes. Oh, well, yeah, I could talk about that forever with you.
Yeah.
Wow. Science Magazine, I think it was the September issue of 2016, not to be confused with Popular Science. Popular Science is dumbed down, the ideas are poorly represented, and it's for a mass audience who don't have a lot of study in the actual sciences. But Science Magazine, not a lot of pictures, and it uses big words, if you know what I'm saying. Science Magazine said that by 2026, which is just around the corner now, we will have found the protein chain that releases the microRNA blocker off their human genetic material, allowing us to start coding the part of our genetic material that heals at least much better our telomeres and maintains our telomeres better, so that we become essentially non-aging. Okay, so that's supposed to be about in 2026, and they're vying for who's going to benefit. And you can tell who wants it the most by the people who are most aggressive, pouring money into federal programs to abort the undesirable. And by undesirable, and yes, it's extremely prejudiced and racist, this whole thing. And there's people on the other side of the aisle who are trying to pay to get rid of some other race, and it's just that's why this insanity, I think.
Yeah, and Jeremiah Fix says naive ambition. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah.
I don't think that was ambition. I think that was a weapon.
Yeah, but I think he's saying like their belief that like everybody would just buy into it.
Yeah, I think that they got a weaker positive response than they were expecting.
Now you've called my attention to the side chat, and I'm reading that.
I don't know what apophenia is either.
Apophenia is the human mind's tendency to make to recognize. Well, it's within pattern recognition, seeing things that aren't there. A simple example is
Jonathan Earl said. He said yesterday abortion's cool, so I think wasn't he the guy, Jonathan Earl?
Wow.
I don't have any idea.
A simple example would be that
I think he was the guy
cloud.
who jumped on the channel and said that, but I could have him mistaken with somebody else. So I apologize if I mistook that. But yeah, go ahead, Demolish.
Yeah, a simple example is, look at that cloud. It looks like a dragon. Okay, so there's visual. And then there's written word, which has it's a slightly different word, but it basically means the same thing as apophenia.
Sterling Ray had the best explanation.
Yeah,
well,
I mean, it could
what do you think?
Well, obviously there are patterns, there's patterns in nature. You can map out the patterns in nature. That's fucking strange. That leads to a question: is math invented or discovered? and then that leads to a question of the philosophy of mind. You know?
Yeah, well, I believe it's discovered. I think that things that are true, like logic is discovered, mathematics is discovered. We don't invent anything.
I meant to ask you, the philosophy of mind. You said something earlier. Is that stuff? Is philosophy of mind interacted with like scientifically through like tests and shit, or philosophically through like ideation?
It's scientifically through the development of artificial intelligence, and it's philosophically through concepts like, where does the mind come from? So, for example, there's materialism, and within materialism, there's a theory called naturalism that says basically the mind is just like stuff, right? So, and then there's dualism that kind of says, well, mind and body are two different things. So a good example of this is Plato. He kind of said ideas are transcendental. So they exist not in this world. This world is an imitation of the world of the forms. So he actually thought that ideas exist in an alternative reality, which is superior to this reality. And that the demiurge creates these forms, and that the world that we have is just a residue of these forms. So, he just thought that the world is an emanation of the forms created by the demiurge. So,
kind of the first Matrix.
Yeah, kind of like the first idea of the Matrix, and this idea was hijacked by Gnosticism to say that the demiurge is actually an evil being, and it's the same being that's talked about in the Old Testament.
Well, since there's suffering in the world, maybe.
Yeah, that's kind of how they explain suffering in the world, and they explain the concept of sin. They had an alternative explanation than the church for the concept of sin. But yeah, the whole thing really boils down to this: is that this philosophy of mind stuff, this materialism, dualism, and then within that there's correspondence theory and there's coherence theory. So correspondence means that you have qualities within you that are properties of your mind, and then there's basically qualities of the outside world. There's properties of matter in the outside world, and the qualities that you have in your mind basically correspond with those external objects. That's called correspondence theory. That's one theory.
Right.
The other theory is that all of your perceptions outside have to cohere with your internal perceptions. That's called coherentism. That's closer to what Plato was talking about.
Well,
but
coherentism just makes less demands. It's
right.
Like, as long as I'm internally consistent, that's the best I can do.
Yeah, so all of these are theories in philosophy, and then the theories in science are basically in the development of artificial intelligence, as I said. So that basically summarizes that. I'm sure many people have many opinions on that sort of topic, but yeah, that's like a quick summary. Like if you had to take a course on the subject, they basically had that.
Crash course by Cyber Caliphate.
Exactly.
That was pretty good.
Philosophy.
Why the new channel? Just out of curiosity.
Wait, my new channel?
Yeah.
Just because of the kind of medium and the topics I cover and the type of attacks I get and the whole threats and the porn bombing and the fucking strikes and the mass reporting and also the copyright things and also the people trying to dox me and all that type of stuff. Yes.
Something else, something that I remember from earlier we were talking about the remote viewing study. Something that I found that stuck in my head from when I was learning about that is that the more somebody the easier it is for them to find,
again,
or for the remote viewers to see.
Yeah,
the easier. Yeah, am I here?
Yep, go ahead.
The more somebody tries to hide something, the easier it is for the remote viewers to find it.
Right. This is exactly why if you're a paid observer of people, such as a spy or an investigator or a security agent, something like that, if you give your full attention to your quote-unquote target, or even a sniper, if you give full attention to your target, they will realize that you are watching them.
Right.
Yeah, same thing. Yep. And if anyone wants to say that's not true, then why is it part of training of those kinds of people that they always keep themselves distracted while observing?
I didn't know that was part of the training.
It's standard training. Oh yes, yeah. You've seen it in gumshoe movies where they go, we got made. What does that mean? We got made. That means that us doing our best to hide ourselves while being an observer, the subject that we're observing realized that we were observing them. How the hell they do that? Are you bad
Yeah,
at
my
your job?
friend,
Are you stupid? No, it's because humans are connected.
Yeah, my friend who sometimes comes on here, Rant, he sent me an interesting thing yesterday, and this is what it says. It says some of the Pythagoreans were hearers, acousmaticae, others were students, mathematicoi. The students shared in deepest revelations, as it was impractical for all to participate in things equally. Each man's merit was the index of their teachings. The mathematicoi gave the world the term mathematics. Each hopeful mathematicoi would be questioned by Pythagoras about their relations with their parents. He surveyed their speech, their laughter, and their silence. He'd ask how they spent their leisure. He'd observe their gait and the motions of their body. Each candidate would then be neglected for 3 years, while being covertly monitored to test their stability and studiousness. Then the candidate would have to observe a 5-year silence. After this, Pythagoras would give his judgment. If they were rejected, they would be given double the wealth they had brought with them and told to leave. And from that day on, the Pythagoreans would treat them like a stranger and raise a tomb for them as if they were dead. If the candidate was successful, they would be let within the veil to hear and see Pythagoras. The cult of Pythagoras. Still operating today.
What would he ask him about? Say that test again. The part of the test, like he asked him, and then he observed what?
Oh shit! Yeah. It's interesting.
How they walked, how they spoke, whether or not they had any discipline, how they interacted with others, whether or not they could be disciplined enough to be silent for a very long time.
Right. It says he surveyed their speech, their laughter, and their silence. He'd ask how they spent their leisure. He'd observe their gait and motions of their body. Each candidate would be neglected for 3 years while being covertly monitored to test their stability and studiousness. Then the candidate would have to observe a 5-year silence.
Right. So for 3 years, they acted like you're out. Forget it. Screw you. You're no good. They would do that for 3 years in the middle of it.
This is Fight Club.
I'm telling you, man, that's rough. By the way, the Jews do this somewhat if you want to become a Jew.
That's right.
Well, I feel like that would be a good business move.
And so does the Orthodox Church. They have like a waiting period where you become a catechumen and then you're like let into the church.
It's so funny. I know someone who's a catechumen who thinks themselves a preacher.
Yeah, they basically all do. Every catechumen I've met thinks himself a preacher.
What's a catechumen? Is that like an Orthodox pledge or something?
It says you're in kindergarten.
For the Orthodox Church.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if that's why there's so much fucking ortho bros all over the internet. They're all like
that's the Andrew Wilson character. He's a catechumen in the Orthodox Church.
Oh, he is? He's a catechumen?
Yep.
Oh Jesus! Then all the like weirdo Johns and stuff like are they catechumens or they didn't like not even there?
Probably. And and the church.
I feel like
that,
Andrew Wilson's earned his stripes, don't you?
Andrew Wilson never uses the Bible to justify his arguments. He only uses secular arguments, and he mostly participates in political debates and political commentary. So he's actually very successful in doing that. And if you guys see what he did last night, the feminist debate he had last night, he's an extremely skilled rhetorician and a debater. You know, from my standpoint, like he could actually give like a very hot take, like intellectual monologue, like type of thing. But all that aside, you know, I think that the particular brand of theology that they belong to, it doesn't actually have like there's a mismatch about it in terms of like whether it's accepted by the church. So it's not that. So their debate tactics are not to be confused with the actual beliefs of the Orthodox Church.
And can you link this channel and maybe your favorite video if you have 3 seconds?
Oh yeah, my favorite video is my debate on there with Andrew Wilson.
Good.
Yeah, I'll link that up with you. Yeah,
that gives me a frame of reference I can understand because I understand you somewhat.
Yeah.
There's a lot of a lot of meanings of the Bible. There's a lot of interpretation, a lot of words in the Bible. It's been beautifully left and scripted for us. This whole world has been beautifully left and scripted for us to learn from. So the Bible is an incredible source of wisdom that I've come to learn to really appreciate. And you know, I was trying to figure this out. I guess I could have kept this more simple. I have stacks of books and references and spiritual wisdom, right? Different interpretations, different religions, different thought patterns of view. But what it all comes down to, brothers and sisters, what it all comes down to is what is true. What is true? See, because some of my inspirations today, starting out initially, right? The initial observation, we live in a pretend world, right? A lot of people pretending like they know what's going on. A lot of people pretending like they're in charge. The structures of this government economic system, the corporate structures and government structures where it's a top-down, oppressive, controlling design. It's insane. Don't buy into it. It's all pretend. See, and the ego is pretend. Here's the simplicity, the divinity of our Creator. Our God is so amazing, so magical, so incredible. You really got to allow your mind to be blown away. Because that would be the ego death. The ego is the one that has the limitations. The ego is the one that has the rules and the structures and the definitions and the analysis and the confusion. The fears and the worries, and the ego gets to pretend that it knows. The ego gets to pretend it has the answers. But I tell you what, the more and more I consider these words, God is the answer. See, from God, the truth may be known. The truth is the absolute out. Truth is God. God is the truth. And the truth is how we learn to grow and wisdom. I mean, truth is the essence of knowledge. We can either align ourselves with that which is true, or we can pretend. God allows us to. It's a crazy journey that we get to live. Holy cows, do you realize that? We get to live. We don't have to live. We get to live. Not only do we get to live, we get to know that we live. And through the knowing of life, all that life is, we get to experience love. Love is the answer. Love is the way shown through the one, Jesus, right? The perfected master that God allowed us to receive. Right? The one who showed and walked the earth in the stories as the child of God, to show us the way he lived, the way he spoke, the way he treated each other. That's how we can live. It's the way out of our own sin and corruption. The way of truth keeps us aligned with the creation that's happening. And here's something to consider, right? I shared this elsewhere earlier today. Simple observations of logic, reason. If you can accept the words as God is the truth, so the truth is eternal. God is eternal. We only exist right now. So now is always the present from our subjective experience. We only exist in the now. And it's in the now that we can align ourselves with the truth that God has shown us through our past experiences, through all the literature, through all the rumors and, the world. It's in the now, in the present, that we can align ourselves with the truth of God's will for us all. See, in what I believe, the message of Jesus was we are here to love. Love is the reason we live. It feels good to love. And that's what Jesus showed. That's what Jesus taught.
Hiding nearby, whispering do or die around me. Wolves hiding nearby, whispering do or die around me. Gripping at my skin, the walls of night close in.
While the use of this force as an integral part of combat has now taken on new form.
Welcome to the battlefield. No, you can't get out of here. Summed up goes when you lied, you won't make it out alive. Though you fuck around and try, do you like what you did find? We ain't letting nothing slide with all these fucking goals hiding nearby. See, they whisper do or die in these digital trenches. They got an army of artificial intelligent henchmen. I got a hunch they attach to intelligence networks with intent to infect the internet, discredit and suppress anything that isn't them. There's a schism in the system that they didn't plan. Weaponized autism coupled with a little bit of hidden hand. Matrix construct ain't the world we living in. Born with the damn glasses, so we been only living. It's you who's been told a vision, that's why you cling to your soul. and an old religion that has only been promoted to be control systems. Stuck under the hypnosis of an old wizard. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some
There
smooth
is another
killers.
very important phase of warfare. Has as its target not the body, but the mind of the enemy. Words and ideas. Ammunition used by psychological warfare. Its mission is to influence the thoughts of the enemy.
Have a broad and sympathetic understanding of
Fucking order out, chaos, this is order out of order. My greatest order, disorder. I'm born with couldn't absorb shit propaganda. I was busy sorting water in the corner, preparing the meditation for war with the new world order. In school, I was just bored with the board of education. Even though I border on being an information hoarder, I don't ever offer my 2 cents, so here's a full fucking quarter. I'm a self-educated, trained, skilled warrior, currently operating a solo outfit with open lines of communication. The outside the matrix, the theater global, the operation to stop enslavement. The devil lurking in darkness, attempt to turn your heart into onyx, throwing ganja in the system, steady combat and hardness. Medication for the mind virus, cause when the mind hide, they can't hide good, and good don't hide, but why would I? Cause it's have you been outside lately? Cause it's around me. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth killers. Coming for your head, don't say that you ain't been told, lizards. You ain't building shit while we out here moving pillars. Welcome to the valley of the shadow of some smooth
There is another very important phase of warfare.
Careening through chaos, in these serene dreams. The shadows and screams of those trapped in the system.
have a broad and sympathetic understanding
On a horizon now, virtual settler. Memory box with Microsoft robot love couldn't keep us together. But the serenity of dark thoughts and this gilded pleasure is the celibacy of a cave.